Chapter 1, Humiliation and Betrayal, the Godly Rich System is activated. Magic City, evening. The scorching heat of midsummer scorches the earth, and even the wind is scorching hot. But in the French restaurant La Lune on the top floor of number 18 The Bun, the strong air conditioning seems to turn the entire space into a cool wonderland isolated from the world. Melodious piano music flowed in the air, and the well-dressed men and women elegantly swirled the expensive red wine in their glasses and talked and laughed in low voices. The bright light reflected by the crystal chandelier reflected the innate calmness and superiority on their faces. Sitting in this midst of vanity, Lin Yayu felt like a drop of ink accidentally dropped into clear soup, so out of tune with everything around him. He was wearing a washed t-shirt that was slightly faded, and a pair of domestic sports shoes that he bought at a discount. From the moment he walked into the restaurant, the waiter's well-trained but scrutinizing eyes wandered back and forth over him several times. There was only one free lemonade on the table, and the water drops on the wall of the glass had condensed and slid down several times. He only dared to open one page of the gold-rimmed menu when he sat down. The 4-digit dishes on the menu were like a basin of ice water, half cooling all his expectations. Today is my girlfriend Lu Feifei's 23rd birthday, and also the 3rd anniversary of their relationship. In order to satisfy his girlfriend's desire for a sense of ceremony, he gritted his teeth and overdrew 2 credit cards a month in advance to book this seat with a minimum consumption of 5 figures. In his pocket, there lay a small blue box. Inside was a Tiffany smile necklace that he had saved for half a year and visited 3 counters before he made up his mind to buy. This was the most expensive and sincere gift he could give. He had even imagined countless times the surprised expression on Lu Feifei's face when she saw the gift. However, he waited from 6:30 until 7:30, and she was a full hour late. There was a slight commotion at the restaurant door. Lin Yu looked up subconsciously. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered into pieces the moment he saw who was coming. Lu Feifei finally came. She had on a delicate and charming makeup and wore a well-cut red Chanel dress that perfectly outlined her slender figure. Lin Yayu had seen that dress in a magazine before, and the price tag was so high that he could not afford it even if he saved up a year's salary without eating or drinking. She is very beautiful as a blooming red rose, radiant and radiant. Unfortunately, this rose is now nestled intimately in the arms of another man. The man was about 25 or 26 years old, with oily hair and powdered face, wearing a Versace casual suit, and the Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist flashed a dazzling light under the light. He had a cynical smile on his face, belonging to a winner, and was talking to Lu Feifei with his head down, making her laugh. Lin Yayu stood up suddenly, and the table and chair made a harsh friction sound because of his movement. He felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his brain at this moment, and then froze into ice in the next second, making his hands and feet cold and his thinking stagnant. Fei? He spoke, his voice was dry and hoarse, even he felt unfamiliar with it. The 2 people over there seemed to have just noticed his presence. The smile on Lu Feifei's face froze instantly, and a barely perceptible panic flashed across her face, but was soon replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and disgust. Instead of letting go of the man's hand, she moved closer, as if to declare something. She said to the young man beside her with a tone that was almost condescending, "Mr. Wang, let me introduce him to you. His name is Lin Yayu, my ex-boyfriend." She bit the word before lightly and heavily, like a poisoned needle that pierced Lin Yayu's heart accurately. The young man called Wang Xiao then turned his gaze towards Lin Yayu. It was an undisguised, condescending scrutiny, as if he was examining a commodity. After his gaze lingered on his cheap t-shirt and sneakers for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc of extreme contempt. "Oh? So it's him." Wang Xiao slowly pulled out the main chair and arranged for Lu Feifei to sit down like a host. He then sat down opposite Lin Yayu with his arms folded in front of his chest, his chin slightly raised, and said in a joking tone, "Boy, my name is Wang Hao, Feifei is my woman now. I don't care what happened between you 2 in the past. From today on, she has nothing to do with you. You can get out now." Lin Yayu ignored Wang Hao's provocation and stared at Lu Feifei with his bloodshot eyes. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain made him almost unable to breathe. "Lu Feifei, what is going on? You must give me an explanation." 3 years of love, from the innocent college campus to the shared rental house of less than 20 square meters, warm in summer and cool in winter after entering the society. He treated her as a treasure, and spent all his salary after rent on her. He was reluctant to buy a piece of clothing worth more than 300 yuan. He thought they would share the joys and sorrows and have a bright future. But the scene before him was like the loudest slap in the face, shattering all his fantasies. "Explain?" Lu Feifei seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. She took out a small mirror from the Hermes handbag handed to her by Wang Hao and applied lipstick as if no one was around. While applying it, she glanced at Lin Yayu out of the corner of her eye, her tone full of mockery and disdain. The explanation is, I've had enough. She closed the mirror with a snap, her voice suddenly sharper. Lin Yayu, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Where is this place? Number 18, the Bund. A meal I eat here is enough to pay a year's rent for your shabby little rental house. Look at what you are like now. It's been a year since you graduated, and you're earning a salary of 8,000 yuan a month, squeezing into the subway for more than an hour every day, squeezed like a sardine. What future do you have? What can you give me for the future? She pointed at the dazzling diamond necklace on her neck, and then at Wang Hao's $1 million watch, and said, see? This Bulgari necklace costs 500,000 yuan. Wang Xiao just gave it to me yesterday. Wang Xiao drives a Porsche 911 and lives in Thompson-Epine. And what about you? You hesitated for a long time even when buying me a Dior lipstick. Can you afford the life I want? Are you worthy of it? Wang Hao leaned back in his chair comfortably, took out a Porsche key from his pocket, and tapped it gently on the table. The crisp click sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Yayu's dignity, which had already been shattered, again and again. Boy, it is important to know yourself. Wang Hao said condescendingly, Feifei is a good girl. If she follows you, it's like sticking flowers in cow dung. It's suffering. And I can give her everything she wants. In this society, love is worthless in front of money. Without money, you are a waste. He seemed to think that this was not enough, and took out a thick stack of RMB from his wallet, at least 2,000 yuan, threw it lightly on the table, and pushed it in front of Lin Yayu. Take it. Don't say that I, Wang Hao, am ruthless. This meal is my treat. Use the remaining money to buy some decent clothes and stop embarrassing yourself. Oh, by the way, this is also my breakup fee for you. Although the diners around did not watch, their vague glances had all gathered towards him. Those glances were a mixture of sympathy, curiosity, but mostly ridicule and contempt. These gazes, like red-hot steel needles, pierced into Lin Yayu's flesh and blood, leaving him with wounds all over. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms due to excessive force, causing bursts of stinging pain. He looked at the girl in front of him who was once very familiar to him but now seemed terribly strange. The girl who once said to him like a little bird in his arms, even if we can only eat instant noodles in the future, I am willing to be with you, now had only a passion for money and contempt for him on her face. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, heartbreak. Countless extremely negative emotions, like a flood bursting through a dam, surged and crashed wildly in his chest, almost completely tearing his sanity apart. Why? Is 3 years of love really that cheap? Is it true that in this world, if you don't have money, even breathing is wrong? Just when he felt that his world was about to collapse and his soul was about to be overwhelmed by the huge sense of humiliation and despair, a cold, empty, emotionless mechanical synthesized voice suddenly rang out in the deepest part of his mind without any warning. Ding! It is detected that the host is at a major turning point in life. The spirit is greatly stimulated and the emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold. The sign-in system for the super rich is being activated. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. System version 1.0 has been successfully bound. This system is dedicated to helping the host escape mediocrity, control wealth, reach the pinnacle of life, and become the king of the world. Lin Yayu was shocked. Was it a hallucination? Was he mentally ill because of the great shock he received? But the voice was so real, every bite echoed clearly in his mind. Ding! Newbie benefits have been distributed, and the first sign-in task is now released. Mission location, Magic City Financial Center. Current location. Mission requirements, the host only needs to silently say check-in to complete the mission and start the road to becoming a super rich man. Mission countdown, 59, 58. The extremely clear voice in his mind and the light blue illusory countdown panel that seemed to appear before his eyes and that only he could see, made Lin Yayu's heart, which was filled with anger and despair, suddenly skip a beat at this moment. Really, it's true. He no longer paid attention to the incessant taunts from the couple opposite him, and stared fixedly at the illusory countdown numbers. Fuck 3 years of relationship. Fuck gold diggers. If all this is true, then from today on, my life, Lin Yayu, will be redefined by myself. He took a deep breath, and in his heart, he used up all his strength to roar out 2 words. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Novice Gift Package, a cash reward of 50 million yuan. The funds have been sent to the host's Huaxia Construction Bank card with the last number 8888 through an absolutely secure encrypted channel. The source of funds is absolutely safe, please feel free to use it. Buzz. Almost at the same moment when the system prompt sounded, the 3-year-old domestic mobile phone in Lin Ya's pocket suddenly vibrated briefly. Under the increasingly impatient and contemptuous gazes of Lu Feifei and Wang Hao, Lin Yayu slowly and somewhat stiffly took out his mobile phone and unlocked the screen. At the top of the screen, an official text message from the bank lay there quietly, like a bolt of thunder cutting through the darkness. Huaxia Construction Bank, dear customer Lin Yayu, your savings card account with the last number 8888 received 50 million renminbi at 1938 on July 18, 2025, and the current account balance is 50,001,852 renminbi and 15 cents. 5, followed by 7 zeros. 50 million. Lin Yayu's breathing completely stopped at this moment. He stared blankly at the dizzyingly long string of numbers on the phone screen for more than 10 seconds before he was sure that he was not dazzled. 50 million, for a rich second generation like Wang Hao, might just be enough to buy a car or a watch. But for Lin Yayu, this amount of money was an astronomical figure that he could only earn if he worked for more than 500 years without eating or drinking. The overwhelming anger and humiliation were watered by this huge sum of money at this moment, instantly cooled and solidified, and turned into an extreme calmness and chill. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Feifei and Wang Hao again. His eyes changed. If his eyes just now were like a wounded beast trapped in a cage, full of resentment and rage. Now, his eyes were like a prehistoric crocodile that had just been freed from its shackles and was holding a sharp blade. They were cold, calm, and full of scrutiny and amusement for its prey. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, forming a mysterious and dangerous arc. The game begins. Chapter 250 million in sincerity. The curve of Lin Yayu's mouth was like a sharp hook, which made Lu Feifei's heart jump inexplicably and a little uneasy. But this feeling was fleeting and was soon replaced by a stronger sense of contempt. He is just a poor boy who has been driven insane by the reality. What kind of waves can he make? What are you laughing at? Wang Hao was the first to lose control. He felt that Lin Yayu's calm eyes were like a silent provocation, which made him very uncomfortable. Boy, I'm talking to you. Take the money and get out of here. Don't buzz around like a fly and affect Feifei and my appetite. He thought that Lin Yayu would get furious, flip the table, and roar hysterically like all losers whose pain points were touched. However, Lin Yayu's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Lin Yayu sat down again without any hurry, and even adjusted the collar of his t-shirt slowly. He did not look at the 2,000 yuan on the table, but raised his eyelids, looked past Wang Hao and Lu Feifei, and scanned the luxuriously decorated restaurant. His eyes were calm and indifferent, like a king patrolling his territory. Finally, his eyes fell on Wang Hao's face full of impatience again, and he asked softly in a tone that was almost casual, "You just said that this restaurant is good?" Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Of course it's good, this is La Lune, number 18 the Bund, one of the top French restaurants in Shanghai." "What, is this your first time here in your life, and you're shocked?" "That's right, for someone like you, a year's salary might not be enough to open a bottle of good wine here." "Really?" Lin Yayu nodded without comment, and the playful smile on his face became even stronger. "It seems that my luck is not bad." After saying that, he ignored the two of them and lightly snapped his fingers at a waiter who was serving guests not far away. "Hello, could you please ask your manager to come over?" His voice was not loud, but it came through clearly. The waiter looked over when he heard the voice, and seeing that it was Linya, a guest in ordinary clothes, a hint of unnoticeable contempt flashed across his eyes, but his good professional ethics made him nod and turn to walk backstage. This action made Wang Hao and Lu Feifei completely confirm their guess. "Oh, what? You can't pay, so you want to call the manager to act rogue?" Wang Hao crossed his legs, leaned back on the chair, and crossed his arms over his chest, looking like he was enjoying a good show. "Lin Yayu, I advise you not to humiliate yourself. If you dare to cause trouble here today, I promise to make sure you don't survive in the Magic City." Lu Feifei also spoke again, her tone full of superiority. "Lin Yayu, what on earth are you trying to do? We have already broken up, please stop pestering me, it will only make me feel more pathetic. The uglier you make a scene, the more it proves how wise it was for me to leave you." Lin Yayu turned a deaf ear to their sarcasm and just sat there quietly, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the smooth tabletop, as if waiting for something. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a high-end custom suit and with neatly combed hair, came over. The nameplate on his chest read Lobby Manager Li Wenbo. Li Wenbo had a professional smile on his face, but when he saw what Lin Yayu was wearing, a hint of alienation and vigilance involuntarily appeared in his smile. "Sir, are you looking for me?" Before Lin Yayu could speak, Wang Hao spoke first. "Manager Li, what's going on in your restaurant? You let in all kinds of people? This guy can't pay, but he's still hanging around here, disturbing our meal. Tell the security guard to kick him out." Li Wenbo frowned slightly. He was certainly familiar with Wang Hao, a regular customer. He turned to Lin Yayu. The smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a cold and businesslike attitude. "Sir, if you have any difficulties or are dissatisfied with our service, you can raise it. But if you want to cause trouble here, then in order not to affect other guests, we can only ask you to leave." His implication was clear: "I've seen a lot of people like you, so get out of here and don't force me to call security." The focus of the entire audience was instantly focused on Lin Yayu. Under the contemptuous, disdainful, and impatient gazes of everyone, Wang Hao, Lu Feifei, Li Wenbo, and the onlookers around him, Lin Yayu finally stopped tapping his fingers on the table. He raised his head, met Li Wenbo's gaze, and calmly asked a question that instantly plunged the entire restaurant into dead silence. "This restaurant is great. I want to buy it. Please name a price." Dead silence. There was 3 seconds of silence, so long that you could hear a pin drop. Afterwards, someone couldn't hold back his laughter first and burst out laughing. What followed was Wang Hao's unbridled laughter, as if he had heard the best joke of the year. "Ha ha ha ha. Buy it? Did I hear you right? Ha ha ha." Wang Hao laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. "Lin Yayu, are you fucking crazy because you're poor? Do you know what this restaurant means? It cost more than 100 million just for the decoration, and the owner behind it is a big group from Hong Kong Island. What are you going to buy it with? With your 8,000 yuan monthly salary? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Lu Feifei also looked at Lin Yayu as if he were a madman. Her face was burning, and she felt that she had never been so embarrassed in her life. How could she have been in a relationship with such an ignorant psychopath for 3 years? Li Wenbo's face also completely darkened. He felt that his professional dignity had been insulted like never before. He no longer had any patience and said coldly into the intercom, "Security department, there is a guest causing trouble in the booth in Area A, send 2 people to deal with it." Etc. Just as the security guard was about to be called, Lin Yayu spoke again. His voice was not loud, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power. He took out the CCB card with the last number 8888 from his pocket, placed it gently on the table, and pushed it in front of Li Wenbo. "I'm not interested in joking with you." He looked at Li Wenbo and said word by word, "I have 50 million in my card now. I don't know if it's enough to buy this place, but I think this number should be enough for you to call your real boss out to talk to me, right?" 50 million? Wang Hao's laughter stopped abruptly. Lu Feifei's pupils also shrank suddenly. Li Wenbo was stunned. He looked suspiciously at the ordinary bank card on the table, then looked at Lin Yayu's eyes, which were frighteningly calm and didn't seem to be lying. For a moment, he was unsure. 50 million? Wang Hao was the first to react and sneered again. "Boy, you brag without thinking. If you can come up with 50 million, I, Wang Hao, will eat this table right now." Li Wenbo also calmed down. In his opinion, this was more like a bad prank. He said coldly, "Sir, I warn you for the last time. Please don't provoke trouble again, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Whether he's bragging or not, we'll know after we check it out." Lin Yayu leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. "Your restaurant must have a POS machine, right? Or, as a lobby manager, you don't even have the authority to verify a customer's assets?" This sentence, with a hint of provocation, accurately hit Li Wenbo's pain point. Li Wenbo was embarrassed to be questioned about his professional ability by a poor boy in public. He snorted coldly, "Okay. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I will help you. Follow me." He decided to expose the madman's lies once and for all and make him leave in disgrace. The group came to the front desk, and Li Wenbo took out a special capital verification machine, which was prepared for top customers. He inserted Lin Yayu's card skillfully, raised his head and said coldly, "Enter the password." Lin Yayu pressed 6 numbers with an expressionless face. After a beep sound, the machine started to query. Li Wenbo still had a disdainful sneer on his face, ready to mock at any time. However, the next second, when a long string of clear numbers popped up on the capital verification machine screen, the smile on his face froze instantly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. His eyes were wide open, his mouth opened unconsciously, and a cluck sound came from his throat, like a chicken with its neck pinched. He counted the zeros on the screen repeatedly, one by one, and every time he finished counting, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Balance 50,001,852.15. 50 million. It's actually true. How is that possible? This kid wearing cheap clothes actually has 50 million in cash in his card. At this moment, the whole worldview seemed to be overturned. What's wrong? Manager Lee, are the results out? Is the balance insufficient? Wang Hao urged impatiently from behind. He couldn't wait to see Lin Yayu's embarrassed look when he was carried away by the security guards. Li Wenbo did not answer. He froze there. The shirt on his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat in the freezing cold air. He finally understood that he was wrong from the beginning. He was so wrong. He is not a madman, he is a true god that no one can afford to offend. With shaking hands, he picked up the intercom, his voice changed, with a hint of tears in his voice. General. General Manager's office? I'm Li Wenbo. Area A. Area A has a distinguished guest. A supreme distinguished guest. Please, Mr. Chen, come down in person no matter what. These words instantly quieted the originally noisy front desk. The smiles on Wang Hao and Lu Feifei's faces froze. They were not fools, and from Li Wenbo's expression of having seen a ghost and his incoherent words, they had already guessed a possibility that they could not accept. In less than a minute, a fat man wearing a handmade haute couture suit and with an extraordinary demeanor, surrounded by a group of senior executives, almost trotted out of the special elevator. He is the general manager of this restaurant, Mr. Chen, who rarely shows up. Mr. Chen didn't even look at anyone else, but scanned the entire audience. When Li Wenbo pointed at Lin Yayu with a trembling finger, he immediately put on the most enthusiastic and humble smile, walked quickly forward, and bowed deeply to Lin Yayu. Sir, I am extremely sorry. It is my poor management and my subordinates' inability to recognize the real talent of the company that disturbed your enjoyment. My name is Chen Ping, and I am the general manager of La Lune. May I ask your name, sir? This scene was like a divine thunder from the sky, striking Wang Hao and Lu Feifei's heads hard. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, who even Wang Hao's father had to make an appointment to meet, was now so servile to this poor boy in their eyes. Lin Yayu didn't even look at Chen Ping, he just took his card back from Li Wenbo and said calmly, "My last name is Lin. Mr. Chen, I'm very interested in your restaurant." Chen Ping was a smart man. He understood what was going on immediately. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Mr. Lin, what you mean is? That's right, Lin Yayu looked at him and said something that shocked everyone again, I want to talk to your boss about the acquisition. He paused, pointed to his card, and added, this 50 million is my sincerity money. After these words came out, Chen Ping no longer had any doubts in his heart. 50 million cash, just for a ticket to the negotiation table. What a terrifying strength and courage. I understand. Chen Ping's attitude became more respectful. Mr. Lin, our group has sensed your sincerity. I will contact the Hong Kong headquarters for you immediately. Please take a seat in the VIP room upstairs. No hurry. Lin Yayu waved his hand, turned around, and walked slowly back to Wang Hao and Lu Feifei under the awe gaze of everyone. The two men had already turned pale, especially Wang Hao. Looking at Lin Yayu, whose aura had completely changed, his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Lu Feifei was trembling, her face was as pale as paper. She looked at Lin Yayu, her lips moving, wanting to say something, but she couldn't say a word. Regret, fear, confusion, shock, all kinds of emotions intertwined, making her mind blank. She looked at the ridiculous 2,000 yuan on the table, and then looked at the man in front of her who was about to buy the entire restaurant, and felt like a huge clown. Lin Yayu looked down at them, his eyes as calm as a bottomless cold pond. He didn't say another word to them. He simply turned his head and whispered instructions to Chen Ping, who was standing beside him with his head bowed like a servant. Mr. Chen. Yes. Mr. Lin, please give me your orders. As a potential investor who is interested in acquiring the restaurant and has good intentions, I think I have the right to make some small suggestions on the restaurant's operating environment, right? Of course. Any suggestions you have are valuable advice. Chen Ping said quickly. Very good. Lin Yayu's eyes swept across Wang Hao and Lu Feifei, my suggestion is that I don't like to have guests who affect my mood appear in my sight. Chen Ping understood instantly. He immediately frowned and waved to the security guard, "Come here. Please ask these two guests to leave. From now on, they are listed as the most unwelcome guests of the La Lune restaurant and all the businesses under this group." In addition, Lin Yayu's voice sounded again, like a final judgment, "All their expenses tonight will be free of charge. Count it in as a parting gift from me." Chapter 3: How Yue Invests in New Missions. Under the odd gazes of all the restaurant employees and diners, Lin Yayu followed the general manager Qin Ping and walked into the top VIP room, the Moon Temple, which was located in the deepest part of the restaurant and was not open to the public. This is where La Lune truly entertains top dignitaries. The decoration of the room is low-key yet luxurious, with a huge solid wood round table, several precious Wanwali armchairs, original works of unknown painters hanging on the walls, and the air filled with light, high-end incense. Qin Ping personally pulled out the main seat for Lin Yayu and poured him a glass of aged Scottish single malt whiskey from his private wine cellar. Throughout the whole process, he was as respectful as a humble butler. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Qin Ping stood aside, bowing slightly. "I have asked my secretary to immediately sort out the restaurant's financial statements and equity structure information for the past 3 years. At the same time, I will immediately report your noble intention to the Hong Kong Island headquarters and do my best to facilitate your meeting with the board of directors." Lin Yayu gently swirled the amber liquid in the cup without saying anything. He knew that Qin Ping was so attentive, firstly because of his demonstrated financial strength, and secondly because this shrewd businessman had already begun to bet on his future. "Mr. Chen," Lin Yayu took a sip of whiskey, and the spicy liquor slid down his throat, bringing a burst of fiery warmth. He spoke in a calm and steady voice. "How much do you know about the parent company of La Lune, Hong Kong Island Brilliant Group?" Qin Ping was startled. He had not expected that this young Mr. Lin, after showing off his financial resources, would immediately reveal his wisdom and prudence. He did not dare to hide anything and immediately revealed everything he knew. "Mr. Lin, the Brilliant Group is a long-established family business in Hong Kong Island, with real estate and hotels as its main businesses. However, in recent years, their business focus has begun to shift overseas, and they have always intended to divest some non-core assets in the mainland. Although La Lune is profitable, it can only be regarded as a high-quality but non-essential asset in the group's huge industry. This is also the main reason why I think the success rate of this acquisition is very high." But, Qin Ping changed the subject, looking embarrassed. "The controller of Brilliant Group, the Li family, has always been tough. Even if they want to sell, they will never sell it at a low price easily. I estimate that their psychological price will not be less than 180 million. "I understand." Lin Yayu nodded, and had an idea in his mind. He stood up and placed the almost untouched glass of whiskey on the table. "Mr. Chen, this is my cell phone number." He handed Qin Ping a note. "From now on, you will be my only contact person on this matter. Be responsible for contacting Hong Kong Island and preparing all the information I need to review. Once you handle this matter well, when I complete the acquisition, your position as general manager will only be more secure." The phrase "sit more firmly" made Qin Ping feel more at ease than any empty promises. This showed that the new boss recognized his ability and was willing to continue to use him. "Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. I, Qin Ping, will definitely do everything for you." Qin Ping took the note excitedly, as if he had received an imperial sword. "Very good." Lin Yayu walked towards the door. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Please report to me any progress at any time." He did not stay in the restaurant for long, and did not even look back at the place that would soon belong to him. For him, revenge was over. From now on, this place was just a business, the first piece of the puzzle in his business territory. After walking out of number 18 the Bund, Lin Yayu had no regrets at all. He needed a brand new base camp that could match his new identity. He took out his cell phone and called a top-level luxury car. When a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped smoothly in front of him and the driver in white gloves respectfully opened the door for him, Lin Yayu knew that his old life was completely over. Go to the Oriental Emperor Hotel in Magic City. This is one of the top hotels in Shanghai, across the river from the Bund number 18. At the front desk, when Lin Yayu took out the CCB card and calmly said "Open a presidential suite," the professional smile on the receptionist's face instantly became sincere and enthusiastic. After paying a deposit of 100,000 yuan in advance, Lin Yayu successfully checked into the hotel's top-level presidential suite on the 88th floor. The price for one night was 188,000 yuan. When his exclusive butler pushed open the heavy door for him, and a luxurious space of more than 400 square meters with a private swimming pool, an exclusive cinema and a 360-degree unparalleled river view appeared before him, he did not feel the slightest excitement, only a sense of calmness that was taken for granted. This is the life that Lin Yayu should have. He took off his cheap t-shirt and sneakers and threw them into the trash can along with his humble past. Then he pulled out his phone and methodically began to clean up the remains of his old world. He first opened the WeChat group consisting of several college classmates and sent the last message in it. Everyone, I have resigned from my previous company and will change my phone number later. The road ahead is long, and we will see each other again if we are destined to meet again. After sending the message, he immediately left the group chat. Then he opened the WeChat message of the sarcastic company director. Mr. Wang, I resign, effective immediately. Without waiting for the other party to reply, just block and delete them. Then, there was the landlord of the rental house where I had lived for 3 years. Uncle, I don't want to live in this house anymore, and I don't want the things inside. Please deal with them as you see fit. You don't have to return the deposit and the remaining rent. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. Likewise, delete the contact directly after sending. Finally, he opened his WeChat moments and all the photo albums on social software and deleted all the photos, updates, and messages related to Lu Feifei from the past 3 years, one by one. When the last youthful photo of the two of them on the university campus disappeared under his fingertips, Lin Yayu felt more relaxed than ever before. He is like a programmer who formats a hard drive, clearing out all the redundant, erroneous old data and making room for writing new, powerful programs. After doing all this, he walked into the spacious bathroom and took a nice bath in the jacuzzi that overlooked the entire Bun night view. When he was wearing the top-quality silk bathrobe provided by the hotel, holding a glass of red wine, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright lights under his feet, his mind was clearer than ever. The first and most central issue is money. The funding gap of more than 100 million yuan stood before him like a mountain. His mind moved and he called out in his mind. System. Byte. A light blue, technologically advanced virtual panel instantly unfolded before his eyes. Super Rich Sign-In System 1.0, host, Lin Yayu, currently bound assets, 49,920,000 yuan cash, system upgrade experience, 0.49921000 unit, 100 million, next level, system 2.0 after upgrading, the national sign-in and system malfunctions will be unlocked. Looking at the long, almost unchanging experience bar, a glimmer of enlightenment appeared in Lin Yayu's eyes. The condition for upgrading is to have hundreds of billions of assets. The little money he has now is just the first step in a long journey. And the system will not directly help him fill the funding gap. It only provides the key. Just as Lin Yayu was thinking about how to solve his financial difficulties, the system panel suddenly flashed, and a new line of golden fonts appeared in front of him. Ding! It is detected that the host is conducting its first capital operation and is facing a huge funding gap. A key task is being issued. Task name, draining the firewood from under the cauldron. Task content, please sign in once at the Magic City China Merchants Bank headquarters building within 24 hours. Task reminder, the key to solving the problem is not necessarily only money. Lin Yayu's eyes lit up instantly. Removing the firewood from under the cauldron? The key is not necessarily money? This tip is so interesting. He felt relieved and immediately called Chen Ping. The call was answered almost immediately, and Chen Ping's extremely respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin. Why haven't you rested yet so late? What can I do for you? Mr. Chen, Lin Yayu's voice was calm and powerful. Help me register an investment company as quickly as possible. Okay, Mr. Lin. What's the name of your company? Lin Yayu looked at the bright moon in the night sky outside the window and remembered the name of the restaurant La Lune Moon. He pondered for a moment and slowly uttered 2 words. Bright Moon. How Yue Investment. Chapter 4, Awakening in the World Xiaoji Wei. The next day, early morning. When Lin Yayu woke up on the $1 million top-grade mattress on the 88th floor of the Oriental Emperor Hotel, the Magic City outside the window was already shrouded in a thin layer of morning light. This was the first time in his life that he slept so soundly and yet so awake. Overnight, everything turned upside down. But he did not feel the ecstasy of becoming rich, nor the confusion about the future, but only a rare calm before the storm. He knew that signing in at the China Merchants Bank headquarters today would be a crucial step in the chess game of his life, and a life-or-death move that would determine whether Yue Investment could set sail smoothly. He needs to adjust to the best condition. After an hour's workout in the suite's private gym and a nutritionally balanced breakfast served by a dedicated butler in the restaurant overlooking the river, Lin Yayu changed into a well-tailored casual outfit provided by the hotel, which did not have any logos. He glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There was still a lot of time left before the 24-hour deadline for the system task. He was not in a hurry to reach his destination. The closer the war was, the calmer the heart should be. He needed a place to bring himself back from the clouds to the earth and regain the feeling of being down to earth. In the end, he chose a place that he was most familiar with and where he felt most at peace, his alma mater, Shanghai University. Instead of calling a special car, Lin Yayu chose to take the subway. In the crowded subway car during the morning rush hour, he was drowned in countless young faces rushing for life. They looked so similar to him yesterday. This made his heart, which had been floating due to a series of adventures, settle down again. More than an hour later, when he walked out of the subway station and breathed the air of the university town filled with youthful hormones and the aroma of roadside snacks, Lin Yayu felt completely relaxed. He had no clear destination, just strolling around. He walked along the tree-lined avenue where he and Lu Feifei had walked hand in hand countless times, walked through the auditorium where they often went to attend lectures, and walked through the computer school teaching building where he had stayed up countless all-nighters. The past scenes flashed back before his eyes, but he found that his heart was no longer disturbed, and only a kind of calmness like an outsider remained. He did not come to reminisce, but only to say goodbye. As night slowly fell, Lin Yayu strolled to the busiest night market snack street in the university town. The place was bustling with people and full of life. Just as he was about to find a place to eat something, a small dispute not far away attracted his attention. In front of a small stall selling hand-painted t-shirts and canvas bags, a tall and pretty girl was being harassed by a frivolous boy wearing trendy clothes. Lin Yayu had an impression of that girl. She was the beauty of the School of Design, named Xia Jiwei. She was very famous in school, not only because of her celebrity-like face, but also because of her unique and cool temperament. That was the only impression Lin Yayu had of her. At this moment, Xia Jiwei's beautiful face was filled with stubbornness and slight anger. I only heard the boy from the fashion brand impatiently say, Xia Jiwei, don't be shameless. It's just 100,000 yuan, right? I paid for your mother's surgery. As long as you accompany me tonight, the 100,000 yuan will be yours immediately. You are selling clothes here and you only make a few dozen yuan for each piece of clothing. How long will it take you to sell them? Xia Jiwei bit her lips tightly, her voice cold but firm. Zhou, I'll say it again, you don't have to worry about my business. I think your money is dirty. Oh, why are you pretending to be so noble? The boy called Zhou sneered, everyone knows that you are in urgent need of money now? I am helping you. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Think it over carefully. Xia Jiwei ignored him and just quietly packed up her stall. The knuckles of her slender hands turned white from the force. There were a few people watching the fun around, pointing at them. Lin Yayu was standing not far away, taking in the entire scene. He did not step forward immediately. He was not a pushover, nor did he intend to be a hero. He was just observing calmly. He saw Zhou's ugly face and also saw Xia Jiwei's perseverance in desperate situations. A thought quietly emerged in his mind. His future career will inevitably involve countless business negotiations and social occasions. According to top socialites like Qin Ruoxue, in such occasions, a decent, smart, and beautiful female companion is sometimes even more important than a vice president. And this is exactly what he lacks the most. He couldn't let women of Su Wanqing or Qin Ruoxue's level play this role. That would be disrespectful to them and would also complicate their relationship. And the Xia Jiwei in front of him seems to be a perfect candidate. She is beautiful enough to handle any occasion, she is smart enough to understand hints, she is proud enough to have her own bottom line and not be greedy, most importantly, she urgently needs money to solve a legitimate and unavoidable difficulty. This makes a fair deal possible. After Zhou felt bored and left cursing, Lin Yayu slowly walked over. He walked to the stall and squatted in front of a lone canvas bag. The painting was of a cat looking at the moon, with delicate brushstrokes and a lofty artistic conception. Xia Jiwei sensed someone coming and raised his head with a look of vigilance in his eyes. What's the matter? Did you draw this? Lin Yayu asked. Yeah. Xia Jiwei was very frugal with words. Name a price. Lin Yayu looked at her and said something that she was totally unexpected. No, I should say, I'll give you a price. Xia Jiwei was stunned, her eyebrows slightly frowned. What do you mean? Lin Yayu's eyes were as calm as water. He looked at the girl who was still as proud as a winter plum even in difficult circumstances, and went straight to the point. I just heard that you need $100,000. Xia Jiwei's face turned pale instantly. She stood up suddenly, her eyes full of shame, anger, and vigilance. Are you in the same group with that Joyu? I tell you, No. Lin Yayu interrupted her. He also stood up. He was a head taller than her, creating an invisible sense of oppression. You misunderstood. I am not interested in your body. He looked into her eyes and said clearly, word by word. I need a temporary girlfriend, or in other words, a business partner, for 3 months. During this period, you need to accompany me to some necessary social occasions and play your role well. As a reward, I can pay you 200,000 first. 100,000 will solve your mother's problem. The other 100,000 will be your salary for the next 3 months. It's just a job, a deal. You can think about it. His words were logical and straight to the point, like a business plan rather than frivolous harassment. Xia Ziwei was completely stunned. She looked at the man in front of her who made a ridiculous request in a serious manner, and her brain was temporarily frozen. Why should I believe you? She asked subconsciously. Besides, you don't look like someone who can easily take out 200,000. Seeing is believing. Lin Yayu did not argue, but simply said 4 words, follow me. He walked straight to a 24-hour bank self-service point not far away. After a fierce ideological struggle, Xia Jiwei finally gritted her teeth and followed him. She needed an answer, no matter whether it was true or false. In the self-service bank, Lin Yayu inserted the card skillfully and clicked check balance. When that breathtakingly long string of numbers appeared on the screen, Xia Jiwei felt his heart skip a beat. More than 50 million. This fact is far more convincing than any language. Then, Lin Yayu took out 20,000 yuan in cash on the spot and handed it to her. This is a deposit. If you agree, you can use it now for emergencies. Xia Jiwei looked at the stack of brand new banknotes, and then looked at Lin Yayu's calm eyes. She knew that the other party was not lying, and this was a real, clearly marked transaction. On one side is his mother's life-saving money, and on the other side is his own time and status for the next 3 months. She struggled for a long time, but finally, reason prevailed over emotion, and she slowly and solemnly took the stack of money. I promise. But, she raised her head, her eyes clear and firm, I have one condition. You say. We need to sign a contract. Xia Jiwei said word by word, a labor employment contract written in black and white and with legal effect. For the first time, a hint of genuine appreciation flashed across Lin Yayu's eyes. This girl was more sober and organized than he had imagined. Okay. He agreed without hesitation. You can draft the content of the contract. As long as the terms are reasonable, I can sign it. Okay. Xia Jiwei tightly grasped the 20,000 yuan, as if he was grasping a life-saving straw, and also as if he was protecting his last dignity. The two exchanged contact information and agreed to meet here the next night to sign the contract and pay the balance. After doing all this, Lin Yayu turned around and left. Xia Jiwei stood there, watching his gradually receding back, then looked down at the thick stack of cash in his hand, enough to save a life, and felt mixed emotions. She didn't know whether her decision today was the beginning of a temporary solution or a turning point given by fate. On the other side, Lin Yayu, who was walking in the night, curled up the corners of his mouth again. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the WeChat friend named Asaka he had just added, whose avatar was an empty snowy field. A girl who was driven into a dead end by money, but still wants to use a contract to defend her dignity. Interesting. Xia Jiwei. He whispered the name. It seems that the next 3 months will not be so boring. Chapter 5: A contract and a phone call. Xia Jiwei almost ran all the way to the first hospital of the city. The midnight taxi sped along the empty streets. She held her canvas bag tightly. The 20,000 yuan in cash in the bag was like burning charcoal, giving her an unreal burning sensation. When she ran breathlessly to the 24-hour payment window of the inpatient department and handed in the stack of cash and her bank card, the nurse on duty showed obvious surprise on her face. Hello, I'm here to renew the bill for my mother and pay the deposit for tomorrow's surgery. Xia Jiwei's voice was a little unsteady due to her rapid running, but her eyes were unusually firm. The deposit for the surgery is 100,000 yuan. You have 20,000 yuan in cash. The card. The nurse was halfway through her words when she suddenly remembered something. She didn't ask any more questions, but just operated skillfully. Okay, wait a moment. When the receipt with a red seal and prepayment, 100,000 yuan, was handed out from the window, Xia Jiwei felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She leaned against the cold wall, tightly grasping the thin piece of paper, so as not to slip to the ground. Solved. The huge rock that had been weighing on her heart for months, keeping her awake every night, was finally removed. She sat on the bench in the corridor for a long time, until she calmed down a little, then she tiptoed to her mother's ward. Through the glass window on the door, she saw that her mother had fallen asleep, but her brows were still furrowed and her pale face was full of fatigue left by illness. Xia Jiwei's heart felt like it was being grabbed by a hand, and it felt extremely sour. She didn't go in to disturb them, but just stood quietly at the door, repeating to herself over and over again, "Mom, everything will be fine, I promise." She didn't know how long she stood there before she turned around and left, finding a cafe that was open all night, and sat down. After the great joy and sense of relief, there was a deeper confusion and uneasiness. She recalled everything that happened last night: the man named Lin Yayu, the bank card screen showing a balance of 50 million, and the ridiculous employment contract. Who is he? Why does he have so much money? And why did he choose me? Is his so-called deal really as simple as he said? Countless questions swirled in her mind, making her unable to feel at ease. She is not a naive girl. In this materialistic society, she knows that there is no free lunch. Behind the huge gifts for no reason, there are often unequal and even dangerous costs. But she had no choice. After a long while, she took a deep breath and suppressed all the anxiety and fear. Now that she was on this boat, it was meaningless to feel sorry for herself and have wild thoughts. The only thing she could do now was to do her best to protect herself in this unknown transaction. Xia Jiwei took out his laptop from his bag. Instead of resting, she began to search, download and study various versions of the labor employment contract template on the internet under the light of the cafe. She incorporated her conditions into the terms of the contract, one by one, using the most rigorous legal terminology. Party A's obligations include, but are not limited to, providing necessary protection for Party B's personal safety during the performance of the services. Party B's services are strictly limited to accompanying Party A as a female companion or girlfriend in public business and social occasions, and do not include any form of interference in private life or physical contact beyond normal social standards. If Party A makes inappropriate demands that violate the spirit of this contract and relevant laws and regulations, Party B has the right to terminate this contract unilaterally without liability and is not required to refund the paid salary. Her fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, her eyes focused and sharp. At this moment, she is not a desperate female college student, but a tough warrior who is about to go to the battlefield and build armor for herself. On the other side, Oriental Emperor Hotel, Presidential Suite. Lin Yayu also had a sleepless night. He was not immersed in the joy of gaining wealth, nor was he anxious about the upcoming critical task. His brain was running at an unprecedented speed and efficiency. He used the hotel's top-level commercial network to look up all the public information he could find about the Hong Kong Island Brilliant Group, from its history, to its recent financial statements, to all kinds of gossip about the 3 generations of its chairman, the Li family. Although there was not much information, Lin Yayu still keenly captured a key clue. In the past 2 years, the Huihuan Group seemed to have suffered huge losses in a new energy investment in Europe, causing its capital chain to be in a tight state. This may be the true meaning of the system prompt: the key to solving problems is not necessarily just money. As daylight approached, his personal cell phone vibrated. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. Lin Yayu answered the phone, and immediately there was a burst of angry roars from the other end. "Lin Yayu. What the hell do you mean? You resigned just by sending a WeChat message? What do you think of this company? I'm telling you, don't even think about getting a penny of your salary this month. And you signed a non-compete agreement. You are not allowed to work in the related industry within 2 years, otherwise I'll see you in court." It's Director Wang from the previous company. Lin Yayu held the phone a little further away, and waited until the other party finished his roar before he said calmly in a calm tone, "Director Wang, there is nothing more to talk about between us. You." Beep beep beep. Lin Yayu hung up the phone directly and added the number to the blacklist. He couldn't even feel a trace of emotion towards this kind of impotent rage from the old world. He and these people were no longer in the same dimension. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jinping called on time. "Mr. Lin, good morning. Let me report to you on the progress of my work. I have asked the best channels to expedite the registration process for Huayue investment. It is expected to be completed within 3 days at the earliest. The registered capital will be 50 million yuan as you said. Thanks for your hard work. Of course. Chen Ping's tone was filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. In addition, I have contacted the director of the President's Office of Hong Kong Island Brilliant Group through personal connections. After hearing that you have the sincerity to acquire the company with 50 million cash, the other party showed great interest. Their president's secretary's office has officially replied that their vice president and legal team have booked a flight to Shanghai the day after tomorrow morning and are preparing to have the first round of contact interviews with you. The day after tomorrow morning? A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. This timing is such a coincidence. This shows that the other party is also in a hurry. This further confirms his speculation that the Huihuang Group's capital chain is tight. Yes, Mr. Lin. Chen Ping continued, the other party also clearly stated that he hopes to see you further demonstrate your capital strength during the interview. The implication is that he wants to confirm that you have the ability to take over the entire restaurant. I understand. Lin Ya understood in his heart. After hanging up the phone, he slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The time for negotiations has been set. The key to success or failure lies today. He glanced at the valuable Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist that Chen Ping had given him as a gift. The hour hand had already pointed to 10 o'clock in the morning. It's time to get the key to solving the problem. He changed into decent clothes and chose to take the subway instead of calling a taxi to go to the place that would decide his fate. He needed to remain absolutely calm and sober in this hustle and bustle of the masses. When he walked out of the Lujiazui subway station and looked up at the China Merchants Bank headquarters building, which was reflecting the metallic luster in the sun and piercing the sky like a sharp sword, his cell phone suddenly vibrated again. It's a WeChat message. It was from the girl named Asuka. Mr. Lin, I'm Xia Jiwei. I've already drafted the contract, in 3 copies. Where do you think it would be convenient for us to meet tonight? Lin Yayu looked at the text message with a slight smile on his face. The girl's efficiency and initiative once again made him satisfied. He typed one-handedly and replied. The location remains the same. Also, be prepared, you may need to perform your job for the first time tonight. Chapter 6, Remove the firewood from under the cauldron, the fatal key. The China Merchants Bank headquarters building, located in the core area of the Lujiazui Financial District in Shanghai, is a skyscraper full of modernity and power. Countless capital flows related to the lifeblood of China's economy converge and circulate here every day. Lin Yayu stood in the square in front of the building, looking up at the towering structure. He did not feel the slightest bit of nervousness in his heart. Instead, he felt a kind of calmness and anticipation like a chess player about to make a move. He did not rush into the building. According to the system's description, the scope of the sign-in task is the entire China Merchants Bank headquarters building, which means that he does not have to enter a specific floor or office. As long as he is within the physical range of the building, he can complete the sign-in. He chose to sit down at a window seat in the cafe on the first floor of the building, which was open to the public and decorated like a 5-star hotel lobby. He ordered a cup of the most ordinary latte, and then quietly watched the financial elites hurrying by outside the window. Each of them wore an expensive suit and a fine tie, with confidence and ambition written all over their faces. Once upon a time, Lin Yayu also fantasized about becoming one of them. But now, he knows that his future will far exceed these so-called elites. They are people who work for capital, and he will be the one who creates and controls capital. He glanced at his watch and saw that the hour hand was slowly pointing to noon. There are only a few hours left before the 24-hour mission deadline. He no longer hesitated, picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and then gave instructions in his mind in a calm and firm voice. System, sign in. Byte. A clear reminder sound rang in his mind. Sign-in location, China Merchants Bank headquarters building in Shanghai, confirmed successfully. The key task, removing the firewood from under the cauldron, has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, Eye of Truth Primary. Lin Yayu was slightly stunned. It's not cash, it's not a loan, and it's not any connections. But it is an ability called Eye of Truth? This was completely beyond his expectations. Eye of Truth Primary, this ability can be used on designated business targets. After using it, the host will have a certain chance to gain insight into the target's deepest, undisclosed real information, including but not limited to potential financial loopholes, secret equity transactions, key figures, fatal weaknesses, etc. Current level, primary. Can be used once a day. The success rate of insight and the depth of information are affected by the host's own business knowledge and analytical ability. Note, this is a growth-type ability that can be enhanced through system upgrades. Looking at the detailed description of the Eye of Truth on the virtual panel in front of him, Lin Yayu's heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. He immediately understood the horror of this ability. How can this be called a key? This is simply a causal weapon in the commercial war. In a capital market where information is money in life, what does it mean to be able to gain insight into your opponent's unknown secrets? This means that he will always stand from a god's perspective, looking down on all his self-righteous opponents. Draining the firewood from under the cauldron. So this is the real meaning of drawing the firewood from under the cauldron. Lin Yayu muttered to himself, with an unprecedented brilliance bursting out of his eyes. The system reminded him that keys are not necessarily money, and he thought it was some kind of bargaining chip that could be used for negotiation. Unexpectedly, the system directly gave him a king bomb that could see through all the cards. He forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, and his eyes became deep and calm again. He immediately gave new instructions to the system in his mind. System, use the Eye of Truth on the Hong Kong Brilliant Group. Ding! The Eye of Truth has been activated, target locked, Hong Kong Brilliant Group. Searching for information. Analyzing data. Screening for real information. Lin Yayu felt as if his brain was connected to an endless torrent of information. Countless data, reports, news, and internal emails about the Brilliant Group flashed before his eyes like slides. This process lasted for nearly a minute. Finally, all the information disappeared, leaving only a few lines of condensed text emitting golden light, clearly imprinted in his mind. Real information 1. The losses of Huihuang Group and its new energy projects in Europe far exceed the amount disclosed in its public financial reports. Its actual losses are as high as 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, which has caused the group's cash flow to be seriously depleted. It is currently relying on high-interest loan borrowing to maintain operations. True information 2. Li Jiawei, chairman of the board of directors of Brilliant Group, owes a huge gambling debt of $80 million to an international gaming group due to his only son, Richard Li, who gambled heavily in Las Vegas. In order to fill this hole, Li Jiawei is secretly seeking to quickly sell off the group's non-core assets, including the La Lune restaurant. Real information 3. Fatal weakness. Li Zikai, the only heir to the Brilliant Group, owns a shell company called Fei Chi Entertainment. 3 months ago, the company bought a luxury villa in Shanghai for a third-tier actress. The source of funds is unknown and it has not been reported to the group's board of directors. The address of the villa is number 1 Zijin Courtyard, Jing'an District, Building A101. After reading these 3 messages, Lin Yayu slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pond. He smiled. If he was only 50% sure about the acquisition of La Lune before. So now, he has 100%. Moreover, not only did he want to buy the restaurant, he also wanted to buy it at a price that would make the other party bleed and was so low that it was dirt low. He picked up the phone and dialed Chen Ping. Mr. Lin. What instructions do you have? Mr. Chen, Lin Yayu said in a relaxed tone as if he was discussing the weather, please help me find an address, Jing'an District Zijin number 1 Courtyard, Building A101. I need to know who the current owner of this villa is, as well as all the information related to it. Although Chen Ping on the other end of the phone was full of doubts and didn't understand why his boss suddenly wanted to check an irrelevant villa, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll do it right away. I have some friends in the real estate industry who will check everything out for you. Very good. Lin Yayu hung up the phone, leaned back on the soft sofa in the cafe, and looked out the window again. He looked at the financial elites who were in a hurry, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that from this moment on, the rules of the game had completely changed. Hong Kong Brilliant Group, Li Jiawei, Li Zikai. These huge monsters that seemed unattainable to him yesterday, now, under his eyes of truth, have become a group of prey with flaws all over their bodies, ready for him to slaughter. He picked up the half-cold latte and drank it in one gulp. Now, all he needs to do is wait quietly. Wait until the day after tomorrow, when that group of self-righteous visitors from Hong Kong Island will walk into the trap he has already laid. He was also looking forward to tonight, to sign the first unique employment contract belonging to his Haoyue Empire with the girl named Xia Jiwei. Chapter 7, Bright Moon is Chess Piece, Beautiful Woman is Peace. Lin Yayu didn't stay in the cafe for long. When the power of the Eye of Truth cooled down, he returned to the presidential suite of the Oriental Emperor Hotel. There were less than 48 hours left before the interview with Hong Kong Brilliant Group, and the meeting with Xia Jiwei was tonight. He had plenty of time to make some preparations. A qualified chess player must not only sharpen his weapons before the decisive battle, but also adjust himself to the best condition. The first thing he did was to solve his image problem. He knew very well that the casual clothes provided by the hotel without any logo on him, although of good quality, were not enough to cope with the next scene. Whether he was going to meet the meticulous Xia Jiwei tonight, or to meet the group of high-minded Hong Kong executives the day after tomorrow, he needed a battlesuit that perfectly matched his new identity. This is not vanity, but the most basic visual business card in the business world. He pressed the butler's service bell in the suite. "Mr. Lin, good afternoon. How can I help you?" The respectful voice of the exclusive butler came from outside the door. "I need a few sets of clothes." Lin Yayu's tone was calm and direct. Engine, Armani, Loro Piana, these brands, ask their respective brand managers to bring the latest ready-to-wear clothes and tailors to my suite within an hour. The butler was slightly stunned outside the door, and then replied in a more respectful tone, "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will arrange the highest level of brand door-to-door service for you immediately." This is the service efficiency of a top hotel. In less than an hour, 3 teams carrying bags of high-end custom clothing and professional tools were waiting respectfully in the living room of the presidential suite. Lin Yayu did not waste time, he just put forward his own requirements, low-key, well-fitting, and elegant. With the precise measurements of a professional tailor and the advice of the brand manager, he quickly finalized 3 suits, 5 casual suits and all the matching accessories including leather shoes and watches. When Lin Yayu changed into a tailor-made dark gray cashmere suit by Zegna, paired with the Vacheron Constantin heritage watch that Chen Ping presented to him, and stood in front of the floor-length mirror again, the person in the mirror was completely different from the poor boy 2 days ago. The appropriate clothing, like a layer of restrained light, perfectly sets off his temperament that has become more profound due to the system transformation. His eyes are still calm, but under that calmness, there is a confidence that he can control everything. "Mr. Lin, the total amount of all your clothing and accessories is 1.87 million yuan. The brand manager handed over the bill with a respectful tone. Lin Yayu swiped the card without even blinking. Just as he completed upgrading his image, Chen Ping's call came on time. "Director Lin. We found out. We found out everything." Chen Ping's voice was filled with a hint of suppressed excitement and an eagerness to take credit. "Explain." "The address you asked me to check is 101, Building A, number 1 Zijin Courtyard, Jing'an District. It's a luxurious large flat with an area of more than 300 square meters. The current owner is registered under the name of Wu Lily, a third-tier celebrity who just debuted. The key point is," Jinping lowered his voice, "I asked my friend in the bank to check the funds flow for the purchase of the house. The purchase money of more than 30 million was transferred from the account of a shell company called Flying Entertainment registered in the Cayman Islands. The sole shareholder and legal representative of this company is none other than the Prince of Hong Kong brilliant group Li Zikai." Chen Ping's investigation results perfectly match the information seen by the eye of truth. "Very good." Lin Yayu's voice was unrecognizable. "Mr. Chen, you did a good job. Compile all the relevant evidence, including the fund flow records, company registration information, and the information related to Wu Lily and Li Zikai, into a top-secret document and send it to my personal mailbox." "Understood. Don't worry, Director Lin, I promise to do it perfectly." Chen Ping replied excitedly. Although he didn't know what the new boss wanted these things for, he keenly smelled the smell of storm coming. He knew that he had made the right choice. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu's mouth corners curled up in a cold arc. The fatal key is already in your hands. Now, he just had to wait. 7 o'clock in the evening, Shanghai University Town. Lin Ya arrived at the cafe where they had agreed to meet yesterday 10 minutes early. He chose a corner seat by the window and ordered a glass of water. He was wearing a set of Loro Piana casual clothes that he had just bought today. The texture was top-notch, but there was no conspicuous logo. He looked like a nobleman with a wealthy family and a calm temperament. Xia Jiwei arrived on time. When she pushed open the door of the cafe and saw Lin Yayu sitting by the window, she was stunned. After just one day, the man in front of me seemed to have completely changed. Last night, although he had a calm aura, he was still dressed like a student. But today, he was wearing perfectly tailored clothes, the watch on his wrist shone warmly under the light, and the calmness and confidence that emanated from him made her feel a little strange and stressed. This change made her even more certain that what she was involved in was by no means a simple deal. She took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in her heart, walked over to Linya and sat down opposite him. "I'm here. She pushed a brown paper document bag in front of Lin Yayu. Contract, in triplicate, take a look. Lin Yayu nodded, without any polite words, took out the contract and began to read it carefully item by item. He read very quickly but with a sharp eye, and it was obvious that he was not doing it in a perfunctory manner. Xia Jiwei's heart could not help but rise. She had spent the whole night working out this contract word by word. It was her only amulet in this transaction. A few minutes later, Lin Yayu put down the contract and looked up at her. The contract is well written, with clear terms and responsibilities. He first gave his approval, then changed the subject. However, there is one point that I think needs to be supplemented. Xia Jiwei's heart tightened. Where? Article 17, regarding Party B's additional expenses during the performance of the service shall be borne by Party A. Lin Yayu pointed at the line of words and said calmly, this is fine, but it is not rigorous enough. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes in the future, I suggest adding a clause, all single-item expenses exceeding 10,000 yuan must be approved verbally or in writing by Party A in advance. What do you think? Xia Jiwei was stunned. She thought that the other party would try every means to find loopholes in the contract that would be disadvantageous to her. However, she did not expect that the modification he proposed would actually actively limit his unlimited payment power, making the terms more fair to both parties. What is this man thinking? I agree. She nodded. Very good. Lin Yayu took out a pen and personally added this clause in the same place on the 3 contracts, and signed his name at the modified place. Afterwards, he signed the 3 characters Lin Yayu in a flamboyant style at the Party B's signature section of the 3 contracts. Xia Jiwei also took the pen and solemnly signed his name. When she signed the final contract, this 3-month, unique employment relationship was officially established. It's a pleasure working with you. Lin Yayu pushed 2 of the contracts back to her. Then he took out his cell phone and made the transfer in front of her. Ding dong. Xia Jiwei soon received a bank text message on his mobile phone. Dear customer, your savings card account with the last digit XXXX received 180,000 renminbi on XXXXXX, and the current balance of the account is 186,352 renminbi and 50 cents. 180,000, not a penny less, it has arrived in my account. At this point, all transaction processes are completed. Xia Jiwei put away her phone and the contract, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She looked at Lin Yayu and said seriously, I received the money. From now on, I will fulfill my contractual obligations. Tell me, what is the first thing you need me to do? She has quickly stepped into the role of Party B. Very good. Lin Yayu was very satisfied with her professional attitude. He leaned forward slightly, looked at her, and said slowly, my first job will be tomorrow night. I have a very important dinner. My negotiating partner is the vice president of Hong Kong Island Brilliant Group and his legal team. I need you to be my female companion and accompany me. Hong Kong Island Brilliant Group. Xia Jiwei was a household name. He was a business tycoon that could only be seen on TV and in financial magazines. She instantly understood the significance of this dinner, and also understood why Lin Yayu was willing to spend 200,000 to hire a female companion. Don't worry, you don't need to talk. Most of the time, you just need to keep smiling and sit quietly beside me. Lin Yayu saw her nervousness and continued, as for your clothes and styling, I will arrange it. My driver will pick you up from school at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Driver? Xia Jiwei was stunned again. As the chairman of Haoyue Investment, Lin Yayu said calmly, but with an unquestionable power, isn't it reasonable for me to have a driver? He stood up, looked down at Xia Jiwei, and left a last word. Xia Jiwei, remember, starting from tomorrow night, in front of them, you are not a hired student, you are my girlfriend, Lin Yayu, and the reserve for the future boss lady of Haoyue Empire. Your confidence and aura are part of the face of our company. Don't let me down. Chapter 8 Midnight Sign-In. After Lin Yayu said, don't let me down, he turned around and left the cafe. He didn't look back, but he could imagine that the expression on Xia Jiwei's face at this moment must be full of shock, confusion, and puzzlement. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He needed Xia Jiwei to adapt to her new role as soon as possible, and the best way to make her adapt was to let her understand that he was different from her, or any man she knew. He wanted to establish a mysterious, powerful, and unquestionable sense of authority in the heart of this smart girl. Sitting in a taxi and on the way back to the Oriental Emperor Hotel, Lin Yayu reviewed the meeting just now. Everything went smoothly. The contract was signed, the money was paid, and the first job was arranged. Xia Jiwei's reaction, whether it was the rigor of her drafting the contract or her calmness when facing a huge sum of money, made him very satisfied. But soon, he frowned slightly. I just said too much. In order to give Xia Jiwei an absolute sense of oppression and persuasiveness in terms of momentum, he subconsciously said, "My driver will come to pick you up." But the question is, where can I find a driver? Now, he is just a lone commander who has just earned his first pot of gold and has only cash but no team or connections. It seems that I still have to go through the hotel's concierge. Lin Yayu thought to himself. The Oriental Emperor Hotel provides top-level luxury car rental and exclusive driver services, which is the only way to solve tomorrow's problem. Although the price is expensive, it may cost tens of thousands a day, but this money is to pave the way for the negotiations the day after tomorrow. It is the first appearance of Hao Yue investment and must be spent. He had already made a plan. He would contact the butler early tomorrow morning and rent a Rolls-Royce and the best driver for the whole day at any cost. After returning to the presidential suite, he did not rest, but continued to look up information about the Hong Kong Brilliant Group and leveraged buyouts on the internet. Knowledge is the second weapon he can rely on besides the system. Time flies when you are focused on studying. When the hour hand of the antique wall clock slowly coincided with the minute hand in the second hand, Lin Yayu finally pulled his thoughts back from the vast amount of information. It's 12 o'clock midnight. A new day has arrived. Almost at the same time, the cold prompt sound of the system rang in Lin Yayu's mind. Ding! A new day has begun, and the number of daily sign-ins has been refreshed. The host can perform one daily sign-in today. Would you like to sign in now? Lin Yayu's spirits were lifted. He almost forgot that there is also a guaranteed benefit once a day. Yesterday's critical task sign-in gave him the strategic killer weapon Eye of Truth. I wonder what kind of surprises today's first daily sign-in will bring him. This is a good opportunity to check whether there is room for improvement in my solution to tomorrow's travel problem. System, immediately proceed with today's daily sign-in. Ding! Check-in location, Presidential Suite of Oriental Emperor Hotel, confirmed successfully. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan Bespoke Edition with a dedicated driver loyalty 100%. Looking at the reward content appearing on the virtual panel in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. He was just worrying about the car and driver for the next day and was ready to spend a lot of money to rent one. In a blink of an eye, the system perfectly solved his problem in the most direct and generous way. Whatever you think, comes true. Moreover, this is not renting, it is owning. More detailed information then appeared before his eyes. Vehicle information, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, bespoke high-end customized version, body color is moonrock gray, interior is polar white, equipped with 6.7T V12 engine. The vehicle has been parked in the underground exclusive Garage B01 of the Oriental Emperor Hotel, and the license plate number is AV8888. All procedures such as vehicle ownership, insurance, and tax have been completed, legally and compliantly, and registered in the name of the owner. The relevant documents have been stored in the glove box in the car. Driver information, Zhang Bo, 48 years old, 1.85 meters tall, strong physique. Former Special Forces scout, served as a personal security guard for a wealthy overseas man for many years after retirement. Possess top driving skills, advanced fighting skills, crisis warning, and handling capabilities. Clean background, loyalty has been locked to 100% by the system, never betray. Zhang Bo will be waiting for your instructions at the door of your suite in 10 minutes. Lin Yayu couldn't help but curl up his lips into a satisfied smile. Products produced by the system must be high quality. This top-of-the-line customized Cullinan is worth nearly 10 million yuan. Talents like Zhang Bo are hard to hire even with money. The system not only solves his travel problems, but also provides him with a driver and bodyguard, directly raising his security level and pomp to a whole new level. Now, what he said to Xia Jiwei yesterday, "My driver will come to pick you up," is no longer an empty talk for the sake of appearances, but a fact that is about to be fulfilled. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang on time. Lin Yayu opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a neat black suit, with a posture as straight as a javelin and sharp and steady eyes, standing respectfully at the door. "Boss, good morning. My name is Zhang Han, you can call me Uncle Zhang." His voice was deep and powerful, with the efficiency unique to a soldier. "Uncle Zhang, thank you for your hard work in the future." Lin Yayu nodded, very satisfied with the driver equipped with this system. He could feel that Uncle Zhang's seemingly calm body contained amazing power. "It's my honor to serve the boss." Zhang Bo's answer was neither humble nor arrogant, but calm and reliable. Very good. Lin Yayu turned aside and let him walk into the suite. Now, I will give you your first task. Boss, please speak. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., you go to the School of Design at Magic City University to pick up a lady named Xia. I will send you her photo and contact information later. After picking her up, take her to the best private image customization club in Magic City. I need you to create a perfect look for her to attend a top business dinner before 7 p.m. Clothes, jewelry, makeup, everything must be the best, and there is no upper limit on the cost. After that, bring her to the Yangfu Club to see me at 7:30 in the evening. Lin Yayu gave orders in an orderly manner, his tone calm but with an unquestionable majesty. Understood, boss. Zhang Bo took note of all the details without any doubt. I will ensure that the task is completed. Go ahead. Yes, boss. Uncle Zhang bowed slightly, then retreated quietly and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lin Yayu stood in the empty living room, feeling comfortable as he gave orders and had everything under control. He knew that his team already had its first core member. He looked at the time and it was already early morning. He did not intend to rest, but instead called Chen Ping. The call was answered almost instantly, and Chen Ping's extremely excited voice came, Director Lin. I was just about to report to you. The thing you asked me to check has a result. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. Explain. Chapter 8 Appearance. On the other end of the phone, Chen Ping's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Director Lin. I found the results of the investigation you asked me to do. I asked my friends in the real estate and banking systems to help me investigate the Zijin No. 1 courtyard, Building A, 101, through an entire night. Get to the point. Lin Yayu's voice showed no emotion. Yes. Chen Ping immediately stopped seeking credit and reported in the most concise language, the owner of the villa is indeed a third-tier celebrity named Wu Lily. But she is just a proxy holder. The more than 30 million yuan for the purchase of the house all came from a shell company called Fei Chi Entertainment registered in the Cayman Islands, and the only shareholder and legal representative of this company is the crown prince of the brilliant group Li Zikai. Moreover, Chen Ping's tone became more excited. We also got something more crucial. Li Zikai and Wu Lily were captured by the community surveillance cameras more than once going in and out together late at night. I also bought a set of photos of the two of them behaving intimately on the balcony of the villa at a high price through my paparazzi friends. These evidences are definitely enough to make the Li family drink a pot. A hint of approval flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. Chen Ping was not only a smart person, but also a capable official. He not only completed the tasks assigned to him, but also provided more lethal ammunition in excess. Very good. Lin Yayu's voice finally had a hint of satisfaction. Mr. Chen, you did a good job. Organize all the relevant evidence, including fund flow records, company registration information, surveillance screenshots and photos, into a highest-level encrypted file and send it to my personal mailbox immediately. Understood. Don't worry, Director Lin, I promise to do it perfectly and won't leave any traces. Chen Ping replied excitedly. He knew that this time, he had truly made great contributions in front of his new boss. Also, Lin Yayu added, please help me check the personal information of Chen Qiming, the vice president of Huihuang Group, who will negotiate with me tomorrow. The more detailed the better. I want his background, resume, personality, hobbies, everything. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Yes. Director Lin is very far-sighted. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu's mouth corners curled up in a cold arc. The fatal key, and the evidence necessary to put it in the lock, were in hand. Now, what he needs to do is to polish his weapon to its sharpest state. 9 o'clock in the morning, Presidential Suite of Oriental Emperor Hotel. Under Zhang Bo's arrangement, the brand directors of the three top luxury brands, Zegna, Armani and Loro Piana, were waiting respectfully in the living room with their most elite teams and the latest samples. Lin Yayu did not waste time, he just put forward his own requirements, low-key, well-fitting, and elegant. With the precise measurements of a professional tailor and the advice of the brand manager, he quickly finalized 3 suits, 5 casual suits and all the matching accessories including leather shoes and watches. When Lin Yayu changed into a tailor-made dark gray cashmere suit by Zegna, paired with the Vacheron Constantin heritage watch that Chen Ping presented to him, and stood in front of the floor-length mirror again, the person in the mirror was completely different from the poor boy 2 days ago. The appropriate clothing, like a layer of restrained light, perfectly sets off his temperament that has become more profound due to the system transformation. His eyes are still calm, but under that calmness, there is a confidence that he can control everything. Mr. Lin, the total amount of all your clothing and accessories is 1.87 million yuan. The brand manager handed over the bill with a respectful tone. Lin Yayu swiped the card without even blinking. To him, it was just a little work gear for himself. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, School of Design, Shanghai University. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, like a silent beast, glided silently to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. Its large and elegant body and the iconic Goddess of Celebration logo on the front instantly became the focus of the entire campus, attracting countless curious, envious, and jealous eyes. Xia Jiwei appeared at the dormitory door on time at the agreed time. She still looked cool, wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans. However, the simplest clothes are the most challenging for a person. The ordinary white t-shirt, worn on her, not only did not cover up, but even more highlighted her amazing body proportions, especially her slim waist, and the graceful curves full of girlish vitality wrapped under the hem. And the tight jeans outlined her straight, slender, and fat-free legs to the fullest, full of youthful elasticity and tight lines. She ignored all the discussions and looks around her and walked straight to Cullinan. Uncle Zhang, who was standing tall and straight, got out of the car immediately and respectfully opened the back door for her. Good afternoon, Miss Xia. My boss sent me to pick you up. Xia Jiwei nodded and got in. When the heavy car door closed, completely isolating all the noise from the outside world, she breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the car, it is another world, extreme quietness, premium leather fragrance, and luxury at your fingertips. Miss Xia, we are now heading to the V Grace Private Image Customization Club. Zhang Bo started the car smoothly and reported, Mr. Lin has already made an appointment for you with the best image design team there to create a look for you for tonight's dinner. Xia Jiwei didn't say anything, just looked out the window quietly. She knew that from this moment on, a transformation that belonged to her was about to begin. An hour later, in the secret V Grace Private Club. When Chief Image Consultant Vera saw Xia Jiwei without makeup, a hint of professional surprise flashed in her eyes. She has served countless celebrities, but it is rare to find someone like Xia Jiwei who has such a top-notch foundation without any modification. Ms. Xia, your beauty is like an uncut jade. Vera praised sincerely, and what we have to do today is to make this uncut jade of yours shine with a light that will shock the entire Magic City. For the next 3 hours, Xia Jiwei felt like a carefully carved doll. Top-grade skincare products have made her fair and translucent skin even more delicate and smooth, like the finest white jade. Professional makeup artists did not use heavy makeup to cover up her true color, but used the most brilliant techniques to magnify the advantages of her facial features, adding a touch of depth and charm to her cold eyes. The final key is the dress. Vera prepared 3 sets of top-quality haute couture dresses of different styles for her. In the end, they chose a starry blue off-shoulder long dress from a Lebanese designer. The design of this dress is truly amazing. It adopts a very bold off-shoulder and high-slit design. The perfect tailoring shows Xia Jiwei's amazing waist-to-hip ratio, straight and beautiful one shoulder, and delicate clavicle lines. The skirt is dotted with countless tiny, sparkling sequins like broken diamonds. Under the light, it seems as if the entire dazzling galaxy is worn on the body. The high slits on the sides that reached the base of her thighs were the finishing touch. When she walked, the scenery under the skirt was looming, and her ivory white, slender, flawless legs, set against the deep starry blue fabric, were even more eye-catching and full of fatal temptation. When Xia Jiwei put on the entire outfit, the matching, valuable sapphire jewelry, and a pair of Jimmy Choo crystal high heels, and stood in front of the full-length mirror again, even she was completely stunned. The girl in the mirror is noble, elegant, and cool, but exudes irresistible sexiness in every detail. She is like a blue enchantress quietly blooming in the quiet night, beautiful, mysterious, and with a fatal attraction that can drive any man crazy. Vera looked at her masterpiece and snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Perfect. Miss Xia, remember, from now on, you are the queen of the place. At 7:30 in the evening, the top private club in Shanghai Yangfu Club. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped smoothly at the door. Zhang Bo got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Yayu, who had been waiting there. Tonight, he was wearing a perfectly tailored dark suit, with a restrained yet powerful aura. Instead of letting Zhang Bo do it for him, he walked to the other side himself, opened the car door for Xia Jiwei, and naturally extended his arm. When Xia Jiwei stepped down from the car, even Lin Yayu, who was used to seeing top beauties, couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. There was a genuine, unconcealable look of surprise in his eyes. He knew Xia Jiwei was beautiful, but when he signed the contract, he saw more of her stubbornness, intelligence, and coldness. He never thought that when this thorny winter plum was embellished with top-notch clothes and jewelry and carved by professional hands, it could bloom with such a thrilling and even slightly aggressive beauty. This is no longer simply beautiful, but a kind of beauty that is enough to make any man have a strong desire to conquer and possess her. At this moment, Lin Yayu felt that his 200,000 was well worth it. Xia Jiwei met his deep gaze, and her cheeks became slightly hot uncontrollably. She placed her hand slightly on his arm, somewhat stiffly. When her cool, boneless fingertips gently touched his warm forearm, Lin Yayu could even feel a faint electric current coming from the point of contact, which made his heart flutter. "Don't be nervous." Lin Yayu turned his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of magnetism, "You are very beautiful tonight, more beautiful than I could have imagined." This heartfelt compliment made Xia Jiwei's heart skip a beat. He continued, "Remember your role. From now on, you are not Xia Jiwei, you are my Lin Yayu's girlfriend. Show your confidence. They have no right to make you nervous." His voice seemed to have some kind of magic that miraculously calmed Xia Jiwei's troubled heart. She took a deep breath, straightened her graceful swan neck, and put on a proper and distant smile that she had practiced countless times. The two walked into Yangfu Club side by side, and under the guidance of the waiter, they passed through the winding garden and came to an independent box called Purple Gold Hall. "Mr. Lin, Miss Xia, Mr. Chen and others are already waiting inside," said the waiter respectfully. Lin Yayu nodded and gave Xia Jiwei an encouraging look. "When you go in later, the guest of honor is Chen Qiming, the vice president of Brilliant Group. He may test you and ask about your identity and your family. You don't have to say anything, just smile and look at me. I'm everything." Xia Jiwei looked into his deep and confident eyes and nodded heavily. Lin Yayu pushed open the heavy, carved wooden door. The scene inside the box instantly came into view. This is a luxurious space full of classical Chinese charm. A huge rosewood round table is placed in the center, with exquisite cold dishes and a set of valuable bone china tableware on the table. There were 3 people sitting at the table. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and combing his hair neatly back. He looked quite elegant. He was the protagonist of this negotiation, the vice president of Hong Kong Island Brilliant Group, Chen Qiming. He had a formulaic smile on his face, but the eyes behind the lenses revealed the shrewdness and scrutiny of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Next to him sat a lawyer with a serious expression and sharp eyes, with a briefcase in front of him. Obviously he came prepared. On the other side was a young and beautiful female assistant who was responsible for serving tea and water. Hearing the door open, the 3 of them looked over in unison. When they saw Lin Yayu walking in, especially the carefully crafted Xia Jiwei in his arms, who was stunning in appearance, figure and temperament, even the knowledgeable Chen Qiming couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. What a talented man and beautiful woman, a perfect couple. I guess this must be Mr. Lin from Hao Yue Investment? He is indeed young and promising, and a handsome man. Chen Qiming immediately stood up, put on a warm smile on his face, and extended his hand. His gaze stayed on Lin Yayu for less than a second, and most of the time he was observing Xia Jiwei quietly, as if he wanted to judge Lin Yayu's background and strength from this female companion. "Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you." Lin Yayu smiled, shook his hand gently, and then let go. He did not rush to sit down, but first pulled out the chair next to the main seat for Xia Jiwei in a gentlemanly manner, and after he arranged for her to sit down, he sat down beside her. This series of actions was natural and smooth, full of respect for his female companion, and also invisibly demonstrated an unquestionable dominant position. Chen Qiming's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible wave. He originally thought that his opponent this time was just an ignorant upstart from the mainland, but he didn't expect that the opponent's aura was much more calm and sophisticated than he imagined. "Mr. Lin is so lucky to have such a stunning girlfriend." Chen Qiming complimented with a fake smile, and then signaled his assistant to pour top-grade pu'er tea for everyone. After 3 rounds of tea, the dishes have 5 flavors. The two sides had a polite conversation on some irrelevant business news and the customs and practices of Shanghai. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, but there were actually undercurrents. Xia Jiwei kept Lin Yayu's instructions in mind throughout the whole process. She didn't say a word, but just sat there quietly and elegantly. When Chen Qiming occasionally directed the topic to her, she would respond with a decent and distant smile, then turn her eyes to Lin Yayu and leave all the questions to him. Her performance was perfect. She was like a real lady from a well-known family. She gave her male companion enough face while maintaining her reserve and mystery, making it impossible for Chen Shiming and others to see through her true colors. Finally, after several attempts, Chen Shiming put down his chopsticks and decided to get straight to the point. Director Lin, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, his eyes behind the glasses becoming sharper. Time is precious, let's get this straight. We have learned that you are interested in acquiring the La Lune restaurant under our group and have offered a deposit of 50 million. To be honest, we really admire Director Lin's courage. He paused, picked up the teacup, and asked in a seemingly casual tone, it's just that we are very curious. As a newly registered company, how did Haoyue Investment get the confidence to swallow up our high-quality assets worth nearly 200 million? Which financial group is behind Director Lin's funds? Can you tell us? This first move is the most direct test and pressure. He wanted to find out Lin Yayu's background. The negotiation treatment of a young man with a background and a pure upstart was completely different from that of a pure upstart. Xia Jiwei's heart instantly rose to her throat. Although she didn't understand business, she could hear the aggressiveness in the other party's words. However, Lin Yayu just smiled faintly. He did not answer directly, but picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up a piece of the exquisite snack in front of Xia Jiwei, and said softly, try this, the crab roe crisps here are the most authentic. This intimate action made Chen Shiming and others focus their attention again. After doing all this, Lin Yayu slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Shiming. His eyes were calm, but with a sharpness that could see through people's hearts. Mr. Chen, I think you may have misunderstood something. I, Linya, never rely on anyone's support when doing things. I am my own consortium. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, and leaned forward slightly. An invisible, powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire box. As for the confidence, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. He did not rush to reveal his trump card, but changed the subject. Before discussing the acquisition, I would like to talk to Mr. Chen about the recent situation of Huihuang Group. I heard that your group has invested huge amounts of money in new energy projects in Europe in the past 2 years, which is very courageous. Chen Shiming's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural. Mr. Lin is really well informed. Our group is indeed actively carrying out global industrial layout. New energy is the trend of the future. The earlier you invest, the earlier you will reap the benefits. He answered lightly, trying to cover up something. Oh? Really? Lin Yayu's smile became more meaningful. But the version I heard seems to be different. I heard that your group's project seems to have encountered considerable difficulties, causing the group's cash flow to be very tight, right? Even so tight that you need to rely on usury to maintain operations? These words, like a heavy hammer, hit Chen Shiming's heart hard. His pupils suddenly contracted, and for the first time, a crack appeared on the professional smile on his face. Mr. Lin, don't spread such unfounded rumors. Lawyer Zhang beside him spoke immediately in a serious tone. Rumors? Lin Yayu chuckled. He picked up the teacup and stopped looking at them. Instead, he looked out the window and said in a casual tone. Maybe I'm wrong. After all, the Brilliant Group is a big company. What does this little disturbance mean to me? But having said that, I really admire your group's prince, Mr. Li Zikai. Not only is he young and promising in business, he also has a unique vision in personal investment. When Chen Shiming heard the name Li Zikai, he already had an extremely ominous premonition in his heart. Lin Yayu continued to speak slowly. A friend of mine in the real estate industry mentioned to me a few days ago that Mr. Li recently invested in a top-notch luxury house in Jing'an District Zijin No. 1 Courtyard in our Magic City. TSK, that's the best unit in the building, worth more than 30 million. Moreover, my friend also said that Master Li gave this mansion to a popular female star named Wu under his company. Alas, it is true that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty. For the smile of a beauty, he would spend a fortune. I, Lin Yayu, am ashamed of myself for this kind of courage. Snap. There was a slight sound, and the ivory chopsticks in Chen Shiming's hand fell to the ground. Lawyer Zhang beside him also turned pale in an instant. The hand holding the teacup shook uncontrollably, and the scalding tea spilled out, but he seemed not to notice. The two looked at each other in horror, and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. It's over. This young man knows everything. The fact that Li Zikai embezzled company funds and kept a mistress in Shanghai was the biggest scandal and secret of the Li family. Once this matter was exposed, not only would Li Zikai's position as heir be shaken, but the Brilliant Group, which was already experiencing an unstable stock price due to a tight capital chain, would suffer a devastating disaster. They couldn't figure out how this young man in his early 20s knew this secret that they thought was perfectly kept. At this moment, the atmosphere in the box completely froze. The offensive and defensive situation was reversed in an instant. Lin Yayu looked at their expressions of having seen a ghost and knew that the time had come. He put the sharpest dagger called truth against their throats. Now, it's time to talk about price. He put on his humble smile again, as if everything that had just happened was just a casual chat. Mr. Chen, I think we've strayed off topic. Let's continue discussing the purchase price of the La Lune restaurant. I like making friends. I sympathize with the difficulties that Brilliant Group is facing now. If I can, I am willing to help. He held up a finger. 100 million? Chen Shiming asked tentatively, his voice dry. Lin Yayu shook his head. He smiled and slowly uttered a number that struck Chen Shiming and Lawyer Zhang like they were struck by lightning. 80 million. I will pay you 80 million in one lump sum to help your group solve Mr. Li's little trouble and also help you relieve the little pressure on your capital chain. Mr. Chen, do you think I am a good friend? Chapter 9, The Victory is Decided, Silent Trembling. When the 5 words Zijin No. 1 Courtyard came out of Lin Yayu's mouth in a calm tone, the air in the entire Zijin hall box seemed to be sucked out in an instant. On the face of Chen Shiming, the vice president of Brilliant Group, the elegant smile of a business elite that had lasted for half the night froze and shattered in an instant, leaving only a blank look of horror and disbelief. Lawyer Zhang beside him had an even worse reaction. His hand holding the teacup shook violently, and the boiling hot pu'er tea spilled on his expensive suit pants, but he seemed to have lost all consciousness and had no reaction. His sharp eyes, belonging to a top lawyer, were now wide open, staring at Lin Yayu, as if he was looking at a devil crawling out of hell. It's over. This was the only thought that flashed through the minds of both of them at the same time. This secret is the biggest and most fatal Achilles heel of the Brilliant Group. It is a family scandal that Chairman Li Jiaowei has repeatedly stressed must be covered up at all costs. Li Zikai, as the only heir to the group, embezzled 30 million yuan of the company's funds to keep a mistress in the mainland. Once this matter was exposed, the chain reaction would be enough to cause the Brilliant Group, which was already suffering from a tight capital chain due to losses in European projects, to collapse instantly. The stock price plummeted, the bank demanded the debt, the board of directors launched an attack. Every consequence was unbearable for them. They couldn't figure out how this young man in his early 20s knew this secret, which they thought was perfect. And how did he know it? And he knew it so accurately, even the woman's last name and the address of the house were accurate. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Yayu was no longer a young mainland tycoon, but a terrifying existence shrouded in fog, holding the power of life and death over them. Lin. Mr. Lin. Chen Shiming's voice was dry and trembling for the first time. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying, trying to make a final struggle. You are really joking. As subordinates, we are not in a position to comment on Master Li's private affairs. Let's talk about business. He tried to forcibly avoid the topic and pretend that he didn't understand the devastating threat in that sentence. Lin Yayu looked at his cowardly appearance and understood. He did not choose to pursue him relentlessly, as that was too low level. What he wanted to do was to give the other party a step that would cost a huge price to come down. Oh? Mr. Chan misunderstood. Lin Yayu put on that humble and kind smile on his face again, as if everything just now was just a casual remark. I just felt that Li Xiaoyan is young, rich, and suave. It really makes a young man like me who has made his fortune from scratch envious. Since Mr. Chen doesn't want to talk, then we won't talk. He gracefully picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then refocused his gaze on Chen Shiming's face. Let's talk about the price. 80 million. I think this price is full of our Hao Yue Investment's sincerity and friendliness towards Brilliant Group, isn't it? He pronounced the word friendly particularly clearly and coldly. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Chen Shiming's forehead. He understood. How could this be an offer? This was clearly an ultimatum. 80 million, to buy the La Lune restaurant, and also to buy the hush money for the secret. This is an irresistible blackmail wrapped in the guise of friendliness. Xia Jiwei, who was sitting next to Lin Yayu, was already shocked beyond words by the scene before him. Her heart was beating fast and her breathing became cautious. Although she didn't quite understand the terms about the company and the project, she could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the box had undergone a drastic reversal. Just a few minutes ago, Chen Shiming was still an aggressive superior who controlled the overall situation. But now, he was like a dead snake that was strangled, and he didn't even dare to breathe in front of Lin Yayu. And all these changes happened just because of those few words Lin Yayu said casually. Xia Jiwei secretly glanced at the man beside her. His profile was sharp under the light, his eyes were calm and deep, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. But even with such a humble and harmless look, he exuded an invisible sense of oppression that made her tremble. Who is he? He is not just rich. The most frightening thing is his intelligence and ability to manipulate the vice president of a business giant without making a sound. She suddenly understood the true meaning of what Linya said to her yesterday: your confidence and aura are part of the face of our company. What he needed was not just a beautiful vase, but someone who could sit beside him calmly in such a terrifying psychological warfare, adding a touch of natural embellishment to his powerful aura. Subconsciously, she held her hand in his arm a little tighter. On the other side, after a fierce ideological struggle, Chen Qiming finally gave up all resistance. He knew that he had already lost, miserably. He stood up tremblingly and forced a humble smile towards Lin Yayu. Lin. Director Lin, I'm sorry, I'll make a phone call and ask the chairman for instructions. Please go ahead. Lin Yayu smiled and made a pleased gesture. Chen Qiming felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly walked to the farthest corner of the box, turned his back to everyone, and dialed the number he least wanted to dial. The call was connected quickly. He put the phone close to his ear and reported everything that happened here to the person on the other end of the phone in a nearly whispered voice in Mandarin mixed with Cantonese. Chairman, it's me, Qiming. Yes, in Yongfu Club. The other party knows everything. Yes, everything about Zijin number 1 courtyard. Very detailed, even the last name of the female star. No, it doesn't seem like a trap set by a business rival. He is too young, and I can't see through his background at all. His offer is 80 million. There seemed to be a roar coming from the other end of the phone, and Chen Qiming bent his waist even lower, almost touching the ground. Yes. I understand, but we have no choice, once the matter is exposed, yes. I understand. A few minutes later, Chen Qiming hung up the phone. He turned around, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He walked back to the table with unsteady steps, like a man who had just experienced a serious illness. He looked at Lin Yayu with eyes full of awe and fear. Director Lin. He spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Our chairman agreed. 80 million, deal. Very good. Lin Yayu's smile finally showed a hint of sincere warmth. I knew that brilliant group would like to have me as a friend. Mr. Chen, please say hello to Chairman Li for me. He looked at Lawyer Zhang, who had been stunned, and smiled. Lawyer Zhang, then, can we modify the contract? Ah, yes. Of course. Lawyer Zhang woke up as if from a dream. He quickly opened his briefcase, took out the acquisition contract that had been prepared long ago, and began to modify it according to the new price. The subsequent signing process went extremely smoothly, but also extremely stressful. The only sound in the entire box was the rustling sound of the pen tip scratching across paper. After Lin Yayu signed Haoyue Investment and his own name on the final contract, he stood up and straightened his suit. Mr. Chen, Lawyer Zhang, it's a pleasure to work with you. Since the business is over, we won't bother you anymore. Your expenses tonight will be charged to my account. He smiled and said, stay. After saying that, he took Xia Jiwei's hand and led her out of the battlefield filled with silent smoke before she could fully react. It was not until he sat in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, isolated from the outside world, that Xia Jiwei's pounding heart calmed down a little. It was eerily quiet inside the car. She secretly looked at the man beside her who was resting with his eyes closed, and felt that he was like a bottomless whirlpool, full of fatal attraction and unknown danger. At this moment, Lin Yayu suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. You did a great job today, he praised sincerely. Xia Jiwei's heart trembled for no reason. Lin Yayu didn't say anything more, but just told the driver in front, Uncle Zhang, take Miss Xia back to school. Yes, boss. Cullinan started smoothly and merged into the dazzling night scene of the Magic City. Xia Jiwei looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, then looked at the thin contract worth 200,000 in his hand, and suddenly an extremely clear idea arose in his mind. This 200,000 might be the most dangerous, yet most exciting sum of money she has ever earned in her life. Chapter 10. The dust has settled, the cornerstone of the empire. The black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, like a ghost blending into the night, drives smoothly and silently on the streets of the Magic City late at night. Inside the car, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Xia Jiwei sat on the soft leather seat, her body still a little stiff. She turned her head and secretly looked at the man beside her who was resting with his eyes closed. His profile was reflected by the colorful neon lights outside the window, and it looked sharp and handsome to the point of being unreal. In her mind, she was still replaying everything that had just happened in the purple gold hall over and over again. Chen Qiming's face changed from arrogance to horror, and finally turned into ashes. Lin Yayu's words seemed plain, but each word was sharp and as precise as a scalpel. And in the end, the top restaurant worth nearly 200 million was easily bought at an almost humiliating price of 80 million. All of this had a severe impact on the worldview she had built up over the past 20 years. For the first time, she felt so clearly that in the face of real capital and power, the so-called hard work and struggle of ordinary people were so pale and powerless. She finally understood what kind of role Lin Yayu needed her to play. It was not a simple vase, but more like a witness, a human backdrop that set off his powerful strength. Her existence was to make him appear more at ease and natural when performing those thunderous methods. Thinking of this, an absurd idea that even frightened her arose in her mind. Being associated with such people seemed not to be a completely bad thing. Just as she was daydreaming, Lin Yayu suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. When their eyes met, Xia Jiwei's heart skipped a beat, and like a frightened deer, she subconsciously avoided his sight. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Yayu's voice was calm, breaking the silence in the car. Nothing. Xia Jiwei was a little incoherent. I just felt that everything that happened tonight was a bit like watching a movie. Movies? Lin Yayu smiled. Movies are all beautified. Real business competition is 100 times more cruel than what you saw tonight. He looked at the girl in front of him who had not completely lost her student spirit, and knew that the impact tonight had on her was too great. He couldn't let her stay in a state of fear of him, which would be detrimental to their cooperation in the next 3 months. He thought for a moment and explained in a relatively calm tone, business negotiations are essentially a game of information. Whoever has more and more deadly information about the opponent will have absolute initiative. The brilliant group looks like a behemoth, but its interior has long been riddled with holes. I just found the biggest hole and gently pushed it. That's all you saw tonight. He simply attributed a brutal, almost extortionate business stranglehold to an information game. This nonchalant attitude made Xia Jiwei feel that he was even more unfathomable. The vehicle drove to an intersection and the red light came on. Lin Yayu glanced at Xia Jiwei's still somewhat tense hands, subconsciously holding the contract document bag, and said to the driver in front, "Uncle Zhang, there is a 24-hour convenience store on the road ahead. Let's stop and buy a bottle of hot milk." "Yes, boss." Without asking why, Zhang Bo immediately turned on the turn signal and parked the car smoothly by the side of the road. Xia Jiwei was stunned. I'm not thirsty. Drink it, and you will sleep better." Lin Yayu's tone left no room for argument. Soon, Uncle Zhang handed a bottle of hot milk at just the right temperature to Xia Jiwei. She held the bottle of warm milk, feeling a warm current spreading from her palms to her heart. She looked at Lin Yayu, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. This man, in the previous second, was a cold-blooded hero who could force the vice president of a billionaire group into a desperate situation, but in the next second, he noticed her nervousness like a caring brother. What kind of person is he? Cullinan finally stopped at the gate of Magic City University. "Have a good rest," Lin Yayu looked at her. "In a few days, Hao Yue investment will be officially established, and we will be even busier then." "I understand." Xia Ji held the unopened bottle of hot milk, nodded, pushed open the car door, and walked into the school gate as if escaping. Lin Yayu looked at her somewhat flustered back, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. He knew that after tonight, this proud steed had been completely tamed by him. When Lin Yayu returned to the presidential suite of the Oriental Emperor Hotel, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the system ability Eye of Truth for the first time, completing a wonderful business game of the week, defeating the strong and the small, winning the big. Final evaluation of the key mission, draining the firewood from the cauldron, perfect. Excessive rewards are now being distributed to the host. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward, 30 million yuan in cash. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. What a timely relief. His original capital was 49.92 million, and with this 30 million reward, his total cash flow reached 79.92 million. He was only 80,000 yuan away from paying the 80 million yuan purchase price. This small amount was no longer a problem for him now. Without any hesitation, he immediately called Chin Ping. It was already late at night, but Chin Ping still answered the call immediately. Director Lin. What do you want? Mr. Chen, I have prepared the 80 million yuan to acquire the La Lune restaurant. Lin Yayu's voice was calm and powerful. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will transfer the funds to the designated account of your Hui Huang Group on time. Please inform them to prepare all the handover documents and procedures. I want to make the La Lune restaurant completely named Lin within 24 hours. Chin Ping on the other end of the phone took a deep breath when he heard 80 million is ready, and the awe in his heart deepened several points. The power of this Mr. Lin is truly terrifying. Yes. Director Lin. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu felt that every cell in his body was filled with fighting spirit. He called up the system panel again. Super Rich Sign-In System 1.0, host, Lin Yayu, currently bound assets, approximately 259.92 million, approximately 79.92 million in cash plus La Lune restaurant valued at 180 million, system upgrade experience, 2.59921 thousand unit, 100 million, next level, system 2.0 after upgrading, the national sign-in and system malfunctions will be unlocked. Looking at the clear numbers on the panel, Lin Yayu knew that from today on, he truly had his first solid foundation in the International Financial Center of Shanghai. But one restaurant is far from enough. Haoyue investment cannot be just an empty shell. It needs a real headquarters that is worthy of its future trillion-dollar market value. He called Chen Ping again. Director Lin. Mr. Chen, I have another task for you. Lin Yayu walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and cast his eyes towards the skyscrapers on the other side of the river that represented the pinnacle of Chinese finance. Help me rent an entire floor of an office in Lujiazui, preferably in the Shanghai World Financial Center or Jinmao Tower. It should be the largest area, the highest floor, and the best view. I will use the fastest speed to hang the sign of Haoyue investment at the highest place in the Magic City. Chapter 11 Sign-In Queen, the cornerstone of the empire. Saturday, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone onto the carpet through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite on the 88th floor of the Oriental Emperor Hotel, Lin Yayu had already finished his morning exercise. He did not slack off at all. He knew very well that the system and wealth were just the levers he used to move the world, and what really allowed him to gain a firm foothold was his own constantly evolving mind and his ever-clear cognition. He glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The daily sign-in opportunity that was refreshed at midnight last night had not yet been used. This was his second daily sign-in in his life. He wondered what kind of surprise the system would bring him this time. System, perform today's daily sign-in. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, Top CEO Talent Card S+ level. When Lin Yayu saw the content of the reward, his breathing couldn't help but stop for a moment. It's not cash, it's not skills, it's a talent card. He immediately focused and checked the details of the card. Talent card, Su Wanqing. Age, 27. Resume, MBA from Harvard Business School. Former youngest vice president of investment at Sequoia Capital China. Has led many series of financings for unicorn companies and created an investment myth with a return rate of more than 50 times in 2 years. Due to serious differences in investment philosophy with senior management, he resigned a week ago. Ability rating, S+ business operation, capital operation, venture capital, team management. Current status, during the resignation window period, he is being frantically poached by many of the world's top investment banks and financial groups such as Goldman Sachs and Morgan, but he himself seems to have no interest in any of them. Special note from the system, this talent card is a system-bound reward. Once the host confirms its use, the target character Su Wanqing will have an initial 95 points maximum value 100 of absolute trust and loyalty to the host, and will actively seek to contact the host within 48 hours due to the guidance of fate. After reading this last note, Lin Yayu's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. If the eye of truth is his invincible spear, then this Su Wanqing talent card is the strongest shield and the smartest brain tailor-made for his future business empire. What does he lack most now? It's not the money, it's not the projects, it's the top talents who can execute his ideas perfectly and manage huge assets for him. He can make strategic plans by himself, but specific business management and trivial team building all require an absolutely reliable and capable CEO to complete. The system once again predicted his needs and directly sent him a perfect CEO with a terrifying resume, S+ ability rating, and full loyalty. Use it. Lin Yayu confirmed in his heart without hesitation. Ding. The top CEO talent card Su Wanqing has been used. The gears of fate have begun to turn. After doing all this, Lin Yayu felt that he was filled with unprecedented confidence. If we say that before he was just a rich man with huge money, then from this moment on, when he had Zhang Bo a loyal and brave general and Su Wanqing the queen he had never met, he truly had the rudiments of building an empire. At 9:30 in the morning, Uncle Zhang drove the imposing Rolls-Royce Cullinan and stopped at the door of the La Lune restaurant on time. At the restaurant entrance, General Manager Chen Ping and the directors and managers of all the restaurant departments had already lined up behind him, each of them dressed in a suit and with a solemn expression. When they saw Lin Yayu getting out of the top luxury car worth tens of millions, everyone's eyes flashed with unconcealable shock and awe. Mr. Lin, good morning. Chen Ping stepped forward quickly and bowed deeply, his attitude more respectful than yesterday. He had personally confirmed this morning that the huge sum of 80 million yuan had been deposited into the account of the brilliant group without missing a penny. Lin Yayu nodded slightly and walked into the restaurant under the guidance of Chen Ping. Inside the restaurant, all the employees, from the Michelin chef to the ordinary waiters, had put on their neatest uniforms, lined up on both sides, and shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Lin." It was grand and full of ritual. Lin Yayu walked to the center of the hall and glanced calmly at everyone present. He didn't say too much impassioned nonsense, but announced three things in a clear and powerful voice. First, from today on, I will retain the entire management and technical team headed by General Manager Chen Ping. You are all elites in the industry, and I hope that we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, all management staff breathed a sigh of relief and expressions of gratitude appeared on their faces. Secondly, Lin Yayu's voice rose slightly, to celebrate the restaurant turning a new page and to thank you all for your hard work in the past. This month, all employees will receive a bonus of 3 times their monthly salary. This sentence, like a depth bomb, exploded in the hearts of all ordinary employees. After a brief silence, there was irrepressible, thunderous cheers and applause. Long live Director Lin. Thank you, Director Lin. Triple the monthly salary. For these working-class people, this is simply a windfall. They were still worried about their uncertain future a second ago, but now they only have the most primitive and sincere support and gratitude for this too young new boss. Lin Yayu raised his hand and pressed it down lightly. The applause and cheers immediately subsided and the entire hall returned to silence again, showing his extremely high level of accomplishment. Third, he announced one last thing: from today on, the name La Lune will become history. The restaurant will be officially renamed Haoyue No. 1. It is the first cornerstone of my Haoyue investment. With a brief speech, a hand of comfort, a generous reward, and a name that gave new meaning, Lin Ye instantly won the hearts of the team firmly in his hands. After the meeting, in the office of the restaurant, Lin Yayu sat in the seat that originally belonged to his old boss, listening to Chen Ping's report. Director Lin, Brilliant Group has confirmed receipt of payment, and all legal handover documents will be completed this afternoon. Chen Ping said respectfully, in addition, I have also sorted out the information on Vice President Chen Qiming that you asked me to check. Very good. Lin Yayu nodded and immediately issued new instructions. First, I want the highest floors of the Lujiazui World Financial Center. I want to rent an entire floor. Money is not a problem, speed is the key. Let the best design company come in and do the decoration at the same time. I want to see the sign of Haoyue investment hanging in the highest place in Shanghai within a week. Yes. Chen Ping's heart trembled again. In just 1 week, he rented and started to renovate an entire floor of office space in the Lujiazui landmark. This kind of courage and execution was simply astonishing. Secondly, Lin Yayu continued, immediately contact the top headhunting companies in China and tell them that Haoyue Investment is recruiting elites in the fields of finance, law, and investment at any cost. I only want the best talents. Clear. Finally, Lin Yayu's tone became particularly serious. He looked at Chen Ping and said slowly, please focus on one person for me. Her name is Su Wanqing. Chapter 12: The Queen's Intuition and the New Pawn. Magic City, Thompson 1, top-floor duplex apartment. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the spotless white carpet. A woman with a slim figure and amazing curves, wearing a black Lululemon yoga suit, was barefoot, quietly completing the last sun salutation on the yoga mat. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, full of strength and flexibility. Sweat slid down her smooth forehead, across her straight nose, and finally dripped onto her sexy collarbone. She is Su Wanqing. A legendary woman who was enough to make countless men pale in comparison in the capital circle of China and even the entire Asia. After finishing her morning exercise, Su Wanqing walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she changed into a comfortable silk home clothes, holding a cup of hand-brewed black coffee, and walked to the French window. From here, you can overlook the splendid scenery of the entire Lujiazui. Those skyscrapers that are unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people seem to be crawling at her feet at this moment. She picked up the tablet on the table and unlocked the screen. A dozen missed calls and dozens of unread messages immediately popped up on the screen. Miss Su, I'm a headhunter from Goldman Sachs. Our Asia Pacific president wants to have dinner with you. Wanqing, I'm Frank from Morgan. Our board of directors has agreed in principle to the conditions you proposed, and we can sign the contract at any time. Goddess. I'm your loyal fan. As long as you are willing to come to our Sequoia, I am willing to give up my position. Su Wanqing just glanced casually at this information, which was enough to cause an earthquake in the industry, and then crossed it all out with an expressionless face. There was a hint of boredom and disappointment in her eyes. These so-called top consortiums may look glamorous, but in fact they are already rigid and rotten. They always pursue stable, calculable, and unsurprising profits. But what she wants is to create, to subvert, to support a real dreamer who can change the world, to build an unprecedented business empire from scratch. Unfortunately, she never met such a person. She was about to turn off her tablet when an inconspicuous piece of local business news that had just been pushed caught her attention. La Lune restaurant changes ownership in a flash. Mysterious newcomer Hao Yue Investment completes acquisition for 80 million. Su Wanqing knew that the Lune restaurant was a high-quality asset under the Brilliant Group. She had eaten there several times. The market valuation was at least 180 million. How could it be sold for 80 million? And it was a lightning change of ownership? There is definitely a lot behind this. Hao Yue Investment. She whispered this strange name. For some reason, she felt a strange and inexplicable throbbing in her heart. It seemed as if this name had some kind of fateful connection with her. As a top hunter in the capital circle, Su Wanqing's intuition has always been terrifyingly sharp. Without any hesitation, she immediately dialed a private number. Help me check a company, Hao Yue Investment. And its legal representative, Lin Yayu. I need all his information, the sooner the better. Half an hour later, an encrypted file was sent to her mailbox. Su Wanqing clicked on the file, and the more she looked at it, the more surprised she became in her beautiful phoenix eyes. The information is pitifully scarce. Lin Yayu, 22 years old, is a recent graduate from the School of Computer Science at Shanghai University. He comes from an ordinary family and has a mediocre resume. Hao Yue Investment is a new company that was just registered yesterday with a registered capital of 50 million. There is nothing else. How could an ordinary college graduate come up with 50 million to register a company less than a month after graduation, and use 80 million in cash, in a nearly robbery manner, to snatch the La Lune restaurant from the old giant Brilliant Group? What kind of terrifying background and tactics are hidden behind this? This huge contrast and sense of mystery, like a magnet, instantly hit Su Wanqing's deepest desire. Isn't this the game changer she has been looking for? She no longer paid attention to the top investment banks that continued to send her messages, and based on her almost beast-like business instincts, she made a decision that shocked the entire industry. She easily obtained Xinping's contact information through the internal channels of the headhunting circle, and asked him for Lin Yayu's private number. She wants to meet this mysterious Lin Yayu in person. At the same time, in Hao Yue No. 1 restaurant office, Lin Yayu had just finished giving a series of instructions to Xinping. He looked at the ID photo of Su Wanqing provided by the system talent card on his phone. The woman in the photo had sharp eyes, a cold temperament, and was full of the aura of a queen. He was just about to give Xinping the final order to find Su Wanqing when his personal cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar local number. Lin Yayu answered the call and pressed the speakerphone. From the other end of the line came a cool, pleasant voice, yet one that carried an unquestionable powerful aura. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yayu from Hao Yue Investment? Hearing this voice, Lin Yayu's pupils shrank slightly. Xinping, who was standing by, was even more shocked. He recognized the owner of the voice. Although he had only heard it once from afar at a top industry summit, he would never forget it. This is the Queen of Capital, Su Wanqing. Lin Yayu was surprised in his heart at the terrifying efficiency of the system, but on the surface, he remained calm. It's me, who are you? I'm Su Wanqing. When these words came out, Jinping almost jumped out of his chair in shock. He looked at his new boss with eyes as if he was looking at a god. Oh my god. Who on earth is he? How could he make a top figure like Su Wanqing, who is so elusive, call him on his own initiative? The corner of Lin Yayu's mouth curled up into a smile that showed everything was under control. Hello, Miss Su. His voice was calm and magnetic. I was just about to ask a headhunting company to look for you all over the world, but I didn't expect you to call me yourself. It seems that we are both very interested in each other. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was also a little surprised by Lin Yayu's words that took the initiative. This man was more interesting than she had imagined. Mr. Lin, thank you for your compliment. Her words were still concise and to the point. I am very curious about the future of Humiliated investment. I wonder if it is convenient for Mr. Lin so that we can meet and have a chat? Of course. Lin Yayu smiled, it's my pleasure. The time and place will be decided by Miss Su. How about tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, at your Humiliated number 1? Su Wanqing said directly, I also want to see with my own eyes, Director Lin's first trophy. Okay. Then, I'll be waiting for Miss Su. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu glanced at Jinping, who was already dumbfounded, and said calmly, Mr. Chen, you don't have to look for the person I asked you to find just now. She came by herself. Upon hearing this, Jinping could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart. Looking at the boss in front of him who was too young and had a nonchalant look on his face, only 4 words remained in his mind. Unpredictable. Magic University, Girls' Dormitory. It was already late at night when Xia Jiwei returned to his slightly crowded 4-person dormitory. The 3 roommates were still awake and were discussing something animatedly. Wow! Did you see that Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked downstairs this afternoon? It's so cool. I wonder which super-rich second-generation guy is here to pick up his girlfriend. I checked, the top model costs less than 10 million. And the license plate number is V8888. Awesome! Alas, we are all the same, but with different fates. We are still worrying about the internship salary of a few thousand yuan, while others are already driving luxury cars worth tens of millions. Xia Jiwei listened to his roommates' discussions and walked silently to his bed without saying a word. That's the car she got out of. This feeling was very strange. It was as if her life had been separated from her closest classmates by an invisible wall, and they became 2 completely different worlds. She opened her mobile banking account and looked at the 180,000 yuan she had just received and the several thousand yuan she already had in her card. Without any hesitation, she immediately transferred 100,000 yuan into the payment account provided by her mother's attending physician. Then, she used the remaining 80,000 yuan to pay off all her student loans in one go. When she saw that the account balance had dropped from an astonishing 6 figures to 4 figures in an instant, she did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, she felt unprecedented relief and ease. The 2 huge mountains that were pressing on her were all removed overnight. And all of this originated from the man named Lin Yayu. She took out the contract that she had carefully kept, looked at the words Humiliated investment on it, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 13, The Wisdom Engine and the Queen's Defense Break. Early morning. When Lin Yayu woke up on the huge bed in the presidential suite, there were less than 3 hours left before his meeting with Su Wanqing. He was not nervous, but he felt unprecedented pressure. This pressure does not come from the other party's title of Queen of Capital, but from a clear understanding of his own inner self. He knows that what he currently has is a vision that transcends the times and the confidence brought by the system, but he lacks the knowledge to systematically express these visions in a professional business language that can convince top elites like Su Wanqing. Talking about cooperation with a reckless man and talking about cooperation with a wise man of equal ability are completely different concepts. He must completely conquer this woman today and make her willingly become the first cornerstone of his empire. He glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. The daily check-in opportunity that was refreshed at midnight last night has not yet been used. System, perform today's daily sign-in. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the Knowledge Award, God-Level Business Overview Elementary. Lin Yayu's eyes lit up instantly. It's rain in time of need again. He immediately checked the details of the reward. God-level business overview primary, the system will instill in you the top-level business logic, development context, potential risks, and core technology breakthroughs of all mainstream industries in the world: finance, technology, energy, real estate, biomedicine, etc. in the current era. You will have a macro perspective and knowledge reserve that is no less than any of the world's top strategic consultants. Note, knowledge is being instilled, and it is expected to last 10 minutes. The process is painless, so please relax and receive it. Lin Yayu immediately sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes. The next second, an unimaginable flood of information instantly poured into his brain. Countless data, charts, business cases, technology paths, future trends flashed through his mind like a documentary that was fast-forwarded a billion times. This knowledge did not give him a splitting headache, but was absorbed, classified, and integrated quickly and perfectly by his brain like spring rain moistening everything. 10 minutes later, when Lin Yayu opened his eyes again, his expression had changed drastically. If we talk about his previous look, his eyes were calm and deep. Now, his eyes are full of wisdom and calmness, as if he has seen through everything and has a bird's-eye view of the overall situation. In his eyes, the business landscape of the entire world has become an extremely clear chessboard. Now, he finally has the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with the Queen. Sharp 10 o'clock in the morning, Haoyue #1 restaurant. When Su Wanqing, who had a strong aura, walked into the top-notch private room that had been prepared long ago, Lin Yayu was leisurely drinking a glass of Huaishan de Hongpo. "Ms. Su, welcome." He stood up with a smile and made a pleased gesture. Su Wanqing sat down in the seat opposite him, without any polite words, and got straight to the point. "Director Lin, I admire your confidence. However, a company that relies on mysterious means to use 80 million to leverage 200 million assets, in my opinion, its foundation is not solid. I want to hear what your plans are for the future of Haoyue investment. In other words, why do you think you are qualified to let me, Su Wanqing, work for you?" Her questions were sharp and to the point. Lin Yayu smiled. "I know what you want, Miss Su." He looked into her eyes and said word by word, "What you want is not a position at Goldman Sachs, not options at Morgan, and certainly not those so-called 100 billion consortiums. What you want is an opportunity to start from scratch and create a business empire that can change the world. And I can give you this opportunity." The next hour turned into a brainstorming session that Su Wanqing will never forget. Su Wanqing started from the current hottest new energy vehicle industry and tried to explore the first goal of Haoyue investment. She used the most professional model to analyze the market structure, supply chain risks, and technical barriers of leading companies. However, Lin Yayu shook his head directly. "New energy vehicles? No, Miss Su, you are still looking too close. Its ceiling is visible to the naked eye. The real future lies in its upstream high-energy density solid-state batteries, and downstream full-scenario artificial intelligence algorithms for unmanned driving." He even accurately stated the chemical formulas of two battery materials that are currently in the laboratory stage and will shock the world in 5 years, and elaborated in detail on their commercialization technology path and potential trillion-dollar market. Su Wanqing was completely shocked. She also talked about the current internet trend metaverse. Lin Yayu shook his head again. "The metaverse is just a transitional concept. Its core is the next-generation human-computer interaction interface. And the final form of this interface is not VR glasses, but brain-computer interface. Whoever masters the security technology of invasive brain-computer interface will master the Apple of the next era." The more Su Wanqing listened, the more her heart was in turmoil. She found that the business vision and pattern of this man in front of her had completely surpassed any world-class business tycoon she had ever met. He is not talking about how to get a piece of the current market. What he talked about was how to create a brand new future market that would only arrive 10 years later. Just when the battle of wits between the two reached its climax and Su Wanqing's long-frozen heart began to beat violently for the first time because of the pure intellectual crushing and admiration, an accident happened. A young waiter was carrying a bowl of freshly cooked, piping hot, premium Buddha jumps over the wall, ready to deliver it to the private room. Perhaps because he was too nervous, his feet suddenly slipped, his body lost balance, and he fell towards Su Wanqing. The bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall in his hand, filled with boiling hot soup, was poured directly onto Su Wanqing's beautiful face and snow-white neck and shoulders. "Careful!" Shen Ping and others cried out in shock, but everything happened too fast and they had no time to react. Su Wanqing's pupils also shrank instantly. She could even feel the burning heat that was enough to destroy her appearance. At this critical moment, Lin Yayu, who had been sitting still, moved. His reaction speed is so fast that it exceeds human limits. He stood up instantly, stretched out his long arms, and just before the hot soup was about to splash on Su Wanqing, he suddenly pulled her up from her seat and took her tightly and domineeringly into his arms. At the same time, he turned around and used his broad back to block her tightly. Hiss. The boiling soup, mixed with abalone and sea cucumber, was poured all over Lin Yayu's expensive El Oro Pina cashmere sweater, and quickly penetrated into his body, burning his skin. He couldn't help but let out a suppressed, low groan. The whole world seemed to have stopped at this moment. Su Wanqing was trapped in a solid, warm embrace filled with a strong masculine scent. Her cheek was pressed tightly against his chest. She could clearly hear his steady, strong heartbeat. Her nose was filled with his clear, pleasant scent mixed with a hint of tea. Her mind went blank. She had always been strong and never needed anyone's protection. She herself was the strongest armor. But in the moment that could have disfigured her, it was this man who protected her in the most primitive and unquestionable way. She heard his suppressed groan of pain, felt the instant tense of his back muscles, and also felt the iron-like strength of the arm he wrapped around her waist. Something she had never experienced before, called sense of security, was like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly breaking down all the psychological defenses she had built up over 27 years. Her long frozen heart completely cracked at this moment. "Are you okay?" Lin Yayu quickly let go of her. He did not look at his back, but first checked Su Wanqing up and down with his deep eyes, with a hint of concern in his tone. Su Wanqing looked at him, moved her lips, but couldn't utter a word. For the first time, she felt awkward in front of a man, and for the first time, she didn't dare to look a man in the eyes. From this moment on, the nature of this meeting has quietly and irreversibly changed from a pure business negotiation. Chapter 14: Loyalty burned on the back. The accident happened too quickly and ended too quickly. When everyone came back to their senses from the sudden change, Su Wanqing was already standing aside safely, and Lin Yayu became the one who bore all the harm for her. Ah! The young waiter who had caused such a disaster was so frightened when he saw the mess in front of him and the valuable cashmere sweater on Lin Yayu's back, which was quickly soaked by the soup, that his soul left his body. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees, shaking like a sieve. "Lin. Director Lin. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. He spoke incoherently, his face was pale, and he had already foreseen the tragic ending that was about to happen to him. General Manager Chen Ping was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. The new boss was scalded while trying to protect a distinguished female customer on his own territory. If this is investigated, he, as the general manager, will be to blame. What are you still standing there for? Call a doctor. Drag this blind guy out of here. Chen Ping was shocked and angry, pointing at the waiter and roaring. Several supervisors immediately prepared to step forward in a hurry. "Stop, everyone." At this moment, Lin Yayu spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty, instantly calming the chaotic scene. He didn't look back, but just checked Su Wanqing's condition first. "Miss Su, are you okay? Are you splashed?" Su Wanqing was still in a state of great mental turmoil. She looked at Lin Yayu and shook her head. For the first time, her eyes, which were always sharp and calm, showed complex and tender emotions. "I'm fine, you're back." She could clearly see that heat was already rising from Lin Yayu's back through the dark cashmere sweater. One could imagine how painful it must be. Lin Yayu seemed not to feel any pain. He just nodded, then turned around and looked at the young waiter who was kneeling on the ground and shaking like a leaf in the wind. Everyone thought that a thunderous wrath was about to come. However, Lin Yayu's eyes were unusually calm. "May I have your name?" My name is Lu Hao." The waiter answered stutteringly. "Get up." Lin Yayu's tone was very calm. "The ground is too slippery. Ask the logistics department to strengthen cleaning and anti-slip measures." "Are you injured?" Lu Hao looked up suddenly, unable to believe his ears. Lin Yayu didn't look at him again, but said to Chen Ping beside him, "Give him a day off to calm down. Also, take out 1,000 yuan from my personal account and give it to him as spiritual compensation. Be careful when working next time." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Chen Ping was stunned, the waiter named Lu Hao was stunned, and even Su Wanqing was completely stunned. She was used to the intrigues and cruelty in the business world. She had also seen countless superiors bossing their employees around and getting angry over trivial matters. But she had never seen anyone like Lin Yayu. When he was injured, instead of taking his anger out on others, he first cared about whether his subordinates were injured and gave them comfort and compensation. This pattern, this mind, this calm demeanor that remains unchanged despite the collapse of Mount Tai. Su Wanqing looked at the back of the man in front of her, and the shock in her eyes was beyond words. She knew that all her previous judgments about him were wrong. This man not only possesses a business vision that is ahead of his time, but also a personal charm that is enough to make anyone willing to follow him. Boss. Uncle Zheng had walked up to him quickly, holding an emergency medical kit in his hand, with a serious look on his face. Your back is burned and needs immediate treatment. Mr. Lin, you're back. Su Wanqing finally reacted, her tone filled with anxiety and concern that she herself had not even noticed. It's just a minor matter, just a superficial injury. Lin Yayu just waved his hand casually. Let's go back to the room first and finish our business. He actually still wanted to continue talking about work. Su Wanqing looked at his calm appearance, and the crack in her heart that had just opened was completely broken by a burning emotion at this moment. Back in the box, the atmosphere had changed drastically. Zhang Bo asked Lin Yayu to take off the ruined cashmere sweater, exposing his entire back. On his smooth and muscular back, there was a large, shocking red and swollen area, and even blisters had begun to form in several places. Su Wanqing looked at the wound and her heart tightened for no reason, and she subconsciously looked away. Zhang Bo used the most professional method to clean Lin Yayu's wound and applied top-grade burn ointment. During the whole process, Lin Yayu didn't frown at all, as if it wasn't his own body. After finishing the job, he put on a spare shirt and sat opposite Su Wanqing again, as if nothing had happened. Miss Su, where were we talking about just now? Su Wanqing looked at him and didn't speak for a long time. Her proud and cold heart had completely melted after experiencing the double impact of wisdom and humanity just now. She knew that she had found the person she had been looking for. Director Lin, she took a deep breath, her eyes more serious than ever before. I only have one question. Speaking. Where is your limit? Lin Yayu smiled when he heard this. He looked at the capital queen in front of him who had finally let down all her guard, and said slowly. I have no limits. Su Wanqing also smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart and was as touching as a melting iceberg. She stood up and extended her hand to Lin Yayu. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Lin. Lin Yayu held her hand, which was as soft as jade but contained infinite power. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Su. At this moment, Hao Yue Investment finally welcomed its queen. Since we are partners now, Su Wanqing quickly stepped into the role of CEO. Her eyes became sharp and efficient again. Then, I need to start working immediately. What you said before, the plan of renting the World Financial Center and building an elite team, is good. However, using a headhunting company is too slow and too ostentatious. She looked at Lin Yayu and said in an unquestionable tone, give me 3 days. I will use all my connections to build a core team for you that is as loyal as Wall Street. You decide the salary and options. I will find the people. Lin Yayu's eyes were full of admiration. This is why I came to you. Also, Su Wanqing's thinking was astonishingly fast. The company is just starting up, and we need a formal, stunning debut. Next week, there happens to be a young entrepreneur's charity dinner in Shanghai, which is our best opportunity to break into the local top circle and show our strength. I will get the invitation. She paused and looked at Lin Yayu again with a scrutinizing gaze. As the chairman of Hao Yue Investment, you need a female companion of sufficient weight for such an occasion. Please get ready. Chapter 15 The Eve. Su Wanqing acted decisively and quickly. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Lin Yayu, she left Hao Yue No. 1 without any hesitation, getting in her Maybach, carrying with her the lingering scent of Lin Yayu's tea and a heart that was completely shocked. Lin Yayu knew that the Queen of Capital was going to recruit the first invincible fleet of the Hao Yue Empire for him. He didn't stay in the restaurant for long. Although the bowl of scalding hot Buddha jumps over the wall didn't hurt Su Wanqing at all, it burned his back. At this moment, the adrenaline faded, and waves of burning pain began to come. Boss, your back injury needs immediate attention. Uncle Zhang had been standing behind him without him noticing, his eyes carrying a hint of the solemnity that only a soldier could have. Director Lin, I. Chen Ping on the side was filled with guilt, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's none of your business. Lin Yayu waved his hand, interrupting Chen Ping's self-blame. He looked at the restaurant general manager who had completely returned to his original position, and issued a new order. Mr. Chen, you heard what Mr. Su said just now. You continue to follow up on office leasing and basic team recruitment. But from now on, all final candidates must be personally reviewed by Mr. Su. Yes. Mr. Lin. I understand. Chen Ping nodded heavily. His awe for the new boss had reached its peak. Not only does he have unpredictable means, he also has the bearing and generosity to treat others with generosity. The most terrifying thing is that he actually only took one meeting to bring a legendary queen like Su Wanqing under his command. With a boss like this, you won't have to worry about not achieving great things. Back in the presidential suite of the Oriental Emperor Hotel, Uncle Zhang immediately opened the emergency medical kit and used the most professional techniques to clean and apply medicine to the red and swollen burn on Lin Yayu's back. Boss, the burn area is quite large. Although it's not serious, it's best for you to rest for a few days. Be careful not to get wet to avoid inflammation. Uncle Zhang suggested in a deep voice. Yeah. Lin Yayu responded, lying on the soft sofa and closing his eyes to rest. In his mind, he was rapidly reviewing these thrilling days. From the humiliating breakup and system activation on Thursday night, to the outsmarting of Hao Yue No. 1 at the Hongmen banquet on Friday night, to this Sunday morning, officially conquering Su Wanqing. In just less than 3 days, his life has undergone a drastic transformation. Restaurants, luxury cars, drivers, hundreds of millions of assets, these are only secondary. The most important thing is that he has a loyal and reliable shield Zhangbo and an extremely intelligent brain Su Wanqing. A business empire belonging to him finally took shape. He thought of the next step that Su Wanqing had planned for him before she left the Young Entrepreneurs Charity Dinner next week. That was the first time for him at Haoyue Investment to officially step onto the stage of the top circle in Shanghai, and its importance was self-evident. And he needs a perfect female companion. Lin Yayu opened his eyes, sat up from the sofa, picked up his cell phone and dialed Xia Jiwei. On the other end of the phone, Xia Jiwei's voice carried just the right amount of respect and distance for a party B. Hello, Mr. Lin? It's me, Lin Yayu. Lin Yayu's voice was calm and direct. Let me inform you that your first work assignment will be next Wednesday night. Next Wednesday. Xia Jiwei seemed to be calculating the time. A charity dinner for young entrepreneurs. I'll let Uncle Zhang inform you of the specific time and place in advance. Lin Yayu continued, before that, you need to make some preparations. He paused, and said in a tone that brooked no argument, tomorrow Monday at 3 p.m., Uncle Zhang will pick you up from school on time. He will take you to a place and prepare all the equipment you need for the dinner. Just follow his arrangements. The reason why the styling preparation was moved forward to Monday was because Lin Yayu knew very well that a truly top-notch dinner styling could not be completed in a few hours. From skin care, demeanor, to subtle changes in clothing, it all took time. What he wanted was not a hastily put-together vase, but a work of art that could truly amaze the audience. Xia Jiwei on the other end of the phone was silent. Lin Yayu could imagine that she must be biting her lips tightly at this moment and engaging in a fierce psychological struggle. Finally, she replied in a low but clear voice, okay, I understand. Very good. Lin Yayu nodded with satisfaction and then hung up the phone. An important chess piece has been placed. After finishing all the work, Lin Yayu finally felt a little tired. He looked at the time and it was already late on Sunday night. After washing up, he lay down on the $1 million bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. When a new day Monday came, Lin Yayu was awakened by the system refresh reminder sound at midnight. Ding! A new day has begun, and the daily check-in times have been refreshed. Lin Yayu was not sleepy at all, but full of anticipation. His body and company were in urgent need of strengthening and replenishment. System, perform today's daily sign-in. Ding! Daily signing ado successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the art skill, Master Level Piano Mastery. Lin Yayu was slightly stunned. Piano? Item name, Master Piano Mastery, Skill Effect. After using, the host will instantly master all the performance skills, music theory knowledge and emotional understanding equivalent to world-class pianists such as Liszt, Chopin, and Beethoven. Note, art is the most elegant key to the upper-class society and the most romantic weapon to conquer the opposite sex. Looking at the system's slightly teasing remarks, Lin Yayu was a little amused. He was just about to put this temporarily useless skill aside when a huge and mysterious stream of information suddenly flooded into his brain. Countless musical scores, fingerings, the mysteries of notes, as well as the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness that those great pianists poured into their music, all became his instincts at this moment. He felt that his hands seemed to have become more slender and flexible, and filled with a certain sense of vibrant rhythm. When the information flow stopped, Lin Yayu slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his hands, which were originally only used for typing code and playing games, with surprise in his eyes. He walked to the priceless Steinway grand piano in the center of the living room of the presidential suite and sat down slowly. Tentatively, he placed his fingers lightly on the cold black and white keys. Chapter 16, Masters Piano Skills and Unexpected Prey. When that huge and mysterious flow of information was completely integrated into Lin Yayu's limbs and bones, he felt as if he had established a wonderful blood connection with the Steinway grand piano in front of him. He no longer hesitated. The slender fingers gently fell on the cold black and white piano keys. Without any trial or practice, a brilliant and gorgeous melody full of magical charm poured out from his fingertips, as if he had played it billions of times. List the bells. This is one of the 10 most difficult piano pieces in the world. It is a masterpiece that countless professional pianists need to spend their entire lives to challenge. However, at this moment, in Lin Yayu's hands, it seemed to have turned into a docile elf. His hands jumped and danced wildly on the keys, so fast that after images almost appeared. Whether it was the fast finger rolling that required extreme skills or the long span chords that required great strength, he completed them with ease and precision. But this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that his performance is full of soul. He is not just showing off his skills, but also telling a grand story about life, passion, and the battle between the devil and the gods with his musical notes. The sound of the piano is sometimes like a storm, beating people's hearts. Sometimes it is like the whispers between lovers, stirring people's souls. The song ended, and when the last note faded in the empty living room of the presidential suite, Lin Yayu slowly opened his eyes. His chest rose and fell slightly, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. What he felt was an unprecedented, hearty release and satisfaction. This was a brand new power that created beauty and controlled art, which was completely different from money and power. The notes say that art is the most romantic weapon to conquer the opposite sex. Lin Yayu looked at his hands that seemed to be kissed by God and muttered to himself, "It seems that the system never lies." A new day officially begins. In the morning, Lin Yayu's life was arranged in an orderly manner by several phone calls and messages. First, it was Chen Ping's call. He had sent the detailed information of Chen Shiming, the vice president of Huihuang Group, and the live recording of the Hongmen banquet last night after editing to Lin Yayu's top-secret email. Chen Ping was experienced and never leaked anything. Next, there was an encrypted email from Su Wanqing. The title of the email is concise and to the point: How UA Investment Preliminary List of Core Team. When she opened the email, 3 glittering names and their resumes that would drive any Wall Street investment bank crazy came into view. In just one night, the Queen of Capital had recruited 3 top generals who were capable of defending a place for How UA Investment. Lin Yayu only took a glance and replied with 2 words, "Okay." After dealing with these important matters, Lin Yayu's life fell into a state of doing nothing for the first time. Su Wanqing and Chen Ping were setting up the company, while Zhang Bo was in charge of security and travel. Suddenly, he, the hands-off boss, had a lot of free time. He looked at the prosperous magic city outside the window, and for the first time, he had the idea of experiencing the super-rich life. He changed into a newly bought, low-key yet luxurious Loro Piana casual outfit, and said to Zhang Bo, who had been waiting at the door, "Let's go to Hao Yue No. 1. 7 o'clock in the evening, Hao Yue No. 1 restaurant." After the new boss's triple salary incentive, the entire restaurant's employees showed unprecedented enthusiasm for work. Lin Yayu did not disturb anyone. Under Chen Ping's quiet arrangement, he sat in the corner booth of the high-end piano bar attached to the restaurant, like an ordinary guest who came here for entertainment. The bar was dimly lit and had a good atmosphere. An old pianist was playing soothing jazz. Lin Yayu ordered a glass of whiskey and was about to enjoy this rare leisure time when a figure sitting at the bar caught his attention. That was a woman. She wore a pair of large Chanel sunglasses and a Panama hat, covering most of her face. But even so, it was still difficult to hide her stunning face and mature and charming S-shaped figure. Especially her innate star aura, like the moon surrounded by stars, made her stand out in the whole bar. Lin Yayu recognized her. She is the most popular first-line actress and queen of the Chinese entertainment industry today, Lu Mengyan. She seemed to be in a bad mood. She sat there alone, drinking one glass after another. Just then, a fat man with a greasy slicked-back hair and several gold rings on his hands, holding a wineglass, sat down next to Lu Mengyan. "Hey, isn't this our big movie queen, Mengyan?" The fat man spoke with an uncomfortable familiarity. "It's boring to drink alone here. Come, Brother Wang will drink a few glasses with you." Lu Mengyan's body stiffened visibly. She pulled the brim of her hat even lower and said in a cold voice, "Producer Wang, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today and I want to be alone for a while." "Not feeling well?" The fat man called Producer Wang smiled obscenely. "That's just right, Brother Wang, I'm the best at taking care of people. I'm still 30 million short of the investment for your new movie. As long as you serve me well tonight, I'll transfer the 30 million to your account tomorrow." As he spoke, a fat, salty hand reached out and touched Lu Mingyan's exposed, snow-white arm. Lu Mingyan's face changed and she stood up suddenly, trying to dodge. "Fatty Wang. Please be respectful." "Respect?" Fatty Wang sneered, and stood up. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he grabbed her wrist. "Lu Mingyan, stop pretending to be noble in front of me. Who was it that took the initiative to climb into my bed for the role of the third female lead? Now that you're famous, you want to turn your back on me? I'm telling you, you have to drink this glass of wine today, whether you want to or not." Although the other guests in the bar were indignant about Wang Pengzi's behavior, they dared not speak out after seeing his face. This producer Wan was well known in the circle for his ruthlessness and revenge. Just when Lu Mingyan's face turned pale and tears of humiliation were about to well up in her eyes. Without warning, a melodious and gorgeous piano sound resounded throughout the bar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a young figure sitting in front of the expensive Steinway grand piano in the middle of the bar. It was Lin Yayu. He didn't look at anyone, but just focused on placing his fingers on the keys. What he played was the piece that reached the pinnacle of technique and emotion, lists the bells. As the piano sounded, the air in the entire bar was purified instantly. That gorgeous and brilliant melody seemed to carry a kind of sacred magic, making all the noise and all the filth seem insignificant and ridiculous in front of this piano sound. The old pianist on duty was completely stunned when he heard the first note. He looked at Lin Yayu's miraculous fingering with eyes full of fanaticism and admiration. All the guests in the bar were immersed in this heavenly music and were intoxicated. The arrogant Fatty Wang was now like a clown, holding his wineglass and standing there awkwardly. All his dirty words were made to sound extremely dirty by the holy sound of the piano. But Lu Mingyan had long forgotten all the humiliation and anger. She took off her sunglasses, and her breathtakingly beautiful eyes stared at the man who was sitting in front of the piano, enveloped by a beam of overhead light, like a god descending from the sky. An unprecedented storm was brewing in her heart. The song ends, but the lingering sound lingers in the air. The entire bar was dead silent at first, and then it broke into thunderous applause. Lin Yayu stood up slowly. He ignored everyone's cheers and just cast his gaze towards Lu Mingyan at the bar. His eyes, through the noisy crowd, met hers precisely in the air. He nodded slightly at her, a polite and distant smile on his lips. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned around and left quietly. Only a mysterious back figure was left, which made Lu Mingyan and everyone present crazy. Chapter 17: The Reward of the Female Star and the Arrival of the Queen. When the last note dissipated into the air like a sigh, the entire Haoyue No. 1 piano bar was still immersed in dead silence. Everyone was shocked beyond words by the miraculous performance. Lin Yayu stood up slowly. He ignored the cheers that were about to burst out from everyone and just cast his gaze towards Lu Mingyan, who was sitting at the bar. His eyes, through the noisy crowd, met hers precisely in the air. He nodded slightly at her, a polite and distant smile on his lips. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned around, and as the staff bowed respectfully to him, he quietly left, concealing his achievements and fame. Who is he? Oh my god, the song The Bell he played just now was even more infectious than the original soundtrack CD. Could he be some piano master who lives in seclusion in the Magic City? It was not until Lin Yayu's figure completely disappeared that the bar exploded like a pot exploding with thunderous applause and discussions. But Lu Mingyan had already recovered from the brief shock. She looked at the mysterious and powerful figure that had disappeared at the door. Her heart, which had turned cold due to the humiliation by Fatty Wang, began to beat violently at an unprecedented speed at this moment. Without any hesitation, she immediately stood up from the high stool and followed him out quickly. That greasy Fatty Wang had already run away with his tail between his legs when Lin Yayu was playing the piano, dejectedly and while no one was paying attention to him. Lu Mingyan chased out of the restaurant and saw Lin Yayu getting into a Rolls-Royce Cullinan that was approaching slowly. A tall and powerful black-clad driver was respectfully opening the door for him. "Sir, please wait a moment," she summoned up her courage and shouted. Lin Yayu paused, turned around and looked at her calmly, as if he had expected that she would chase him out. Lu Mingyan walked quickly up to him. Because she ran so fast, her breathing was a little rapid, and a charming blush appeared on her beautiful face, which was mostly covered by sunglasses. "Tonight, really, thank you so much," she said sincerely, her tone full of genuine gratitude. "It's just a piece of cake." Lin Yayu's answer was still as calm as ever. "It's not a piece of cake for me." Lu Mengyan shook her head. She took off her sunglasses, revealing her charming and seductive fox eyes that could turn everyone upside down. She looked at Lin Yayu seriously. "I haven't asked for your name yet, sir? I think I should at least buy you a drink as a reward." She was absolutely confident in her all-powerful charm and believed that no man could refuse her sincere invitation. However, Lin Yayu just smiled faintly. He glanced at his watch, then slowly moved his gaze from her delicate face down to her chest, which looked even more magnificent because of the slim dress, and her beautiful legs, which were straight and slender set off by the high heels. His gaze was full of aggression, yet without the slightest hint of vulgarity. It was more like a pure, male appreciation of a perfect female. "The wine here is too noisy." He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of low magnetism in the quiet night. "In my hotel suite, I have better wine and a better view." He looked at Lu Mingyan's eyes, which widened slightly because of his words, and a playful arc appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Are you interested?" Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, it was so quiet that you could hear each other's breathing. Lu Mengyan sat on the soft leather chair, her heart was filled with turmoil. She had been in the industry for many years and had seen all kinds of men, including powerful directors and businessmen who were as wealthy as a country, but she had never seen someone like Lin Yayu. He looked so young, but the calmness, mystery and control that emanated from his bones made her, a movie star who was used to controlling the whole scene, feel an emotion called nervousness for the first time. The car finally stopped in the exclusive underground garage of the Oriental Emperor Hotel. When Lu Mengyan followed Lin Yayu, took the exclusive elevator, and walked into the presidential suite on the 88th floor, which was so luxurious that it made her stunned, she knew that tonight, she was both the prey and the hunter. Lin Yayu did not turn on the light, but just pressed the automatic button of the curtains. The huge floor-length curtain slowly opened, and the most dazzling and stunning night view of the entire Magic City, like an endless galaxy painting, was displayed in front of the two without reservation. "Wow!" Even Lu Mengyan, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin Yayu took out a bottle of Macallan whiskey that looked extremely old from the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to her. The two did not speak, but just stood side by side in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking at the lights of thousands of homes below their feet, feeling this incomparable atmosphere of having the world at their feet. "Who are you?" In the end, Lu Mengyan couldn't help but broke the silence first. "Someone you can't afford to offend." Lin Yayu took a sip of wine and answered a question irrelevantly. Lu Mengyan heard this. Not only was she not angry, but she burst out laughing, and rolled her eyes at him in a charming manner. "You are quite arrogant." She took the initiative and gently clinked her glass with his. Bite. The crisp sound seemed particularly clear and ambiguous in the silent room. He smelled the intoxicating scent of Dior J'adore and whiskey malt on her. She saw his eyes, which were brighter and deeper than the stars in the night. Lin Yayu slowly reached out his hand, took the almost untouched wine glass from her hand, and placed it on the table beside her. His fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally, brushed across her warm palm, bringing a weak electric current that made Lu Mengyan feel palpitations. He didn't say anything else, but reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His movements were gentle and slow. The atmosphere in the room, at this moment, became extremely charming and dangerous. The next day, Tuesday, early morning. The bright sunshine shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the slightly messy bed in the presidential suite. Lin Yayu had already gotten up. He was wearing a silk bathrobe and holding a cup of black coffee. He was standing in front of the window, looking at the 3 elite resumes that Su Wanqing had just sent him on the tablet. His expression was focused and calm. The bed was already empty. There was only a piece of hotel notepaper quietly placed on the bedside table. There was not a single word written on the paper, only a bright, attractive lipstick mark and a string of private phone numbers representing the owner of the phone. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell of the presidential suite rang on time. Uncle Zhang opened the door. Standing outside the door was the queen, Su Wanqing, dressed in a smart white power suit and exuding a strong aura. Behind her stood 3 male and female elites with different temperaments but equally sharp and confident eyes. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle, but with eyes as sharp as a hawk. A tech geek wearing a plaid shirt, looking a little unkempt, but typing away at his computer. and a tall, beautiful woman with red lips, whose expression was as cold as an iceberg. They are the core team of Wall Street level that Su Wanqing had brought for Lin Yayu in one day. Su Wanqing walked into the room, her eyes swept over Lin Yayu, and finally landed on the lipstick mark on the bedside table. A barely perceptible, playful smile flashed across her phoenix eyes. She walked up to Lin Yayu and handed him a document, her voice cold and efficient. "Director Lin, your team reports to you." Chapter 18: The Embryo of the Empire and the Queen's Fangs. Su Wanqing's voice was cold and efficient, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, instantly slicing away the faint charm in the presidential suite. Lin Yayu's gaze swept across the bright lipstick mark on the bedside table, and then he looked at Su Wanqing and the three elites with different auras behind her as if nothing had happened. His eyes were calm and deep. "Please introduce yourself." Su Wanqing turned sideways, stretched out her hand and pointed at the elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Qin Feng, a PhD from Harvard Law School, former chief legal counsel for Goldman Sachs Asia, is proficient in international commercial law, mergers and acquisitions, and risk avoidance. In the future, he will be the head of the legal department of Huayue Investment and your exclusive legal counsel. The man called Qin Feng nodded slightly at Lin Yayu, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with rationality, while he was also observing this legendary, overly young chairman calmly. Su Wanqing then pointed at the tech geek who was wearing a plaid shirt and looked a little unkempt, but whose fingers were typing rapidly on a microcomputer. Chen Mo, codenamed Ghost. He is the former top white hat hacker and network security expert of Alibaba Demo Academy. I spent a lot of money to fish him out of Alibaba's confidentiality agreement. From now on, all information security and data analysis of Huayue Investment will be in charge of him. Chen Mo just raised his eyelids as a greeting, and then immersed himself in his own code world again. A top technology geek like him is always like this, only interested in machines and codes. Finally, Su Wanqing's gaze fell on the tall, beautiful woman with red lips whose expression was as cold as an iceberg. Elena, a Chinese-Russian hybrid, was a former analyst at Israel's Mossad intelligence department. She later served as deputy director of Greater China at Kroll, a top global business investigation and risk consulting company. The intelligence network and analytical capabilities she possesses are our eyes as we walk in the dark. In the future, she will be the head of Huayue Investment's intelligence department. Elena looked at Lin Yayu, her ice blue eyes filled with a hint of professional scrutiny and inquiry. Qin Feng, Chen Mo, Elena. Law, technology, intelligence. It only took Su Wanqing one day to build a perfect top core team for Lin Yayu that was both offensive and defensive. Any of these three people is a top talent that is hard to come by outside. And now, they will all serve Huayue Investment. Lin Yayu's eyes finally revealed genuine, undisguised admiration. "Boss Su, your efficiency is even higher than I thought." "Mr. Lin, thank you for your compliment." Su Wanqing's tone remained calm. "I am just fulfilling my duties as CEO. I have already drafted the salary and stock option plan for the three of them and will send it to you for review later." She paused and continued, "Now that everyone is here, I think it's time to listen to what instructions you have for Huayue Investment's first goal, Director Lin." Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Qin Feng, Chen Mo and Elena behind her also focused their attention on Lin Yayu. Although they were recruited by Su Wanqing, they ultimately pledged their loyalty to the company's top decision-maker. They needed to know whether this mysterious chairman was worthy of their following. The atmosphere in the entire presidential suite became extremely solemn at this moment. This was the team's first interview and also the first time that Lin Yayu, as the emperor, presented his grand blueprint for the future empire to his core ministers. Lin Yayu smiled. Instead of answering directly, he walked to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of water. He looked at the bustling Lu Jiazui outside the window and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. "What do you think will be the most expensive thing in the world in the next 10 years? This question made Su Wanqing and others slightly stunned. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and answered first, "It's data. Whoever masters big data will control the lifeline of future business." Chen Mo said without even looking up, "It's computing power. Without strong enough computing power, all artificial intelligence and big data are castles in the air." Elena coldly spat out two words, "information." After listening to this, Lin Yayu nodded and then shook his head. "What you said is all right, but you only see the result and not the cause. He turned around and glanced at everyone present, his eyes so deep that they seemed to be able to see through the future. "In the next 10 years, the most expensive things in this world are health and life. It's biotechnology that allows the rich to live longer and better. So, he clearly announced word by word the first and most core goal of HoUA investment. Our first goal is not to compete with others for the new energy trend, nor is it to speculate on land in the metaverse. Instead, we need to acquire, integrate, and create a life science group that can stand at the top of the pyramid in the global biopharmaceutical field. I want the name HoUA to become a synonym for eternal life. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Even Su Wanqing, who was used to all kinds of crazy business plans, couldn't help but have her pupils shrink violently when she heard Lin Yayu's grand and almost arrogant goal. Biotechnology. It is a bottomless pit with extremely long investment cycles, extremely high R&D costs, and a huge risk of failure. Even the world's top financial groups only dare to make exploratory investments cautiously. And Lin Yayu, this upstart who just started with 50 million, actually wanted to bet the future of the entire company on this most expensive and craziest track? Mr. Lin, please forgive me for being blunt, legal expert Qin Fong was the first to raise doubts. This goal is too idealistic. We don't have the technology, the patents, or the relevant scientific research team. This is almost an impossible task. Technology, patents, team. Lin Yayu smiled, we will have these soon. He looked at Elena, who had remained silent. Ms. Elena, I need you to use all your intelligence networks to help me find someone. A British professor of biogenetics named Edward Jenkins. He was once the top genetic engineering expert at Oxford University. 3 years ago, he was banned by the academic community because of a controversial study on gene repair. He was stripped of all his teaching positions and has been missing ever since. I want to know where in the world he is hiding within 3 days. He looked at the tech geek Chen Mo again. Chen Mo, I need you to hack into the databases of all the top pharmaceutical companies in the world. I don't want commercial secrets, I just want all their failed, sealed clinical trial data on anti-aging and cancer-targeted drugs. These things that they think are garbage will be a mine that turns stones into gold in our hands. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Wanqing. Mr. Su, I need you to acquire a biopharmaceutical company on the Nasdaq that is on the verge of bankruptcy and has a stock price of less than $1 in the name of HoUA investment. What I want is its shell, a shell that allows us to operate legally in the international capital market. A series of instructions, clear, precise, and full of unquestionable courage. Qin Fong, Chen Mo, and Elena looked at the young man who was talking eloquently and seemed to have planned the future of the whole world. For the first time, their eyes revealed real, heartfelt shock and submission. They finally understood why Su Wanqing chose to follow him. This man is not crazy. He is an ambitious man who truly wants to change the world. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Yayu, and in her beautiful phoenix eyes, there burned an unprecedented flame called excitement. She knew that a huge gamble had already begun. And she was willing to put everything she had on the line. Director Lin, she stood up, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, but more than that, she was more determined than ever before. Your team, receive instructions. Chapter 19 The Chariot of the Empire begins to turn. Oriental Emperor Hotel, Presidential Suite. The air here seems to have frozen. Su Wanqing, Qin Fong, Chen Mo, and Elena, the 4 top elites standing at the top of the pyramid in their respective fields, were looking at the young man who was talking in front of them with a look as if he were a madman. In the past half hour, Lin Yayu had painted a business blueprint for them that was so grand and almost arrogant that they had never imagined it in their lives. Don't get involved in finance, don't speculate in real estate, and don't chase the internet boom. The first target of HoUA investment is actually to directly target the ultimate proposition of mankind life science. He wants to acquire, integrate, and create a super empire that can stand at the top of the pyramid in the global biomedical field. He wants the name HoUA to become a synonym for health and longevity. If this plan came from the mouth of any of the world's top billionaires, it would be considered a pipe dream. But for some reason, when it came out of Lin Yayu's calm and confident mouth, it carried an irresistible, almost weird magic. My plan is just like this. Lin Yayu finished speaking and looked at everyone calmly. Boss Su, everyone, do you have any questions? Su Wanqing took a deep breath, and the thrilling curve of her chest rose and fell. Her beautiful phoenix eyes burned with an unprecedented flame called excitement. She originally thought that Lin Yayu was just a lucky upstart with a mysterious background. But now she realized how wrong she was. This man doesn't want to be a rich man. He wants to be a god. No problem. Su Wanqing stood up, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, but more than that, she was more determined than ever before. Director Lin, your team, accept the order. Qin Feng, Chen Mo and Elena behind her also stood up at the same time and bowed slightly to Lin Yayu. They were completely ignited by this crazy blueprint that could change the world. Very good. Lin Yayu nodded with satisfaction. For the next hour, the presidential suite became a temporary Supreme Operations Command Room. Su Wanqing demonstrated her terrifying ability as an S+ level CEO. She quickly broke down Lin Ya's grand blueprint into clear, precise combat orders that could be executed immediately. Qin Feng was responsible for screening the Nasdaq biopharmaceutical shell companies that met the requirements and were on the verge of bankruptcy. Elena was responsible for using all her intelligence networks to find the genius biogeneticist Professor Edward Jenkins, who was banned by the academic community within 3 days. Chen Mo was responsible for building a cloud database with the highest security level and began to quietly move the failed clinical data that were regarded as garbage by top pharmaceutical companies around the world. When these 3 top war machines each received their orders and began to issue instructions to the whole world through encrypted devices, Lin Yayu knew that the prototype of a huge empire called Haoyue had been officially born. After the meeting, Su Wanqing and others did not leave, but directly requisitioned the side hall of the suite as a temporary office and began to work all night long. Lin Yayu walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom. He looked at his newly formed, luxurious Avengers Alliance and felt full of satisfaction. But at the same time, he also felt unprecedented pressure. Biotechnology is the world's most expensive bottomless pit. The research and development of a new drug can easily cost billions of dollars and take more than a decade. With the assets I have now, I am afraid that it is not even enough to build an empire, let alone a stepping stone. Just as he was thinking about how to quickly accumulate the first original capital, the voice of the system came as expected. Ding! It is detected that the host has established the grand blueprint of Haoyue Life Science Group. The plan has great potential and is in line with the ultimate goal of this system to help the host become the king of the world. In order to support the host to officially launch this grand plan, the system will issue you a special startup fund. Lin Yayu's heart skipped a beat. Special startup funds are being generated. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward, 1 billion renminbi in cash. Boom! Like thunder from the sky, it exploded in Lin Yayu's mind. 10 billion? He immediately opened the mobile banking app, and when he logged into his account with trembling fingers, a string of numbers that made him dizzy appeared on the screen. Balance, 1,005,131,852.15. 1 billion. Plus the remaining 5 million in reserve funds he had. At this moment, his bank balance officially broke through the terrifying 10-digit figure. Lin Yayu looked at the long string of numbers, took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. With this money, his seemingly crazy plan finally had the first most solid cornerstone that could move the earth. He looked at the top team in the living room that was working frantically for his future empire, and for the first time, he felt a sense of comfort as a hands-off boss. He was in charge of the company's strategy. Queen Su Wanqing was in charge of the company's operations. The legal, technical, and intelligence departments were all managed by top generals. As the chairman, it seemed that he could finally be freed from the tedious company affairs. He suddenly felt that he had been too tiring over the past 2 days, with negotiations, promises, and team building. He looked at his expensive but decent casual clothes and remembered that he was still living in the presidential suite of the hotel. You can't stay in a hotel all the time. That's not right. A thought popped up in his mind uncontrollably. The company has the queen in charge, the empire has teams to expand its territory, and as the chairman, it's time for me to really enjoy life. It's time to build a real home for myself in the Magic City. However, before we can settle down, it seems that there is still something missing. His eyes seemed to penetrate the wall and saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the underground garage, which was top of the line but too stable. For a 22-year-old young man, that car was too old. He needs something younger, more flamboyant, with more speed and passion. A brilliant smile appeared on Lin Yayu's lips. He made a decision. Tomorrow, let us go to the auto show first. Chapter 19 The Only One in the World, the Son of Ghost. Next day. While Su Wanqing and her Avengers had completely transformed the presidential suite of the Oriental Emperor Hotel into a 24-hour high-speed transnational business operations command room, Lin Yayu, the hands-off boss, slept leisurely until he woke up naturally. For the first time in his life, he entered a stage of doing nothing and pure enjoyment. Good morning, boss. Uncle Zhang had been waiting in the living room and had prepared breakfast for him, prepared by the hotel's top chef. Uncle Zhang, Lin Yayu said while enjoying breakfast, while giving today's schedule, let's go to the Magic City International Auto Show today. Yes, boss. 10 o'clock in the morning, National Exhibition and Convention Center, Shanghai. As one of the world's top A-class auto shows, it brings together top luxury car brands from all over the world, with crowds of people and a warm atmosphere. When a moonrock gray Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove smoothly into the VIP exclusive channel, it still attracted the attention of many car fans and media at the door. The car door opened, and Uncle Jean got out first, respectfully opening the door for the back seat. Lin Yu walked out slowly in a low-key and luxurious Loro Piana casual outfit. Unlike other second-generation rich people, he did not bring a group of bodyguards and internet celebrities with him. He was only accompanied by Zhang Bo, who was as silent as a mountain but had a strong aura. His purpose today is very simple, which is to consume. Walking into the #1 luxury brand pavilion, he was dazzled by the Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche booths full of speed and passion. However, after walking around, Lin Yu felt a little bored. These cars are good, but for him now, they always feel a little lacking. They are not unique enough, not rare enough, and not worthy of his identity as the chairman of Haoyue Investment. Just as he was about to go to the top supercar brand pavilion to take a look, a small commotion in front of the Aston Martin booth not far away attracted his attention. Next to an elegant DB11 sports car, a female car model wearing a white dress and with a fresh and refined temperament is being harassed by a gangster-looking man. Lin Yu had an impression of that girl. It seems to be the school beauty of the Magic City Drama Academy, named Xiao Xiao. She is famous for her pure and sweet first love face and is very popular on the school forum. Unexpectedly, she would work as a part-time car model here. Lin Yu also recognized the man who was harassing her. His name is Di Xiaofeng, and he is a top outdoor anchor on the Douyin platform with tens of millions of fans. His daily live broadcast content is to drive a luxury car, show off his wealth everywhere, and chat up beautiful women. With his arrogant and domineering super-rich personality, he has attracted a large number of fans. At this moment, Di Xiaofeng was accompanied by several assistants who were holding mobile phones to broadcast live, and they blocked Xiao Xiao next to the exhibition car. "Miss Xiao Xiao, please don't be so rude." Di Xiaofeng had a greasy smile on his face. "Isn't it just a meal? I've reserved the entire Haoyue #1 on the bun tonight. If you're willing to do me a favor, each of these big brothers in the live broadcast room will give you a super rocket." His words triggered a wave of barrage in his live broadcast room. Master Feng is awesome. So impressive. Haoyue #1? Isn't that the most difficult restaurant to book in Shanghai? Master Feng is awesome. This car model is so innocent, so hot. Xiao Xiao's face was full of embarrassment and resistance. She just came to do a part-time job to earn some living expenses, but she didn't expect to meet such a scoundrel. "I'm sorry, Master Feng." Her voice was not loud, but firm. "I'm at work. The organizer has a rule that I can't leave without permission. Please respect yourself." "Work?" Di Xiaofeng sneered. Under the gaze of millions of fans, his vanity was extremely inflated. "How much money can you make standing on the stage for a day? 10,000? 20,000? I'll give you 100,000. Follow me now." As he spoke, he actually reached out his hand and tried to grab Xiao Xiao's wrist. Xiao Xiao was so frightened that her face turned pale and she quickly stepped back, but her way was blocked by an exhibition car. Although the audience and staff around were dissatisfied with Di Xiaofeng's behavior, due to his identity as a host with millions of fans and the assistants behind him who looked difficult to deal with, no one dared to step forward to stop him for a while. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He had no intention of interfering in such trivial matters, but Di Xiaofeng's face of bullying others and showing off women as trophies made him feel a trace of disgust from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps feeling Lin Yu's calm yet penetrating gaze, Di Xiaofeng suddenly turned his head and pointed the spearhead at him. "What are you looking at?" He pointed at Lin Yu arrogantly and shouted at the live camera, "Brothers, see? There's a poor bastard here who looks like he has never seen the world before. His eyes are wide open. Boy, let me tell you, every car here is more valuable than your life. You can only enjoy the sight here. Get out of here quickly and stop blocking my live broadcast camera." His humiliating words instantly set off the live broadcast room. Master Feng is so domineering. Fight him. What the hell is that kid wearing? Is it worth 500 yuan in total? Poor loser, you've never seen so many luxury cars in your life, have you? Zhang Bo's eyes turned cold in an instant. He took a step forward, and an iron-blooded and murderous aura belonging to a special forces soldier instantly locked onto Di Xiaofeng. However, Lin Yayu just raised his hand to stop Zhang Bo. He didn't even look at Di Xiaofeng, who was barking like a mad dog, because just now, a cold, mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Special location detected, Shanghai International Auto Show Koenigsegg booth. Publish a special sign-in task, please complete the sign-in here. The corner of Lin Yayu's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. Koenigsegg. Sweden's Ghost, the world's top supercar manufacturer, produces each of its cars, a work of art worth tens of millions. He no longer paid attention to the fly-like clamor behind him, and faced the confused, puzzled, and mocking gazes of everyone in the audience, including Di Xiaofeng, Xiao Xiao, and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. He took a step forward and walked slowly towards the mysterious Koenigsegg booth, which was at the deepest part of the entire exhibition hall, the most heavily guarded, and completely blocked by red isolation tape. Koenigsegg. This top supercar brand from Sweden is the undisputed king of the auto show. Its booth occupied the most central and honorable position in the entire luxury pavilion and was separated from ordinary visitors by thick red velvet isolation tape, forming an independent, restricted area. Inside the restricted area, there was only a futuristic carbon fiber car model illuminated by special lights, and several staff members wearing high-end custom suits and with cold and arrogant expressions. They are the Emperor's guards and only receive top clients with a net worth of over 10 billion and who have made appointments in advance. In everyone's opinion, this place is a holy land that ordinary people cannot set foot on in their lifetime. However, under the gazes of tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room and countless mocking and puzzled eyes at the scene, Lin Yayu walked calmly and step by step towards the red isolation belt. Oh my god! What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to break in? Are you crazy? That's the Koenigsegg booth. The security will break his legs. Ha, brothers, the best suicidal scene of the year is here. Everyone give gifts. Di Xiaofeng excitedly pointed the live camera at Lin Yayu, ready to record the embarrassing moment when he was carried out by the security guards. Xiao Xiao also covered her mouth nervously. She wanted to open her mouth to remind him, but it was too late. Sure enough, when Lin Yayu was about to touch the isolation belt, two security guards who were as strong as iron towers immediately stepped forward, stretched out their arms, and stopped him. Sir, please stay. One of the security guards said in a cold and blunt tone, "This is the VIP area, not open to the public, please step back immediately." Lin Yayu's footsteps stopped. He ignored the two security guards, nor did he look at the gloating eyes around him. His consciousness was completely immersed in his own mind. System, sign in. Ding. Check-in location, Shanghai International Auto Show Koenigsegg booth, confirmed successfully. Special sign-in mission completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a god-level reward, the world's only hidden custom supercar Koenigsegg Agera, son of the ghost. A brilliant golden light exploded in Lin Yayu's mind. Then, detailed information about this magical car appeared before his eyes. Item name, Koenigsegg Agera Ghost Son. Item information, Christian von Koenigsegg, founder of Koenigsegg, secretly built a hidden version of Agera, the only one in the world, in pursuit of the perfect combination of ultimate performance and art. Its performance data surpasses the 1:1 in all aspects. The body uses dark purple all-carbon fiber with exclusive liquid diamond coating technology, which can present a ghost-like visual effect under different light. Item value, unable to be estimated. It has exceeded the commodity attributes and is a collection-level artwork. Ownership information, vehicle ownership, global unique serial number, insurance, taxation and other procedures have been automatically registered in your name the moment you complete the check-in. Current location, the vehicle has been transported by Koenigsegg officials to the exclusive warehouse behind the scenes of this auto show through the highest level of air transportation. Sir, please step back immediately. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures. The security personnel saw Lin Yayu standing there in a daze and ignoring their warnings. They had lost their patience and reached out to push him. A cruel smile appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Stop! A roar filled with panic and anger came from behind the booth. I saw a white-haired European old man wearing a Koenigsegg official high-end suit, rushing out from the backstage like crazy at a speed that was totally inconsistent with his age. Oh my god! You two idiots! Do you know who you are disrespecting? After seeing the old man's face clearly, all the media and wealthy people in the audience who knew cars took a deep breath. He turned out to be Mr. Hans Berger, the CEO of Koenigsegg Asia Pacific. A big shot that can only be seen in top financial magazines and is hard to find. The two security guards were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They stood at attention instantly, not daring to even breathe. However, a scene that made them and everyone in the audience drop their jaws happened. Mr. Hans, who was of extremely noble status, actually trotted all the way to Lin Yayu's front, and then, in front of the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room who looked as if they had seen a ghost, he bowed deeply, almost at a 90-degree angle, to Lin Yayu. His posture was extremely humble. His voice was trembling with excitement and awe. "Dear Mr. Lin, we are so sorry. It is our people who failed to recognize the great man and disturbed you. Please forgive their stupidity." This scene was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in the entire convention and exhibition center. The smile on Di Xiaofeng's face completely froze. There was also a strange blank period of more than 10 seconds in the comments section of his live broadcast room. Xiao Xiao even used one hand to cover her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and confusion that could not be described in words. Lin Yayu looked at Hans in front of him and just nodded lightly. "I heard," he said. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. "You prepared a gift for me?" "Yes. Yes. The supreme gift." Mr. Hans straightened up. The expression on his face was as fanatical as a believer who had seen God. He turned around abruptly and roared at the backstage with all his strength. "What are you still standing there for? Quick! Bring the son of Ghost to the center of the booth, to greet its only master." Ghost Son? This name, which has never appeared in any public information, has left all car fans deeply confused. Soon, under the careful push of several staff members, a mysterious super sports car covered by a huge and luxurious purple velvet curtain was slowly pushed onto the revolving platform in the center of the booth. Its outline is lower and more aggressive than any sports car on the booth. Oh my god! Koenigsegg is hiding a mysterious new car? What kind of car is this? Under everyone's curious gaze, Mr. Hans walked up to the booth himself, placed one hand on the curtain, and had an almost pilgrim expression on his face. He looked at Lin Yayu in the audience and said loudly, "Everyone! Today, I will show the world a unique work of art that should not exist in the world. It is the world's only pinnacle masterpiece that our founder, Mr. Koenigsegg, has devoted his entire life to secretly build in pursuit of perfection. Adjura, Ghost Son. And it has only one owner since the moment it was born. That is, the man in the audience, Mr. Lin Yayu." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled open the curtain. Buzz. When the true appearance of the Ghost Son was revealed to the world, everyone in the audience lost the ability to think in an instant. It was a futuristic fighter jet full of sci-fi beauty that could not be described in words. It is covered with a layer of mysterious, dark purple carbon fiber. Under the lights of the exhibition hall, the purple color actually presents an unpredictable luster like liquid diamond, sometimes deep like the universe, sometimes bright like the stars, full of fatal temptation. Its body lines are more exaggerated and more aerodynamic than any supercar, full of power and aggressiveness, as if it can tear through the air and rush into another dimension in the next second. Oh my god! A senior automotive media person fell to his knees with tears streaming down his face. The flashlights in the entire venue paused for a few seconds and then started flashing wildly as if they were going crazy. Di Xiaofeng's face had already turned as pale as paper. He looked at the magic car, then at Lin Yayu, who was being watched by thousands of people, and felt like a huge, ridiculous clown. He silently turned off his live broadcast. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yayu slowly walked up to the booth. Mr. Hans personally and respectfully handed the artistic car key made of pure crystal to Lin Yayu with both hands. Lin Yayu took the keys casually without even looking at the magical car. His gaze passed through the noisy crowd and once again fell on the pure and beautiful girl, Xiao Xiao, who was already stunned by the huge shock under the booth. He gave her a gentle smile. Then, in a voice full of magnetism that was enough to drive all the women in the audience crazy, he asked softly, "Miss Xiao, now, are you interested in taking my car and taking you home?" Chapter 20, Ghost Invitation. Lin Yayu's voice is clear, gentle, and full of magnetism. The words, "Ms. Xiao, now, are you interested in taking my car and taking you home?" were like a warm electric current that instantly pierced Xiao Xiao's heart, which had almost stopped beating due to excessive shock. Her mind went blank. She looked at the man on the booth, who was holding out an olive branch to her in the bright light. Behind him was the Ghost Son that looked like a future god of war. Under his feet were the fanatical, admiring eyes of everyone at the auto show. At this moment, he was not a mortal, but a god who came to the world. And she is the lucky girl who was the only one chosen by God. I do. Xiao Xiao used up all her strength to squeeze out these 3 words from her throat. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, with a sense of dreamlike unreality. Lin Yayu smiled. He walked down the booth slowly, and in front of Xiao Xiao under everyone's envious and crazy gazes. He didn't do anything intimate, just made a pleased gesture, being the ultimate gentleman. Let's go. Good. Xiao Xiao felt like she was walking on clouds, following Lin Yayu step by step. The crowd automatically made way for them. Those who had previously responded to Lin Yayu with mockery and contempt, now only had the most humble, almost flattering smiles on their faces. When they were about to leave the exhibition hall, Lin Yayu saw Zhang Bo, who had been waiting quietly by the side. He threw the Cullinan car key in his hand over casually. Uncle Zhang, his voice was not loud, but his instructions were clear: you drive the Cullinan and follow us. Yes, boss. Uncle Zhang took the key steadily, without any extra expression, bowed slightly, then turned around and strode towards the VIP parking lot. Lin Yayu brought Xiao Xiao to the Ghost Sun car. He personally opened the sci-fi, upward opening rotor door for Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao sat in the cockpit full of futuristic and luxurious feeling, she felt as if she had entered another dimension. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yayu also sat in the driver's seat. With a deep and shocking roar like an ancient beast awakening, the world's only Ghost Sun started. It doesn't show off with a roaring sound like other supercars. Its sound is deep, powerful, and full of absolute power that can crush everything. Under the gazes of countless people, the Ghost Sun drove away from the exhibition center smoothly and gracefully like a dark purple lightning. Not far behind it, a moon rock gray Rolls-Royce Cullinan, like the most loyal knight, followed silently to escort the emperor. One in front and one behind, 2 top-of-the-line luxury cars with a total value of over 60 million formed a small but luxurious convoy that was enough to attract the attention of any passerby. Only in the automotive circle of Shanghai, there is an urban legend about mysterious Mr. Lin and Double King Cruise that has been talked about for more than 10 years. Inside the car, in stark contrast to the violent noise outside, it was so quiet that you could hear each other's breathing. Xiao Xiao sat nervously in the passenger seat, clutching the hem of her dress tightly with both hands, not daring to even raise her head. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. She mustered up her courage and broke the silence first. My name is Xiao Xiao, and I'm a junior student in the performance department of the Magic City Drama Academy. Thank you so much for today. It's just a piece of cake. Lin Yayu said in a gentle tone while skillfully driving this powerful beast. I just don't like to see people bullying others by taking advantage of their power. His voice was calm and gentle, without the domineering feeling he had at the auto show just now. He sounded like a senior student next door. This strong contrast made Xiao Xiao's nervous heart relax a little. Why, did you come here to be a car model? Lin Yayu asked casually. When Xiao Xiao mentioned this, her eyes dimmed a little. She whispered, because my mother is sick and needs a lot of money for surgery. My father died when I was very young, and our family conditions are not very good. Being a car model can earn several thousand yuan a day, and it is the fastest and most profitable legitimate job I can find. There was a hint of strength and bitterness in her voice that did not belong to her age. After hearing this, Lin Yayu was silent for a moment. He looked at the girl in the rearview mirror. She looked pure and weak, but was very strong inside. She was very similar to Xia Jiwei. Both of them were the kind of girls who were pushed into desperate situations by life, but still struggled hard and held on to their bottom line. Is it hard? He asked. Xiao Xiao shook her head and forced a smile. It's not hard. Compared to those easier jobs that require selling out myself, I feel at ease standing on the stage and making clean money. Lin Yayu nodded, with a hint of genuine appreciation in his eyes. He suddenly pulled the car slowly to the side of the road and stopped. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? Xiao Xiao was a little confused. Lin Yayu did not answer, but took out his cell phone and called Chen Ping. Under Xiao Xiao's doubtful gaze, he gave orders in an unquestionable tone. Mr. Chen, help me with something. At the Aston Martin booth at the Shanghai International Auto Show, there is a part-time car model named Xiao Xiao, who is a student at the Academy of Drama. Use all your connections to help me buy out all the contracts she signed with the agency. I'll pay the penalty no matter how much it is. I don't want to see her standing there as a car model anywhere tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xiao Xiao was already stunned by his words and couldn't utter a word. Buy out my contract? What does this mean? Mr. Lin, you You don't have to do this anymore. Lin Yayu looked at her, his tone still calm. I'll pay for your tuition and living expenses. Tell me how much you need for your mother's surgery, and I'll take care of it as well. No. No. Xiao Xiao subconsciously and fiercely refused. I can't ask for your money for no reason. What's the difference between this, and that, Di Xiaofang? There is a difference. Lin Yayu looked at her eyes that were red with excitement and smiled. First, I won't make any unreasonable demands on you. Secondly, he paused and said something that Xiao Xiao couldn't refute. Just think of it as me buying compensation for the working hours you had to leave early today because of me. Besides, he started the car and merged back into traffic. I'm just paying you in advance, your signing fee for your future as an outstanding actor. How UA Investment will also be involved in the film and television entertainment industry in the future. Half an hour later, the ghost son stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Drama Academy. Its appearance, unsurprisingly, once again caused a bigger sensation than when Cullinan appeared. Lin Yayu got out of the car himself and opened the door for Xiao Xiao. He didn't say anything else, but just entered his personal cell phone number into Xiao Xiao's phone. This is my phone number. My assistant will contact your agency regarding the contract. Just go to school and call me if you run into any trouble. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to get back into the car. At this moment, the Cullinan that had been following behind slid up silently. Zhang Bo got out of the car and respectfully opened the back door of Cullinan for Lin Yayu. Lin Yayu turned around and said to Uncle Zhang, arrange for someone to drive this car, pointing at the Koenigsegg, back to the hotel garage first. I'll take your car. Yes, boss. He didn't look at the magical car that was enough to drive men all over the world crazy, but sat directly into the spacious and comfortable back seat of Cullinan, as if the ghost son was just a toy at his fingertips. Xiao Xiao stood there, watching this smooth operation, and his understanding of Lin Yayu was refreshed again. When the window of Cullinan slowly lowered, revealing Lin Yayu's calm profile, Zhang Bo asked respectfully from the driver's seat, "Boss, shall we go back to the hotel now?" Lin Yayu looked at the World Financial Center in the distance, which stood like a financial behemoth in the sunset, and spoke slowly. No. Go to Lujiazui. Go and have a look at our new home invested by Haoyue. Chapter 21. Above the Clouds. The slide Cullinan, like the most silent and loyal knight, carried its owner smoothly to the financial heart of China, the magic city Lujiazui. When the car finally stopped at the underground VIP garage of the World Financial Center, Lin Yayu looked through the car window at the elites who were hurrying around with work badges from top financial institutions hanging on their chests, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Just a few days ago, he was just one of the countless ordinary people who looked up to this place and dreamed of having a place here one day. And today, he came to receive his own throne. Boss, General Manager Chen Ping is waiting for you upstairs. Uncle Zhang opened the car door for him. Lin Yayu took Zhang Bo and took the exclusive VIP elevator directly to the 99th floor. The moment the elevator door opened, a huge space, still in a rough state, wide enough to make one's heart beat faster, appeared before him. An entire floor, 3,200 square meters. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows form a 360-degree circular curtain wall. Standing here, it feels like floating above the clouds. The entire Magic City, from the endless Huangpu River, to the historic buildings of the Bund, to the countless high-rise buildings in the distance, everything is in sight, as small as a model on a sand table. This is an incomparable feeling of being a king who has the world at his feet. Director Lin. Chen Ping, who had been waiting here for a long time, came up quickly, his face full of irrepressible excitement and red light. Look, the view here is second to none in the entire Magic City. Lin Yayu didn't say anything. He just walked slowly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the prosperous city below, with a surge of heroic spirit in his heart. This will be the starting point of his future empire. Have the contracts been signed? He asked calmly. Signed. Signed. Chen Ping quickly took out the documents from his briefcase. The lease term is 5 years. I have paid all the rent and deposit in full at once according to your instructions. I have also taken care of the property management. We can start the renovation anytime. Lin Yayu nodded, turned around, looked at this huge space full of infinite possibilities, and issued new instructions. Mr. Chen, I will not interfere with the renovation. I only have 3 requests. Money is not a problem. I want the best design, the fastest speed, and the strongest sense of technology. Within a month, I will make the headquarters of Haoyue Investment a holy place that all the financial elites in the Magic City yearn for. Understood, understood. Director Lin. Chen Ping was shocked by the huge ambition in Lin Ya's words, and his heart surged. I promise to complete the task. At this moment, the VIP elevator door on the other side also opened quietly with a ding sound. Queen Su Wanqing, dressed in a white power suit and full of aura, walked out of the elevator with her three core generals Qin Feng, Chen Mo, and Elena. When they saw the huge space above the clouds and Lin Yayu standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, who seemed to be integrated with the entire city, even though they were used to big scenes, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes involuntarily. Mr. Lin, it seems that we are not late. A touching arc appeared at the corner of Su Wanqing's mouth. It's not too late, Lin Yayu said with a smile, you came at the right time. Su Wanqing walked up to his side, stood side by side with him, and together they looked down at the financial empire beneath their feet. Your team is reporting to you the results of the first phase. Her voice was cold and efficient. She didn't keep anyone in suspense and went straight to the point. Qin Feng, you tell me. Qin Feng, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped forward, opened the tablet in his hand, and reported, Director Lin, we have successfully locked in and completed the full acquisition of a Nasdaq-listed company called Stardust Bio in Delaware, USA. This company is on the verge of delisting, its debts are clear, and it is a very clean shell. From now on, we have a legal weapon that can be used at any time in the international capital market to raise the butcher knife. Su Wanqing looked at Elena. Elena looked at Lin Yayu with her icy blue eyes and said, Boss, it has been confirmed that Professor Edward Jenkins you are looking for is currently in the Street Point George Private Sanatorium in Zurich, Switzerland. The specific room number is 301 in VIP Building 3. I have sent our people to conduct secret monitoring there 24 hours a day. Finally, there is the tech geek Chen Mo. He said succinctly, all the failed data of Phase 3 clinical trials of cancer-targeted drugs and anti-aging drugs that were sealed last year by the three giants, Pfizer, Novartis and Roche, have been downloaded and sorted out. In just less than 2 days, 3 seemingly impossible task lines all made breakthrough progress. This is the terrifying efficiency of the world's top team. Very good. Lin Yayu was very satisfied with their results. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Yayu, her eyes burning with the flames of wisdom and ambition. Director Lin, the preparations before the war have been basically completed. Now, it's time to lock on to our empire's first hunting target. She swiped open the tablet in her hand and pulled out a report with the highest level of encryption that Chen Mo had analyzed and compiled overnight. Chen Mo found a clinical data set of a new targeted drug code named TR7 in Roche Pharmaceuticals' failed database. This drug, in the Phase 3 clinical trial, showed minimal effect on 99% of the test subjects. Roche therefore determined it to be a complete failure and sealed it permanently. Su Wanqing lightly tapped the screen with her fingertips and enlarged a piece of key data in front of Lin Yayu. But, she said, with a hint of barely perceptible excitement in her voice, for the remaining 1% of test subjects who carry a special recessive gene sequence we name G7, TR7 has shown a nearly 100% cancer cell reversal and elimination rate. Lin Yayu's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Wanqing pulled up another file, which was the in-depth intelligence about Professor Jenkins that Elena had just sent her. What's even more interesting is that Elena's intelligence shows that before Professor Jenkins was banned by Oxford University, the core of the controversial gene repair research he led was exactly how to safely and efficiently activate and utilize the special gene sequence G7. One is a failed drug that is considered rubbish by top pharmaceutical companies and ineffective for 99% of people. The other is a mad professor who was banned by the entire academic community and whose research direction is considered heresy. When these two seemingly unrelated lines were perfectly connected by Su Wanqing in front of Lin Yayu. A grand blueprint worth trillions of dollars that could overturn the entire world's medical landscape suddenly became clear. At this moment, Lin Yayu and Su Wanqing looked at each other suddenly. They both saw the same fire in each other's eyes, called excitement, which was enough to burn everything. Our first target has appeared. Su Wanqing's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Find him, convince him, and buy the failed patent from Roche at a bargain price. Restart this project. Once successful, Hao Yue will be crowned a god in one battle. Chapter 22: The Queen's Fangs and the Auction Invitation. Su Wanqing's voice echoed in the empty office above the clouds. The words "once successful, Hao Yue will be deified in one battle" were full of unparalleled temptation, making everyone present feel their blood boiling. Lin Yayu looked at her phoenix eyes that were burning with flames of extreme excitement, and nodded slowly. From now on, you will be fully responsible for this project. His voice was calm and powerful, full of absolute trust. I will give you unlimited authority in terms of people, money, and resources. I just want a result. I understand. Su Wanqing's answer was concise and to the point. The queen, who had received the authorization, did not say another word. She simply turned around and issued the first batch of combat orders before the war began to her team that had been ready for battle. Her voice was cool, efficient, and full of unquestionable courage. Qin Feng, immediately draft a letter of intent to acquire Roche Pharmaceuticals' TR7 drug patent. The price should be set at $1 million. Remember, we must maintain a high profile and make them think that we are just recycling an unwanted electronic waste. We must not reveal any of our true intentions. Elena, she turned to the icy beauty, book a flight to Zurich, Switzerland immediately. I want you to appear in front of Professor Jenkins within 24 hours. Spare no expense, use all means, and bring him to the Magic City for me. If he is unwilling, tell him that in this world, only Haoyue Investment can allow his research, which is considered heresy, to see the light of day and obtain unlimited financial support. Chen Mo, continue your work. I want the information of all the researchers who participated in the TR7 project at Roche Pharmaceuticals, especially those who were marginalized or fired due to the failure of the project. They will be the first core members of our future laboratory. Chen Ping, she finally looked at the restaurant general manager who had already become excited. Contact the world's top design firm for the office decoration immediately. I want to see the design plan within a week. Within a month, I want to build the world's top private genetic engineering laboratory here for Professor Jenkins. Yes. President Su. A series of instructions, clear and precise, just like the most delicate surgical operation. This newly formed team, like a war machine that was instantly activated, immediately entered its highest speed operating state. At this moment, Su Wanqing finally showed her new boss her sharp fangs that were enough to make the entire Wall Street tremble. Lin Yayu no longer interfered in any specific matters. He just stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the queen and team he had personally selected with satisfaction. He knew that from today on, a ghost named Haoyue would begin hovering over the world's capital markets. At this moment, Su Wanqing finished dealing with the urgent orders at hand and walked back to Lin Yayu's side. Her expression changed from that of a battlefield commander to that of a calm chief strategic advisor. Director Lin, she said, our hidden line has already begun full action. But in order for this grand plan to take root smoothly in China, we still need one more thing. Reputation and connections. Lin Yayu said it for her. Su Wanqing's eyes flashed with approval. That's right. To acquire patents, we need to negotiate with the top management of Roche Pharmaceuticals in China. To establish a laboratory, we need to build connections between domestic drug regulatory authorities and top universities. To recruit national treasure-level scientific research talents, we need a convincing and powerful local platform. To the outside world, Haoyue Investment is now just a name, a nouveau riche that bought a restaurant with mysterious funds. We need a stage, her voice became extremely penetrating, a stage where the names Haoyue Investment and Lin Yayu can make their first thunderous debut in the Magic City, and even in the top circles of China. She swiped open the tablet in her hand and pulled out an electronic invitation. The design of the invitation is low-key yet luxurious. Charity auction for young entrepreneurs in Shanghai. I got you 2 invitations of the highest standard, Su Wanqing said. Tonight, at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. All the prominent family members, second-generation rich people, and internet upstarts in Shanghai will be there. She looked at Lin Yayu with sharp eyes. Your mission tonight is not to make friends, but to establish your authority. You need to let the entire Demon City know that a man named Lin Yayu has come with a company called Haoyue. You want them to respect you, fear you, and be curious about you. Lin Yayu smiled. He liked Su Wanqing's directness. It looks like this is going to be fun tonight. Su Wanqing nodded, and then added, for this kind of occasion, you need a female companion of sufficient weight. Your Miss Xia is a very suitable candidate. She has a very special temperament. She glanced at the time and said, I have asked your driver, Uncle Zhang, to pick her up from school at 3 in the afternoon. Judging by the time, her transformation at V Grace should be almost finished. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yayu's cell phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Uncle Zhang, with only a photo and 1 sentence. The photo shows a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She was wearing a white starry dress from Chanel Haute Couture, which exuded nobility in her purity, like an otherworldly elf. And that sentence is concise and to the point. Boss, Miss Xia is ready. We can leave at any time. Chapter 23 The Elf Who Stunned the Red Carpet. World Financial Center, 99th floor. When Su Wanqing and her team, like the most sophisticated war machines, began to lay a dragnet across the world, Lin Yayu ended this brief but significant meeting. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the model-like city beneath his feet, and gave Su Wanqing the final instructions for the night. You are fully responsible for the company's affairs. I am going to participate in another war now. Su Wanqing looked at the excessively young man in front of her. For the first time, her wise eyes revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart, a mixture of admiration and curiosity. She knew what Lin Yayu meant by war. If we say that what they are about to start is a secret war within the business empire in the dark. So, what Lin Ya has to do tonight is to fire the first shot of the birth of the empire under the spotlight. I wish you a triumphant return. Su Wanqing bowed slightly. Lin Yayu nodded, without saying anything more, and took Zheng Bo and walked into the exclusive VIP elevator. From above the clouds, back to the human world. In the evening, the lights come on. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was driving smoothly on the road to the Bund. Lin Yayu closed his eyes to rest, but in his mind he was digesting the guest list that Chen Ping had just sent him regarding tonight's Young Entrepreneurs charity auction. Xianda Group, Wang Kong. The King of Shanghai, Qin Feng. The Jiangnan Lu family, Lu Tianyang. Behind each of these well-known names lies China's top wealth and power. He knew that these people tonight were completely not on the same level as Wang Hao and Di Xiaofeng whom he had met before. This is the real Dragon's Lair and Tiger's Den. At this moment, the vehicle slowly stopped at the door of the V. Grace Private Image Customization Club. Uncle Zhang got out of the car and opened the back door. Boss, Miss Xia is ready. Lin Yayu's gaze turned to the elegant oak door of the club. The door was pushed open, and a figure that made the moonlight pale in comparison slowly walked out. Xia Jiwei. The moment Lin Yayu saw her clearly, even with his calm mind, his breathing involuntarily stopped for a moment. He knew that Xia Jiwei was very beautiful, but that kind of beauty was campus-like, unpolished, and carried a hint of youthful purity. But the girl in front of him looked like a work of art that had been carefully carved by a top-notch art master using the most precious materials, enough to drive any man crazy. She wore a white starry dress from Chanel, which was dotted with countless tiny diamonds. In the night, it was as if the whole Milky Way was draped over her body. The design of the dress perfectly showed her slender waist and breathtaking curves, which had the purity of a girl and a touch of sexiness that made people feel itchy. Her face was painted with elegant and delicate makeup, which made her already impeccable first love face even more beautiful. Her long black hair was tied into an exquisite princess bun, revealing her graceful swan neck and delicate collarbone. She is like an otherworldly elf who has strayed into the mortal world. She is clean and pure, enough to arouse any man's most primitive desire to protect and possess. For the first time, a genuine, undisguised look of amazement flashed across Lin Yayu's eyes. Xia Jiwei felt a little uncomfortable with his extremely aggressive gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she subconsciously adjusted the hem of her skirt. Lin Yayu smiled. He walked forward and naturally put his expensive suit jacket on her slightly thin shoulders. It's windy outside, don't catch a cold. This sudden, caring and intimate gesture made Xia Jiwei's heart skip a beat. Let's go. We have arrived at our battlefield. Lin Yayu didn't say anything else. He just opened the door of the Cullinan for her like a gentleman. 8 o'clock in the evening, Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund. The two sides of the red carpet were already occupied by countless cameras, and Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Bentleys passed by one after another like a stream of water. At this moment, a moon rock gray Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly stopped at the end of the red carpet in an imperial manner. License plate number, AV8888. This top-notch number, which appeared in the public eye for the first time, instantly attracted the attention of all media. Under the gazes of countless curious people, Uncle Zhang got out of the car and respectfully opened the back door. Lin Yu walked out slowly in a dark Tom Ford suit. Then he turned around and led Xia Jiwei out of the car like a gentleman. When this pair of golden boy and girl, who are perfect in appearance, figure and temperament, stand side by side, the flashlights in the whole venue went completely crazy at this moment. Crack! 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 The dazzling white light almost illuminates the entire night sky. Oh my God! Who is that man? I have never seen him before. His aura is too strong. The woman next to him is so beautiful. She is simply like a fairy. Is she a new celebrity? Check. Go check the license plate of the Cullinan. This man is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Yayu ignored all the noise around him and just used his eyes to give a reassuring signal to Xia Jiwei, who seemed a little nervous beside him. Then he took her and walked calmly onto the red carpet that symbolized fame and fortune. At the same time, in the banquet hall, the grand event on the red carpet was being broadcast live on the huge floor-to-ceiling screen. A young man who was dressed casually but had a cynical smile on his face was surrounded by a group of internet celebrities and second-generation rich people. He looked at Lin Yayu, who appeared on the screen, and raised his eyebrows with interest. Interesting, there's a new guy in Shanghai who likes to show off. He is the prince of Qianda Group, Wang Song. In another corner, a young man with an indifferent expression and aloof temperament also raised his head from his Richard Miller watch worth tens of millions. He looked at Lin Yayu on the screen, and for the first time, a trace of inquiry flashed in his calm eyes. He was the legendary Emperor of Shanghai, Qin Feng. In a circle of several young masters from aristocratic families, a handsome young man wearing custom-made Armani clothes fixed his eyes on Xia Jiwei. His eyes flashed with undisguised, greedy possessiveness. "Go, check the details of that woman for me." He ordered the attendant beside him, and find out the background of the man next to her as well. He is the direct descendant of the Jiangnan Lu family, Lu Tianyang. Lin Yayu seemed unaware of all this. He just held Xia Jiwei's hand and walked steadily, step by step, to the magnificent door leading to the real world of fame and fortune. He knew that inside the door was a whole new world. Chapter 24: Auction Trouble and the First Nail. When Lin Yayu and Xia Jiwei stepped into the magnificent banquet hall of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, the noisy conversation in the hall paused for a moment, audibly. Nearly 100 eyes representing the most elite circles in the Magic City were focused on the strange and dazzling couple at the door. "Who is that man? I don't know him. He's a complete stranger. But he's really handsome." "More than handsome," a well-informed socialite said to her companion in a low voice, "look at his temperament. Wang Song is flamboyant, Qin Feng is indifferent, and he is calm as if he doesn't care about anything. This kind of calmness is more terrifying than any flamboyance." Indeed, Lin Yayu tonight was enough to make any woman look at him. His face seemed to be the most outstanding sculpture of God, with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and perfect lips. He did not have the slightest feminine softness of a cream boy, but was full of sharp and aggressive masculine charm. Especially his eyes, which were like the deep night sky when calm, and the occasional flash of brilliance were like a sharp sword that could penetrate people's hearts. Coupled with his figure that is comparable to that of a top male model, perfectly wrapped in a Tom Ford suit, and the pure and beautiful Xia Jiwei beside him who was like an elf. The two of them standing together formed a perfect and harmonious scenery that made all the celebrities present feel a little pressured. Lin Yayu seemed unaware of the inquiring, jealous and amazed looks around him. He just calmly took Xia Jiwei to the arranged seats in the front row of the banquet hall and sat down calmly. "Don't be nervous," he could feel Xia Jiwei's palms were slightly sweaty, so he gently comforted her, "just treat them as background boards." Xia Jiwei took a deep breath and nodded. She looked at the man beside her who could remain absolutely calm no matter what the situation was, and her troubled heart miraculously calmed down. Soon, the auction officially began. A well-known gold medal auctioneer in the industry came on stage and introduced tonight's charity theme and auction items with very infectious words. The first few items were all luxury items donated by celebrities, with a value ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, such as famous watches and limited edition bags. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became heated. Wang Song raised his card a few times out of boredom, casually took a picture of an antique Patek Philippe watch, and then asked his internet celebrity girlfriend to put it on, which attracted a burst of envious cheers from those around him. Qin Feng never raised his sign. He just sat there quietly, occasionally whispering to the people around him, as if he had no interest in these mundane things. Lin Yayu also did not make a move. His goal was not these. At this moment, a brand new item was carefully brought to the stand by the etiquette lady. It was a diamond necklace. The design of the necklace is extremely luxurious and dreamy. It is inlaid with hundreds of top-grade pink diamonds of different sizes into the shape of a mermaid, and at the corner of the mermaid's eye is an extremely large top-grade heart of the ocean blue diamond that is as blue as the sky. Dear guests, the auctioneer's voice was full of passion. The next lot is the masterpiece created by French jewelry master Mr. Olivier, who spent 3 years personally creating it, Tears of the Mermaid. Its starting price is 3 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 100,000. Now, start bidding. The moment Xia Jiwei saw the necklace, a hint of surprise and yearning flashed uncontrollably in her clear eyes. It's really so beautiful. No woman can resist its charm. Although she quickly concealed her emotions, this slight ripple did not escape Lin Yayu's eyes. He tilted his head, with a smile on his face, and asked softly, "Like it?" "Ah." Xia Jiwei was stunned for a moment, then her cheeks turned red and she shook her head quickly. No, I just think it's beautifully designed." She knew very well that the value of jewelry of this level was far beyond her imagination. She did not dare to have any extravagant hopes. Lin Yayu smiled and said nothing more. However, their intimate whispers, which were performed without paying attention to others, were seen by a young man not far away who was staring at them with an unfriendly look. He is the direct descendant of the Jiangnam Lu family, Lu Tianyang. From the moment Lin Yayu and Xia Jiwei entered the venue, his eyes had hardly left Xia Jiwei. A girl like Xia Jiwei, who had a pure temperament and was as beautiful as a fairy, was exactly the prey that he, a top second generation who was tired of playing with internet celebrity faces, wanted to conquer the most. And the man sitting next to the fairy, whom he didn't know at all, naturally became the most annoying thorn in his eyes. 3,100,000. Lu Tianyang lazily raised the number plate in his hand and at the same time, cast a provocative look in the direction of Lin Yayu. Several of his followers immediately started to make a fuss. Master Lu has made a move. It seems that Master Lu is determined to get this necklace. There was no expression on Lin Yayu's face. He didn't even look at Lu Tianyang, but just raised his number plate. 3.5 million. His voice was calm and clear. The whole audience's attention was focused on him instantly. There is something interesting to watch. Lu Tianyang's face darkened slightly. He didn't expect that this peasant who appeared out of nowhere would dare to challenge him. 4 million. He raised the sign again without hesitation, with a hint of gunpowder in his voice. He not only wanted to take a picture of the necklace, but also used this method to tell the man who was the master here. However, he had just finished speaking. 4.5 million. Lin Yayu's voice sounded again calmly. The followers around Lu Tianyang noticed something was wrong and quickly advised, "Mr. Lu, don't bother with him. It's not worth it for a necklace. Get lost." Lu Tianyang was already furious at this moment. He felt that his face was being trampled on by that man again and again. In the Magic City, in his territory, no one had ever dared to give him face like this. 5 million. He stood up suddenly and almost shouted the price. He stared at Lin Yayu intently, with a ferocious smile on his face. "I'll offer 5 million. Boy, I want to see if you can afford it." There was an uproar in the banquet hall. For a necklace that is actually worth at most 4 million, bidding 5 million. This is no longer an auction, this is using money to hit people alive. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yayu. Xia Jiwei nervously grabbed Lin Yayu's arm subconsciously. She didn't want to let Lin Yayu get involved in this meaningless dispute because of her. Wang Tsong and Qin Feng also watched the sudden good show with great interest. They were also very curious about how this mysterious young man would respond. In the deathly silence of the entire venue, in the auctioneer's eyes filled with expectation and trembling, Lin Yayu slowly raised the number plate in his hand again. He didn't look at Lu Tianyang, but at the auctioneer on the stage. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly uttered a new number in a clear and steady voice that was loud enough for the entire banquet hall to hear. 10 million. Chapter 25, Spending 10 million, The King's Ticket. 1. 10 million? When Lin Yayu's voice, calm and without a trace of ripples, echoed clearly in every corner of the banquet hall, the whole world seemed to have pressed the pause button. The auctioneer's hand holding the gavel froze in mid-air. The journalists recording the auction forgot to press the shutter. The waiters carrying champagne seemed to have taken root. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yayu's calm and handsome face as if they had seen a ghost. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. For a necklace with a market value of at most 4 million, he actually, directly, called out a whopping price of 10 million? This is not bidding, this is using money to launch a reckless, one-sided massacre. After a brief moment of silence, the entire banquet hall, like a pond into which a depth charge had been dropped, instantly began to boil. Did I hear correctly? 10 million? Just for a necklace? Who the hell is this? Did the money come from the wind? Too cruel. This is no longer an auction, this is murder. In front of the entire Magic City, the Lu family's face was pressed to the ground and trampled to death with money. Xia Jiwei was so shocked by this number that her mind went blank. Her knuckles turned white from the excessive force on Lin Yayu's arm. 10 million. Just because I looked at the necklace for a second longer? She looked at the calm profile of the man beside her and felt like she was having an extremely absurd, yet extremely real dream. And the other center of this storm, Lu Tianyang, was completely petrified. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. It first changed from arrogant and ferocious to incredible astonishment, then from astonishment to a humiliated, liver-like red, and finally, it turned into a deadly pale. 5 million was almost all the liquid funds he could use tonight. He called out this price because he was sure that the other party would never be able to afford it and was ready to enjoy the final pleasure of the winner. But he never dreamed that the other party would use a number that was doubled, which he was not even qualified to look up to crush all his dignity and pride. He felt like an aggressive boxer, rushing forward and hitting a seemingly ordinary piece of iron plate with all his strength. As a result, the iron plate did not move at all. But his own fist was already bloody. Lu? Mr. Lu, are you still following me? The follower beside him asked in a low voice, almost crying. And? Follow shit. Lu Tianyang clenched his fists tightly. He could even feel that the gazes full of sympathy, mockery, and gloating from all directions in the banquet hall were like knives, cutting him into pieces. His legs went limp and he fell back into his chair in a miserable state, unable to utter a word. In the top circle not far away. For the first time, all the frivolity disappeared from Wang Tsung's cynical face, and was replaced by an excitement and fighting spirit as if he had met a worthy opponent. Interesting, he murmured to himself, shaking the wine glass in his hand. It's really fucking interesting. This guy is not a dragon crossing the river, but a fierce dragon crossing the river that is ready to overturn the entire Magic City. The Emperor of Shanghai Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, slowly put down the teacup in his hand. For the first time, his calm eyes showed a strong interest in a person. On the booth, the gold medal auctioneer finally recovered from the huge shock. His voice was trembling with extreme excitement. 10 million. Mr. Lin offers 10 million. Is there a higher price? His eyes swept across the entire audience, especially Lu Tianyang, who looked as pale as death. The whole audience was silent. 10 million, once. 10 million, twice. 10 million, 3 times. Bang! The gavel fell, finalizing the decision. Deal. Congratulations to Mr. Lin. You have successfully won this unique work of art, Tears of the Mermaid. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the venue. But this applause was no longer for the necklace, but for the mysterious man who spent tens of millions of dollars and dominated the whole venue. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the mermaid's tear was respectfully brought to Lin Yayu by the waiter on a velvet tray. Lin Yayu didn't even look at the bill. He just casually took out a black card with no markings on it from his suit pocket and handed it to the waiter. Swipe the card. The appearance of this black card once again made the pupils of several top wealthy people who knew the value of the card shrink. Centurion Black Gold Card. The legendary king of cards with unlimited credit limit. When the payment was completed and Lin Yayu picked up the necklace that shone brightly under the light from the tray, all the women in the audience held their breath. He slowly stood up and walked behind Xia Jiwei. Amid countless envious and jealous gazes, he personally placed the mermaid's tear worth 10 million on Xia Jiwei's graceful, white swan neck. The cold diamond touching the warm skin made Xia Jiwei's body tremble slightly involuntarily. She could clearly feel his slightly cold fingertips inadvertently brushing against the most sensitive skin on the back of her neck when he was fastening the button for her, bringing her a tingling sensation like an electric shock that made her blush and her heart beat faster. Now, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of magnetism, "Do you still think it's just good looking?" Xia Jiwei's cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples, her heart began beating wildly, and she couldn't utter a word. She looked at the jealous looks from the celebrities around her that almost melted her, and for the first time, she truly experienced the dizzying feeling of being held in the palm of a powerful man's hand and enjoying his exclusive favor. And at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Lu Tianyang, supported by several followers, had walked to their table without knowing when. Although his face was still a little pale, it was more of a vicious look of anger and shame. "My friend, you look unfamiliar." He forced himself to maintain his aura and said with a fake smile, "You just came to the Magic City from another place to make a fortune? You have a lot of money, but in a place like the Magic City, money alone is not enough." He was threatening and hinting to Lin Yayu that without a background, he couldn't be saved even if he had money. Lin Yayu slowly turned around and looked at him with a humble smile on his face. "The Magic City is indeed a good place, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Young Master Lu's family has a deep foundation here. In the future, please give me more guidance. His submission attitude relieved Lu Tianyang's anger a little. He thought the other party was afraid. No problem. Lu Tianyang raised his chin again. Since you know the reputation of my Lu family, you must understand the rules and abide by your duties when doing things in the Magic City in the future. Not everyone can be offended by you. However, before he could finish his teachings full of superiority, he was interrupted by a more arrogant and cynical voice. Oh, who did I think it was? Turns out it's Lu Tianyang. Wang Song was seen staggering over with a glass of champagne, surrounded by a group of internet celebrities. He didn't even look at Lu Tianyang, but walked straight to Lin Yayu and stretched out his hand casually. Brother, that's awesome. I, Wang Song, like to make friends like you, who throw money at others when they have a disagreement. To get to know each other? At this moment, the expression on Lu Tianyang's face was extremely wonderful. The teaching he had not yet finished was like a fishbone, stuck in his throat. Chapter 26 Toys Worth 30 Million. Wang Song, the Prince of Qianda Group, is a name that is known to almost everyone in the younger generation of China. What he represents is not only enormous wealth, but also a free-spirited attitude towards life that is admired by countless people. And at this moment, it was this top second generation who took the initiative and even extended an olive branch of friendship to Lin Yayu, this unknown newcomer, with a hint of eagerness. This scene made everyone present's heart twitch violently. Lu Tianyang's face, which was already flushed with humiliation, instantly turned blue and white, which was extremely exciting. His unfinished teaching was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit out, making him freeze in place like a ridiculous sculpture. Lin Yayu's face still had that humble and peaceful smile. He stretched out his hand and gently shook hands with Wang Song's hand, which was wearing the limited edition AP Royal Oak. Master Wang, I have long admired you. Don't! Wang Song waved his hand carelessly and patted Lin Yayu's shoulder in a familiar manner. Why call me young Master Wang? That's too formal. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Kong. He looked at Lin Yayu, his eyes full of undisguised admiration. Brother, no matter where you come from, you did a damn good job tonight. Lu Tianyang and his gang of self-righteous noble family kids, relying on the influence of their ancestors, pretend to be cool in the Magic City every day. I have been annoyed with them for a long time. Today, you have vented my anger for me. His words were vulgar, yet full of true emotion. Lin Yayu smiled and said, Brother Song, you are too polite. I just don't want to disappoint the lady next to me. His eyes, inconspicuously, glanced at Xia Jiwei, who was already nervous and at a loss. This small action, and the self-evident protection in his words, made Xia Jiwei's heart beat uncontrollably again. Ha ha. Great. Spending tens of millions on a woman, how manly. Wang Song laughed heartily, then took out his phone. Come on, brother, add me on WeChat. If you have any problems in Shanghai, just come to me directly. No matter what else I say, if anyone dares to mess with you, I, Wang Song, will be the first to disagree. These words are equivalent to an open taking sides. The way the people around looked at Lin Yayu had completely changed. From the initial mystery to the current reverence. After adding WeChat, Wang Song looked at Lu Tianyang, who already looked as pale as death, with a meaningful look, then turned around and returned to his own circle. And Lu Tianyang was completely isolated. He felt like a stripped clown, enduring silent ridicule from all sides. However, Lin Yayu didn't seem to intend to let him go just like that. Just as the auctioneer was about to start the next item, Lin Yayu slowly raised his hand. Wait a minute, he said, looking at the auctioneer on the stage, smiling, I have a small suggestion. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. The auctioneer was treating him with such respect as if he were a god. Lin Yayu's gaze swept across Lu Tianyang seemingly casually. The necklace I just bought cost me 10 million, but I won't leave my name. Even if it's under Mr. Lu's name. After all, young Master Lu is so interested tonight and has contributed such a wonderful show to everyone. We can't let him go home empty-handed, right? Just think of it as making a little more contribution to young Master Lu's charity tonight. Puff. A follower beside Lu Tianyang couldn't hold back and spit out a mouthful of champagne when he heard these words. As for Lu Tianyang himself, his eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he almost fainted from anger on the spot. Kill people. Destroy their hearts. What a vicious and clever humiliation this is. Lin Yayu not only used money, but also crushed his dignity. Now, he has to use the money that crushed his dignity to buy him a hypocritical and sarcastic reputation as a philanthropist. From then on, a joke was circulated in the upper circles of the entire Magic City. Lu Tianyang from the Jiangnan Lu family was defeated in a competition of wealth at an auction. In the end, he was able to leave his name on the charity list only with the help of the 10 million yuan donated by his opponent. Lu Tianyang could no longer stay here. He glared at Lin Yayu with resentment, and then fled from the banquet hall in a panic, like a stray dog, amid the laughter of the crowd. After this little episode with Lu Tianyang, the auction continued. But the atmosphere has become very strange. Because of the next few items, only Lin Ya and Xia Jiwei beside him took a closer look. There was even no need for Lin Yayu to hold up the sign. Zhang Bo behind him would raise the number plate expressionlessly, like the most precise robot. And no one in the whole audience dared to bid with him. After several rounds, Lin Yayu bought a pair of jade earrings and a limited edition Hermes handbag for Xia Jiwei at the lowest price in a way that was almost bottom fishing. Just when everyone thought that the climax of the night was over, the auctioneer announced the last and most important item of the night in an almost pilgrimage-like and extremely excited voice. Dear guests, next, it will be time to witness a miracle. The legendary Emperor of Shanghai Mr. Qin Feng donated this private collection with great pain. Richard Miller, RM5201, blue ceramic version, sculptor billion watch. When this magical watch, with a lifelike skull made of 18K rose gold inlaid on the dial, appeared on the big screen, all the men in the audience who knew watches went crazy. Oh my god! It's the blue ceramic version of the RM5201. There are only 10 limited editions worldwide. The price of this watch in the secondary market has long exceeded 30 million. And there is no demand for it. How could young Master Qin be willing to take it out? Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, stood up slowly at this moment and said to the audience calmly, "A gentleman does not take away what others like. This watch will only be sold to someone who truly understands it and deserves it." After saying this, he sat down again and closed his eyes, as if everything that happened next had nothing to do with him. Richard Miller RM5201. Starting price, 20 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Now, start bidding. The auctioneer's gavel fell heavily. 21 million. 23 million. 25 million. The price started to soar wildly in an instant. This is no longer an ordinary auction, it is a battle of honor for the top wealthy people present to pay tribute to Qin Feng and prove that they are qualified. Soon, the price was driven up to a terrifying number. 35 million. A young master from a wealthy family in Beijing gritted his teeth and shouted out this price after asking his family over the phone. The whole audience fell into a brief silence again. This price is beyond the affordability of most people. The auctioneer began the countdown. Just when everyone thought that this god-level watch was about to be acquired by this young master from Beijing, Lin Yayu slowly raised the number plate he had not raised since the Tears of the Mermaid. He didn't even look at the watch on the stand, but just looked at Xia Jiwei beside him, who was already shocked and overwhelmed by the scene tonight. Then, in a nonchalant tone, as if he was buying vegetables in the market, he slowly spit out a new number. 50 million. The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. The proud look on the face of the young master from Beijing who had just shouted out 35 million froze in an instant, and then turned into a bitter smile. He shook his head and silently put down the number plate in his hand. In the face of absolute, overwhelming financial power, any struggle would seem pale and powerless. Bang! The gavel fell. 50 million. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. When the priceless watch was handed to Lin Yayu, he just picked it up casually and took a look at it. Then, when everyone in the audience, including Wang Tsong and Xia Jiwei, thought that he was going to wear this watch symbolizing King himself. But he did something that caused his entire worldview to collapse. He turned around and handed the watch, which was worth 50 million and enough to buy a top-notch mansion in the Magic City, to the man who had been standing behind him like a javelin. His driver, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, his voice was not loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. You've been following me, but you still don't have a decent gift. This watch is for you. Chapter 27, The Aftermath of the Banquet and the Queen's Call. This watch is for you. Lin Yayu's voice was not loud, it could even be said to be very light. But this understated remark was like a powerful, silent spiritual bomb that exploded in the minds of everyone in the banquet hall. Give it to the driver? He just casually gave a limited edition, god-level watch that he had just bought for 50 million renminbi to his driver and bodyguard? Crazy. This man is a complete and utter lunatic. At this moment, the look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Lin Yayu was no longer filled with the same awe and shock as before. It is a kind of fear that comes from the depths of the soul that only mortals will have when they look up to God. Because only a God who has no concept of money and regards money as dirt can do such an outrageous and incredible thing. Uncle Zhang, the former Special Forces king who had experienced gunfire and witnessed life and death, was completely shocked by his boss's earth-shattering move. His body subconsciously tensed up, and for the first time, an expression of astonishment appeared on his calm face. "Boss, this is absolutely not possible." He took a step back and refused in a hoarse voice, "This is too expensive. I can't accept it." He was just a driver and a bodyguard. A watch worth 50 million was no longer a gift, it was a burden that was enough to crush his soul. Lin Yayu just looked at him indifferently, his eyes were calm, but with an unquestionable majesty. "There is no reason to take back what I gave away. You are my driver and my security guard. From today on, you will represent the face of me, Lin Yayu. Put it on." The last two words are very light, yet as heavy as Mount Tai. Zhang Bo looked at his boss's unquestionable eyes, and the remaining reluctance in his heart was instantly replaced by a tremendous sense of heroism called "a gentleman will die for his friend." He said no more, but suddenly gave Lin Yayu a standard military salute. Then, he took the watch and put it solemnly on his wrist with a hand that was almost trembling as if he were a pilgrim. When the magical skull tourbillon is combined with his weathered and powerful arms, a wonderful aura full of violent aesthetics instantly bursts out. Wang Song, who was not far away, was stunned for a while when he saw this scene, and then he burst into laughter. He gave Lin Yayu a thumbs up from a distance. "Awesome! This is fucking awesome!" The auction is still going on. But the next few lots seemed dull. Everyone's minds were still immersed in the thrilling shock of the 50 million toys just now, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Just as the auction was coming to an end, Qin Feng, the Emperor of Shanghai, who seemed to be aloof from the matter and resting with his eyes closed from beginning to end, finally, slowly, opened his eyes. He didn't look at anyone or the items on the stand. He stood up and walked straight to Lin Yayu's table, step by step, under the breath-holding gaze of everyone in the audience. The entire banquet hall suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared on Wang Song's face. He knew that the real, climax part of tonight's show was just about to begin. Qin Feng's gaze did not look at Lin Yayu, but fell on Zhang Bo's wrist first. He looked at the watch that should have belonged to him quietly for a few seconds. There was no reluctance in his eyes. Instead, there was a strange smile flashing across his face, as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Yayu. He was not as enthusiastic as Wang Song in calling him brother. He simply said in a calm tone, as if stating a fact, "You are very interesting." After saying that, he took out a completely black card without any title or logo from his pocket and placed it on the table. On the card, there was only a gold embossed name and a private phone number. Qin Feng. "I like to be with interesting people." He looked at Lin Yayu, and finally, a hint of real interest appeared in his calm eyes, "playing with interesting cars. When you're free, let's go together." After leaving these words, he did not stay any longer. He nodded slightly to Lin Yayu, then turned around and left quietly surrounded by a crowd of people. When the legendary Emperor of Shanghai Qin Feng placed the black business card representing the admission ticket to the top car playing circle in Shanghai on Lin Yayu's desk and left a message, "Let's play with cars when you are free," the atmosphere of the charity auction tonight reached its peak. Lu Tianyang was crushed, Wang Song took the initiative to make friends, and Qin Feng personally showed his goodwill. In just one night, Lin Yayu, this unknown newcomer, made his gorgeous debut in the top circle of Shanghai in the most powerful and incredible way. The auction is officially over. When Lin Yayu stood up and prepared to leave with Xia Jiwei, a dramatic scene happened. The guests who had kept their distance from him and even looked down on him before, now surrounded him from all directions in an instant like a swarm of bees smelling honey. "Mr. Lin. Hello. I am Mr. Zhang from XX Group. This is my business card. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come to have a meal with you. Mr. Lin. I am the editor-in-chief of Fashion Magazine. I would like to do an exclusive interview with you. Do you think? Mr. Lin. My father is in the import and export trade. Do you think you can take a look at this project?" Countless hands, holding up gold-stamped business cards, desperately tried to pass them to Lin Yayu. Countless faces were filled with the most humble and enthusiastic smiles. For the first time, Xia Jiwei felt so deeply what power meant. She subconsciously moved a little closer to Lin Yayu. Faced with this sudden admiration that was enough to make any young person lose their way, Lin Yayu's face still maintained a calm and indifferent expression. He didn't take any of the business cards. Zhang Bo behind him had already taken out a silver, exquisitely crafted card tray. He was like a professional British butler, expressionlessly collecting all the business cards handed over into the tray one by one, without being rude and keeping an absolute distance from everyone. Lin Yayu simply gave everyone a polite and distant smile, and then, under the protection of Zhang Bo, he took Xia Jiwei and calmly walked through this human wall composed of fame, fortune, and desire. After getting into the Cullinan that had been waiting at the door and being isolated from all the noise from the outside world, Xia Jiwei felt like he was alive again. She was still in a huge, unreal dizziness. She subconsciously touched the cold and bright mermaid's tear on her neck, feeling that everything that happened tonight was like a dream. Inside the car, Uncle Zhang respectfully handed the silver tray filled with business cards to the back seat. Each of the full plates of business cards represents a connection and resources that are enough to make ordinary people in Shanghai look up to. Lin Yayu just glanced at it casually. He picked out 2 or 3 business cards that seemed to be useful, such as the owner of a top gallery and an antique car collector, and then pushed the remaining dozens of business cards, along with the tray, back to Uncle Zhang. You deal with these. His voice was calm. Those of value should be filed by industry. Those of no value should be thrown away. Yes, boss. Xia Jiwei looked at his calm and composed appearance, and was deeply shocked again. In his eyes, the fame, fortune, and connections that are pursued by countless people seem to be like garbage that can be discarded at will. The vehicle finally stopped downstairs of the dormitory building of the Drama Academy. You've worked hard tonight, Lin Yayu looked at her and said gently, have a good rest. Yeah. Xia Jiwei nodded. She had 1,000 things to ask, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know where to start. In the end, she just whispered, you should go to bed early too, then opened the car door and returned to her own world with starlight all over her and full of shock. Cullinan, restart. Just as Lin Yayu was about to return to the hotel, his personal cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was an encrypted satellite phone, and the caller ID showed Su Wanqing. Lin Yayu's eyes instantly switched from leisure to the focus of a chairman. Boss Su. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Su Wanqing's always calm and efficient voice came from the other end of the line, but Lin Yayu still heard a subtle tremor of excitement in it. I have 2 things to report to you. First, in Switzerland, Elena has successfully established preliminary contact with Professor Jenkins. The other party's attitude is very stubborn and extremely hostile to all capital, but he did not completely reject our request for a meeting. Elena is working on a second-step contact plan. Very good. Lin Yayu nodded. What about the second one? Su Wanqing's tone turned serious. Second, and most importantly. Director Lin, I need money. A lot of money. She continued to explain, Xin Feng has already locked on the most suitable acquisition target, the American shell company called Stardust Bio. Chen Mo has also analyzed all the technical information of the TR7 patent from Roche's database. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. I need to start 3 plans immediately. First, in the United States, complete the acquisition of Stardust Biology with lightning speed and immediately set up a basic operations team. Second, in Switzerland, authorize Elena to use all abnormal business methods to show Professor Jenkins our strength and sincerity. Third, in the Magic City, immediately start the plan to recruit the 3 core researchers. These 3 plans need to be carried out simultaneously in order to complete our original layout before all competitors react. All of this, Su Wanqing's voice was extremely clear. I preliminarily estimated that at least an initial combat fund of no less than $200 million would be needed. $200 million. Converted into RMB, it is a terrifying number of over 1.4 billion. Even Lin Yayu couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard this number. The 1 billion renminbi that he had just obtained and hadn't even warmed up yet was not even enough for the startup capital for this grand plan. I understand. Lin Yayu's eyes did not show any sign of retreat, but instead burned with a more intense fighting spirit. I'll take care of the funding issue. You just need to be prepared to spend the money. How long will it take me? I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The pressure came like a tide. But more than that, it's excitement. This is the game he wants. The next day, early morning. When a new day came, Lin Yayu was awakened by the system refresh reminder tone at midnight. He was not at all sleepy and immediately did his daily check-in for the day. He knew that this might be the key to solving his urgent problem. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving asset rewards. Blackstone Group 5% dry stock dividend rights quarterly. Lin Yayu's pupils suddenly shrank. Blackstone Group, the world's top alternative asset management company. One of the kings of Wall Street. Its 5% quarterly dividend rights? Ding! It has been detected that Blackstone Group will soon distribute dividends this quarter. The system has automatically processed the relevant legal and tax documents for you. It is expected that you will receive the first dividend within 3 days. According to the current financial report, the after-tax amount is approximately $280 million. Lin Yayu looked at the clear golden font on the system panel and slowly exhaled. He picked up his phone and called Su Wanqing. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing also seemed to have not slept all night, and there was a hint of fatigue in her voice. Mr. Lin, good morning. Regarding the funding. Boss Su, Lin Yayu interrupted her. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly in a calm and unquestionable tone. I have already sorted out the funding. Get your account ready to receive it. Chapter 28: The Queen's Shock and the Emperor's New Home. When Lin Yayu said in a nonchalant tone, I have already solved the problem of funding, Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone fell into a deathly silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. As a top trader who once managed billions of dollars in capital, she knows better than anyone else in the world what it means to solve a clean cash flow of up to $200 million that can be used at any time. This does not conform to any business rules or any capital logic. Even the Rothschild family, even the oil crown prince of the Middle East, could not mobilize such a huge amount of cash in just one night. This can no longer be explained by strong background. This is a miracle. I understand. Finally, Su Wanqing replied in a slightly trembling voice mixed with extreme shock and fanatical admiration, Director Lin, I will wait for your funds to arrive. After hanging up the phone, she looked towards the conference room and saw the 3 corps generals who were also stunned after hearing the speakerphone content. Did you hear everything? The 3 of them nodded mechanically. Legal expert Qin Fong pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of subversive thinking. Boss Su, the source of the boss's funds, has exceeded any character model we have established before. We need to re-evaluate the risk level and potential level of Haoyue investment. Intelligence Queen Elena's icy blue eyes revealed a feeling of confusion for the first time. My intelligence network is spread all over the world. But I am sure that there is no known individual or organization in this world that can legally mobilize $200 million in cash overnight. Chen Mo, a tech geek, silently typed a new line of code comment on his microcomputer. Target, LYY status, unknown. Risk level, catastrophic. Suggestion, abandon all attempts at analysis. Follow. Su Wanqing looked at her 3 arrogant subordinates and for the first time, she saw the same emotion in their eyes. Awe. The purest awe of an unknown, incomprehensible, godlike power. She knew that from this moment on, the name Lin Yayu had truly become the only and supreme belief of this team. For the next 2 days, the whole world was calm. But beneath the surface, a blitzkrieg launched by Haoyue Investment against the global biomedicine field has quietly and comprehensively started. On the first day, a huge sum of $280 million, like a divine weapon dropped from the sky, was accurately injected into the long-dried American account of Stardust Creatures. In the first hour after the funds were in place, Su Wanqing personally managed the acquisition of $100 million, which was packaged into a patent acquisition offer with a premium of 300% and could not be refused through the most complicated financial channels, and was placed on the desk of the president of the China region of the pharmaceutical giant Roche Pharmaceuticals. Faced with this insulting offer in Qin Fong's watertight legal documents, Roche fell into great confusion and ecstasy. They couldn't understand how there could be such a living Buddha in this world who was stupid and rich. 3 hours after the funds were in place, Irina, who was far away in Zurich, Switzerland, donated a private genetic engineering laboratory worth €30 million and equipped with a full set of the latest German equipment to the St. George Private Sanatorium in the name of the Haoyue Global Charity Foundation. This small gift had only one condition attached: the naming rights and first use rights of the laboratory belonged to Professor Edward Jenkins, a patient in room 301 of the hospital. Within half a day of the funds being in place, the 3 former Roche core researchers who had been marginalized due to the failure of the TR7 project and who had long been targeted by Chen Mo, almost at the same time, received invitations from Haoyue Investment. The invitations contained only 2 things: a labor contract that they could not refuse, which was 3 times their original salary and came with equity and a first-class ticket to Zurich, Switzerland, the next day. After obtaining sufficient fuel, the chariots of the Haoyue Empire are madly crushing towards their set targets at a terrifying speed. The instigator of all this, Lin Yayu, is living a leisurely and luxurious retirement life. His daily routine is to work out, sign in, and then wander around various corners of Shanghai. Thursday morning, daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, the top single-family manor in Magic City Villa number 9 of Tan Palace. Lin Yayu looked at the reward and finally nodded with satisfaction. Tan Palace is not an ordinary villa, it is a legendary area for the rich in the entire Magic City, and even in the whole of China. Only 18 villas were built, and each one has a completely different style. It is always in short supply and is a real entry ticket to the rich. He could finally move out of the hotel and have a real home of his own. Villa information: Tan Palace Villa number 9 covers an area of 6 acres, with a construction area of 1,800 square meters, 2 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. It has its own outdoor swimming pool, private garden, tennis court, and small helipad. Internal facilities: the interior of the villa has been fully designed and soft furnished by the world's top designer Tom Dixon. The home appliances and furniture are all top-notch custom made, and you can move in at any time. Staffing: the system has equipped you with an English butler, 4 maids, a French chef and 2 gardeners, all of whom are top talents in the industry with 100% loyalty. They will be waiting for you at the villa this morning. Ownership information: the ownership of the villa and related legal documents have been automatically registered in the name of the host and stored in the safe in the villa's study. After Lin Yayu finished reading all the messages, he called Zhang Bo. At that time, Zhang Bo was driving Cullinan and parked downstairs of the World Financial Center, waiting for his boss's next instructions. "Good morning, boss." "Uncle Zhang," Lin Yayu said with a hint of smile, "I'm not going to the company today. Let's go home." Chapter 29, King of the Palace. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan runs smoothly in the traffic network of the Magic City. The vehicle slowly drove away from the bustling jungle of steel and glass in the city center and entered a completely different top-level ecological villa area known as the Green Lung of Magic City. The air here seemed to have become fresh and moist. On both sides of the road, there were lush and towering ancient trees, completely isolating the noise and dust of the outside world. One after another, top-notch manors of different styles and large areas were hidden under the shade of the trees, showing the extraordinary status of the owners of this place, who were either rich or noble. Lin Yayu looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, and his heart was calm. Just a dozen days ago, he was still living in a rental house of less than 20 square meters, hot in summer and cool in winter, and worried about the monthly rent. But now, he is about to move into a legendary manor in the top wealthy area in China, which can be called the King of Buildings. This transformation seems like a lifetime ago. Cullinan finally stopped slowly in front of a huge iron door that was several meters high, full of classical European court style and intricate carvings. Above the iron gate hangs a low-key yet luxurious gold-plated doorplate. Tan Palace number 9. Without any operation, after the security system at the door recognized Cullinan's license plate, the heavy door silently and slowly opened to both sides as if welcoming the return of the king. As the car enters, a private tree-lined road paved with top-grade stone and stretching for 100 meters appears before your eyes. On both sides of the road are carefully trimmed rare plants and an elegant fountain. At the end of the boulevard is a magnificent palace full of British classical style that will take everyone's breath away. When Cullinan stopped at the steps in front of the palace, the heavy oak door of the villa was slowly opened from the inside to the outside. An old man with gray hair, an upright posture and an elegant temperament, wearing a standard English butler's tuxedo, had been waiting here respectfully, leading 2 rows of 8 servants in uniform. Zhang Bo got out of the car and opened the back door for Lin Yayu. Led by the old butler, all the servants bowed deeply to Lin Yayu in unison. "Welcome home, sir." The old butler stepped forward and expressed his highest respect to Lin Yayu in a pure London accent without a trace of noise. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. My name is Hopkins, and I am your exclusive butler. From today on, my team and I will serve you wholeheartedly." Lin Yayu looked at the top butler in front of him who was comparable to Alfu in the movie Batman, and this welcoming team full of ceremonial sense, and finally nodded with satisfaction. This is what a wealthy person's home should look like. "Mr. Hopkins," Lin Yayu said with a smile, "I'll be thanking you for your hard work in the future. It is our pleasure to serve you, sir." Under the guidance of Hopkins, Lin Yayu stepped into his own palace for the first time. What comes into view is a grand lobby with a ceiling height of more than 10 meters, which is large enough to hold a small dance party. Underfoot is the mirror-like Italian top-grade marble floor. Above the head is a dazzling giant chandelier composed of thousands of Swarovski crystals. Sir, the building area of Villa Number 9 is 1,800 square meters, and the garden area is over 4,000 square meters. Hopkins, like a most professional guide, began to introduce his territory to the owner of the house. On the ground floor, we have our reception room, dining room, banquet hall, and a kitchen with a full set of Michelin 3-star equipment. Chef Albert was once the sous chef of the Silver Tower restaurant in France. He is proficient in top-notch French, Italian, and Chinese cuisine. On the second floor above ground is your master suite, study, and 4 separate guest suites. The underground floor is your entertainment and relaxation space. It includes a private IMAX theater that can accommodate 20 people, a private wine cellar with a constant temperature and humidity that currently houses 1,200 bottles of the world's top wines, and a gym and SPA center equipped with a full set of techno gym equipment. Finally, Hopkins led Lin Yayu to the giant underground garage that was enough to drive any man crazy. The garage covers an area of more than 300 square meters and uses museum-level lighting and temperature control systems, which is enough to park more than 12 top luxury cars at the same time. At this moment, in the center of the garage, the dark purple Koenigsegg, which looked like a ghost of war, was parked there quietly, complementing the majestic Rolls-Royce Cullinan that had just driven in. Lin Yayu looked at the dozen or so empty parking spaces and smiled. It seems that I have another task of spending money next. In the evening, Lin Yayu sat alone on the large terrace of the second-floor study facing the entire garden, drinking a cup of top-quality Blue Mountain coffee brewed by Hopkins himself. It's very quiet here. Without the hustle and bustle of the hotel, there is only the singing of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. This was the first time since he came into this world that he felt a sense of peace called home. At this moment, his personal cell phone vibrated. It's Su Wanqing. Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing's voice on the other end of the phone was still so calm, but Lin Yayu could hear a hint of excitement in it that was hard to conceal. How's the battle going? Lin Yayu asked. Everything is going according to our plan. In fact, it is going better than we expected. Su Wanqing reported quickly. After 3 days of internal wrangling and evaluation, Roche Pharmaceuticals finally couldn't resist the temptation of $100 million for a bunch of garbage data. Their president of China has agreed to our acquisition offer, and Qin Feng is finalizing the final contract details with their legal team. It is expected that all patents and clinical data of TR7 will belong to us as early as tomorrow. Very good. There's also good news from Elena. Su Wanqing's voice became more excited. The top laboratory we donated is like the most precise key that completely opened Professor Jenkins' heart. He finally agreed to meet today. Elena will have her first official contact with him in an hour. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. He knew that the 2 crucial battles had entered the final stage. He stood up, walked to the edge of the terrace, and looked at the city skyline in the distance that was gradually shrouded in the night. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in his chest. He made a decision. Boss Su, his voice was calm, yet full of unquestionable power, Roche's patent acquisition will be fully responsible by you and Qin Feng. I believe in your abilities. As for Switzerland, I'm going to go there myself. Su Wanqing was slightly stunned on the other end of the phone. Director Lin, are you going there in person? Yes. Lin Yayu's eyes became extremely profound. Professor Jenkins is the most core and indispensable link in turning our blueprint into reality. For such a top genius who can change the world, I must give him the highest respect. Let him see with his own eyes what kind of person his future boss is. He hung up the phone and gave new instructions to Hopkins and Zhang Bo, who had appeared behind him at some point. Hopkins, Uncle Zhang. Help me prepare it. Let's go to Switzerland. Chapter 30 Above the Clouds and the Mad Men in Switzerland. When Lin Yayu said, "Let's go to Switzerland," his god-level team immediately started working with terrifying efficiency. Boss, what's your passport and visa information? Uncle Zhang asked immediately. Lin Yayu was slightly stunned. He was just a newly graduated student and he didn't even have a passport yet. No. If this problem were placed on any ordinary person, it would be enough to make this cross-border journey an impossible task. However, in front of the Queen of Haoyue Investment, this is not a problem at all. Lin Yayu sent his identity information to Su Wanqing. Just half an hour later, Su Wanqing called. Mr. Lin, your passport, Swiss business visa, and all related entry and exit documents have been processed through the highest special channels. The electronic version has been sent to your email address, and the physical documents will be delivered to your home by a special person within an hour. In addition, Su Wanqing continued, considering your travel efficiency and privacy, I have chartered a Gulfstream G650ER business jet for you and your accompanying team. The route has also been applied for. In 2 hours, the plane will be at the private terminal of Pudong International Airport, waiting for your arrival. This is the terrifying execution ability of an S+ level CEO. In her hands, nothing seems to be impossible. Well done. Lin Yayu hung up the phone with satisfaction. An hour and a half later, at the door of Tangong Villa number 9. The dark purple Koenigsegg Ghost Sun, which looked like a ghost god of war, had quietly stopped there, while Zhang Bo drove the Cullinan behind. Lin Yayu did not choose to ride in the stable Cullinan. What he needed today was speed. He personally sat in the cockpit of Ghost Sun and with a low roar, he turned into a purple lightning and rushed towards Pudong Airport. Pudong International Airport, Private Terminal. When the world's only Ghost Sun drove directly onto the apron amid the shocked and awed gazes of the airport staff, and parked steadily next to a Gulfstream G650ER business jet with smooth lines and full of technological beauty. This picture, full of ultimate luxury and power, is enough to drive any photographer crazy. When Lin Yayu got out of the sports car, Zhang Bo was already waiting there and had taken care of all the luggage and formalities. Without stopping at all, he boarded the air vehicle that would take him to another continent. The interior of the plane is more like a top-notch presidential suite that has been moved 10,000 meters above the ground than a cabin. Comfortable leather sofas, a large work area, a separate bedroom, a bathroom with a shower, and a beautiful blonde flight attendant on call at all times. This is how the super-rich travel. When the plane smoothly reached cruising altitude, passed through the clouds and flew towards the azure sky, Lin Yayu knew that a new day had arrived. System, perform today's daily sign-in. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the language skill, Mastery of All Languages Passive. Skill effect, you have instantly mastered all the human languages currently known in the world, and your listening, speaking, reading and writing abilities have reached the native level. This skill is a passive effect. When you hear or see any foreign language, your brain will automatically translate and understand it perfectly, and respond with the most authentic accent and grammar. A hint of joy flashed across Lin Yayu's eyes. Another god-level auxiliary skill. He knew that this ability would be the best ice-breaking weapon for the stubborn old British man he would face next. Just then, the encrypted satellite phone in the cabin rang. It's Elena. Boss, Elena's cold but precise voice came from the other end of the line. I have successfully made an appointment for you to meet with Professor Jenkins alone this afternoon. The location is in the back garden of St. Joe's nursing home where he works. But, Elena's tone became a little serious. I must remind you that the professor's personality is extremely eccentric and paranoid. He has deep hostility and distrust towards all commercial organizations and capital. During our initial contact yesterday, he made it clear that he would rather let his research rot in his mind than contribute a punctuation mark to any profit-seeking company. He is a true genius, but also a complete madman. You, please be mentally prepared. I understand. Lin Yayu hung up the phone, his eyes becoming extremely deep. Madman? What he likes most is dealing with crazy people. Because only a madman can create a miracle that can change the world. After more than 10 hours of flight, the Gulfstream G650ER landed smoothly at a private airport in Zurich, Switzerland. As you step out of the cabin, the fresh and pure air of the Alps hits you in the face. Elena, who had been waiting here for a long time, drove a Maybach herself, carrying Lin Yayu and Zhang Bo, through the beautiful Swiss town that seemed like a fairy tale, and finally arrived at the St. George private sanatorium hidden in the mountains with a very high security level. In the back garden of the sanatorium, Lin Yayu finally saw the target of his trip. Professor Edward Jenkins. He looked to be in his 60s, with messy gray hair and wearing an old sweater that had been washed so much that it looked bleached. He was sitting by the lake, somewhat lonely, feeding the swans. His face was filled with exhaustion and loneliness after being betrayed by the world, but his blue eyes, sunken in their eye sockets, still sparkled with the obsessive and bright light that was unique to genius. You can go back now. Lin Yayu said to Elena and Zhang Bo, wait for me outside. Boss, this. Uncle Jean was a little worried. Fine. Lin Yayu walked slowly towards the lonely figure alone. Professor Jenkins obviously noticed his arrival, but he did not turn around. He just said coldly in a bored, pure Oxford English. I've told your capable lady that I'm not interested in the games of you businessmen. No matter what price you offer, my answer is only one: get lost. His words were very impolite. Lin Yayu was not angry. He walked to the bench next to the professor and sat down slowly. He looked at the graceful swans on the lake and did not talk about money or the company. He simply spoke softly in an equally pure Oxford-accented English that even had a hint of classical scholarly flavor, and uttered something that made Professor Jenkins' old body tremble violently. "Professor, I'm not here to hire you to work for a company." He turned his head, and those black, deep eyes looked at him quietly. "I am here to invite you to become the master of your own kingdom. What I give you is not a job, but a biological science kingdom with unlimited funds and absolute freedom that belongs to you alone. Let you complete the great research they call heresy. Chapter 31: Prometheus's Contract with the Devil. Facing Professor Jenkins' hedgehog-like and hostile rejection, there was no trace of emotion on Lin Yayu's face. He simply used a calm tone, as if discussing an academic issue, to perfectly link together the technical bottleneck of the G7 gene sequence and the data of Roche Pharmaceuticals' failed TR7 targeted drug. When he said the words "a bridle specially prepared for your out-of-control steed," Professor Jenkins' face, which was full of anger and disdain, froze instantly. He was like a most devout believer who heard the oracle. Like a seeker who had been groping in the dark for a lifetime and saw the dawn. "You, who are you? How do you know all this?" He looked at Lin Yayu with eyes as if he were a devil, and his voice was shaking with extreme excitement. Lin Yayu slowly stood up and looked down at the genius whose psychological defenses he had completely broken down. He knew that it was time to hand over the contract from the devil. "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, Professor, I can give you everything you want. The ownership of Roche's TR7 patent, which is considered garbage, will belong to us within 24 hours. The 3 core researchers who have participated in this project will also fly to you within 3 days to report to you." He looked at Professor Jenkins, revised his previous statement, and made a brand new proposal that the genius could not refuse. "In the far suburbs of Magic City, near the Disui Lake, I have asked my team to acquire an independent piece of land covering more than 300 acres. I will spare no expense to build a private research institute with the highest security level, the most advanced equipment, and complete isolation from the outside world for you and only you. I have already thought of a name for it. It's called Prometheus. It will be your independent kingdom, undisturbed by anyone. You will have absolute academic freedom without any interference. You will have inexhaustible and unlimited financial support. You will have a team composed of the world's top minds, serving only you. All you have to do is complete that great research you've devoted your life to." Lin Yayu looked at him, his voice became low, but full of bewitching power. "Professor, I know that the reason you have been so paranoid for all these years is not just for science. It is also for your wife, Lady Elizabeth. She died in agony due to advanced breast cancer. If your research, which was considered heresy, had been successful a few years earlier, perhaps it could have saved her life." These words, like the sharpest knife, accurately pierced into the softest and most painful part of his heart. Professor Jenkins' old body trembled violently, and his cloudy eyes were instantly filled with tears. All his defenses, all his disguises, all his pride were completely shattered at this moment. He looked at Lin Yayu in front of him, and at his devilish eyes that seemed to see through everything. He knew that he no longer had any reason to refuse. Or rather, he simply didn't want to refuse. He opened his mouth and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. "Why should I believe that you are not lying to me? Why should I believe that you will not kick me away after using me like them?" Lin Yayu smiled. He made no further promises. He simply took out his cell phone, dialed Su Wanqing's encrypted number, and pressed the speakerphone. Su Wanqing's calm and efficient voice came from the other end of the phone. "Director Lin, I have a report for you. The patent acquisition contract of Roche Pharmaceuticals was officially signed 3 minutes ago. For $1 million, we have obtained the full ownership of TR7. Lin Yayu hung up the phone and placed the phone in front of Professor Jenkins. He looked at him and slowly uttered the last words. "Because, in this world, I am the only one who can give you the power to realize your dreams." When Lin Yayu turned around and left the quiet lakeside, Professor Edward Jenkins, the genius abandoned by the world, slowly lowered his proud head, which he had never lowered to anyone, towards the overly young back. Chapter 32: The Gift of Genius and the Undercurrent of Zurich. When Lin Yayu returned to the entrance of the sanatorium and got into the Maybach, Elena and Zhang Bo looked at him with inquiring eyes. "Boss, is everything going well?" Elena couldn't help but ask. She really couldn't imagine what method Lin Yayu used to convince the old British man who was as stinky and hard as a stone in a toilet. A relaxed smile appeared on Lin Yayu's face. Nailed it. From today on, Professor Edward Jenkins officially becomes the first and highest-ranking scientist at the Prometheus Institute. After hearing this result, even with Elena's calmness and Zhang Bo's rock-hard composure, a hint of extreme shock flashed across their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes the same deepest awe for their boss's unpredictable methods. Elena, Lin Yayu issued a new order: you stay in Switzerland and take care of all follow-up matters for Professor Jenkins, including raising his security level to the highest level. I don't want anything to go wrong before he arrives in the Magic City. Understood, boss. Elena nodded. Uncle Zhang, he looked at the driver beside him again, let's go back home. Yes, boss. Just as Lin Yayu's Gulfstream G650ER soared into the sky again from the private airport in Zurich and returned to China, an invisible undercurrent has begun to surge quietly over this city famous for its neutrality and wealth. St. George Private Nursing Home, Director's Office. The silver-haired dean was respectfully answering an encrypted call from France. Yes, Mr. Delacour. Yes, Professor Jenkins did meet a very young gentleman from China today. Yes, they talked for a long time. No, I don't know the specific content of their conversation, but Professor Jenkins' mood seems to have changed a lot. An old and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Changes? What kind of changes? He no longer looks as lifeless as before. The dean recalled the scene he had just seen, and said with lingering fear, the fire in his eyes has rekindled. I have only seen that kind of fire 30 years ago, before he was banned by Oxford University. It was a kind of crazy fire that wanted to burn the whole world down. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, that cold voice sounded again. I understand. Send someone to keep a close eye on him. And as for that Chinese guy, find out his background. Yes, Mr. Delacour. Meanwhile, Roche Pharmaceuticals, Geneva headquarters. In a top-floor conference room filled with a futuristic sense of technology, several board members in expensive suits were looking at a report that had just arrived from the Huaxia region, their faces filled with confusion and puzzlement. $1 million? To buy a clinical data set that we had already judged as a complete failure 3 years ago? A director frowned, feeling that this was simply a fantasy. What is the origin of this company called Huayue Investment? Did they pick up the money? According to preliminary investigations, this is a new company that was just registered in Shanghai. Its background is completely blank, another director replied. But their style of doing things is very tough, and their financial strength is extremely strong. According to news from the Huaxia district, they didn't even make a counteroffer, and directly accepted the most demanding terms proposed by our legal department. This is illogical. The old man in the lead knocked on the table with a sharp look in his eyes. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I always feel that there is something more complicated behind this matter. Let our intelligence department check this company and its young chairman. I need to know what they want to do by buying this junk. Lin Yayu, who was 10,000 meters above the sky, had already anticipated all of this. He knew that when the giant beast Huayue showed its fangs to the world for the first time, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of those former kings. But he didn't care. Because he was ahead of the world by an entire era. When the Gulfstream G650ER landed smoothly at Shanghai Pudong International Airport, Lin Yayu received a highly encrypted email from Professor Jenkins on his mobile phone. There was no nonsense in the email. There is only one brand new research report that is enough to drive all pharmaceutical companies and cancer patients around the world crazy. The title of the report is concise and to the point. Feasibility Study on Molecular Structure Optimization and Clinical Application Restart of TR7. In the report, Professor Jenkins used his genius brain and theories ahead of his time to elaborate in detail how to perfectly combine his banned G7 gene activation technology with Roche's failed TR7 targeted drug. He has even calculated a new, optimized molecular formula. At the end of the report, he wrote his conclusion in an almost fanatical tone full of absolute confidence. In summary, the new Huayue No. 1 targeted drug, in theory, will no longer be limited to the 1% of special gene carriers. It will achieve an irreversible cancer cell cure rate of over 95% for all known types of breast cancer, lung cancer, and lymphoma. I need to start all preclinical preparations immediately. Lin Yayu looked at the report, and even with his current state of mind, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. he knew that he had found a treasure. The first gift given to himself by this madman abandoned by the world was a nuclear bomb that was enough to blow up the entire pharmaceutical industry. Without any hesitation, he immediately forwarded the report to Su Wanqing. On the other end of the phone, after a minute-long deathly silence, Su Wanqing's voice was heard. For the first time, she lost her composure and was trembling because of extreme excitement.
Mr. Lin. We seem to really be going to change the world. Lin Yayu smiled. No, Mr. Su. Not as if. It is us who will definitely change the world. Chapter 33 The Eve of the Storm, codenamed Chu Xiao. Early morning the day after returning from Switzerland. Tan Palace Villa No. 9, study. Lin Yi did not sleep all night. Professor Jenkins' research report, which was enough to overturn the entire world's medical landscape, was quietly lying in his encrypted mailbox. Every word on it seemed to carry infinite magic, which made him feel excited and unprecedented pressure. He knew that what he held in his hand was a terrifying bargaining chip that was comparable to nuclear weapons and could influence the future destiny of mankind. To turn this blueprint into reality, he needs the most basic and most crucial thing: money. A huge amount of money, enough to make any country take notice. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he received an encrypted video call from Su Wanqing. In the video, Su Wanqing's face also had a blush that had not yet faded due to extreme excitement. Obviously, she also did not sleep all night. Director Lin, she said without any politeness, and directly put a shockingly detailed initial budget proposal on the screen. Jean Fong, Elena, and I worked overnight to develop the first phase of the Prometheus plan. In the United States, it will cost 300 million renminbi to acquire Stardust Biotechnology as a listed shell company and immediately set up a basic operating team. In the suburbs of Magic City, it will cost 1 billion renminbi to acquire the 300-acre independent land in full and start the construction of the first phase of the research institute. Globally, it will cost 200 million renminbi to poach those former Rochecourt researchers with high salaries and pay them sky-high non-compete penalties. It will cost 500 million renminbi to provide Professor Jenkins with the first phase of unrestricted research funding and equipment procurement funds. Su Wanqing calmly reported the final number. In order to get this war machine moving at the fastest speed without attracting any attention, we need at least 2 billion renminbi in immediate cash flow as the first phase of combat funds. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu looked at the tranquil private garden outside the window, his eyes becoming extremely deep. 2 billion. This amount was enough to make any listed company worth tens of billions of dollars feel crippled. And now, he needed to come up with the money within a week. He slowly exhaled. System, he said silently in his mind, sign in for today. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. It is detected that the host's Prometheus plan is facing a huge funding shortage, and this daily sign-in has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level double reward. Lin Yayu's spirits were lifted. Reward 1, Top Financial Talent Card S+ level. Character, Chu Xiao codename, Ghost, resume, the most mysterious disciple of Wall Street legend George Soros, and former shadow trader of Quantum Fund. He is extremely low-key and cold-hearted. He is famous for his scalpel-like precision and extremely crazy short-term operations with ultra-high leverage, and is known as the Ghost of Wall Street. System note, this character has 100% loyalty and has arrived in the Magic City, waiting for your call at any time. Reward 2, Special Prop Card Future Trend Card US Stock Market. Effective prop, after using it, you can foresee the precise trend chart of the US SP 500 index in the next 12 hours. Looking at these two rewards, which could be called a king bomb combination, Lin Yi finally revealed a cold, hunter-like smile on his calm face. Without hesitation, he chose use all. The next second, a huge stream of information poured into his brain. It was an extremely clear candlestick chart, which perfectly showed that after the US stock market opened tonight, the SP 500 index would plummet at the moment of opening due to the black swan event of an oil pipeline in the Middle East being accidentally blown up by a terrorist attack. Then, under the intervention of the Federal Reserve's emergency rescue, it would reverse in a V-shape and rise violently. This is a money-making market that only happens once in a century, enough to make any capital crazy. Lin Yayu immediately made 2 calls. The first one called Su Wanqing, Boss Su, go to the 99th floor of the World Financial Center immediately. I have a surprise for you. The second one called an unfamiliar number, is this Chu Xiao? I'm your boss. Come see me on the 99th floor of the World Financial Center in 1 hour. An hour later, at the empty, undecorated headquarters of Hao Yue Investment. Su Wanqing had been waiting here for a long time.
She looked at Lin Yayu, who walked in calmly, her eyes full of confusion.
Just then, the elevator door opened again.
A young man wearing a simple black windbreaker, with eyes as sharp as a knife and a temperament as cold as ice, walked in like a sword drawn from its sheath.
"Boss."
He nodded slightly to Lin Yayu, without a trace of emotion in his voice.
"He is Chu Xiao." The moment Su Wanqing saw Chu Xiao, her pupil shrank.
She smelled a scent similar to her own from this man, belonging to the top of the food chain, and the same kind. Lin Yayu did not introduce himself. He just walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and used a marker to draw a K-line chart on the smooth glass. The K-line chart made Su Wanqing and Chu Xiao change their faces at the same time. "This is what the SP 500 will do after the US stock market opens tonight," he said calmly. Su Wanqing looked at the chart, the nearly 90-degree plunge in V-shaped reversal. As a top executive, her rationality made her immediately question it.
"Director Lin, this is impossible.
There is no data or model that can support such a dramatic fluctuation.
This does not conform to financial logic."
She looked at Lin Yayu and said in an unprecedented sullen tone, "Inject all the remaining 1 billion renminbi in our account into the futures account, add 200 times leverage, and bet on such an oracle.
If it fails, Humiliated investment will be declared bankrupt in the first week of its establishment."
However, after Chu Xiao, who was standing by, carefully looked at the trend chart drawn by Lin Yayu, a fanatical, believer-like light burst out from his cold eyes. He stared at Lin Yayu intently, as if he was looking at a god who had descended to the earth. Because only a top trader like him who manipulates global capital can understand the terrifying insight into the pulse of global politics, military affairs, and finance required behind this seemingly simple trend chart. He walked forward, looked at Lin Yayu, and said only one sentence.
"Boss, this is not gambling."
He paused, and in his cold eyes, a flame of excitement ignited, and he said word by word.
"This is printing money." Chapter 34, Tens of Billions in 1 Hour. Shanghai, World Financial Center, 99th floor. It's late at night.
There was not a single light on in this huge, undecorated space above the clouds. The only light comes from the laptop screens in the center of the room, flashing red and green data streams that represent the pulse of global finance. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost frozen. Su Wanqing hugged her arms tightly, and for the first time, an emotion called nervousness appeared on her beautiful face that was always calm and composed. She looked at the US SP 500 index, which was about to open on the computer screen, and felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Just a few minutes ago, she witnessed with her own eyes that the more than 1 billion renminbi in Humiliated investments account, the company's only life-saving money, was invested in the international futures market without hesitation by the icy-faced man named Chu Xiao. Moreover, the financial leverage was increased by 200 times, and the entire position was shorted. This means that as long as the US stock market rises by even just 0.5% after opening, their funds of more than 1 billion will be wiped out in an instant and their positions will be completely liquidated. This was the craziest, most illogical, and most incredible gamble she had ever seen in her career.
Director Lin.
She couldn't help but look again at the man who had just been sitting leisurely on the sofa, drinking the top-quality Dahompo brewed by Uncle Jean from beginning to end.
Lin Yayu seemed not to feel her nervous gaze.
He just raised his hand and glanced at his watch.
10 seconds left.
His voice was so calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him.
Su Wanqing's heart sank completely.
Chu Xiao beside her was like an emotionless sculpture, his hands flying on the keyboard like a phantom. Countless complex program windows full of risk hedging and fund monitoring kept jumping on his screen.
3, 2, 1. US stocks, open.
At the opening bell, the SP 500 index showed only small, normal fluctuations as usual.
Su Wanqing's heart instantly rose to her throat. However, just 3 minutes after the opening,
a piece of breaking news marked in red and at the highest level was instantly sent to the terminals of all financial institutions around the world. Reuters News, in eastern Saudi Arabia, a key oil pipeline belonging to the Saudi Aramco National Oil Company was attacked by an unknown drone, causing a violent explosion.
Flames shot up into the sky.
It is expected that the global crude oil supply will drop by 20% in the next month. This piece of news is like a spark that ignites a powder keg.
In an instant, panic spread wildly in the global financial markets like a plague.
On the computer screen, the K line representing the SP 500 index, after stagnation for 0.1 second, suddenly plunged 3,000 feet.
It collapsed.
That was no longer a K line, it was a horrible blood-red waterfall that went vertically downward without any support.
It fell. It really fell.
Su Wanqing screamed in shock. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with shock and subversion that could not be described in words. She turned around suddenly and looked at Lin Yayu. The latter, however, continued to drink tea calmly. For the first time, a kind of frenzy flushed on Chu Xiao's face. His fingers were rubbing so fast that they almost produced sparks. The index dropped by 1%, our profits exceeded 2 billion. The index dropped by 3%, our profits exceeded 6 billion. The index dropped by 5%, our profits exceeded 10 billion. When Chu Xiao said the number 10 billion in a voice without any emotion, Su Wanqing felt that her brain had completely crashed. In less than half an hour, a profit of 10 billion? What kind of myth is this? Just as the market was wailing and countless fund managers were lining up to jump off the tall buildings on Wall Street, Lin Yayu finally put down the teacup in his hand. He looked at the K line on the screen that was about to touch the bottom line he drew, and calmly uttered 2 words. Close the position. Yes, boss. Chu Xiao pressed the enter key without hesitation. Bite. An epic profit of tens of billions was locked in an instant. However, before Su Wanqing could recover from the huge shock, Lin Yayu's second instruction once again struck her like a bolt of lightning. Backhand. All positions, long. Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Crazy. He is absolutely crazy. The market is in such a state of panic right now, everyone is selling like crazy, but he is actually going to use the 10 billion profit he just made and the 10 billion principal to buy at the bottom? This is not picking up money, this is simply using your face to catch a knife that is falling at high speed. Director Lin. No! She exclaimed subconsciously. However, Chu Xiao, the god of manipulation, turned a deaf ear to her warning. He looked at Lin Yayu, and in his eyes, there was only absolute, fanatical trust. Yes, boss. He hit the enter key again. That terrifying sum of money, amounting to more than 11 billion, rushed into the capital market where blood was flowing like a dragon swimming upstream in an instant. The next second after he completed the operation, another piece of news highlighted in red that shocked the whole world popped up. The Federal Reserve held an emergency press conference, and Chairman Powell announced that it would launch an unlimited quantitative easing QE policy to inject liquidity into the market without a limit to stabilize market confidence. If the news just now was hell, so this news is heaven. After a brief stagnation, the entire US stock market soared directly from the ICU to KTV in an instant. That blood-red K-line reversed in a V shape and rose from the ground in a more violent and unreasonable manner than when it fell just now. That is no longer a K-line, it is a green pillar that attempts to pierce the sky. It's rising again. Su Wanqing looked at the green line that was rushing up crazily on the screen, and felt that her worldview was completely and repeatedly crushed at this moment. The account balance of Haoyue investment was soaring wildly at a speed even more terrifying than before. 12 billion. 15 billion. 20 billion. Finally, the US stock market triggered a circuit breaker and temporarily closed due to excessive fluctuations in prices. Chu Xiao slowly stood up from the computer. He walked up to Lin Yayu and bowed deeply. He looked at the man who had created a miracle in front of him, and reported in a slightly trembling voice full of fanaticism and worship. Boss. It's over. After deducting all fees, interest and transaction taxes, our total account balance, 32.37 billion renminbi. When Su Wanqing heard this number, her body softened and she fell directly onto the sofa behind her. She looked at the man who just calmly drank the last sip of tea from beginning to end. All her pride, all her knowledge, and all her logic were completely shattered at this moment. She stood up slowly, walked to Lin Yayu, and bowed deeply to him. Director Lin, I take back all my previous doubts. From now on, all your decisions will be implemented unconditionally by Haoyu Investment. Lin Yayu smiled as he looked at the top beauty executive in front of him who was finally completely convinced by him. He reached out his hand and gently tucked a strand of messy hair on her forehead behind her ear. Very good. Boss Su, now. A budget of 2 billion, is it enough? Chapter 35, Ghost's Gluttony in the Game of Capital. When Su Wanqing pledged her absolute loyalty with the words, Haoyue Investment will unconditionally execute all your decisions, Lin Yayu knew that his future empire finally had the most reliable and powerful heart. But he did not rest on his laurels. He knew very well that for a perfect robbery of the century, the finishing work was the most critical link. He looked at his two sharp swords Chu Xiao and Chen Mo. Chen Mo, his voice became cold and sharp, I need this money to travel around the world on the way back to our bank account in the watch country. I wanted to pass through at least 100 offshore accounts in different countries around the world within the next hour, erasing all traces related to this futures transaction. When it finally arrives, it must be as clean as a gift from God, without a trace of blood.
It's a small matter. Chen Mo's fingertips turned into a phantom on the keyboard.
Lin Yayu looked at Chu Xiao again. Chu Xiao, you are in charge of the command. Use all your past connections and channels to release enough smoke bombs in the market that are difficult to distinguish between true and false. I want those hungry wolves on Golden Shield Street in Eagle Country to be unable to find any trace of us even if they know that a giant crocodile has just had a full meal.
Understood, boss.
Chu Xiao's eyes were gleaming with excitement. A more exciting game for ghosts had just begun. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, in Eagle Country, Liberty City, the world's financial center Golden Shield Street. Golden Shield Group, Giant Stone Bank, Seven Seas Fund, all the world's top capital giants who thought they were the guests of honor at this insider feast were, at this moment, frantically performing the same hysterical roar.
FK. Who is it? Who touched our cake?
They were like a group of experienced hunters who had dug traps and set up hunting nets in advance. But just as they were about to close the nets, a mysterious giant crocodile from the east, which they had never seen before, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched the largest and most delicious piece of meat on their plates in one bite. And they couldn't even see the scales of this giant crocodile clearly.
Investigate. Investigate it for me at all costs. At this moment, a silent siege and investigation against Haoyue investment by global capital giants quietly began.
And the center of the storm, Shanghai, on the 99th floor of the World Financial Center.
An hour later, Chen Mo's fingertips hit the last enter key on the keyboard.
He turned his head and nodded to Lin Yayu.
Boss, the funds have been safely received. A total of 32.3 billion renminbi. All paths have been destroyed.
To the world, this money appeared out of thin air.
A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yayu's face.
He knew that from this moment on, the fuel for the Prometheus plan was more than enough. He truly had the qualifications to compete with any top consortium in the world.
Very good.
He looked at Su Wanqing, who had been waiting on the side. Boss Su, go spend the money. I want the chariot of Haoyue to run at full speed from today on.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
An unprecedented fire burned in Su Wanqing's eyes. After explaining all the company-level affairs, Su Wanqing and her team quickly left the temporary operations room to carry out the grand plan that could change the world. Lin Yayu slowly sat down in the empty office. He knew that the company was on the right track, and it was time to start his own game. He took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, found the avatar with the note Wang Song, and sent a message.
Brother Song, last time at the auction, you said you were interested in the film and television industry. I've recently become interested in this industry. Do you have any good projects to recommend?
The message came back quickly in the form of a voice message with Wang Song's unique, cynical tone.
Damn it. Brother Lin. You finally contacted me. What you did that night is now going viral in the entire industry. Awesome.
The film and television industry is a very treacherous place. Don't rush to invest money. Come out for a drink tonight, and I'll have a good talk with you, buddy.
Lin Yayu smiled and replied, okay.
Then, he took out the black business card without any title that Qin Feng had handed to him personally and dialed the number on it.
A cold and indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone. Who is this? Mr. Qin, it's me, Lin Yayu. There seemed to be silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Then, Qin Feng's voice was filled with a hint of interest that was barely noticeable. Oh? Director Lin. What's up? It's nothing serious.
Lin Yayu's tone was as relaxed as if he was meeting an old friend. It's just that I just bought a place on the 99th floor of the World Financial Center.
The view is pretty good.
I would like to invite Mr. Qin to come over for a cup of tea when he is free, and by the way, let's talk about cars.
There was silence again on the other end of the phone.
After a long time, Qin Feng's voice slowly came.
Sure. I'll contact you next week.
After hanging up the phone, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. He knew that he had successfully built a bridge to the 2 top youth circles in the Magic City. The reason why he did this was not only to make friends, but also to pave the way for his huge biological empire plan.
Just then, a new day arrived. Ding!
A new day has begun, and the daily check-in times have been refreshed. Lin Yayu silently said in his heart, sign in.
Ding! Daily sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a villa number 9 in the top manor Tan Palace in the Magic City. Lin Yayu looked at the reward, was slightly stunned, and then burst into laughter. It was like someone sent him a pillow just when he was sleepy. He was just thinking that he should have a home worthy of his status when the system sent him this great gift. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained the temporary residence right of Villa number 9 of Tan Palace through other channels. The reward will now be automatically converted into cash of equivalent value. Converting, congratulations to the host, you have won the reward, 700 million renminbi in cash. Lin Yayu looked at his personal account, which had just shrunk due to the transfer of the company's startup capital, and instantly became full again, and he couldn't help but feel in a good mood. He stood up and stretched. He knew that it was time to turn over a new leaf in his life. He dialed Su Wanqing's number. Boss Su, everyone on the team doesn't have to work overtime tonight. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Director Lin, but the project has just started. There is no end to the work. Lin Yayu smiled. As the new owner, I will hold an internal celebration party at Tan Palace tonight for the official launch of our Humiliated. You, your team, Jinping, Zhu Xiao and the others, come here and relax. Chapter 36, Night Banquet at the Palace. Tan Palace, as a top wealthy area that exists like a legend in the entire Magic City, has strict security that has long surpassed the scope of ordinary luxury homes. When Zhang Bo drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and took Lin Yayu into this mysterious area covered by countless green plants and high walls for the first time, even with his mentality as a former Special Forces king, he couldn't help but feel a little solemn. He could clearly feel that in those seemingly peaceful corners, there were countless invisible webs of death hidden, composed of infrared, pressure sensing, and motion capture cameras. However, when Cullinan's unique license plate, AV8888, appeared in front of the huge iron gate of Villa number 9 that was full of classical palace style, all security systems were quietly shut down like the most docile subjects. The heavy door slid open silently to both sides, as if welcoming the return of its only owner. Boss, we're here. There was a barely perceptible shock in Uncle Zhang's voice. Lin Yayu got out of the car and looked at the magnificent palace in front of him, which was covered with a layer of gold and full of British classical style under the afterglow of the setting sun, and nodded with satisfaction. Welcome home, sir. An old man with grey hair, an upright posture and an elegant temperament, wearing a standard English butler's tuxedo, had been waiting here respectfully, leading 2 rows of 8 servants in uniform. Boss, this is the exclusive butler assigned by the system, Mr. Hopkins. Zhang Bo whispered in Lin Yayu's ear. Hopkins, Lin Yayu looked at the top butler who was comparable to Afu in the movie and gave his first order after returning home. Tonight, I will hold an internal celebration party here. There will be about 10 guests, all of whom are core members of my company. I need a dinner of the highest standard. As you wish, sir. Hopkins bowed slightly, his posture extremely elegant. Please leave everything to me. That evening, 7 o'clock. Jinping was the first to arrive at the door of Tangong Villa number 9 with a pilgrimage-like mood. When he saw the huge iron door slowly opening in the magnificent palace-like building behind the door, he felt like his breathing was about to stop. Although he was already a successful person with a net worth of tens of millions, in front of the legendary existence of Tangong, he realized that he was just a frog that had just crawled out of the well. And his new boss is already standing on top of the clouds. Soon after, Zhu Xiao, Qin Feng, Elena and others also arrived one after another. Each of them was an elite who had seen the world's top luxury. But when they actually walked into this manor, which could be called a work of art in terms of its floor area, interior decoration, and collection details, they couldn't help but reveal shock in their eyes. Finally, Su Wanqing, dressed in a smart Chanel suit and exuding a strong aura, also arrived. She looked at the manor that was decorated like a royal banquet, and then at the excessively young man who was leisurely adjusting the top-notch audio system by the outdoor swimming pool. For the first time, she had the most intuitive and profound understanding of Lin Yayu's statement about inexhaustible funds. When everyone was present, Lin Yayu clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Welcome everyone, to my home. There was a gentle smile on his face. I know that everyone has worked very hard over the past few dozen hours. We won the first battle of Hao Yue investment very beautifully. Everyone present here has made an indelible contribution. He raised the glass of top-quality red wine from Domaine Romane Conti, which Hopkins had personally selected for him. Today, we don't talk about work or the future, we only talk about love and victory. I'll toast to everyone. Respect the bright moon, and also respect ourselves. Cheers! After enjoying the top-notch dinner prepared by French chef Mr. Albert, which was comparable to Michelin 3-star rating, everyone completely relaxed. They were scattered in the huge garden in groups of 3 or 4, enjoying this rare and pleasant time. Su Wanqing held a glass of red wine and walked to Lin Yayu, who was standing on the terrace looking at the starry sky. "Your ambition," she looked at the man beside her, her beautiful phoenix eyes flickering with a strange light, "is much greater than I imagined." Lin Yayu smiled and did not deny it. "You've only seen the tip of the iceberg of my ambition." He turned his head, looked at Su Wanqing, and suddenly said something that surprised her.
"Boss Su, the Prometheus plan is our core, our inner core.
But a powerful empire, in addition to having a solid inner core, also needs a gorgeous face that can confuse the enemy and attract allies." Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly. "You mean?"
"Biotechnology is too slow and too boring."
Lin Yayu's lips curled up in a playful arc. "Before our magic medicine comes out, I need to make the name Hao Yue appear frequently in the public's field of vision in a simpler, rougher, and more eye-catching way. I had a few words with Wang Tsong from Chenda.
Get ready and take out 1 billion in cash first. Go to the film and television industry and have some fun." Chapter 37: The Queen's Battlefield. The celebration party at Tan Palace lasted until late at night.
Under the catalysis of alcohol and the joy of victory, Chu Xiao, Qin Feng, and other characters who were usually as cold as icebergs also rarely revealed a trace of their true appearance after letting down their guard. This made Lin Yayu feel very good. An empire of one person is cold, but an empire with companions is warm.
That night, Hopkins arranged for all the core members to stay in several independent guest suites in the Tan Palace.
The next day, Monday morning, when Lin Yayu woke up on the ridiculously large bed in the master bedroom, it was already 9 in the morning. This was the first time he had slept so soundly and for so long since he had acquired the system. Instead of getting up immediately, he lay in bed and did his daily check-in for the day.
Ding! Daily sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for winning the Science Fiction Blockbuster Award, the complete script and IP ownership of the God-level script Wandering Planet. Lin Yayu's eyebrows suddenly raised. Item information: Wandering Planet, the last work of Lu Cixin, a top Chinese science fiction writer, tells the epic story of how humans take the Earth and escape from the solar system in the future when the sun is about to be destroyed. System note: this reward already includes the global and full copyright ownership of the work, movies, games, animations, peripherals, etc., and has been automatically registered in the host's name through legal channels.
This may be the best opening gift you have prepared for Hao Yue Entertainment. Hao Yue Entertainment. Lin Yayu couldn't help but smile when he looked at the system's notes. The system seemed to always be able to perfectly predict his every thought. He had just proposed to Su Wanqing the idea of entering the film and television industry last night. Today, the system directly sent him a king-level IP that could detonate the entire industry. With this thing, his seemingly casual 1 billion investment last night will no longer be a hobby, but a precise cultural industry layout that will shock everyone. 10 a.m., World Financial Center, 99th floor. When Lin Yayu arrived here under the escort of Zhang Bo, he was a little surprised by the scene before him. After just one weekend, this originally empty, unfinished space had been completely transformed by Su Wanqing's team into a temporary combat command room full of futuristic and technological sense. Dozens of top-level servers were running silently, and the huge holographic projection screen was scrolling real-time financial data and intelligence information from all over the world. Su Wanqing and her core team were processing the huge workload in an orderly and high-speed manner in their respective areas. This place has become the beating brain of Hao Yue. "Mr. Lin, good morning." Su Wanqing walked up to him with a cup of coffee. Although her beautiful face showed a hint of fatigue after staying up late, it was more of excitement and confidence that she was in control of everything. She handed a tablet to Lin Yayu. "Reporting to you, the first phase of the Prometheus project has been fully launched. Qin Feng has already flown to Delaware, Eagle Country, last night, and will complete all legal acquisition procedures for Stardust Biology today. Starting tomorrow, we will officially have a combat platform that can freely operate in the Nasdaq market. Irina has also established a stable relationship with Professor Jenkins in Zurich, the watch country. She is using the advantage of our unlimited funds to solve all of the professor's worries and prepare a high-standard itinerary for him to return to China. Chen Mo, we have successfully hacked into the sealed databases of all the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in the world. The first batch of failed clinical data is being continuously imported into our Prometheus cloud. As for me," Su Wanqing said with a rational look in her eyes, "I have already contacted the world's top 3 architectural design firms Zaha Hadid, SOM, and KPF.
They have all shown great interest in Prometheus, a research institute project that seeks perfection regardless of cost. This week, their chief designer will fly to Shanghai in person to report their design plan to you in person. Lin Yayu listened to this series of reports that could be described as miracles and nodded with satisfaction. Boss Su, thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do as the CEO. Su Wanqing's tone was still calm. However, Director Lin, regarding the plan for How UA Entertainment that you mentioned last night, She obviously still had some professional doubts about Lin Ya's decision to immediately divert himself to a side job right after his core business was started. Lin Yayu smiled and didn't explain. He simply placed a USB flash drive with the data just copied onto it gently on the table and pushed it in front of Su Wanqing. I know what you want to say. You think this is a joke and a distraction. Well, now. Take a look at this first. This is the first launch project of our How UA Entertainment. Su Wanqing was puzzled and inserted the USB drive into her laptop. When she clicked on the only file inside and saw the title of the document, her wise and calm eyes suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needlepoints. 5 large characters were clearly displayed on the screen. Wandering Planet. The author's signature is that legendary figure who has stopped writing for many years and is known as the first person in Chinese science fiction and is elusive. Lu Cixin. As a top capital operator, Su Wanqing has the most acute sense of the value of IP. She knows better than anyone what the 5 words Lu Cixin's final work, with full copyright, mean. How can this be called playing around? This is clearly driving an aircraft carrier battle group directly into someone else's pond. She raised her head suddenly, looking at Lin Yayu as if he were a monster. Where did you get this thing? Lin Yayu did not answer. He just picked up the coffee, took a sip, and then said slowly in a calm tone. Now, do you still think that my 1 billion investment is a joke? Su Wanqing didn't ask any more questions. She knew that there were some secrets that she shouldn't ask and couldn't ask. Her chest rose and fell violently. After the initial shock, it was replaced by an even more blazing flame called ambition. She quickly went through the entire script and concept design drawings from an investor's perspective. A grand, self-consistent worldview. A dramatic storyline full of heroism and humanistic care. A scientific setting that is so rigorous that it is outrageous. And IP derivative value that is full of infinite possibilities incomparable to the Marvel Universe. Perfect. This is simply the perfect ultimate weapon designed to harvest the global market. Director Lin, Su Wanqing raised her head, and for the first time, a nearly fanatical blush appeared on her cold and pretty face. I withdraw all my previous doubts. This project will no longer be the face of How UA investment. It will become another core engine for our empire, on par with the Prometheus project. The Queen, having smelled the blood, has revealed her equally sharp fangs on another battlefield. She did not ask Lin Yayu for instructions again, but directly took on the role of CEO and began to issue orders. This project cannot be done in the usual way. It must be started in secret with the highest standards and the fastest speed. First, she looked at Qin Feng. How UA Entertainment must be established immediately. I will let Qin Ping handle it. And you need to immediately form a top international intellectual property lawyer team to build a global and absolutely safe patent moat for the IP of Wandering Planet. Secondly, she looked at Elena again. I need you to use all your intelligence networks to compile a list of all the top special effects companies, concept designers, and technical directors in the world who have participated in the post-production of top science fiction blockbusters such as Avatar and Interstellar. How UA Entertainment, use double the price they can offer to poach all these people. Third, her eyes finally fell on Lin Yayu. We need a director who can handle this epic. Chinese directors? No, their industrial processes and global vision are still a little lacking. Director Lin, I need your authorization. I want to go to Hollywood in person. The person I want to meet is either Spielberg or Christopher Nolan. I believe that in front of the script of The Wandering Planet and the unlimited budget of How UA investment, no one can say no. Lin Yayu looked at Su Wanqing, who had seamlessly switched from the Queen of Capital to the role of top Hollywood producer in an instant, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the CEO he wants. I agree. However, Lin Yayu smiled, you can take care of the director and the team. However, I have already chosen the heroine for this movie. Su Wanqing was slightly stunned. Oh? Lin Yayu took out his cell phone, pulled out a photo and placed it on the table. The photo shows a girl wearing a white dress, with a clean and pure temperament and as beautiful as an elf. That's right, Xiao Xiao.
Her name is Xiao Xiao, a student at the Magic City Drama Academy.
Lin Yayu's tone was very calm. She is clean and smart, like an unpolished white paper. But there is light in her eyes.
This is the heroine we need.
Su Wanqing looked at the photo of the incredibly beautiful girl with a blank resume, and for the first time, her brows furrowed deeply. As a top investor, her professionalism made it impossible for her to accept this decision. Director Lin, please forgive me for being blunt, but this decision is too risky. Her tone was very serious.
The investment for the project Wandering Planet is at least 3 billion.
We must use the biggest international actress with the most box office appeal to ensure the safety of our investment. Using an inexperienced newcomer to play the leading role in such an epic work, this is too ridiculous. This was the first time that she, as CEO, directly refuted the chairman's decision.
However, there was no displeasure on Lin Yayu's face.
He just looked at Su Wanqing and said slowly in an unquestionable and calm tone,
"Boss Su, I understand what you mean.
You are the CEO, so you are fully responsible for everything from the budget to the director to the production of Wandering Planet.
I will not interfere with any details."
He paused, and his eyes became sharp.
"But the heroine must be her.
This is the only, irreversible requirement I have put forward for this project as the chairman. I don't care who she is now. I only know that 1 year from now, when this movie is released, she will be the most sought-after actress in the entire China." Su Wanqing looked at Lin Yayu's eyes that were so confident that they were almost prophetic, and her heart was once again filled with turmoil. She couldn't understand, absolutely couldn't understand why Lin Yayu had such strong, almost blind confidence in an unknown female student.
What secrets are hidden behind this that she doesn't know about?
She was silent for a long time, and finally, slowly, lowered her proud head.
"Yes, Director Lin. I see."
She knew that in front of this man, all her expertise and logic sometimes seemed so pale and powerless.
Because he seemed to be able to really see the scenery that belonged to the future. Chapter 38 Wang Song's Plan. World Financial Center, 99th floor.
When Lin Yayu put an unquestionable end to the first meeting on the Wandering Planet project with the words, "The heroine must be her," Su Wanqing looked at him and was silent for a long time. Finally, she slowly lowered her proud head.
"Yes, Mr. Lin. I understand."
She knew that in front of this man, all her expertise and logic sometimes seemed so pale and powerless, because he seemed to really be able to see the scenery of the future. Lin Yayu smiled as he looked at her, who was obedient but still had a hint of professional confusion between her brows. He stood up, walked to Su Wanqing and patted her shoulder gently.
"I know what you're thinking."
His voice was no longer an order from the chairman, but more like a comfort from a friend.
"You think I'm using an epic project with a multi-billion-dollar investment to promote a woman with whom I have a close relationship, right?"
Su Wanqing didn't say anything, but her silence itself was a kind of acquiescence. "Don't worry," Lin Yayu's lips curled up with a confident arc, "I never do business at a loss.
This girl named Xiao Xiao has what I need.
And you, Mr. Su, your task is to polish the unpolished jade in her for me.
As for the rest, leave it to me."
After saying this, he stopped explaining and turned to leave the operations room that had already started operating at high speed.
"I'm going out to meet a friend."
Su Wanqing looked at his departing back, her eyes filled with complicated thoughts. She found that she was finding it increasingly difficult to see through her young boss. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped smoothly in front of the door of an extremely private top-level club located in an old villa in Shanghai.
This is one of the private bases of Wang Song, the Prince of Qianda.
As soon as Lin Yayu got off the car, Wang Song, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, came to greet him with a big smile, with slightly messy hair and wearing an expensive trendy brand outfit.
"Oh my God. Brother Lin. You're finally here. Come on, come in."
The club was already bustling with people, and more than a dozen young internet celebrities with top looks and figures were playing games together. Wang Song took Lin Yayu through the crowd and came to a Chinese tea house at the deepest part. "I know you don't like noise, so I specially left a quiet place for you."
Wang Song personally brewed a pot of top-grade Jinjun Mei for Lin Yayu and said straight to the point, "You said on WeChat that you are interested in the film and television industry? What's going on, you want to have some fun?"
"No," Lin Yayu shook his head, "I'm serious."
"Oh?"
A hint of genuine interest flashed in Wang Song's eyes.
"Tell me about it."
"I'm going to set up a new film and television company called Haoyue Entertainment. Lin Yayu looked at him and said calmly, "The startup capital is not much, so I'll take out 1 billion yuan and invest in a movie."
Puff.
Wang Song took a sip of tea and almost spit it out. He stared at Lin Yayu with wide eyes, as if he was looking at an alien. 1 billion? To make a movie? Brother Lin, are you fucking crazy? Now in the entire Chinese film market, there is not a single movie with an investment of more than 1 billion in a year. What are you doing? Make a science fiction blockbuster that can truly go beyond China and attract the attention of Hollywood. Lin Yayu's tone was still so calm. Wang Song was so shocked by his huge ambition that he was speechless for a long time. After a long while, he digested the information and said solemnly, Brother Lin, I'm telling you the truth. This industry is very complicated. You can't play it just because you have money. From project establishment, approval, shooting, publicity, and theaters, every link has countless pitfalls. You're a newcomer, and you dare to play such a big game. You'll die miserably. I know. Lin Yayu nodded, that's why I came to see you, Brother Kong. He looked at Wang Song and said slowly, I will provide the money and the project. Jianda Group provides channels and connections. We cooperate. If we make money, you get 7 and I get 3. Wang Song's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Lin Yayu would actually propose such a cooperation plan, which was almost giving money for free to him. He stared at Lin Yayu intently. Why? Lin Yayu smiled. He gently placed a USB drive on the tea table. Because my project is worth the price. Take a look first, then decide. Wang Song inserted the USB drive into the laptop beside him with doubt. When he clicked on the only file inside and saw the title of the document, all the expressions on his cynical face froze in an instant. He stared at the 5 big words on the screen and the well-known name below him, and felt his scalp tingling. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Yayu, his voice becoming hoarse due to extreme shock. Where the hell did you get this thing from? Lin Yayu did not answer, but picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam gently. Wang Song's chest rose and fell violently. He was not an inexperienced person. He knew better than anyone what the 6 words full copyright of the Wandering Planet meant. He knew that the man in front of him was not handing him a project. Rather, it is a ticket that will allow Jianda Group's cultural map to truly break out of Asia and reach the world. At this moment, the abacus in his heart began to work frantically. He knew that the 30-70 split proposed by Lin Yayu seemed to be a huge advantage for him. But in fact, this mysterious young man was using this method to deeply bind the giant ship of Jianda Group with his more mysterious and terrifying Haoyue battleship. What he wants is not money, but Jianda's intricate channels and connections in China, as well as the protection umbrella brought by the golden signboard. After figuring this out, Wang Song even had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He found that he had underestimated the man in front of him who was younger than him. His scheming were far more terrifying than his 30 billion cash flow. Brother Lin, Wang Song took a deep breath, and for the first time, his cynical face showed absolute, businessman-like seriousness. I, Wang Song, have made you my friend. 30% to 70% is too much. He shook his head. I can't take advantage of you like that. 50-50. Jianda Cinema Line will provide the highest level of support for scheduling the Wandering Planet. I will personally talk to my dad about this. I will help you with all the aspects of approval and project establishment. I only have one request. Wang Song looked at Lin Yayu with burning eyes. This movie must, and can only, be jointly produced by our 2 companies. Lin Yayu smiled. He knew that his goal had been achieved. It's a pleasure working with you. He extended his hand. It's a pleasure working with you. Wang Song held his hand tightly. At this moment, 2 young people who represent the new generation of wealth in China reached a secret alliance that would change the entire cultural industry landscape in the future. Chapter 39 Wang Song's Plan. When Lin Yayu put an end to this amazing cooperation worth billions with the words happy cooperation, Wang Song was in a state of extreme excitement. No. I'm too damn happy today. He slapped his thigh and stood up with a cynical smile on his face. Brother Lin, we've finished discussing business, it's time to get down to business. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place to meet my friends and let them open their eyes to see who is the new generation of the true god of the Demon City. Lin Yayu looked at his excited expression, smiled and did not refuse. Uncle Zhang, prepare the car. He whispered into the Bluetooth headset in his pocket. 10 minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped smoothly at the entrance of the club. Wang Song looked at the car and whistled, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, at his level, Cullinan was just a daily means of transportation. After the two got in the car, Wang Song directly gave an address. Go to Moto Club. After the car merged smoothly into the traffic flow, Wang Song put away his cynical expression and his face became a little serious. He lit a cigarette, looked at Lin Yayu, and said straight to the point. Brother Lin, before I go, I want to talk to you first and tell you the truth. Tonight, the grandson of Zhou from Beijing must be here too. His name is Zhou Yi, and he is the only son of the chairman of Beijing's Zhonghui Energy. His family started out as a coal miner, and they don't have much else but a lot of fucking cash. Wang Song blew out a puff of smoke, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Hasn't our Qianda been working on new energy recently? It just happened to affect his family's cake, so his father sent him to the Magic City, saying it was for training, but in fact it was just to disgust me. This guy is a complete idiot. He doesn't think much about what he does, but he likes to use money to bully people. His father just gave him an unlimited black card with a limit of 20 million as pocket money a few days ago, just to let him show off in the Magic City. So, if he makes trouble tonight, you should be patient and don't bother with him. Lin Yayu listened quietly and nodded. Wang Song continued to introduce, on my side, the people in the office tonight are mainly a few childhood friends. One is Zhang Lei, whose family runs a chain of hotels. The other is Liam O, who opened a medium-sized entertainment company. Although their family assets are worth tens of billions, they are all physical entities, and the cash they can freely dispose of is only a few million a year. So, if we really want to play with fire tonight, they can help cheer us on, but if we really want to fight for money, we can't count on them. To put it bluntly, Wang Song laughed self-deprecatingly, we may look impressive, but we are actually asset guys. We are not the same as cash flow guys like Zhou Yi who use cash as toilet paper. He used the most straightforward words to analyze for Lin Yayu the most real rules of the game in this circle. After listening to this, Lin Yayu just smiled. I see. 10 p.m., Moto Club. This place is like a holy place in the entire circle of the second generation of Chinese rich. Without assets of more than 10 million, you are not even qualified to enter. When Wang Song led Lin Yayu through the futuristic corridor unimpeded and came directly to the area in the middle of the dance floor with the best view, known as the God's Booth, more than a dozen young men and women who had been waiting there immediately stood up. Brother Song. Brother Song, you are finally here. Come on, let me introduce you all. Wang Song said carelessly, pulling Lin Yayu to his side. This is my brother Lin Yayu. My best brother. Then, he pointed at those core friends and introduced them to Lin Yayu. This one, Zhang Lei, his family owns the Platinum Hotel. Half of the high-end hotels in Shanghai are owned by his family. This one, Liam O, he started his own Xingyo Media and signed many popular anchors. This one. Zhang Lei, Liam O and others all nodded politely to Lin Yayu, but their eyes were filled with a hint of inquiry and scrutiny. They didn't understand why Wang Song would put such a strange newcomer in such a high position. Just when everyone had just sat down and the atmosphere had not yet heated up, a provocative voice came from another top booth not far away. Hey, isn't this Mr. Wang? Why are you in the mood to come to a place like this today? I thought that Qianda's stock price fell and your father suspended your card? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man dressed more flamboyantly than Wang Song, with several chrome hearts rings on his hands, walking towards them with a joking look on his face, accompanied by a few followers. It was Zhou Yi. Wang Song's face darkened instantly. Zhou Yi seemed not to have seen it. He walked to the booth and scanned the faces of Zhang Lei, Liam O, and others one by one. Finally, his eyes fell on Lin Yayu, who had just been drinking quietly from beginning to end. There was a flash of undisguised contempt in his eyes. Wang Song, you can't do this. Zhou Yi shook his head and said in a lecturing tone, it's fine if you're not good enough, but why do you make friends with people who are not presentable? Zhou Yi. Watch your fucking mouth. Liam O was the first one who couldn't help it and stood up while slamming the table. What? You don't accept the term asset guy? Zhou Yi sneered, if you don't accept it, just take out the money and play with it. Don't just say it with your mouth. He snapped his fingers and said to the assistant beside him, go, open 100 aces of spades and get me number 1. Let our friends in Shanghai see what the fucking cash flow is. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Soon, amid the exclamations of everyone in the audience, the consumption list above the club's dome was refreshed frantically. Zhou Yi's booth, with the terrifying number of 2.5 million, instantly topped the list. He stepped hard on Wang Song. After doing all this, Zhou Yi's face became even more proud. Wang Song's face was already livid.
He whispered to Lin Yayu beside him, "Fuck, this guy came prepared today. The allowance I can use this month is only 5 million. If I really go head to head with him, I won't get any advantage and will look bad." Lin Yayu looked at Wang Song's aggrieved expression, then looked at Joey opposite him, who was extremely arrogant, and slowly put down the wineglass in his hand. He stood up and said calmly, "Brother Song, I'm here today. Just think of it as setting off fireworks in advance to celebrate our cooperation." After saying this, he waved to the club's manager Chen amid the doubtful and puzzled looks of everyone, including Wang Song and Joey. Manager Chen immediately trotted over and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Lin, what do you want?" Lin Yayu looked at him and asked a question that puzzled everyone present. "Manager Chen, I'd like to ask, how many bottles of Spade champagne do you have in stock in your store?" Manager Chen was stunned, but he immediately asked the logistics department through the intercom. After a few seconds, he got an accurate number. "Mr. Lin, our main store, plus the inventory of the 2 warehouses in the west and east of the city, add up to about 3,127 bottles." "Very good." Lin Yayu nodded, and then asked, "Based on the price of 8,800 per stick in your store, how much is the total price?" Manager Chen immediately calculated it carefully and reported a number that shocked Wang Song and others. The total price is 27,517,600 yuan. "Mr. Lin, I'll round it off for you and calculate. 27,500,000 yuan. When Joey heard this number, a trace of solemnity appeared on his face for the first time. However, Lin Yayu's face still had a calm expression. He looked at Manager Chen and said slowly in an unquestionable tone, "Wrong. It's 30 million. The extra 2.5 million is hard work compensation for all the service staff in your store." Now, his eyes became sharp. "I need an absolutely secure payment terminal. And you, prove to me that you are capable of handling such a large cash transaction within 10 minutes. Chapter 40, Ace of Spades, Clean the Floor. 30 million, cash transaction? When Lin Yayu said this in a calm, almost indifferent tone, Manager Chen of the Moto Club felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He had worked in this top club for more than 10 years and had seen countless wealthy people. He had heard of spending 100 million yuan, not to mention 30 million yuan. But those are all operations such as hanging accounts, signing orders, or conducting through company accounts. No one has ever dared to say that he could use his personal, immediate cash flow to spend 30 million in one night. This is no longer just being rich. This is a mobile god of wealth with a private vault. Why, what? Lin Yayu looked at his expression as if he had seen a ghost, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Can't you do it?" No. "Yes. Of course." Manager Chen shuddered and came to his senses in an instant. He knew that this was a huge opportunity that would go down in history for both him and the Moto Club. He immediately shouted into the intercom in a voice that was almost roaring and extremely respectful, "Top level. Activate the top level VIP payment plan. Immediately send the A1 level secure payment terminal to the God's booth. Quick." The entire backstage of the club was instantly thrown into a frenzy because of his order. Meanwhile, in the booth, Joey and his group of friends from Beijing were already speechless with shock at Lin Yayu's earth-shattering move. Joey's face turned even paler. His black card with a limit of 20 million yuan was given to him by his father to establish his authority in Shanghai. But now, compared with the 30 million yuan casually mentioned by the other party, it was simply a joke. He stared at Lin Yayu intently. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that this wild boy who came out of nowhere could really come up with so much cash. He must be bluffing. Soon, Manager Chen came in person, holding a silver suitcase that looked very high-tech, and trotted to Lin Yayu. He opened the suitcase, and inside lay quietly a top-level payment terminal with an independent encryption line, which was completely different from ordinary POS machines. Mr. Lin, Manager Chen's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "The terminal is ready, and you can make payments at any time." "Very good." Lin Yayu nodded. He didn't say any more nonsense. He just picked up the Centurion black gold card that had been placed on the table. The entire audience, including Wang Song, Joey, and countless internet celebrities and rich second generations, were watching in deathly silence. He handed the card over gently. "Swipe your card. Enter your password. Confirm." The whole process was smooth and there wasn't even the slightest change in expression on his face. Drop. After a slight beep, the terminal began to establish a data connection with the bank. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Joey stared at the machine intently, praying frantically in his heart. Failure. Payment failed. Get him out. However, the next second, with a slight hissing sound, a long purchase slip filled with zeros was slowly printed out from the terminal. Payment amount, 30 million renminbi. Payment result, transaction successful. When Manager Chen respectfully placed the purchase order, which was enough to buy a luxury house in Shanghai, and the Mont Blanc pen in front of Lin Yayu, Zhou Yi's face turned completely pale. Lin Yi signed his name on it in a flamboyant manner. Then he threw the pen aside and leaned back on the sofa. After doing all this, he didn't even look at Zhou Yi again, as if he was just ordering a takeaway. Manager Chen, like a general who had just won a victory, picked up the walkie-talkie and roared in victory with all his strength. Attention all departments. Mr. Lin, the God's booth, the 30 million wine order has been paid successfully. Activate the Golden Tsunami Plan. DJ. He waved his arms wildly at the DJ booth not far away. Turn up the volume of that most explosive song Tsunami to the maximum. Boom. The violent, tsunami-like electronic music instantly flooded the entire space. Then, a miraculous scene appeared that everyone present would never forget. Hundreds of waiters in uniform came from all directions, each of them like pilgrims, holding high in their hands several bottles of Spade champagne sparkling with golden light, gathering into golden torrents, rushing madly towards the central dance floor. For a moment, the entire club was completely submerged in the dazzling gold. Bang! 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 The sound of champagne being opened is like a salute to celebrate victory, one after another, continuously. The golden wine, like a fountain, floated in the air, interweaving into a luxurious rain. The entire club went completely crazy. All the people were screaming, partying, and worshipping this real rich man who created this champagne tsunami with his godly handwriting. In this golden frenzy, Lin Yayu slowly walked up to Zhou Yi, who was already frightened to the point of being pale and dumbfounded. He casually took a freshly opened bottle of Ace of Spades from a waiter. Then, in Zhou Yi's eyes filled with fear and humiliation, he slowly poured the bottle of golden wine worth nearly 10,000 yuan onto the ground, in front of Zhou Yi's feet. Like washing the floor. After doing all this, he leaned over, and amid the violent music, he asked softly in a devilish voice that only Zhou Yi could hear. You just said you wanted to pay the bill? He looked at the other person's pale face, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Are you worthy? This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Zhou Yi. He could no longer endure this extreme, bone-deep humiliation. He glared at Lin Yayu with hatred, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Then, he suddenly pushed away the follower beside him, turned around without saying a word, and squeezed out of the crowd in a panic and an almost running away posture. He wasn't scared away. He, with overwhelming hatred, temporarily withdrew from this battlefield that already belonged to the victor. Chapter 41 Wang Song's Friends. When Joey left the Moto Club in disgrace with a humiliation that would be remembered for the rest of his life, the God's box completely turned into a sea of joy. Brother Lin. Awesome. Wang Song was the first one to raise the champagne in his hand, his face flushed, and shouted these two words to Lin Yayu from the bottom of his heart. The group of friends behind him also raised their glasses, and in the eyes they looked at Lin Yayu, there was no longer a trace of previous scrutiny and inquiry, only the purest, heartfelt admiration and awe. Brother Lin, my name is Zhang Lei, and my family owns the Platinum Hotel. When you come to Shanghai in the future, all hotel expenses will be charged to me. I toast you a glass. Brother Lin, my name is Li Mo, and I work in the media. Your generosity is simply amazing. In the future, if there is any need for public relations, just say a word, and I promise to handle it for you clearly. The second-generation rich people who had previously kept their distance from Lin Yayu now took the initiative to step forward, introduce their families, and hand over their business cards. Their attitudes were so humble, as if they were meeting the new godfather in their circle. Lin Yayu had a faint smile on his face and nodded politely in response to everyone who came forward to toast him. He knew that starting from tonight, he truly possessed an undisputed pass in this exclusive circle of the top second generation in Shanghai, which was concerned with qualifications and background. This pass does not rely on family or personal connections. Instead, it was earned by hard work with 30 million in cash. At the same time, in a speeding Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhou Yi's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. On his handsome face, there was still an abnormal blush after being extremely humiliated. He took out his cell phone and made an encrypted call. Hello? A steady middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Uncle Zhong, Zhou voice was hoarse and cold. Help me find someone. A young man named Lin Yayu. I don't care what method you use. Use all the connections in Shanghai to investigate him thoroughly. I want to know his background, his source of funds, the driver who drives the Cullinan, everything. He recalled the nightmare-like scene in the club just now, and hatred burst out of his eyes. In the Magic City, no one has ever dared to embarrass me like this. I must make him die. Uncle Zhong on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then replied, Yes, master. I'll do it right away. Modu Club. The carnival really began after Wang Song's friends got to know each other. Wang Song obviously felt that drinking champagne alone was not enough to express his excitement at the moment. He directly asked the manager to bring up boxes of the store's treasured top-quality liquors that were not sold to the public. Wutai from the 1980s, limited edition Macallan 18 years, Louis XIII. These god-level wines, which are hard to come by in the outside world, are now casually placed all over the booth like free beer. Brother Lin. Today, we won't go home until we are drunk. Wang Song personally poured a glass of amber whiskey full of the aroma of vintage for Lin Yayu. Lin Yayu looked at Wang Song's true nature, smiled, and did not refuse. After achieving a stage-by-stage victory, he really needed some indulgence to relax his tense nerves. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became more heated. Lin Yayu's terrifying alcohol tolerance, which had been transformed by the gene repair fluid, once again made Wang Song and others realize what unfathomable meant. Just when everyone was clinking glasses and getting drunk, the emperor of Shanghai Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, stood up and prepared to leave. When he passed by Lin Yayu's booth, his footsteps paused slightly. He did not mention the matter of playing with cars again. He just glanced at the top-quality wine bottles on the table that were already mostly empty, and then looked at Lin Yayu, who looked as usual. For the first time, a genuine smile, as if he was looking at a fellow creature, flashed across his calm eyes. He nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly, towards Lin Yayu as a greeting, and then left. Wang Song was shocked again when he saw this scene. Damn it, Brother Lin, that guy Qin Feng actually nodded to you. He said with a big tongue, I've known him for so many years, and I've never seen him take the initiative to show kindness to anyone. You two are definitely monsters of the same level. Lin Yayu just smiled, said nothing, and drank the liquor in the glass. This drinking party lasted until late at night. In the end, after guzzling a huge amount of top-grade liquor, even Lin Yayu was finally about 70% drunk. His eyes, which were always clear and deep, were now tinged with an intoxicating haziness. His face, which always wore a calm smile, also had a hint of a genuine smile that belonged to a young man after letting down his guard. When the drinking party was over, he was so drunk that he even needed Zhang Bo to carefully support him when he walked. Wang Song looked at his elder brother who was drunk, his eyes rolled, and a naughty idea suddenly came to his mind. Brother Lin is so drunk, he can't go back to an empty house as big as Tan Palace alone, right? It's so lonely. He staggered and shouted to everyone, No. We must find someone to take good care of Brother Lin. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he snatched Lin Yayu's unlocked phone from his pocket before Zhang Bo could react. He opened the address book and searched through it quickly. When he saw the name Xia Jiwei, a tacit, obscene smile appeared on his face. Oh, what a nice name. At first glance, she's a beauty. It's her. Chapter 42, a late-night phone call. In the God's box of Modu Club, Wang Song, under the influence of alcohol, picked up Lin Yayu's unlocked phone with a sly smile on his face. He opened the address book and searched through it quickly. Finally, his eyes locked on the name Xia Jiwei. Oh, what a nice name. She's a beauty at first glance. He drunkenly boasted to his friends, she's the one. Without hesitation, he pressed the call button that would connect to another world. At the same time, more than 10 kilometers away, in the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Drama Academy. It's late at night. The roommates had already fallen asleep, and only a small desk lamp was still on Xia Jiwei's bed. She was wearing a cute bunny pajamas, sitting on the bed, and reading a professional book about actors' self-cultivation seriously. Since she signed the contract with Lin Yayu, she had an unprecedented sense of urgency in her heart. She knew that she and Lin Yayu were from two different worlds. She didn't want to be just a beautiful vase protected by him forever. At this moment, her cell phone on the pillow vibrated without any warning. It was an unfamiliar local number. It's so late, who could it be? Xia Jiwei answered the phone puzzled. Hello? How are you? Her voice seemed especially gentle in the quiet of the night. From the other end of the line, there came a strange male voice that was drunk, extremely noisy, and a little familiar.
Hello? Is this Xia Jiwei, Miss Xia? Sister-in-law. The two words sister-in-law were like a bolt from the blue, and Xia Jiwei's mind instantly went blank with a buzzing sound. You dialed the wrong number. She subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone. Hey! Don't hang up.
Wang Song on the other end of the phone shouted, I'm your man, my brother Lin's elder brother, Wang Song. Your man, my brother Lin, drank too much at Moto Club and is now unconscious.
You, come quickly and take him home. Address. I'll send it to you via WeChat later. Hurry up. Otherwise, your man will be kidnapped by another witch.
After saying that, without waiting for Xia Jiwei to react, he hung up the phone with a click. Xia Jiwei held the phone in his hand, completely stunned. Her heart, uncontrollably, began to beat wildly.
Lin Yayu drank too much? Let me pick him up? And that inexplicable sister-in-law and your man.
Her cheeks were burning hot and she felt like she was about to burn.
Ding dong. A WeChat friend request popped up.
I am Wang Song, your man's big brother.
Then, a location information was sent. Modu Club.
Xia Jiwei looked at the address, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
To go or not to go?
Reason told her that this was definitely not within the scope of the contract. This was an extremely excessive invasion of private life. She had every reason to refuse. He had a driver and subordinates, why should he pick her up himself? That Wang Song didn't sound like a serious person. But emotionally, she felt an indescribable worry in her heart. The man who had always been like a god in her heart, calm, powerful, and omnipotent, was actually drunk and unconscious at this moment?
Will he be okay?
Just as she was struggling with her conscience and hesitating, her roommate who was sleeping on the upper bunk was woken up and poked her head out sleepily.
Wei, what's wrong? Who's calling in the middle of the night?
Nothing.
Xia Ziziwei quickly shook her head. No way?
I see your face is so red, could it be a call from your boyfriend?
My roommate winked at me ambiguously.
The three words boyfriend were like a needle that pierced Xia Jiwei's heart again. She looked at the flashing location on the phone screen and the extremely glaring title your man, and finally made up her mind. She sat up suddenly from the bed, changed out of her pajamas as quickly as possible, and put on a simple and clean t-shirt and jeans.
Never mind.
The contract stated that I would play the role of his girlfriend. So, picking up a drunk boyfriend and taking him home, this should also be considered part of the job, right? She said this to herself. Then, under the gossipy gazes of his roommates, he quickly rushed out of the dormitory and disappeared into the campus late at night.
It was quiet downstairs in the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Drama Academy.
Xia Jiwei stood on the side of the road, looking at the flashing location on his phone and the address called Moto Club that was full of luxury. His heart was in chaos. She didn't know whether her decision was right or wrong. She just followed the unignorable emotion called worry deep in her heart. She hailed a taxi and gave the address. As the taxi slowly drove into the area full of bright lights, wine and luxury cars, Xia Jiwei felt like a small fish about to swim into a school of sharks, full of anxiety and vigilance. At the entrance of Moto Club, the exaggerated neon sign and deafening music made her subconsciously tighten her clothes. She was wearing the simplest t-shirt and jeans, which was out of place with the men and women who were wearing gorgeous dresses and exquisite makeup. Just when she was at a loss, a calm figure stood in front of her.
It's Uncle Zhang. Miss Xia, you are here.
Zhang Bo's expression was still so professional and reliable, like a mountain that could make people feel at ease.
The boss is inside, please follow me.
Instead of taking her through the noisy main entrance, he led her directly into the club through a relatively quiet VIP passage. When Xia Jiwei was finally brought to the place called God's Booth, she was so shocked by the scene before her that she was speechless.
The entire booth was in a mess.
The air was filled with the strong smell of top-grade liquor.
A dozen young men and women were staggering drunkenly on the sofa.
And Lin Yayu, who in her heart had always been calm, strong, and seemingly omnipotent, was now leaning in the corner of the sofa, with his eyes closed and his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was not sleeping well. His handsome face was flushed from being drunk, lacking some of his usual depth and oppression, but with a bit more of the defenseless fragility that was typical of his age. Xia Jiwei's heart suddenly felt a pang for no reason.
Sister-in-law. You're here at last.
A young man who was also drunk but looked in good spirits staggered over. It was Wang Song. He looked at Xia Jiwei and an ambiguous smile of "I understand" appeared on his face.
My brother, I leave it to you. Without saying anything, he called his friends around him, and together with Zhang Bo, they lifted Lin Yayu, who had almost completely lost consciousness, up from the sofa.
Uncle Zhang,
Wang Song said with a big tongue, send brother Lin and sister-in-law back to Tan Palace.
Make sure they are sent there safely. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word sister-in-law. Xia Jiwei's cheeks instantly turned red as if they were about to bleed. She wanted to refute, but in this situation, she knew that any explanation she made would only seem pale and powerless. She could only follow Zhang Bo and help Lin Yayu out of the club amid the crowd's jeers, almost fleeing in panic. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
The space is spacious and quiet, completely isolated from the noisy world outside. After Uncle Zhang settled his boss, he raised the privacy partition between the front and rear seats and concentrated on driving, leaving the entire back seat space for the two of them. Xia Jiwei sat awkwardly at the seat farthest away from Linya. But as the vehicle moved forward, the drunk Lin Yayu slowly leaned towards her, and finally, his head rested on her shoulder. Xia Jiwei's body suddenly became as stiff as a stone. A heatwave mixed with the aroma of high-grade whiskey malt and Lin Yayu's unique, clear, and pleasant masculine scent, accompanied by his warm breath, sprayed all over her most sensitive, fair neck. Her heart began to beat wildly, as if it was trying to break out of her chest. She wanted to push him away, but looking at his defenseless face, still frowned in his drunken dream, she couldn't harden her heart.
Slight.
At this moment, the man resting his head on her shoulder suddenly whispered her name softly in an almost inaudible, dependent voice. These two words, like the most accurate bullets, instantly broke down all of Xia Jiwei's psychological defenses. Her body was no longer stiff. She slowly adjusted her sitting position so that he could lean against her more comfortably. After a fierce inner struggle, she even stretched out her slightly trembling hand as if possessed by a spirit, and gently smoothed out the messy strands of hair on his forehead. When the vehicle drove into the palace like Tan Palace Villa No. 9, Xia Jiwei was once again shocked beyond words by the ultimate luxury before his eyes.
Butler Hopkins and two maids were already waiting at the door.
Together with Zhang Bo, they used the most professional and unobtrusive way to settle Lin Yayu in the ridiculously large master bedroom on the second floor, which was as large as the entire floor of her dormitory. Miss Xia, Hopkins said to her, bowing slightly, his posture elegant and respectful, "Sir, I'll leave it to you to take care of me. If you need anything, please feel free to ring the service bell at the bedside.
We won't come up to disturb you."
After saying this, he let everyone out quietly and considerately closed the heavy door for them. In the huge master bedroom, where it was so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat, there were only her and the unconscious man lying on the bed. Xia Jiwei stood beside the bed, looking at him in misery as he fell asleep in his suit, feeling a dilemma in his heart. In the end, the obligation to play the girlfriend in the contract and the inexplicable concern in her heart overcame her reserve. She took a deep breath and told herself that it was just work. Then, she slowly squatted down and prepared to help him take off his shoes. However, just when her slightly cool fingertips touched the laces of his leather shoes, without any warning, a strong and powerful hand grabbed her wrist at lightning speed.
"Ah!"
Xia Jiwei screamed, and before she could react, a huge force came from her wrist. She completely lost her balance and was pulled down by the force onto the incredibly soft and comfortable bed. Lin Yayu had opened his eyes without knowing when. His eyes, which were filled with a hazy intoxication due to the alcohol, but also carried a hint of burning aggression, were fixed on her pretty face, which was close to her and full of panic. He slowly raised his other hand and, with his warm thumb that had a trace of callus, gently stroked her pink lips, which were slightly open due to fright. His voice was hoarse and full of magnetism. It's really beautiful." After saying this, in Xia Jiwei's brain that had completely stopped thinking, he slowly bent down.
Chapter 43: The Out-of-Control Contract.
The master bedroom of Tan Palace. When the first ray of morning light quietly sprinkled on the carpet through the gap in the huge floor-length curtains, Xia Jiwei's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. "The first thing I felt was not the unfamiliar environment, but an unprecedented sense of confinement, being held tightly in the arms full of strength and burning warmth from behind." She could even clearly feel the man's solid, warm chest pressed tightly against her back. His steady and powerful heartbeat, through the thin silk shirt, beat steadily against her heart, and his warm breath, with a hint of alcohol, sprayed evenly on her most sensitive ears and neck. The chaotic, out-of-control, blushing and heart-pounding memories of last night, like a broken tide, flooded into her mind madly. She looked down suddenly and found that she had been replaced with an extremely large white men's shirt without knowing when. Her little white dress had long been crumpled and lay limply on the carpet not far away. The strange, ashamed soreness deep inside her body was like direct evidence, telling her. Last night, the seemingly unbreakable contract had completely gotten out of control. Her mind went blank with a buzzing sound. What to do? What should she do? Should I push him away angrily, slap him in the face, and accuse him of violating the contract? Or should I just act as if nothing happened? Just as she was torn between conscience and desire, and her heart was in turmoil, the man's arm behind her seemed to sense her stiffness and unconsciously tightened its grip. His sleepy, hoarse, and magnetic mumbling sounded in her ears like a spell. Don't move, sleep a little longer. These words, full of arrogance and dependence, instantly broke down all of Xia Jiwei's psychological defenses. She stopped struggling and just stood there stiffly, letting him hold her like this. However, a hot teardrop filled with complicated emotions slid down from the corner of her eye. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yayu finally woke up. His body, which had been strengthened by the gene repair fluid, allowed him to only feel a brief headache even after a hangover, and he quickly recovered his consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the girl in his arms, curled up and shivering like a frightened kitten. The memory of last night came back to his mind clearly. It was he who, under the influence of alcohol, failed to control himself. Awake? He slowly loosened his arms and sat up, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness that was unique to the early morning. Xia Jiwei felt the restraining force on her body disappear, and immediately moved to the other side of the bed as if she had been electrocuted. She wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, not daring to look at him. Morning. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. The bedroom fell into a suffocating silence. In the end, it was Lin Yayu who broke the silence first. Last night. He looked at her back, which was full of vigilance and grievance, and slowly said, I drank too much and lost control. It was my fault. When Xia Jiwei heard his straightforward apology, her troubled heart became even more complicated. She turned her head abruptly, and her clear eyes were already filled with mist. So what? Her voice was filled with a hint of tears that she herself hadn't noticed. With just I was drunk and it's my fault, you're just pretending nothing happened? It's written in black and white in our contract. I signed the contract. Lin Yayu interrupted her. His eyes were more serious than ever before. I was the one who crossed the line. He slowly got up from the bed, walked in front of her, and looked down at her. So, Xia Jiwei, I'll give you two choices. Xia Jiwei raised her head, her tearful eyes filled with confusion. First, Lin Yayu's voice was calm and clear, you can treat last night as an accident. I will give you some compensation, and you decide the amount. After that, the employment contract between us will continue to be valid. I will strictly abide by every provision above, and treat what happened last night as if nothing had happened. In the future, I will never touch you again. This choice sounds extremely fair and extremely rational. But for some reason, when Xia Jiwei heard the words, I will never touch you again, her heart suddenly ached for no reason. Then, what about the second option, she asked subconsciously in a voice almost whispering. Lin Yayu looked at her, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his deep eyes. He slowly reached out his hand, and with his warm fingertips that were slightly calloused, gently wiped away the tear from the corner of her eye. The second option. That is, you can tear up the contract yourself. Xia Jiwei was completely stunned. Tear up the contract? She didn't understand what this meant at all. Then, what does that mean? What I mean is. The corners of Lin Yayu's mouth curled up in an arc that she had never seen before, full of seriousness and a hint of clumsiness. He leaned over, knelt on one knee on the huge bed, and let his deep eyes meet her eyes that were full of tears and confusion at eye level. What I mean is, from today on, I don't want to be your nominal boss anymore. He looked at her and said slowly in an unprecedented solemn tone. I want to try to be your real boyfriend. When Lin Yayu's words, full of solemnity and a little clumsiness, I want to try to be your real boyfriend, clearly reached Xia Jiwei's ears. She was completely stunned. She looked at the man in front of her, who was kneeling on one knee on the bed, allowing his deep eyes to be level with hers. Her brain went completely blank because of this sudden and earth-shattering confession. Be a real boyfriend? Her first reaction was not surprise or touching, but a subconscious resistance stemming from inferiority and anxiety. You, stop kidding. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. What exactly do you want to do? Do you feel responsible and guilty towards me because of what happened last night? Or do you feel more at ease, controlling me in this way than with that contract? Her words were like little thorns, full of self-protective defenses. Lin Yayu looked at her eyes that were filled with tears and confusion, and a trace of pity arose in his heart that he himself did not even notice. He did not stand up, still maintaining that level gaze, and shook his head. Neither. His voice was serious. From the beginning, the contract was just a piece of paper to reassure you. What happened last night was because I drank too much and lost control of myself. It's my fault. But now, every word I say to you is sober and serious. He looked at her, as if he was trying to form his words, and for the first time, he showed a hint of the young man's bewildered sincerity. I don't know how to describe that feeling. But on the day of the auction, when I put the mermaid's tear on you with my own hands, I felt that you looked 10,000 times more beautiful wearing it than the mermaid itself. And the night before last, you fell asleep in the car, leaning on my shoulder. For the first time, I felt that the car was so quiet, and it was quite nice. These are the simplest and most straightforward words, without any fancy words. But it was this simplicity and straightforwardness that was like the most gentle key, instantly prying open the strongest line of defense in Xia Jiwei's heart. She could no longer hold back, and the tears that had been rolling in her eyes for a long time rolled down like pearls from a broken string. Seeing this, Lin Yayu reached out his hand in a panic and gently wiped away the tears from her cheek with his warm fingertips that were slightly calloused. His movements were light and gentle. At this moment, Xia Jiwei's body moved slightly, which affected a certain part of her body. She couldn't help but let out a hiss and took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyebrows were also tightly furrowed. Lin Yayu's movements stopped instantly. He looked at her trying to hold back the pain, and a trace of regret and guilt flashed in his eyes. He leaned over and asked in a voice full of apology, almost whispering, "Does it still hurt?" Boom! This sentence was like a bomb, instantly making Xia Jiwei's pretty face, which was as red as a pear blossom in the rain, turn red from the cheeks to the ears. She was so ashamed and embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She couldn't say anything, so she could only bury her face deeply in the soft pillow, and then nodded softly, almost unnoticeably. Seeing her like this, Lin Yayu's heart completely softened. He stretched out his arms, without any desire at all, and gently embraced her body, which was trembling slightly with shyness and pain, in his arms. This hug is warm and gentle. I'm sorry. He apologized again solemnly in her ear. Next time, I will be very gentle. These words, full of hints and promises, made Xia Jiwei feel like her body was about to melt in his arms that were full of security. I don't know how long it took before her emotions finally calmed down. Lin Yayu finally let her go and said with a smile, "Are you hungry? I'll take you to see our home. By the way, let Hopkins prepare the most delicious breakfast in the world for you." Our home? Xia Jiwei repeated these 3 words in a daze. Yes, our home. Lin Yayu took her hand and walked out of the master bedroom. It was not until this moment that Xia Jiwei finally had the opportunity to truly see for the first time the palace into which she had been sent in a panic last night. When she saw the grand entrance hall with a ceiling more than 10 meters high and a giant crystal chandelier hanging on it, her mouth unconsciously opened into an O shape. When Lin Yayu opened the cloakroom for her, which was larger than the entire first floor of her dormitory and filled with top luxury brand men's clothing that she couldn't bear to even look at in magazines, she felt that her cognition was being refreshed over and over again. When they finally walked to the terrace with a 360-degree garden view, which was large enough to park a private jet, and looked at the sparkling outdoor swimming pool in the distance, she finally couldn't help but pull on Lin Yayu's clothes and asked in a dreamy voice, "Lin Yayu, here, is this really your home?" Lin Yayu smiled. He embraced her again from behind. He rested his chin gently on the top of her hair, which exuded a faint fragrance. "No," he replied. Xia Jiwei's heart trembled when he heard this. Only his gentle voice, with a hint of smile, continued to ring in her ears. "From today on, this is our home." He looked at the incredibly cute girl in his arms, who was completely stunned by his words, and his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. He lowered his head and placed a gentle, doting kiss on her forehead. Chapter 44 Family. When Lin Ya's promise, "From today on, this is our home," followed by a doting kiss on Xia Jiwei's forehead, she felt herself completely melted in this man's arms. After all the ups and downs of this night, it finally came to an end that was so sweet that it felt unreal to her. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast carefully prepared by a top chef, the two walked hand in hand in the huge private garden like an ordinary couple. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. "Don't we have classes in the afternoon?" Lin Yayu asked. Xia Jiwei lowered her head, looked at the two people holding hands tightly together, and answered softly, "The class is at 2 p.m.
There is still time in the morning."
She suddenly stopped. She raised her head and looked at him with a hint of pleading and nervousness in her clear eyes.
"Lin Yayu, I want to go to the hospital to see my mother. Last night."
I didn't have time to tell her because I was afraid she would worry.
Hearing this request, Lin Yayu's eyes became extremely gentle.
Of course. He agreed without hesitation. "I'll ask Uncle Zheng to prepare a car to take you there now."
He paused, then added, "I won't go with you.
Auntie just found out that we're together, and I'm afraid she'll be scared if I show up in such a big way today. You go first, stay with her, and say hello to her for me." His considerate words made Xia Jiwei feel warm in her heart.
She nodded heavily, yes. An hour later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped smoothly at the entrance of the inpatient department of the municipal hospital. Xia Jiwei walked into the inpatient building that she was very familiar with alone.
Carrying the fruit she had just bought on the road, she walked to the 6-person ordinary ward on the 3rd floor where her mother had been before, with a familiar look on her face. However, when she walked to the familiar bed, she was suddenly stunned.
The bed is empty.
All of my mother's daily necessities were gone. A huge, cold fear instantly gripped her heart.
"Mother!"
She rushed back to the nurse's station like crazy, her voice tinged with tears because of fear. "Nurse!
Nurse! Where's my mother? Where is my mother? Miss Xiaolan in bed 302.
The busy head nurse was startled by her. When she looked up and saw that it was her, an expression of surprise and a hint of envy appeared on her face.
"Oh, it's Miss Xia. Don't worry, this is great news." "Good news?"
Xia Jiwei was completely confused. "Yes," the head nurse said with a smile, "your mother was transferred to the VIP intensive care unit of the International Medical Department on the top floor of our hospital at midnight yesterday."
Your boyfriend, didn't he tell you?"
The head nurse looked at her completely clueless expression, lowered her voice, and gossiped, "Hey, you don't know.
Last night in the middle of the night, our dean was personally called back.
It was said that a great nobleman called and asked for the best resources to treat your mother.
The procedures were all handled overnight by the people sent by that nobleman.
All the treatment costs, including the subsequent rehabilitation costs, have been paid in full at one time. It is said that the amount on the bill is something that we little nurses can never earn in our lifetime."
Xia Jiwei, after hearing these words, was completely petrified.
She felt like her brain was being bombarded by bombs one after another, and she had completely lost the ability to think. In a daze, she followed the nurse's instructions, took the exclusive elevator, and came to the VIP floor that she had never been qualified to enter before, which was as quiet and luxurious as a 5-star hotel. When she finally found the top-level intensive care unit with her mother's name on it, which looked like a presidential suite, she saw a scene she would never forget. Her mother was half lying on a bed that looked extremely comfortable and could be raised and lowered automatically.
Her mental state was much better than yesterday.
A private nurse who looked very professional was carefully peeling an apple for her. Next to her, several experts in white coats who looked like director-level experts were respectfully reporting the latest treatment plan to her.
"Mom!"
Xia Jiwei's voice trembled slightly.
Wei Wei!
You're here!" Mother Xia smiled brightly when she saw her daughter.
"Look! Xiaolin is so thoughtful.
She sent someone to me in the middle of the night and said she must move me to the best ward and invite the best doctor.
I've never lived in such a good place in my life."
Xia Jiwei could no longer restrain herself after listening to her mother's joyful words. She rushed out of the ward, ran to the end of the corridor, took out her cell phone, and dialed the number that was deeply engraved in her heart. The call was answered almost immediately.
"Hello?"
Lin Yayu's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Lin Yayu."
As soon as Xia Jiwei opened her mouth, her voice was completely drowned out by the huge, surging tears. She couldn't say anything and could only repeat 2 words over and over again, sobbing.
Thank you, thank you." Lin Yayu on the other end of the phone seemed to have expected all this.
He did not ask any more questions, but said softly in an unprecedented and extremely gentle tone.
"Silly, why are you crying? I said, from now on, this is our home. Your family is, naturally, my family. Taking care of my aunt is what I should do." Chapter 45, Manner Number 1 and the Game of Power.
In the hospital, when Lin Yayu completely melted Xia Jiwei's heart with the words "Your family is naturally my family," the relationship between the two was truly sublimated. That afternoon, Zhang Bo safely sent Xia Jiwei back to the Magic City Drama Academy. Lin Yayu knew very well that what this girl needed most now was not to be with him, but to return to her familiar pace of life and slowly digest and adapt to this relationship that was enough to change her life. He gave her space. He himself returned to Tan Palace and began to think about the future direction of the Hao Yue Empire. When a new day arrived in the luxurious silence of Tan Palace, Lin Yayu habitually performed his daily check-in for the day in his heart. Ding! It is detected that the host is currently in a special state of mind responsibility and protection, and the sign-in reward has been specially optimized. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the God-level real estate reward, Manor Number 1 of the Magic City Purple Golden Villa. Lin Yayu's pupils suddenly shrank. Tan Palace is already the most publicly known and top-notch wealthy area in Shanghai. As for this Purple Gold Villa, he had never even heard of it. This just proved that its level was far above that of the Tan Palace. He immediately held his breath and looked up the detailed information of the reward. Asset information: Purple Golden Villa is located on the top of Xishan Mountain in the western suburbs of Magic City. It is not open to the public and has no signs on the map. It is a real top-level manor area for the rich and powerful. There are 9 manors in total, built around the mountain. Its security level is equivalent to the official residence of the highest-level leader of the country. Manor Number 1, located at the highest point of Zijin Villa, the top of the mountain, it has the best view in the largest area, over 300 acres. It is the Dragon Cave where the dragon veins of the entire villa converge. It was originally built by the legendary tycoon Lu Rongxing during the Republic of China period with all his family wealth. It has been vacant for decades and the ownership is a mystery. It is a legendary place that can never be bought even if you have money. Neighborhood information partial: Manor Number 2, former top leader of the Magic City, retired Mr. Chen. Manor Number 3, former commander-in-chief of the Southeast War Zone of China, retired Mr. Long. System note: according to system detection, your 2 new neighbors have been longing for this vacant Manor Number 1 for decades. After reading these messages, even with Lin Yayu's current state of mind, he couldn't help but take a breath. He understood instantly what kind of terrifying big killer the system rewarded him with this time. How can this be a house? This is clearly a unique, priceless admission ticket to the most top-level and court circle of power in China. Just when he was shocked by the reward, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained a special world anchor level asset, Purple Golden Villa Manor Number 1. This asset has extremely high world reputation and legendary degree, and has met the hidden conditions for unlocking the system mall. System core permissions upgraded, upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully unlocked System Mall 1.A. Lin Yayu's spirits were lifted. It turned out that the condition for unlocking the mall was not the amount of assets, but a legendary item like Purple Gold Villa Number 1 that could not be bought with money and was enough to serve as a key. He clicked on the mall icon, and a vast interface like the starry sky appeared before his eyes. From future technology to biological medicines to mysterious skill cards, it was all-encompassing. However, most of the items were in a gray insufficient authority or insufficient system-level state. And the goods that could be exchanged also required something called mall points, 1 point for every 100 million spent. After briefly browsing the mall, Lin Yayu's consciousness returned to reality. He looked at the Prometheus plan in his system backpack that was enough to change the world, and then looked at the ticket to the pinnacle of power he had just obtained. In an instant, a new and more ambitious plan came into his mind. He stood up and gave instructions to Zhang Bo, who had been waiting on the side. Uncle Zhang, inform Hopkins that the Tan Palace should remain as it is and can be occupied at any time. We are going to Xishan, Zijin Villa now. To our new home. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, driven by Zhang Bo, slowly drove into the mysterious and solemn area in the western suburbs of Magic City. The security here can no longer be described as tight, but strict. Along the way, we passed at least 3 public and dozens of hidden security checkpoints. If Cullinan's license plate had not been entered into the system's highest authority whitelist, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get close to the foot of the mountain. As the car slowly wound up the mountain, Lin Yayu saw the eaves of Manor Number 2 and Manor Number 3 hidden among the green pines and cypresses halfway up the mountain. It was a kind of Chinese classical architecture full of years of sedimentation, low-key and solemn, but exuding an invisible majesty that people dared not look directly at. Finally, Cullinan reached the top of the mountain. A huge and magnificent manor that perfectly combines the elegance of Chinese gardens with the grandeur of European classical palaces appeared in front of Lin Yayu. It is like a giant beast lurking above the clouds, quietly overlooking the bustling city below the mountain. When Lin Yayu got off the car, the heavy door of the manor, which was made of a whole piece of golden nanmu wood, was silently pulled open inwards. An old man wearing a modified Zhongshan suit, with neatly combed hair, looking to be in his 60s and with eyes as steady as a mountain, had been waiting here respectfully with a team of servants in uniform Chinese clothes.
Mr. Lin, good afternoon.
The old butler stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said in a steady and respectful voice, "I am Fuan, you can call me Uncle Fu.
From today on, I will be responsible for all your daily life in this manor."
Uncle Fu, thank you for your help.
Lin Yayu nodded.
He knew that this butler was also a product of the system and was absolutely reliable. Just as he was about to step into his own manor number 1, a red flag sedan with a special license plate slowly drove up from the middle of the mountain.
The car stopped not far away.
A young man in green military uniform stepped out of the car. He walked straight to Uncle Fu, saluted, and then said politely, "Uncle Fu, hello.
I am Mr. Long's bodyguard. It's Xiao Li." Uncle Fu obviously knew him.
What's the matter? The young guard looked at Lin Yayu with a hint of curiosity that he could not hide, and then said to Uncle Fu, "Uncle Fu, our leader and Mr. Chen next door all know that manor number 1 has a new owner today. The two old leaders asked me to come over and ask if Mr. Lin, the newcomer, is free to go over to their place and have a cup of tea tonight?"
Chapter 46 Tea Party on the Mountaintop.
When the red flag sedan with a special license plate slowly disappeared at the end of the winding mountain road, the entrance of manor number 1 finally regained its due tranquility. Lin Yayu stood where he was, looking at the invitations sent by the two neighbors that were full of kindness and temptation, and his eyes became extremely deep. He knew that this seemingly simple cup of tea was actually a sudden interview from the pinnacle of power.
If you pass the test, the world will be bright and the sky will be bright. If you fail, the future is uncertain.
Boss, Zheng Bo stepped forward, his voice solemn. "Do you need Miss Elena to prepare a detailed profile of these two old gentlemen immediately?"
Lin Yayu shook his head.
He turned around and looked at the new butler, Uncle Fu, who had been standing respectfully beside him.
"Uncle Fu," he asked calmly, "what are the preferences of these two old gentlemen? Or in other words, what are their taboos?"
He knew that for people of the level of Chen Lao and Long Lao, any information collected through modern intelligence means was just superficial. But Uncle Fu, the steward who was directly arranged here by the system, knew the truly useful information. An unexpected smile appeared on Fu Bo's face, which was full of traces of time. He bowed slightly and answered in a calm and unhurried tone. "Sir, Mr. Chen has lived a simple life and does not like luxury. His only hobby is to sit quietly and drink tea and play chess with others. He has a special liking for old poor tea."
"But Mr. Long is just the opposite."
Uncle Fu paused. "Mr. Long was born in the military, has a fiery temper, and doesn't like red tape. He loves two things the most in his life. One is strong liquor that can be drunk, especially aged Maotai. The other is young people with courage and blood." After listening to this, Lin Yayu nodded.
"I already have an idea in my mind."
He did not set out immediately, but asked Uncle Fu to take him around manor number 1 for a brief tour. He needed to get familiar with his home court first, so that he could handle the next away court with ease. After returning to the study, he dismissed his attendants and, alone, opened the system mall that only he could see. He did not look at the props that were full of futuristic technology, but directly clicked on the redemption list of life category. Soon, he found what he needed. Product name, 1950s Red Seal Round Tea 1 piece. Product introduction, extremely rare in the world, with a strong tea aroma. It is the supreme holy product in the minds of all poor tea lovers.
Product price, 1 mol point.
Product name, 1983 Special Supply Sauce Bottle Maotai 1 bottle. Product introduction, it has never been sold to the public, and is only for the top leaders in special times. Its historical value and collection value far exceed the wine itself.
Product price, 2 mol points.
Lin Yayu looked at the unbelievably low prices of the two items and felt deeply moved again.
Things that you can't buy even if you have money outside, in the system mall, are actually just the most basic consumables?
Without hesitation, he spent 3 points to redeem these two items, which were enough to serve as the finale of any top auction. In the evening, the sun sets. Lin Yayu changed into a low-key Chinese-style casual outfit and walked alone along a bluestone path under the guidance of Uncle Fu to the neighboring manor number 2. He did not let Zheng Bo follow him, nor did he take any vehicle.
This is the most basic respect. The style of manor number 2 is completely different from the grand style of manor number 1.
It is a classical garden full of Jiangnan charm, with pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, and everywhere exudes a sense of tranquility and far-reaching bookishness and a sense of heaviness accumulated over the years. Led by a guard who was also wearing a Zhongshan suit, Lin Yayu walked through the corridor and finally met the two old men who truly stood at the top of the Chinese power pyramid in an octagonal pavilion deep in the garden. A man, wearing ordinary white training clothes, was sitting in front of a stone table, leisurely fiddling with a set of purple clay tea sets. He looked like a kind grandfather next door, with a gentle smile on his face, without any sense of oppression. But in his slightly cloudy eyes, there was a bottomless ocean of wisdom that seemed to be able to see through everything.
He is Mr. Chen.
The other one, wearing an old military uniform that had been washed to a pale color, was still as straight and upright as a javelin even when he was just sitting casually.
He was tall and strong, with a ruddy complexion and a loud voice.
His whole body exuded the aura of a veteran who had fought in many battles and was bloodthirsty.
He is Master Long.
Lin Yayu could clearly feel that the aura of these two old men was completely different from that of Wang Xong, Qin Feng, and others. It is not the generosity that comes from wealth, nor the arrogance that comes from status. It is a kind of national destiny that is as heavy and majestic as the mountains and rivers and the earth, which is accumulated after one's entire life is tightly bound to the destiny of the country. In the face of this momentum, Lin Yayu felt for the first time that his cash flow of 30 billion seemed a little insignificant.
Coming?
Old Chen raised his head, smiled gently, and pointed to the stone bench opposite.
Sit. Mr. Chen, Mr. Long.
Lin Yayu bowed slightly without being humble or arrogant, and then sat down calmly.
Ah, good boy.
You don't look like a woman, but you have some courage. Old Long's eyes, as sharp as an eagle, scanned Lin Yayu's body back and forth, and said in a loud voice. Shaolin, Old Chen asked in a tone like a real elder, I heard from the people down below that you are very young.
What does your family do?
A seemingly casual tea party is actually a top-level interview that has officially begun. Lin Yayu knew that every word he said next would determine whether he could be accepted by this top circle. He did not choose to conceal it, nor did he choose to fabricate a powerful background. He just spoke calmly and truthfully. To answer the two old gentlemen, I come from an ordinary family.
Both my parents are working. My home is in a small city near Suzhou and Hangzhou.
After hearing this answer, Mr. Chen and Mr. Long couldn't help but look at each other. For the first time, a hint of real, deep interest flashed across their calm eyes. Their inner activities are almost synchronized.
Interesting.
This young man is not simple. Facing two old men like us, he did not exaggerate, but was honest about his grassroots background.
This mentality is far beyond that of ordinary people. He is either ridiculously naive or terrifyingly confident.
Looking at the fact that he was able to take down Ghost Sun and Manor No. 1, it is definitely not the former.
So where does his confidence come from?
After 3 rounds of tea and after answering a few questions about personal experience, Mr. Chen finally asked the most important question. Shaolin, you are so young, but you have achieved so much.
It's amazing. I wonder, do you have any plans for the future?
Lin Yayu knew that the real test was coming.
He did not talk about how you weigh investment, finance, or entertainment.
He simply used an extremely solemn tone and slowly elaborated on his grand blueprint of Prometheus in a brand new way that was full of patriotism. So, two old gentlemen, I am not talented, but I am bold enough to use all my life's energy and wealth to fight for the right to speak for China in the future global biotechnology field. After he finished speaking, the entire pavilion fell into a long silence.
For the first time, Long Lao's domineering eyes revealed undisguised, burning admiration.
Old Chen, who had been drinking tea with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Lin Yayu, his eyes that were full of complex and profound light. After a long while, he nodded slowly.
It's a good thing for young people to have ideas. We must take steady steps one by one. The game of Magic City is not easy. He looked at Lin Yayu and said something that represented his initial approval.
When you have time, come and sit with me often and play chess with an old man like me.
Chapter 47 God-Level Reward, Paradise Island.
When Lin Yayu walked slowly out of Mr. Chen's Manor No. 2, it was already late at night. He was walking alone on the quiet bluestone path connecting Manor No. 1 and Manor No. 2. In his mind, he was still thinking about the tea party that seemed dull but was actually full of undercurrents. He knew that he had passed the test. Although Elder Chen and Elder Long did not give him any substantial promise, the words "come and play chess often" already represented a preliminary and highest level of recognition. This meant that his grand Prometheus plan already had the most powerful talisman in the land of China. When he returned to the gate of Manor Number 1, the butler Fu Bo, along with 2 maids, were already waiting there respectfully.
Sir, you are back.
Thank you, Uncle Fu. The moment he stepped into the gate of his manor, the voice of the system arrived as expected.
Ding.
It has been detected that the host has successfully entered the field of vision of the highest power circle in China and has obtained preliminary recognition. The political foundation of Huawei investment has been successfully laid. To reward the host for completing this milestone achievement, the system will initiate a special grab of world-class assets for you.
Lin Yayu's spirits were lifted. Target locked: Geneva, the Watch Country, Crown Auction House, the finale of the auction, Paradise Island. The system is anonymously accessing the auction.
The highest authority bid is being made.
Just as the system prompt sounded, Lin Yayu's cell phone also vibrated.
It is a global real-time financial news sent by Su Wanqing's team through encrypted channels.
The title is full of shock.
Paradise Island was sold at the VAS Crown Auction House in Japan, the Watch Country, for a whopping price of $5 billion 1 minute ago.
The identity of the mysterious buyer remains a mystery.
Su Wanqing also attached a brief comment to the end of the news: Eagle Country, the British Empire, the royal family of the Kingdom of Sanxi and other national forces participated in the auction, but all lost.
The funds used by the buyer cannot be tracked by any financial institution.
The target is unknown, and the threat level is the highest. Lin Yayu was reading the news when the system notification sound rang again.
Ding! Paradise Island has been successfully captured. Auction price: 5 billion Eagle Yuan, about 35 billion renminbi.
The system has made an interest-free advance payment for you, and will automatically deduct it from your subsequent earnings or mall consumption points.
The assets have been successfully added to the system panel, and the total assets have been updated.
Lin Yayu looked at the message, and despite his current state of mind, he couldn't help but take a breath.
Before he could even warm up his 30 billion, the system directly exchanged it for an island far away in the horizon? However, the next prompt from the system turned his helpless laughter into extreme, uncontrollable ecstasy in an instant.
Paradise Island exclusive matching rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level reward, the Super Era Intelligent Butler System Pangu and the matching robot army.
Pango System, a super artificial intelligence with independent thinking ability. It will be the only brain of Paradise Island and be responsible for managing all affairs on the island,
including resource mining, energy supply, base construction, and the highest level of security defense.
Robot Army.
Engineering robots 5,000, possessing highly efficient construction and production capabilities, they can build a super city and scientific research base on the island within 3 months under the command of Pangu, which is beyond the current technological level. Security robots 500, humanoid combat robots equipped with advanced equipment such as electromagnetic pulse weapons, high-energy lasers, and optical camouflage. Under the command of Pangu, they can eliminate any unauthorized targets on land, sea, or in the air that enter the island without authorization. After Lin Yayu finished reading all the reward information, he slowly closed his eyes. He knew that all his concerns about the site selection of the Prometheus Research Institute and the future security of the Huawei Empire had been solved in the most perfect and crazy way at this moment because of the system's incredible move. At the same time, the news about Paradise Island being sold to a mysterious buyer also caused a storm in the world's highest power circles. China, Beijing, somewhere in a red-walled courtyard that is not open to the public. Mr. Long was looking at the top-secret information in his hand when he suddenly slammed the table.
Asshole. Such an important island was snatched away by a mysterious buyer who appeared out of nowhere? What is the intelligence department for? Investigate for me. He gave the highest order to the guard beside him: use all our overseas forces. I must know who this buyer is. Is he an enemy? Is he a friend?
If we find out that he has a Chinese background, find him for me at all costs.
Eagle Country, White House City, Federal Intelligence Agency FIA headquarters. The same scene is also happening.
Sir, we traced all the flows of funds, but the other party is like a real ghost. All the clues were completely cut off at a shell company in the Cayman Islands.
We can't find anything. Trash. A bunch of trash.
As for all this, Lin Yayu of Zijin Villa in Demon City, the center of the storm, naturally knew nothing about it. He just slowly opened his eyes, and his deep eyes were filled with an unprecedented light as bright as stars.
He picked up the absolutely secure encrypted satellite phone prepared for him by Elena and dialed Su Wanqing's number.
On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing still seemed shocked by the ownership of that Paradise Island.
Director Lin. Have you seen the news? Paradise Island. Mr. Su, Lin Yayu interrupted her. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable power that was enough to change the world. Prometheus Project, location, changes. Su Wanqing was slightly stunned. Director Lin? Where are you going? The corners of Lin Yayu's mouth curled up in a confident and ambitious arc. He sent a string of satellite coordinates to Su Wanqing's mobile phone. Go, our kingdom. Chapter 48, Unexplored Paradise in the Clouds. When Lin Yayu ended the mysterious phone call with the words, "Go to our kingdom," Su Wanqing, who was on the other end of the phone, was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the 99th floor of the World Financial Center, looking at the string of satellite coordinates consisting of longitude and latitude on the mobile phone screen, which could not be found on any public map, and fell into a long and deep shock. The next day, early morning. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, private terminal. Su Wanqing, Qin Feng, Chen Mo, and Elena, the four core brains of Haoyue Investment, were already waiting here. Each of them had an expression of excitement and confusion that was difficult to conceal. Soon, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove smoothly onto the tarmac. Lin Yayu got out of the car under the protection of Zhang Bo. Let's go. Without any unnecessary words, he led everyone to board the Gulfstream G650ER business jet that had been waiting there for a long time. As the plane entered the stratosphere and flew steadily toward its destination, Su Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask, "Director Lin, where are we going?" "I can't find any public information about that coordinate." "A place where we can put aside all our worries." Lin Yayu just smiled without giving too much explanation, maintaining enough mystery. A few hours later, as the Gulfstream G650ER slowly lowered its altitude and broke through the clouds, the plane did not prepare to land as everyone expected. The captain's respectful voice rang out over the cabin broadcast, "Mr. Lin, we have arrived over Paradise Island. We will fly at a low altitude according to your instructions for you and your distinguished guests to inspect." Su Wanqing and others immediately gathered around the porthole. A scene full of primitive and natural beauty that they would never forget appeared before their eyes. On the Azure Sea, there is a huge, beautiful, completely undeveloped primitive island, like a huge emerald, quietly embedded there. On the island, there are dense, endless tropical rainforests, steep volcanic mountains that are like the backs of giant beasts, and a snow-white, fine sandy beach that surrounds the entire island. Apart from the wonders of nature, there is no trace of human activity. Oh my God! Even the knowledgeable Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaimed, too beautiful, this is simply the Garden of Eden in reality." For the first time, Elena's ice-blue eyes revealed a deep shock. As a top agent, she had been to countless secret places in the world, but she had never seen such a perfect, pure, and undisturbed virgin land. However, after the shock, Su Wanqing's absolutely rational thinking, that of a top CEO, quickly prevailed. She looked at the beautiful, deserted island in front of her and frowned deeply. "Director Lin." She turned around and looked at the man who had just been sitting quietly on the sofa from beginning to end, without even looking out the window. Her tone was full of confusion. "It's beautiful here. But it's a completely deserted island. There's no port, no airport, and not even any modern infrastructure. We need to build the Prometheus Research Institute from scratch here," she said in a professional and evaluative tone, not to mention the technical difficulties, the initial geological exploration, infrastructure construction, and the huge transportation of materials alone will require a national-level engineering team and take at least 5 to 10 years. She didn't say anything else, but the implication was already obvious. This plan is too unrealistic. Lin Yayu smiled after listening to her rational analysis. He did not refute or explain. He just took out his mobile phone in front of everyone and opened an app that was completely black, had no logo, and was absolutely encrypted. That was his only channel of communication with Pangu. He slowly typed a line of words in the command box of the app. Only he himself could see the content of the line on his retina. "Pangu, start the Prometheus #1 construction plan. Goal, complete the construction of the main body of the Institute, Energy Center, Deep Water Port, Airport and the highest level defense system within 3 months. Send." The next second, his cell phone vibrated slightly. A reply from Pangu, which only he could see, appeared on the screen. Instructions received. The Pangu system, 5,000 engineering robots, and 500 security robots have been fully activated from dormant state. Estimated construction period, 89 days. Lin Yayu was satisfied and put away his phone.
He turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing, who was still worried about the 5 to 10 years construction period, and her top team who were full of confusion. He looked out the porthole at the primeval forest that he was about to transform into a whole new world, and said slowly in an unquestionable tone, as if stating a fact.
Boss Su, you are wrong.
We don't need 5 to 10 years. He held up 3 fingers.
I only need 3 months.
After he finished speaking, he turned toward the cockpit and calmly ordered, "Return." The Gulfstream G650ER drew a graceful arc in the air, slowly climbed, and rushed into the clouds again, speeding towards China. Only Su Wanqing and her team were left in the cabin, looking at each other, looking at the man who made the creation declaration like a god, with huge waves in their hearts.
3 months? Build a world-class scientific research base on a deserted island? Why should he? How many hidden cards does he have that they don't know about? Chapter 49 and a phone call from home.
On the way back to Shanghai, the atmosphere in the cabin of the Gulfstream G650ER business jet fell into an eerie and extreme silence. Su Wanqing, Qin Feng, Elena, and Shen Mo, these 4 top elites who could make people tremble in their respective fields with just a stomp of their feet, at this moment, all looked like elementary school students on their first day of school, sitting upright and not saying a word. Each of their brains was still being repeatedly and madly impacted by Lin Yayu's final godly declaration, "I only need 3 months."
Su Wanqing's heart was filled with unprecedented turmoil.
As a top CEO who graduated from Harvard Business School and managed tens of billions of dollars in capital, her entire knowledge system is based on logic, data, and the laws of reality. She could understand that Lin Yayu had a mysterious background in huge funds. She could also understand that he could get the script of Wandering Planet through some unknown channels, or recruit a trading genius like Chu Xiao. However, she could not understand, building a world-class scientific research base on a deserted island in 3 months, this had completely surpassed the scope of science and reality that she could understand.
That's not business, that's myth.
She secretly glanced at the man who was wearing an eye mask and seemed to be sleeping peacefully.
How many secrets are hidden in him that are enough to subvert the worldview?
For the first time, she wavered in her decision to join Hao Yue Investment. It was not because of fear, but because she felt like a mortal who had strayed into a mythical battlefield, so insignificant and ignorant. It was already late at night when the plane landed smoothly at the private terminal of Pudong International Airport. Everyone got off the plane, each with their own thoughts.
Director Lin, Su Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask the question in her heart when she said goodbye to Lin Yayu, regarding the construction of Paradise Island. "What do I need to do?" "You don't need to do anything." Lin Yayu's answer was simple and direct.
He looked at Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes full of confusion, smiled, and said in a soothing tone,
"Boss Su, Prometheus is our brain, and Hao Yue Entertainment will be our mouthpiece.
Your mission is to arm our brains as quickly as possible and make our mouthpieces loud enough. As for the construction of our heart and fortress, that is, Paradise Island." He paused and said something that made Su Wanqing fall into deep thought again. "You just need to accept it in 3 months.
It's a miracle."
After saying that, he stopped explaining, took Zhang Bo, got into the Cullinan that had been waiting there, and disappeared into the night.
The next day, early morning.
Lin Yayu, rarely, did not get up early. The running around in recent days and the huge mental exhaustion last night made him sleep particularly deeply.
When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning.
After washing up, he walked alone in the huge corridor of Tan Palace, which was too empty. For the first time, he felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. This place is nice, luxurious, and safe, but there is no family atmosphere here.
He thought of his ordinary home far away in the small city of Suzhou in Hangzhou.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. A new day, daily check-in, refreshed. He silently said in his heart, "Sign in."
Ding! Daily sign-in successful.
The host's current mood has been detected, and this reward has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for winning the family reward, Parents Health Gift Pack. Lin Yayu was slightly stunned. Gift Package Content 1, Life Number 1 Gene Optimization Liquid Mild Version 2 bottles. Effect: it can eliminate all chronic diseases and health risks caused by aging and environmental factors in ordinary people's bodies, and can optimize cell activity, extending the user's healthy life expectancy by 20-30 years without any side effects.
Gift Package Content 2, Family Reserve Fund 20 million renminbi. Note: filial piety comes first among all virtues. A truly strong person must first learn to protect his family.
Looking at this reward that was full of worldly and human touch, Lin Ya's heart, which had become a little uneasy because of Paradise Island, calmed down in an instant. He thought of his father's back pain caused by years of overwork, and his mother's slightly high blood pressure. At this moment, his old private cell phone, which had not rung for a long time, suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed 2 words engraved in his bones.
Mom.
Lin Yayu's heart trembled suddenly, and he immediately answered the phone.
Hello, Mom.
Yayu. The mother's familiar but worried voice came from the other end of the line. What have you been doing in Shanghai recently?
How come you have transferred nearly 1 million yuan home?
Tell me the truth, did you do something bad outside? Lin Yayu then remembered that when he received the first 50 million, he anonymously transferred 1 million to his father's account because he was worried about his family. Unexpectedly, this little money which seemed insignificant to him became a huge and terrifying burden for that ordinary working-class family.
Mom, don't worry, I haven't done anything bad.
Lin Yayu explained quickly, I'm here, my work is going well, and I've made some money.
Earned some money?
The mother's voice was raised. Yayu, your father's salary is only 6,000 yuan a month. 1 million is what we would have to earn for more than 10 years without eating or drinking.
Tell me, have you been cheated? Have you joined some pyramid scheme organization? Your father hasn't been in good health lately.
His old problem of lumbar disc herniation has recurred, and the pain is so severe that he can't sleep at night.
If you're really unhappy outside, just come home, okay? There's always food for you at home.
We don't seek to be rich, but living in peace is better than anything else.
Listening to the mother's worried and nagging words on the other end of the phone, Lin Yayu's eyes, unconsciously, became red.
He looked at the 2 bottles of gene optimization liquid in his system backpack, which were enough to drive all the rich people in the world crazy. He looked at himself again, at the cold, luxurious palace he was in, which was larger than the entire neighborhood in his hometown.
He made a decision.
Mom, his voice was gentler than ever before.
Don't worry or overthink it. I'm here and everything is fine.
He paused, and said clearly, word by word.
I'll go home and take a look tomorrow. Chapter 50 Homecoming.
The morning in Tan Palace is peaceful and luxurious.
But Lin Yayu did not sleep all night.
On the phone, his mother's worried, nagging words and his father's suppressed, subtle groans due to back pain were like needles piercing his heart. He looked at the 2 bottles of gene optimization liquid in his system backpack that were enough to drive all the rich people in the world crazy, and then looked at the cold palace he was in, which was larger than the entire community in his hometown. An unprecedented and strong sense of guilt surged into his heart. He had the power to change the world, but he almost forgot his original little world, the one he most wanted to protect. As soon as day broke, he took action. He first called Su Wanqing.
Boss Su, I have to go home today to take care of some personal matters.
You will be fully responsible for the company's affairs in about a day or 2. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised, but she still answered in her usual professional tone, Okay, Director Lin.
There are urgent matters at home.
I'm here, don't worry.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu called the butler Hopkins and the driver Zhang Bo.
Hopkins, he ordered, help me prepare some gifts for the elders.
Yes, sir. Hopkins smiled and prepared to list a series of top luxury brands. I don't want those flashy things.
Lin Yayu interrupted him, what I need is the best health products that are beneficial to the body, such as wild Changbai mountain ginseng and top-grade cordyceps.
In addition, buy the world's best ergonomic massage chair.
And prepare a few sets of the most comfortable and warmest, but ordinary-looking clothes for my parents. He knew that if he brought home Hermès and Patek Philippe watches, it would not make his parents happy but would give them a heart attack.
Understood, sir. Hopkins immediately understood his master's intention.
Uncle Zhang, Lin Yayu turned to his driver again, Cullinan and Ghost Sun are both too flashy.
Go and arrange a most common black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. We'll drive it back today. Yes, boss. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everything was ready.
A latest model Mercedes-Benz S680, which looked like an ordinary business car, drove smoothly out of Tan Palace. The vehicle slowly drove out of the suffocating and bustling jungle of steel and glass in the Magic City and headed onto the highway towards Suzhou and Hangzhou. The scenery outside the window was rapidly receding. The rows of skyscrapers gradually turned into low factories and fields. The cold and sharp smell of the financial empire in the air was gradually replaced by a warm and moist Jiangnan smell full of Watertown atmosphere. Lin Yayu leaned on the back seat, looking at the scenery outside the window that was so familiar to him, with mixed feelings in his heart. He recalled the scene when he was a child, when his father rode the old 28-inch bicycle and took him through the farm roads. He also recalled the scene when his mother secretly worked odd jobs to collect tuition for him when he was admitted to Shanghai University, and her hair turned white from exhaustion. They, with their ordinary yet great love, built a sky for him. And now, he finally has the ability to support the entire world for them. 2 hours later, the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove into a quiet town full of the charm of the Jiangnan water town. Finally, the vehicle stopped under a slightly old red brick residential building that looked at least 30 years old.
This is Lin Yayu's home.
As soon as he got off the car, he saw the familiar figure who had been pacing back and forth anxiously downstairs. It was his mother, Zhou Huilan. She was wearing a simple cloth dress, her hair was already stained with the color of frost, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to have increased a little more than when he returned home last summer vacation.
Yayu! You're finally back.
The moment Zhou Huilan saw her son, her worried eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed her son's hand, and looked him up and down carefully, fearing that he might have lost a hair.
You've lost weight again,
she said with concern. Then, her eyes fell on the black car behind her son. Although she couldn't remember its name, it was obviously very valuable at first glance, and on Zhang Bo, who got out of the driver's seat with an upright posture and a strong aura. Her eyes were filled with deeper worries.
Yayu, what on earth is going on?
You. Mom, Lin Yayu looked at his mother's familiar face full of concern, and his heart felt warm. All his fatigue seemed to disappear at this moment.
He reached out and gave his mother a warm hug. Let's go inside first. It's hot outside.
He held his mother's hand and walked into the residential building where he had lived for 18 years and was very familiar with it. The light in the corridor was dim, and the air was filled with the smell of cooking fumes from the neighbors' homes.
On the walls were various advertisements for sewer unblocking and locksmithing. This is his true route in the world. He opened the slightly old security door. You're back?
A slightly weak but majestic male voice came from the sofa in the living room. It was his father, Lin Jiangwo. He was leaning on the sofa, his face a little pale. When he saw his son coming back, he wanted to stand up, but because of the severe pain in his waist, he fell back down. Lin Yayu looked at his father, who was trying hard to hold back the pain and pretending to be strong, and his heart suddenly ached.
He knew that it was time for him to go home. Fortunately, I am back. Chapter 51: A home-cooked meal. When Lin Yayu, holding the hand of his mother Zhou Huilan, walked into the slightly old security door, a familiar scent mixed with the aroma of food and the taste of time hit them in the face. You're back?
On the old sofa in the living room, a middle-aged man with a slightly pale face struggled to stand up. He was Lin Yayu's father, Lin Jiangwo. A taciturn man who used his not-so-broad shoulders to support this family for his entire life.
Dad.
Lin Yayu stepped forward quickly and gently pressed his father's shoulders.
Don't move. Just sit still.
The moment his hand touched his father's shoulder, he could clearly feel his father's muscles instantly tensed up because of the pain. Lin Jiangwo looked at his son, who seemed to have been reborn after not seeing him for a few days, and Uncle Zhang, who stood tall and had eyes so sharp that he felt a little pressured. His cloudy eyes were filled with complex emotions.
You.
He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back.
Hey, you two, stop standing. Zhou Huilan took off her apron and greeted them warmly. Yayu, please sit down. Master Zhang, please sit down too. You've worked hard driving all the way.
Uncle Zhang bowed slightly and said, Madam, you are too polite. I will just wait for the boss downstairs. After saying this, he retreated quietly and considerately closed the door. This meal was the most luxurious meal Linya had ever had in his life. There is no exquisite plating by the top chef of Tan Palace, nor the precious ingredients of Haoyue No. 1. There were only the braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs made by his mother, full of the taste of home, and a bowl of crushing carpon tofu soup that he had been drinking since he was a child. There was a certain silence at the dinner table. Zhou Huilan and Lin Jiangwo, looking at their son, whose dress, temperament and travel style had undergone tremendous changes, were filled with countless questions and worries. In the end, it was Zhou Huilan who spoke first, cautiously.
Yayu, tell me the truth, what's going on with the 1 million you transferred to your family and the car downstairs? Did you do something bad outside?
Lin Yayu looked at his parents' eyes full of worry, and felt warm in his heart, but also a little guilty.
He knew that he had to give them an explanation that would put them at ease.
He put down his chopsticks and took out a set of remarks he had prepared long ago. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I haven't done anything bad, and I haven't been cheated. Have you forgotten? Didn't I love to tinker with computer programs when I was in college? He said in a relaxed tone. After graduation, I developed a mobile phone app with several classmates from our school. It's the kind of social software that young people like to use. We are lucky. Our software was noticed by a large company in Eagle Country. Some time ago, they spent a large sum of money to acquire our entire company. As one of the founders, I received a sum of money. This money is all legal after tax income, clean. This explanation is half true and half false, but for parents who have never been exposed to internet entrepreneurship and venture capital in their lives, it is the only version they can understand and accept. Acquired by a big company? Zhou Huilan and Lin Jiangwo were both stunned. Then, how much money was divided? Lin Yayu smiled and stretched out a finger. 100 million? Zhou Huilan asked tentatively. This number was already the limit of her imagination. Lin Yayu shook his head, and then slowly said a number that almost gave his parents a myocardial infarction on the spot. 1 billion. After spending a full hour calling Su Wanqing in front of them and asking this company's CEO to report the details of the company's acquisition to the two elders in the most professional tone, Zhou Huilan and Lin Jiangwo finally, with some doubt, accepted the reality that their son had become a billionaire, which was even stranger than science fiction. After dinner, Lin Yayu looked at his father, whose waist began to ache due to sitting for a long time, and finally made a decision in his heart. He took out 2 unmarked glass bottles filled with light golden liquid from the ordinary-looking luggage bag he brought back. Dad, Mom, he handed the bottle to them respectively. This is the special nutrient solution that I asked an old classmate who was doing biological research in the clock country to get with great difficulty. It's not a medicine, it's for conditioning the body. It's said to be very effective for chronic ailments like back and leg pain and high blood pressure. I spent a lot of money to get these 2 bottles. Drink them today. Don't waste them. Zhou Huilan and Lin Jiangwo looked at the 2 bottles of liquid that looked like 3 no products with suspicion on their faces. Yayu, this thing, is it reliable? Don't tell me it's a scam. Don't worry, Mom. Lin Yayu said in an unquestionable tone, can I still harm you? In the end, out of trust in their son, Zhou Huilan and Lin Jiangwo, still doubtfully, drank the bottle of light golden liquid in one gulp. Next second, an extremely warm and comfortable current instantly flowed from their stomachs to every part of their limbs. Lin Jiangwo only felt that the disc in his waist that had tortured him for more than 10 years, as if pierced by countless steel needles, unexpectedly, under the flushing of the warm current, began to become painless. No more sore. Zhou Huilan also felt that her head, which had always been a little groggy due to years of hard work, became clearer than ever before. The 2 of them rushed to the bathroom mirror at the same time. When they saw themselves in the mirror, they all exclaimed in disbelief. I saw that their hair, which had been gray, turned black again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The deep wrinkles on their faces seemed to be gently smoothed out by an invisible hand. They look like they are 10 years younger. Yayu. Zhou Huilan turned around and looked at her son as if he were a monster. What the hell is this nutrient solution? Chapter 52, The Rebirth of Parents. When Zhou Huilan and Lin Jiangwo looked at themselves in the mirror, who seemed to be 10 years younger, their brains went completely blank. Yayu. Zhou Huilan turned around and looked at her son as if he were a monster. What the hell is this nutrient solution? Lin Jiangwo was even more direct. He grabbed Lin Yayu's arm and stared at him with his bloodshot eyes due to excitement. Son, tell Dad the truth. What are you doing out there? This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can come up with. He was an upright person throughout his life, and what he feared most was that his son would go astray in pursuit of wealth. Lin Yayu looked at his parents' eyes filled with shock, confusion, and even fear, and felt warm in his heart, but also a little guilty. He knew that he had gone a little too far this time. He helped his parents sit back on the sofa, then, in an unprecedented serious and sincere tone, he upgraded his prepared speech again. Dad, Mom, don't scare yourselves. This is not some miracle drug, nor is it some crooked thing. That's what I told you about. My old classmate who was doing top biological research in the Watch Kingdom has the latest generation of cell optimization fluid in his laboratory. This thing is still in the absolutely confidential research and development stage. There are only a few of them in the world. Its function is to safely restore human cells to their peak state 10 years ago. To make this explanation sound more convincing, he told a white lie. That's the price. It's very, very expensive. He held up 2 fingers. I spent half of the money I got from the acquisition of my company on these 2 bottles.
1 bottle costs 200 million. I thought at the time, why do I earn so much money? Isn't it just to make you healthy, peaceful, and happy?
So, I gritted my teeth and bought them back.
200 million for one?
This impactful number and the filial words, "I just want you to enjoy a peaceful life," instantly dispelled all doubts in the 2 elderly people's hearts. Their shock was gradually replaced by a huge, indescribable feeling of emotion and pride.
Silly, silly child.
Zhou Huilan's eyes instantly turned red. She hugged her son, feeling distressed and relieved, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lin Jiangwo, who was usually taciturn, also had red eyes. He patted his son's shoulder heavily, his lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. In the end, he just let out a long sigh. After confirming that the source of his son's wealth was legitimate and that his own body had truly recovered to an unprecedented state of health, the small family was finally completely overwhelmed by a huge, elated sense of happiness. The next day, Lin Yayu was not in a hurry to leave. He accompanied his mother to her favorite vegetable market and accompanied his father to the park he often visited to watch the old men play chess. When Lin Jiangwo straightened his back in front of his old friends of several decades, which he had never done in the past decade, the comfort and pride that came from his heart was incomparable to any amount of money. At noon, after rejecting his parents' suggestion of going out for a big meal, Lin Yayu cooked himself and used his god-level cooking skills to make a real home-cooked meal for his parents, which made them almost swallow their tongues. After dinner, Lin Yayu looked at his energetic parents and finally put forward the suggestion he had thought of long ago.
Dad, Mom, your health is completely healed now. Don't do those hard jobs anymore. Just quit them. We won't live in this old house anymore. Come with me to the Magic City. I'll give it to you for your retirement.
However, his proposal was met with the strongest opposition from the 2 old men.
Nonsense. Lin Jiangwo was the first to glare at them. Your mother and I feel full of energy right now. We are only in our early 50s, why should we support ourselves in old age? We have worked all our lives, and we would feel uncomfortable if we didn't work. That's right.
Zhou Huilan also echoed, besides, you are working hard in Shanghai alone, how can we go there to cause trouble for you?
It's good to live here. We have been neighbors for decades, and it's convenient to visit each other.
Lin Yayu looked at his parents' stubborn expressions and smiled.
He knew that for their generation, enjoying life without working for it was a burden.
Dad, Mom, he said in a different way, his tone becoming somewhat pitiful, I'm not asking you to enjoy yourself, I just need you to help me.
Help?
The 2 old men were stunned.
Yes.
Lin Yayu sighed, you don't know how big my home in Shanghai is. It's thousands of square meters, and I live alone. It's usually very quiet, and there's no one to talk to. The housekeepers and nannies I hired are all foreigners, and I can't even have a conversation with them.
Don't you like to plant some flowers and plants?
I have a garden of several acres, which is almost abandoned. You can go there and help me manage the household, plant flowers, and take care of the yard.
That's also work, okay? Otherwise, I'd be out here all alone, without even a hot home-cooked meal. His half-true, half-false words instantly hit the softest spot in the 2 old men's hearts. Yes.
My son, no matter how successful he is outside, is still a child. How lonely he must be living in such a big house by himself.
Then let's go over and help you, take a look? Zhou Huilan's tone softened. It's not take a look.
Lin Yayu immediately seized the opportunity and made the final decision, it's help me.
I will pay you a salary every month.
Finally, after Lin Yayu's repeated persuasion, the 2 old people finally agreed with tears in their eyes.
The next day, Lin Yayu, alone, set out on the journey back to the Magic City.
He did not let his parents suffer with him. He told them that he would send the most professional people to handle all the moving matters for them. When he got on the Mercedes-Benz S680 that had been waiting downstairs, he was about to return from the quiet little town where he had lived for 18 years to the financial capital full of swords and sabers. His state of mind was completely different from when he came. When he came, he felt a little guilty about his family. But when he left, he was filled with endless motivation to create a broader sky for this family. Just then, his encrypted satellite phone rang.
It's Su Wanqing. For the first time, her voice had a hint of urgency and solemnity. Director Lin. Something happened in Eagle Country. Chapter 53: The Fangs of the Empire.
When Lin Yayu was riding in a Mercedes-Benz S680, driving smoothly on the highway back to the Magic City, the ringing of his encrypted satellite phone instantly broke the silence in the car. The call was from Su Wanqing. For the first time, her voice carried a hint of haste and solemnity that Linya had never heard before.
Director Lin. Something happened in Eagle Country. Lin Yayu's eyes suddenly became sharp.
He knew that for Su Wanqing to speak in this tone, the matter must be no small matter.
Speak.
His voice was steady and calm.
It's Qin Feng.
Su Wanqing's voice came through the receiver with a hint of electric noise. The legal and financial team he leads has entered the final delivery stage of the acquisition of Stardust Biology in Delaware, Eagle Country. But just an hour ago, the Eagle Country Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) suddenly and without warning launched a temporary investigation into Stardust creatures. The reason is that it is suspected of historical financial fraud and information disclosure violations.
Right now, Stardust Bio's shares have been forcibly suspended. All of our acquisition processes have also been suspended indefinitely. Lin Yayu's brows furrowed.
He knew that Stardust Bio was the shell company he had prepared for the Prometheus project to carry out capital operations on the Nasdaq market in the future.
There must be no problems in this link.
Have you found out who is behind this? He asked.
I found it. Su Wanqing replied quickly, it's Tianhui Pharmaceuticals.
Tianhui Pharmaceuticals? Lin Yayu searched for the name in his mind.
Yes.
Su Wanqing's tone turned cold. One of the largest pharmaceutical giants in Eagle Country, and also our biggest competitor when we poached Professor Jenkins from Shield Pharmaceuticals in Clock Country.
Elena's intelligence shows that the CEO of Radiant Pharmaceuticals was furious when he learned that we had intercepted Professor Jenkins.
He mobilized all of the company's political resources in the Eagle Country Congress and the SEC to launch this precise attack on us. Their purpose is very clear. Su Wanqing paused. They want to force us to hand over Professor Jenkins and the research report on Haoyue No. 1 in his hand.
Ha!
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin Yayu's mouth. Just a bunch of hyenas that smelled blood.
Do they think that they can force me to submit by using such a shameless trick? After hanging up the phone, the atmosphere in the car became a little depressing.
Lin Yayu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He knew that Su Wanqing, Qin Feng and others were white gloves who could handle all business problems under the sun for him. But facing the rogue behavior of Tianhui Pharmaceuticals that did not follow the rules and directly overturned the table, he lacked a black glove that could go deep into the darkness and handle the dirty work for him. Just when he realized the problem, the system's voice came as expected.
Ding!
It has been detected that the host's core industry is facing a serious threat from overseas hostile forces. The host currently lacks the hard power to solve this problem. Now opening an emergency special sign-in for the host. Host, please sign in immediately to obtain the key tools to solve the current crisis. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. Without hesitation, he silently said in his mind, sign in.
Ding! Emergency special sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level reward, the absolute ownership of the world's top mercenary organization, the Hellhound Legion. Lin Yayu's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle points.
He immediately checked the detailed information of the reward.
Organization name, Hellhound Legion. Organization nature, the world's top private armed contractor that only exists in the legend of the Dark World. Its core members are all retired soldiers from the world's top special forces, such as Eagle Delta, SEAL Team 6, and White Bear Alpha. Organizational capabilities, proficient in global intelligence gathering, targeted elimination, armed escort, high-tech infiltration, and any form of physical persuasion. Organization status, all core members of the organization, the commander code-named Cerberus, and 3 detachment leaders code-named Netherworld, Death, and Plague have been implanted with ideological stamps by the system in various ways. Their loyalty to the host is 100%, absolutely reliable, and ready to sacrifice their lives for the host at any time. Note, an absolutely loyal shadow force that only obeys you as your sharpest fang to implement your will on a global scale.
After reading all the information, a cruel, hunter-like smile appeared on Lin Yayu's face.
He knew that this game would become more interesting from now on. He took out the encrypted satellite phone and did not call Su Wanqing again. Instead, he dialed another number that he had never called before, which was a number rewarded by the system.
The phone rang once and then was connected.
From the other end of the line came a man's voice that was as cold, crisp, and emotionless as the Siberian cold wave.
Boss.
I am the commander of Cerberus, codenamed Cerberus. Lin Yayu's tone was equally cold, without a trace of emotion.
I'm your boss. Now, I'll give you the first task. Yes, boss. I'll give you a target, Eagle Country, CEO of Radiant Pharmaceuticals, Paul Atkins. I need him to personally call the chairman of the Eagle Country Securities Regulatory Commission within 12 hours and unconditionally withdraw all investigations into Stardust Biology. Cerberus on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, then asked, "What if he refuses?" Lin Yayu looked out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Then use whatever means you are best at, and whatever means are necessary, to convince him. I just want the result." Chapter 54, Cerberus's Persuasion. Eagle Country, Liberty City, Upper East Side of Manhattan. In a penthouse duplex worth hundreds of millions of British Eagle dollars and with security levels comparable to a military base, Paul Atkins, CEO of Radiant Pharmaceuticals, was leisurely shaking a glass of expensive Romanée-Conti. On his face was a victorious, cat-and-mouse smile. He had just gotten off a call with a senator he deeply supported. "Yes, Mr. Senator, please keep up the pressure on the SEC." He said in an arrogant tone on the phone, "I want that ignorant Chinese company, Haoyue Investment, to kneel before me and beg me to accept their professors and technology. Don't worry, once this is done, you will receive the most generous political donation from the Radiant in your next election." After hanging up the phone, Paul Atkins smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, this was nothing more than a game between adults and babies. The Chinese kid named Lin Yayu might have some dirty money, but in the Eagle Country where the politics and rules were set by these top financial groups, he was just an ant that could be crushed at will. He had even begun to think about how to package Professor Jenkins and the Haoyue No.1 technology as the independent research and development results of Tianhui Pharmaceuticals after obtaining it, and bring himself a terrifying profit of hundreds of billions of Eagle dollars in the future. However, he didn't know. A persuasion from hell has quietly arrived. Midnight, 12 o'clock. The power supply to the entire building was cut off in an instant without any warning. All the lights in the apartment went out instantly, and the apartment was plunged into dead silence and darkness. What's going on? Paul Atkins was shocked by this sudden change. The backup power supply did not start within 3 seconds as usual. His satellite phone, which could connect to any place in the world, now only had a busy tone of no signal. An ominous, cold premonition instantly enveloped his heart. He immediately rushed to his safe house, a shelter made of titanium alloy, equipped with an independent oxygen supply system, strong enough to withstand bomb attacks. Just as he was about to close the heavy alloy door weighing 1 ton, a hand wearing a black tactical glove reached in silently from the crack in the door like a ghost and gently placed it on the doorframe. Crack! Along with a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, the alloy door that was made with Germany's top craftsmanship and was said to be absolutely impossible to open from the outside was actually pried open by that hand. Then, 3 figures, filled with the breath of death, walked out of the darkness slowly, and came in. They were wearing black combat uniforms without any markings that gave off a futuristic sense of technology, and on their faces they wore tactical helmets that could block all signal detection. They are, like the legendary 3-headed dog of hell. Paul Atkins looked at these 3 uninvited guests who appeared silently in his absolutely safe house like ghosts. At this moment, his strong heart belonging to a business tycoon was completely gripped by cold fear. He knew that his top security team, composed of retired SEAL Team's 6 members with an annual salary of tens of millions of Eagle dollars, was probably in danger at this moment. "You, who are you?" His voice became sharp due to extreme fear. "You want money? I can give it to you. 100 million. No. 500 million Eagle dollars. As long as you." The leading figure, codenamed Cerberus, did not answer his question. He simply placed an equally black encrypted satellite phone, which was currently on a call, in front of Paul Atkins. "My boss," his voice was electronically processed, cold and emotionless, "wants to talk to you." Paul Atkins picked up the phone with trembling hands, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. "Hello? Mr. Atkins, good evening." On the other end of the line came a young, calm, male voice he had never heard of before, speaking English as fluently as his mother tongue. "I heard that you are very interested in my company?" "You, who are you?" Paul Atkins roared. "It doesn't matter who I am." A chuckle came from the other end of the phone. "What's important is that I want to discuss a business deal with you. I need you to call Mr. Roberts, the chairman of the Eagle Country Securities Regulatory Commission, immediately and unconditionally withdraw all your investigations into Stardust creatures. You still have, well, let me see," the voice on the other end of the line paused, 11 hours and 32 minutes to complete this. "You're dreaming." Paul Atkins shouted fiercely, "Do you know who I am? This is Eagle Country. You are declaring war on the entire Radiant Pharmaceuticals and the entire Golden Shield Street." Ha ha. A chuckle came from the other end of the phone again. That laugh was full of disdain. "Mr. Atkins, I think you haven't figured out the current situation yet. I'm not discussing this with you. My men are at your home right now. They can politely leave. Or they can be persuaded to redecorate your beautiful apartment." Also, the voice on the other end of the phone turned cold. "By the way, give my regards to your wife, Lady Catherine. Also, I am concerned about the health of your other family in the Hamptons, Maria and cute little David. I believe they would like you to make a wise decision." These words, like a thunderbolt from hell, completely shattered Paul Atkins' will. His biggest and most deadly secret, his mistress and illegitimate child, was actually known to the other party. He slumped in the chair, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. I will hit him," he answered in a mosquito-like voice full of despair and fear. "I will hit him right away." At the same time, in Eagle Country, Delaware, inside a suite of a 5-star hotel, Su Wanqing was looking at the night outside the window with a frown on her face. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. It's Qin Feng. On the other end of the phone, Qin Feng's voice was filled with extreme shock and confusion that could not be described in words. "Su. President Su. I don't know what happened. But just 5 minutes ago, I received a call from the chief secretary of the SEC chairman's office. They said that all previous investigations into the Stardust creatures were just a misunderstanding. All restrictions have been lifted. Our acquisition can continue." Chapter 55, Aftermath and New Game. When Qin Feng reported the news that SEC withdrew all investigations in a tone full of shock and confusion, Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of Tan Palace, looking out the window at the Magic City waking up in the morning light. There was no surprise on her face. It seemed that all this was within her expectations. "I understand." Her voice was as calm as a deep pool without ripples. "Ask Qin Feng's team to speed up. I need Stardust biology as a springboard. We need it completely under our control within 3 days." Yes, President Su." Although Qin Feng's mind was filled with countless questions, he immediately took the order and left. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing slowly picked up the cup of black coffee on the table, which had been prepared long ago and was at just the right temperature. She looked at her own reflection in the coffee cup. It was still beautiful, but with a hint of awe that she herself hadn't even noticed. She knew that her boss, who was too young, had once again solved an international crisis that was enough to make any multinational company anxious in a way that she could neither understand nor imagine. Moreover, it took less than 12 hours. How did he do it? How much power hidden in the darkness does he hold in his hands that is enough to subvert the rules of the world? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her boss was like a bottomless, foggy black hole that fascinated her but also frightened her. At the same time, in Eagle Country, Liberty City, Paul Atkins, CEO of Radiant Pharmaceuticals, seemed to have lost all his energy and vitality after experiencing that nightmarish night, and looked 20 years older. He didn't call the police. Because he knew that it was meaningless. The fact that the other party could silently break through his top security team composed of retired Navy SEALs meant that the Eagle Country police were nothing more than a group of children holding toy guns in front of them. He also did not try to mobilize any political resources. Because he received a video from his mistress, Maria, from the Hamptons, with a voice full of fear and trembling. In the video, their adorable 5-year-old illegitimate son, little David, is happily playing on the lawn with a silver robot toy that he has never seen before and which has a futuristic look. At the end of the video, the silver robot slowly turned its head. Its pair of electronic eyes, flashing blue light, seemed to penetrate the screen, staring at him coldly. Paul Atkins knew that this was a warning. Yes, the verdict. He immediately convened all the board members of the company and held an emergency video conference. "I declare," he said at the meeting in a tone full of fatigue and fear, and without room for debate, Tianhui Pharmaceuticals will unconditionally abandon all hostile actions against Huayue Investment. Not only that, he took a deep breath and announced a decision that shocked all the directors: "We will take the initiative to open all of our Radiance clinical trial channels and pharmaceutical sales networks in North America to Huayue Investment and their acquisition of Stardust Bio. We need to cooperate with them. We want to become friends with them." As for all this, Lin Yayu, the center of the storm who had just returned to his hometown in Suzhou and Hangzhou, naturally knew nothing about it.
He only received a concise email from Su Wanqing the next day. Mr. Lin, the Eagle Kingdom is done. The Radiant have surrendered. Lin Yayu looked at the email and just smiled faintly. He knew that this was the efficiency of the Hellhound. He threw his cell phone aside and devoted himself to this rare and warm time with his parents. He accompanied his father to the park and played a few games of chess with the old men. He also accompanied his mother to the vegetable market and haggled with the stall owner for a dime for a vegetable. This ordinary happiness full of worldly flavor made his heart, which had become a little floating due to holding too much divine power, fall back to the ground. Until the third day, when he was about to prepare to return to the demon city. Suddenly, his personal cell phone rang. The caller ID showed someone he didn't expect. Qin Feng. Director Lin, Qin Feng's unique, cold and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you free? Mr. Qin, what's the matter? It's nothing serious. Qin Feng paused, as if he was organizing his words. It's just that I just airlifted a new toy back from Eagle Country 2 days ago. The Pagani Huayra Imola is limited to 5 units worldwide. The first one delivered to the Eagle Country is mine. Tonight, there is a test race among friends at the Tianyan Raceway in the western suburbs. I'm very curious. Qin Feng's voice was filled with genuine interest, as if he had met a worthy opponent. Which one is faster, your ghost son or my Imola? Are you interested in playing? Chapter 56 God of the Track. After hanging up the phone with Qin Feng, Lin Yayu did not leave immediately. He also spent a long time chatting with his parents about family matters, asking them in detail about their thoughts and concerns about moving to Shanghai in the future, and gave them the answers that would reassure them the most. It was not until the evening when the sun was setting that he got into the Mercedes-Benz S680 that had been waiting downstairs, under the gazes of his parents filled with reluctance and pride, and set out on the journey back to the Magic City. Inside the car, Lin Yayu closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was rapidly thinking about tonight's track date. He knew that someone like Qin Feng, who took the initiative to invite him, was definitely not just for the purpose of playing with cars. This was a sounding out and test of him by that top-level circle. What is being tested is his courage, his attitude when facing challenges, and whether he, as a super rich man, possesses the real strength to match his wealth. He not only wants to win this game, but also wants to win and make Qin Feng sincerely convinced. Just then, a new day arrived. Ding! A new day has begun, and the daily check-in times have been refreshed. The corner of Lin Yayu's mouth curled up into a confident arc. He knew that his chips for victory had arrived. System, sign in for today. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. It is detected that the host is about to face an extreme driving scene, and this reward has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level skill, Soul of the God of Cars. Skill information: you have instantly mastered and surpassed the driving skills, vehicle tuning knowledge, and absolute control over the track of all the top racers in human history, including Schumacher, Senna, and Loeb. Any vehicle, in your hands, will become an extension of your body. An unimaginably huge stream of information about vehicles and driving instantly flooded into his brain. From the traction control technique of F1 racing to the pendulum drift, cornering and rally racing, from the calculation of the vehicle's drag coefficient to the grip curves of different tires at different temperatures. Everything, at this moment, turned into his instinct. When Lin Yayu opened his eyes again, it seemed as if countless streams of data were flashing rapidly in his deep eyes. He glanced out the window at the rapidly receding highway guardrail, and his brain actually, in an instant, automatically calculated the time required to the nearest 0.01 second in the steering wheel angle of 0.1 degree for this Mercedes-Benz S680 traveling at 120 km per hour to complete an emergency lane change under the current wind speed and road friction coefficient. He knew that from this moment on, he had become the only god of cars on the planet. 9 o'clock in the evening, Tianyan Racetrack in the western suburbs of Magic City. This is the most mysterious and top-notch private racetrack in the whole of China. It is not open to the public. It only provides a paradise for a very small number of people standing at the top of the pyramid, where they can fully release their hormones and passion for speed. At this moment, in the pit lane of the track, which is full of futuristic technology, there are already several top-notch beasts parked, enough to drive any car fan crazy. Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari LaFerrari, Porsche 918. Each one is a rare treasure worth tens of millions. Wang Song was leaning against his hot pink Rolls-Royce Dawn, boasting excitedly to the top second generations around him. In the deepest part of the maintenance area, the aloof and indifferent emperor of Shanghai, Qin Feng, together with several European-looking engineers wearing Pagani's official work clothes, were surrounding a terrifying monster that was full of aggression and looked like an ancient wind god.
Pagani Huayra Imola. Limited to only 5 units worldwide. The first and only one in China.
At this moment, a low and unique engine sound, like a ghostly roar, came from the entrance of the track, getting closer and closer. Everyone present subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a super sports car covered with mysterious dark purple carbon fiber and shaped like an alien fighter plane slowly driving into the maintenance area. That's right, Koenigsegg Agera, the ghost son. When Lin Yayu walked down from the sci-fi rotor door, Wang Song was the first one to rush forward, yelling,
"Oh my god! Brother Lin! You're finally here! Your car is so damn cool!"
Xin Feng also slowly stood up. He looked at the ghost sun, which he had never seen before even among his collection.
For the first time, the flame of fighting will ignited in his calm eyes. He walked up to Lin Yayu without any courtesy.
The rules are simple. He pointed to the professional track in front of him, which was full of high-speed turns and death corners.
3 laps.
Whoever crosses the finish line first wins.
No problem. Lin Yayu nodded.
10 minutes later, 2 top-notch beasts, representing the most advanced industrial products on this planet and with a total value of over 200 million, stop side by side at the starting line of the track. As the countdown signal lights go out,
buzz, boom, 2 deafening roars, like beasts out of a cage, instantly tore through the entire night sky. Pagani Wind God shot out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. Xin Feng's driving skills were terrifying.
He occupied the most advantageous inside line almost at the moment of starting. And after a brief delay, the son of Ghost erupted with an even more violent and incomparable terrifying power, like a purple lightning, biting tightly behind the god of wind. In the first lap, Xin Feng, relying on his familiarity with the track and skills comparable to those of a professional racing driver, always suppressed Lin Yayu tightly and made it impossible for him to overtake. In the viewing room of the maintenance area, Wang Song and others were so nervous that their palms were sweating.
Damn! Did Xin Feng take medicine today? He's too strong. However, after entering the second lap,
Lin Yayu, who had been following behind, smiled. He has thoroughly figured out every turn on this track, and has completely become one with this ghost sun. He is no longer a person, he is a car.
The scene that followed completely overturned the cognition of everyone present.
I saw that purple ghost sun began to dance wildly on the track in a godlike posture that completely violated the common sense of physics. At every braking point, he was 0.5 seconds later than Xin Feng.
At every corner, his line was more accurate than the textbook. At every corner, he stepped on the accelerator earlier than the theoretical limit. Oh my god. Is he driving?
In the viewing room, a second-generation car expert pointed at the purple, ghostly shadow on the screen, his voice trembling. Finally, the last and most dangerous death-s turn of the whole game. Xin Feng, using a nearly perfect line, prepared to slow down and enter the turn. But Lin Yayu did something that scared everyone out of their wits.
He didn't slow down.
He actually rushed directly towards the curve at a speed of over 300 kilometers per hour. Just when everyone thought that he was about to be killed in a car accident. The purple ghost sun seemed to have life. With a magical posture that could be called a pendulum drift, it spun off the car and cut into the center of the curve in an instant. Its body was almost sticking to the front of the wind god, and it overtook it from the inside at a terrifying speed that was nearly twice as fast. When that purple lightning, the first one, crossed the finish line, the whole world seemed to have lost its sound. Xin Feng slowly parked the car behind the finish line. He got out of the car and looked at Lin Yayu, who was leisurely leaning against the door of Ghost Sun. The expression on his face showed neither the frustration of losing the game nor the anger of being surpassed.
There is only one extreme kind, seeing the miracle, shock and enthusiasm.
He walked quickly in front of Lin Yayu, and for the first time, a raging fire burned in those calm eyes.
You.
He stared at Lin Yayu, his voice trembling. You were not driving just now. I heard from my grandfather that there is a kind of person who can merge with the machine and reach the state of man and machine become one.
I always thought it was just a legend.
He looked at Lin Yayu and asked, word by word, the ultimate question that came from the depths of his soul.
Lin Yayu, who are you? Chapter 57 The Son of the Boss.
When Xin Feng asked Lin Yayu the ultimate question, who are you, the entire maintenance area of the Tianyan track fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yayu, waiting for his answer.
Lin Yayu looked at Qin Feng's eyes that were full of fighting spirit and inquiry, and smiled. He did not answer directly, but asked in an equally mysterious rhetorical tone.
I'm just an ordinary person who likes to drive fast. Master Qin, do you still want to compete?
Qin Feng looked at him deeply, and then he also laughed out loud. That laughter was full of the joy of meeting a worthy opponent.
Ha 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 ha. Great. What a normal person. No more competition.
He walked forward and patted Lin Yayu's shoulder vigorously. If you continue to compete, all my treasures will be outshined by you. The way he looked at Lin Yayu had completely changed from scrutiny to pure appreciation.
It's boring just to race.
Qin Feng hooked Lin Yayu's shoulders and said in a tone that could not be refused, "Come on, I'll take you somewhere, have a drink, and relax.
Let me introduce you to some real friends."
Wang Song was standing aside, and his eyes widened when he saw this scene. He knew that Qin Feng had truly included Lin Yayu into his core circle, which was half a level higher than himself.
Half an hour later,
several top luxury cars drove silently into a private courtyard converted from an old villa, located in the center of Shanghai, yet isolated from the world.
Here, there is no deafening music and no hustle and bustle of feasting and revelry.
There are only quaint buildings, elegant courtyards, and the faint scent of power in the air, a mixture of top-grade sandalwood and aged poor tea.
This is Qin Feng's real base in the Magic City.
When Lin Yayu, led by Qin Feng and Wang Song, walked into the most central tea room that was not open to the public,
he saw that there were only 3 people sitting inside.
But any one of these 3 people, if they appeared in the outside world, would be enough to cause quite a stir.
Qin Feng's introduction was also concise and to the point.
Lin Yayu, my new friend. Then, he pointed at the 3 people and said to Lin Yayu, Zhang Lei, Liu Mo, you know them. Finally, his gaze fell on the young man who was sitting in the main seat. He looked the youngest but had the most special temperament.
Zhao Rui. Lin Yayu's pupils shrank imperceptibly. He knew what this name meant.
The top leader of Shanghai, the only son of Secretary Zhao.
This young man is the real boss that Lin Ya needs to face in this game tonight. Zhao Rui doesn't look like a top dignitary.
He wears simple casual clothes and has a kind smile on his face. He looks like a cheerful boy next door. He was the first to stand up and extended his hand to Lin Yayu.
His voice, like his appearance, was full of straightforwardness and honesty. Mr. Lin, right? I've heard of you for a long time.
I just watched the match between you and Qin Feng from beginning to end on the screen in the lounge.
Awesome. Really awesome.
He shook Lin Yayu's hand vigorously. Qin Feng is a well-known car maniac.
He hasn't been on the racetrack for many years.
He lost so sincerely. His words not only praised Lin Yayu, but also gave enough face to Qin Feng, showing that he had a very high emotional intelligence.
After everyone sat down, Zhao Rui looked around Lin Yayu casually.
Come to think of it, he said with a smile, Boss Lin, you are not only a good driver, but you also had the courage to spend a fortune on your beloved at the charity auction.
I admire you even more. The Miss Xia next to you is really pitiful. Director Lin has good taste, too.
There was just the right amount of appreciation in his words, which all men understand, but his eyes were clean, without any vulgarity. This perfectly confirmed Qin Feng's previous evaluation of him, a little bit lustful, but his family is strict and he doesn't dare to cause trouble.
Lin Yayu smiled and said modestly, Mr. Zhao, you are too kind.
In the following time, everyone chatted about cars, wine, and some harmless business anecdotes in an atmosphere that seemed relaxed but was actually an atmosphere of mutual observation. Lin Ya didn't say much throughout the whole process, but every word he said was just right, neither appearing ostentatious nor humble.
At this moment, Zhao Rui suddenly sighed, as if he remembered something troubling him. Alas, you don't know how annoying I am lately.
He complained, you know my dad, he's very old-fashioned. He forces me not to cause trouble outside and makes me read a lot of boring economic reports and project documents from the city every day.
Wang Song immediately became interested when he heard this. Oh? Brother Zhao, what big projects are there in the city recently?
Zhao Rui rubbed his temples, looking hopeless. There are no big projects, but there are a lot of worries. Especially, he mentioned casually, that company called Haoyue Investment has been making a lot of noise in Shanghai recently.
It's a newly established company, and its background is still unclear.
Right from the start, it bought restaurants and got involved in finance. Now, it has even submitted an application to build a top-notch, private life science research institute in the suburbs of our city.
Every day, people come to my dad's office and submit various reports about this piece of land. Some support it, some oppose it. It's so annoying. After he finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. When Lin Yayu heard these words, the hand holding the teacup was as steady as a rock, and the expression on his face did not change at all. But in his heart, a huge wave had already been set off. Chapter 58 New Battlefield, War for Talent. When Zhao Rui put the name Haoyue Investment, which was stirring up the situation in Shanghai at the moment, on the table with his complaints full of earthiness, the atmosphere in the tea room suddenly became a little subtle. Wang Song and Qin Feng subconsciously turned their gazes to the man who was leisurely sipping tea, who was in the center of the storm but seemed to be unaware of it, Lin Yayu. And there was no change in the expression on Lin Yayu's face. He is like a real, top-level chess player. Even when he sees his opponent's unexpected moves on his own chessboard, he can still maintain absolute, unmoved calm. He did not rush to deny or admit it, but followed Zhao Rui's words and asked softly in a curious, outsider tone. "Oh? Haoyue Investment? I have heard of this company. Some time ago, there was quite a stir in Eagle Country's financial market. What's going on, brother Zhao? From what you said, they are making some big moves in the Magic City recently?" He asked this question very skillfully, showing the concern that a person in the financial circle should have, while hiding his identity perfectly. Zhao Rui had a lot of complaints at the moment, but when he heard Lin Yayu's question, he immediately spilled it all out. "It's more than just a big move. It's simply crazy." He curled his lips with disdain. "I don't know where this company came from, but it's like crazy, taking tens of billions of cash and poaching people everywhere in Shanghai. From the core technical personnel of the old pharmaceutical companies of the Lu and Sun families, to the most promising top talents of our Magic City Drama Academy." He glanced at Lin Yayu meaningfully, obviously knowing what happened at the auction. Even the national treasure level, long-retired professors of Jiaodong University, all received sky-high offers from their headhunters that were simply impossible to refuse. Now those old companies send people to the city every day to complain, saying that Haoyue Investment is maliciously disrupting the market order and driving up the price of talent. My dad's office is almost like a vegetable market. It's so annoying. After hearing this, Lin Yayu understood everything in his heart. He not only knew who his real local enemies were, the Lu family and the Sun family, but he also understood clearly what kind of insidious and typical political means they used. Wang Song, who was standing by, also understood. He frowned and said to Lin Yayu, "Brother Lin, this matter is a bit tricky. The Lu family and the Sun family have deep roots in the Magic City, especially in the fields of medicine and health. They have many people. What Haoyue Investment is doing is equivalent to digging up their roots. It would be strange if they don't fight you to the death." His words were a reminder to Lin Yayu, and also a statement of his own position. This matter was beyond the capabilities of him as the Prince Qianda. However, Lin Yayu's face still had a calm expression. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Actually, he looked at Zhao Rui and spoke slowly in a far-sighted tone, as if he was objectively analyzing something. "I think this may not be a bad thing for the Magic City or Secretary Zhao." These words instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. I only heard Lin Yayu continue to speak calmly. "Brother Zhao, let me ask you a question. Why can these international giants, such as Radiant Pharmaceuticals from Eagle Country and Shield Pharmaceuticals from Clock Country, always strangle us Chinese and sell a small special medicine at a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands?" Zhao Rui was stunned for a moment, and answered subconsciously, because the technology is in their hands? That's right. Lin Yayu nodded. Then where is the technology? In the human brain. Why can the Eagle Country monopolize the world's most advanced technology? It's because they are like a huge pump, using funds and platforms that are unmatched in the world to draw the best talents to them. Now, Lin Yayu's eyes became sharp. Finally, there is a company in China that is willing to spend all its resources to gather our talents who have been lost overseas or buried by old companies that only know how to make money but not research and development, to conquer the most cutting-edge technology. That's not disrupting the market, in my opinion. This is to build a nest for our country to attract the phoenix, and to add bricks and tiles to our own great wall of science and technology. If, because of the complaints of a few old companies that only care about their own little piece of land, this process is interrupted, and this golden phoenix that finally wants to go home is scared away and pushed to another city, or even another country." Lin Yayu didn't say anything else. But the meaning of his words is self-evident. The entire tea room was filled with silence. Wang Song and Qin Feng both looked at Lin Yayu with a new and shocked look. They didn't expect that a seemingly simple business poaching could be interpreted by him from the perspective of national strategy and international competition, which they dared not even think about. And Zhao Rui was completely stunned. For the first time, his face, which always had a kind smile, showed a solemn, thoughtful expression. Because, what Lin Yayu said just now, the perspective and pattern of looking at the problem. Surprisingly, the tone he used was exactly the same as the one his father, the top leader, used when he was analyzing the future economic trends with him in the study.
Lin, brother Lin.
Zhao Rui looked at Lin Yayu, his eyes completely changed. What you said, makes so much sense.
I must go back and have a good talk with my dad. Lin Yayu smiled. He knew that today, he had planted a powerful seed in the heart of this son of a top leader that was strong enough to take root and sprout. Just when the atmosphere in the tea bureau reached its climax, Lin Yayu successfully completed the brand upgrade in Zhao Rui's mind. His encrypted satellite phone, which had been silent the whole time, suddenly started vibrating wildly in his pocket. Lin Yayu's brows frowned slightly. He knew that this was Elena's number, and she would only contact him in this way when she encountered the most urgent and serious situation. He gave everyone an apologetic smile. Sorry, I have to take an important call. He walked to the secluded courtyard outside the tea house and pressed the answer button. Elena's unprecedented, rapid and sullen voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, we are in big trouble. Lin Yayu's heart sank in an instant. Explain. Professor Jenkins. Missing. Chapter 59, Orders from the East. Boss, we are in big trouble. Professor Jenkins is missing. When Elena's voice full of solemnity and self-blame came from the encrypted phone, Lin Yayu, who was standing in the courtyard, was silent for a moment. Tell me the details. There was no emotion in his voice, but Zhang Bo, who was standing not far away, could clearly feel that the air around them seemed to have suddenly dropped several degrees. Half an hour ago, Professor Jenkins was taken away by unidentified personnel while walking in the garden of the sanatorium. The two security guards around him were killed silently. The other party's method was very professional. Within 5 minutes, all the surveillance data of the relevant areas of the sanatorium were wiped out. This was a well-planned and professional kidnapping operation. I have activated all the informants in the watch country, but for now, there are no clues. Elena reported quickly. After listening to this, Lin Yayu fell silent again. He knew that this was the first declaration of war issued by the enemy. Elena, his voice was still calm, your only task now is to stay in Zurich and wait for my news. Block everything and do nothing. Understood, boss. After hanging up the call with Elena, Lin Yayu dialed the number representing the highest military force in the dark world without any hesitation. The phone rang once and then was connected. A cold, crisp male voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss. I am Cerberus, the commander of the Cerberus. Lin Yayu's tone was equally cold, as if he was issuing an order that could not be questioned. I'm your boss. Now, I'll give you your first task. Yes, boss. A British professor named Edward Jenkins was taken away from St. George's Infirmary in Zurich, the country of clocks, half an hour ago. I don't care who the opponent is, whether it's the official power of Eagle Country or some blind pharmaceutical company. He paused, and gave the order in a tone that was calm, almost cold. I want you to mobilize all the forces of Hellhound in Europe. Contact your channels and use any means to carry out an invisible blockade of the sea, land, and air borders of the clock country. I want not even a bird to be able to fly out. Within 12 hours, I want to know the professor's location and who did it. Within 24 hours, I want Professor Jenkins to appear in front of Elena, safe and sound. As for those who dare to touch me. A hint of real coldness flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. Get it clean. Don't leave any traces. Cerberus on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds. Then, in a tone of absolute obedience that seemed to suppress his excitement, he replied. Yes, my boss. When Lin Yayu hung up the phone and walked back to the warm tea room, the cold, chilling aura from him had disappeared without a trace. His face once again had that humble and peaceful smile. Wang Song, Qin Feng, and Zhao Rui all looked at him curiously. Brother Lin, what happened? Zhao Rui asked with concern, you didn't look well just now. Lin Yayu slowly picked up the cup of tea that had already cooled down on the table and took a sip. He looked at everyone and smiled. No big deal. I just dealt with a fly that was buzzing in my garden. He said this lightly. But who is Zhao Rui?
He has been in the center of power since he was a child, and his insight into people's hearts is far beyond that of ordinary people. He can clearly feel that when Lin Yayu said this just now, under that calm tone, there was a murderous intent that was enough to make anyone shudder. He immediately judged that this fly was definitely not simple. "Brother Lin, you are a fly that is making quite a lot of noise." Zhao Rui asked tentatively in a joking tone, "Looking at your expression when you were on the phone just now, you don't look like a local in Shanghai, right? Are you overseas?" Lin Yayu glanced at him, and his evaluation of Zhao Rui increased a bit. He knew that there was no need to hide in front of such a person. Appropriate show of weakness could actually bring them closer. He nodded and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "It's a pharmaceutical company from Eagle Country that doesn't follow the rules. They want to steal some things from me and, by the way, steal someone."
Eagle Country? Pharmaceutical company? Stealing talent?
These keywords instantly aroused the interest of Wang Song and Qin Feng.
Fuck.
Wang Song was the first to slam the table, his face filled with indignation.
The Eagles are bullying us? Brother Lin, tell me, which company is it?
Although I don't have much ability abroad, I can ask my dad to use all the overseas media channels of our Chinda group to discuss them in public opinion.
Wang Song's words are full of chivalry.
What he demonstrated is the power of new money, direct, rough, using the media and public opinion as weapons. Zhao Rui, on the other hand, seemed more calm.
He pushed his glasses and said slowly, "The pharmaceutical companies in Eagle Country?
They are quite powerful. Many of them have inextricable ties with Congress and even the military. It is difficult to deal with them through normal business means." He looked at Lin Yayu and, for the first time, took the initiative to extend an olive branch. "Brother Lin, if you need to pass on some of China's voice or pressure to the Eagle Country through some official channels, maybe I can help you think of a solution." What Zhao Rui demonstrated was the power of the powerful and wealthy implicit, yet straight to the core, able to launch a dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimension. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had been listening quietly without saying a word from beginning to end, suddenly spoke.
"Is it Tianhui Pharmaceuticals?"
His voice was not loud, but it made Lin Yayu's pupils shrink suddenly.
He actually said the other person's name in one breath.
Qin Feng looked at Lin Yayu's slightly surprised expression and explained calmly, "I can't think of anyone else in the world who would dare to use such despicable means to rob a biology professor's pharmaceutical company, except for Paul Atkins, the greedy CEO of Tianhui Pharmaceuticals." He paused, and continued in a tone as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
"My family's family trust fund happens to be one of the minority shareholders of their company.
I've disliked that guy called Paul for a long time.
I've always wanted to find an opportunity to kick him out of the CEO position."
He looked at Lin Yayu, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. "If you need to put a nail in their board of directors, or give them a little surprise in their stock price,
contact me anytime."
What Qin Feng displayed was the top power of capital, silent, yet deadly, able to disintegrate the enemy's strongest internal fortress. At this moment, looking at these three top young people in China representing public opinion, power and capital respectively, they all chose to stand with him without hesitation because of his trouble.
For the first time, a feeling called warmth arose in Lin Yayu's heart. He knew that he was no longer alone.
He stood up slowly, picked up the wine glass on the table, and raised it solemnly towards the three people. "Thank you, three brothers, for your kindness. But," he said with a strong and absolute confidence on his face, "I can still handle this little thing. If there ever comes a day when you need help, I, Lin Yayu, will never be polite. This glass of wine is for the three of you."
Dry.
When this top-level drinking game full of games and alliances finally ended, it was already late at night.
After politely declining Wang Song's suggestion of getting another massage, Lin Yayu boarded the Cullinan back to Tan Palace alone.
He leaned back in the back seat, still recalling the scene just now in his mind. He knew that tonight, he got much more than he had imagined.
Not only did he completely integrate into this top circle.
What's more, he found three extremely solid external cornerstones for his future Haoyue empire. At this moment, his encrypted satellite phone lit up silently. It is an encrypted message from Cerberus.
The content of the information is very simple. Just one photo, and one word. The photo shows Paul Atkins, CEO of Radiant Pharmaceuticals, kneeling on the ground, crying and kowtowing frantically to a phone. And that word is solved. Chapter 60 Battle Report.
When the three cold, emotionless Chinese characters solved appeared on Lin Yayu's mobile phone screen along with the photo full of visual impact. Even he, whose heart had long been forged as hard as a rock by the system and wealth, couldn't help but skip a beat. He knew that the hellhound was very strong. But he didn't expect that they were so strong. From the time he issued the order to the time he received this battle report, less than 6 hours had passed. 6 hours, across half the globe, in a sovereign country, silently, the CEO of a top pharmaceutical group was eliminated, and the hostages who were under strict guard were rescued. This is no longer something that the special forces can do. This is the devil's method. At this moment, the phone screen lit up again. It was Cerberus who sent a more highly encrypted and complete post-war report. Lin Yayu opened the report and quickly read through it with his brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer. Target, Paul Atkins, CEO of Radiant Pharmaceuticals. Action Team, Nether Detachment. Action process: it took 3 hours and 15 minutes to silently break into the top-floor security residence of the target in Free City, Eagle Country, and eliminate 12 retired SEAL security personnel whose memory has been cleared, and successfully control the target. Interrogation results: the mastermind behind the scenes is the European Dracal Pharmaceutical Consortium, which intends to capture Professor Jenkins. The specific kidnapping operation was carried out by the Blood Cross Security Company under the consortium. Professor Jenkins was secretly detained in a private snow mountain manor in the Alps of the Watch Country. Follow-up processing: the Death Detachment broke into the manor an hour ago and eliminated 16 Blood Cross armed personnel. It has been confirmed that Professor Jenkins is safe and has no injuries. Ending: Paul Atkins has called the chairman of the Eagle Country Securities Regulatory Commission and our CEO Ms. Su Wanqing respectively according to your request. The relevant call recordings have been archived. The cleanup instruction has been executed. All members related to the Blood Cross have disappeared from the physical level, and all data traces have been cleared with the cooperation of Mr. Chen Mo. When Lin Yayu finished reading this battle report full of blood and efficiency, he just, calmly, deleted the message. Then he dialed Su Wanqing's encrypted satellite phone. The Eagle state at this time is Delaware. Su Wanqing and Xin Fang were in an extremely anxious state of waiting. Although Lin Yayu's words "I can still handle it" gave them a glimmer of confidence, what they were facing was, after all, a behemoth that could use the state machinery to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on them. Just then, Su Wanqing's phone rang. "It's Lin Yayu." "Director Lin?" She answered immediately. "Any new instructions?" "There is still no progress in Eagle Country." "Boss Su, there's no need to wait." Lin Yayu's voice was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "The problem with Tianhui Pharmaceutical has been solved. Also, notify Elena and ask her to go to the gate of St. Joe's nursing home in Clock Country to pick up our Professor Jenkins. The people from Cerberus will take him there on time." Su Wanqing was completely stunned. For the first time, her brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer, had an incomprehensible, logically interrupted gap. Solved? Just like that? In less than 12 hours. How, exactly, did he do it? Before she could recover from the huge shock, Xin Fang's cell phone suddenly rang frantically. It was the chief legal officer of Radiant Pharmaceuticals who had been indifferent to them before. Xin Fang answered the call with confusion and pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end of the line came a voice filled with fear, humility, and an extreme desire to survive. "Mr. Qin. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Our CEO Mr. Paul, let me, on behalf of Tianhui Pharmaceuticals, express our sincerest apologies to you and Huayue Investment. All the previous accusations against Stardust Biology were caused by our own ignorance. We are willing to immediately withdraw all investigation applications to the SEC. Not only that." The voice, with a hint of tears in it, Mr. Paul also said, "We are willing, unconditionally, to invest in Huayue and open up all of our Radiant clinical trial channels and pharmaceutical sales networks in North America. We only ask to become friends with your company." When the call was hung up, the whole room fell into deathly silence. Su Wanqing and Xin Fang looked at each other and saw the same extreme horror in each other's eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. They thought back to the casual phone call Linya had just made. An icy, thrilling feeling from their scalps to the soles of their feet instantly swept through their entire bodies. Su Wanqing finally couldn't help it and picked up the phone. In a trembling voice full of awe and a hint of fear, she asked the question that she had to ask. "Director Lin. Hellhound. Is he your man?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Yayu's chuckle came. "I guess so. It's just a team that specializes in cleaning up the garbage. When this undercurrent that swept the world was forcibly suppressed by Lin Yayu in the most powerful and unreasonable way. A new day has arrived. Lin Yayu woke up on the comfortable big bed in Tan Palace and did his daily sign-in for the day. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the transportation reward, a Gulfstream G700 private business jet with the world's top pilots and flight attendants. Lin Yayu looked at the reward and smiled. He knew that the system was reminding him that his future battlefield would no longer be limited to the Magic City or China. Rather, the whole world. He picked up his phone and checked his schedule. He sent a WeChat message to Xia Jiwei. Are you free this weekend? I'll take you to the sky. Chapter 61 Qin Feng's Hospitality. Turn your attention back to the tea room. After several hours of conversation, Wang Song and Zhao Rui both looked at Lin Yayu with a new and shocked look. And Qin Feng, the host, finally stood up. He glanced at the antique clock on the wall and a rare smile appeared on his face, like ice and snow just melting. We've been talking about serious matters for so long that the tea is almost gone. Let's go, he waved his hand casually at the crowd. Let's go somewhere else, listen to some music, and relax. Qin Feng did not take them away from this old house full of history. He simply led everyone through an antique corridor guarded by a special person, and pushed open a secret door that looked ordinary but actually contained a lot of secrets. Behind the door is a paradise space full of modern luxury and privacy, which is completely different from the tea room outside that is full of the atmosphere of power. This is a huge underground private lounge with an area of more than 300 square meters. Here, there is not only a temperature-controlled wine cellar with a wine storage capacity comparable to that of a top auction house, there is also a professional KTV stage equipped with a full set of top recording studio equipment, but also an exclusive car lift that can be directly connected to the ground garage. At this moment, there was a small jazz band in the lounge, playing soothing blues music on the stage. Sitting on the huge circular sofa were 7 or 8 young girls who were top-notch in appearance, figure and temperament. Each of them was very tastefully dressed, and was definitely not the vulgar women outside. Some of them were students from the Academy of Arts, and some were small models who had just debuted and were not yet famous. They knew that those who could enter Qin Feng's inner field were truly top figures, and for them, this was a social opportunity that could change their destiny. Seeing Qin Feng and others coming in, they all stood up politely, nodded slightly to everyone, called out softly Young Master Qin, Young Master Wang, Young Master Zhao, and then sat down again, without the slightest bit of the fawning and flattering air that one would find in an ordinary club. Brother Lin, don't be restrained. Qin Feng pointed at the girls and said in a casual tone, they are all friends, or friends of friends. We know their families well and they are very clean. We just came out to get together, listen to music and drink some wine. Wang Song had already felt like a fish in water. He sat down nonchalantly next to the most beautiful girl with an internet celebrity face, and then winked at Lin Yayu. Zhao Rui also smiled and sat down next to a well-educated girl, and started chatting politely. His movements were very proper, and his hands were always on his side of the sofa, not daring to cross the line. It was obvious that he had very strict family education. Lin Yayu smiled. He did not take the initiative to move over like Wang Song did. Instead, he sat down casually in a corner of the sofa. As soon as he sat down, Qin Feng winked at him, indicating that he should choose one. Lin Yayu's gaze slowly swept over the group of girls. He saw that the eyes of most girls were filled with undisguised desire and flattery for him. There is only one. There was only one girl wearing a light blue dress, who looked like she had just entered the industry. She stood at the end of the line, with her head lowered. Her eyes were full of evasion, uneasiness, and a hint of stubbornness. She was very beautiful, a kind of beauty full of the flavor of the Jiangnan water town, as gentle as jade. Her figure, under that slim dress, looked exquisite, full of the unique, immature curves of a girl. The pitiful fragility and the stubbornness in her eyes formed a wonderful contrast that was enough to arouse any man's desire to conquer her. A hint of interest appeared at the corner of Lin Yayu's mouth. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the girl who was trying desperately to reduce her presence. Let's go with her. Half an hour later, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the club. After taking a shower, Lin Yayu put on a silk nightgown, sat on the sofa in the living room, and drank red wine. The girl he chose, named Su Rui, stood in the middle of the room like a frightened deer, feeling uneasy and not even daring to raise her head. She came to this kind of place for a part-time job for the first time through a friend's introduction in order to raise the $500,000 surgery fee for her seriously ill father. She thought she was just here to drink and sing, but she didn't expect that she would be directly selected into the room by the mysterious Mr. Lin, who was highly respected by Qin Feng and Wang Song. Lin Yayu looked at her expression full of fear and tension and smiled. "You don't have to be so afraid of me." He spoke slowly, his voice very gentle. "I can see that you are very nervous and reluctant." Su Rui's body trembled violently. I didn't," she whispered, defending herself. "Please sit down." Lin Yayu pointed to the sofa opposite him. After Su Rui sat down, Lin Yayu pushed a glass of red wine and a bank card in front of her. "I won't force you." He looked at her and said calmly, "After drinking this glass of wine, if you still don't want to stay, the door is there, you can leave at any time. There is 500,000 yuan in this card. It is the compensation you deserve for tonight. I will talk to Qin Feng about it." Su Rui was completely stunned. She raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, filled with mist, looked in disbelief at the man in front of her, who was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought that what she was about to face was a cold transaction full of humiliation and tears. But she didn't expect that the other party would actually give her the right to choose. She looked at the bank card that was enough to save her father's life, and then looked at the man in front of her, whose eyes were clear, without any desire, only calmness. A fierce struggle began in her heart. A long time. She slowly stood up. She didn't pick up the bank card or go to the door. She walked step by step to Lin Yayu's front. Then, under Lin Ya's slightly surprised gaze, he slowly knelt down. She stretched out her slightly trembling, boneless little hands and gently took off his slippers. Her movements were clumsy and awkward, but with a determination to burn her boats. She raised her head, with a hint of resignation and a pitiful blush on her pretty face, and looked at him, and said softly in a voice that was almost a whisper, "Mr. Lin, I'm ready." Lin Yayu looked at the girl who was kneeling in front of him, as docile as a sacrificial lamb. He did not take any action immediately. He just slowly picked up the glass of red wine in front of him, which had already been decanted, and took a sip gently. To Su Rui, his silence was a more terrible torment than any words. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat, which was like a drum beating, echoing wildly in the quiet and luxurious presidential suite. Her cheeks were already burning hot from shame and nervousness, as if they were on fire. Lin Yayu's gaze fell on her small hands, whose knuckles were whitening as she tightly grasped the hem of her dress due to nervousness. He spoke slowly, his voice calm. "Who taught you to do this?" Su Rui's body trembled violently. She didn't expect that the first sentence the other party said would be this. I. Her mind went blank, and she could only answer honestly in a voice almost as soft as a mosquito. I watched a movie, on the internet." This clumsy answer full of earthiness made Lin Yayu's face, which had always been expressionless, reveal a real and playful smile for the first time. He slowly stretched out his hand. When Su Rui saw his actions, she subconsciously closed her eyes and her body began to tremble slightly because of fear. However, the expected rough treatment did not come. A warm, powerful hand gently held her cold little hand, and then, with an irresistible gentle force, slowly pulled her up from the ground. Su Rui lost her balance and fell directly onto the sofa next to him. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened to an extremely dangerous and ambiguous level. She could even clearly smell his aggressive masculine scent, a mixture of the fresh scent of shower gel and a hint of red wine. "You are mistaken." Lin Yayu's magnetic voice slowly rang in her ears. "I asked you to stay, not to be a lowly maid." He stretched out his other hand and gently lifted her small chin, which had been afraid to look at him, and forced her to look into his eyes, which were as deep as the stars. "Look at me. Tonight, you don't have to do anything. You just need to." His voice became deeper and more seductive. "Feel it, and then respond to me." The words fell. On Su Rui's pink lips, which were slightly open due to shock, a kiss with a hint of alcohol, full of dominance and plunder, was heavily imprinted. Su Rui's brain completely crashed at this moment. She could feel the man's strong and powerful arms tightly wrapped around her slender waist, making her fit closely with his hot chest without leaving a single gap. She could also feel that his kiss, which was full of skill and aggression, was madly snatching every inch of air from her mouth, making her dizzy and weak all over, unable to muster even the strength to resist. His hand, which had originally been supporting her chin, also began to become dissatisfied with this. The big hand with thin calluses and full of scorching heat slowly slid across her graceful swan neck, stroked her delicate collarbone, and finally stopped at the zipper on the back of her light blue dress. Su Rui's body trembled violently, and a last glimmer of struggling clarity flashed in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. However, when she saw the man's eyes that seemed to be able to suck people in, full of desire and a hint of tenderness that she could not understand, all her rationality was completely shattered in an instant. She slowly closed her eyes. The next second, Su Rui felt her body suddenly become lighter. Lin Yayu picked her up easily from the sofa with a powerful princess hug. Subconsciously, she stretched out her arms and wrapped them tightly around his neck. Lin Yayu held her in his arms and walked slowly, step by step, towards the huge and luxurious master bedroom. Su Rui felt like a feather caught in a storm, completely losing her direction. The last thing she saw was the man's eyes as deep as stars and his slowly lowered, aggressive lips. The lights in the room had gone out at some point. Only the bright lights of the magic city were left outside the window, casting an ambiguous and hazy shadow on the velvet curtains. Chapter 62, Chess Game on the Mountaintop. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of morning light quietly sprinkled on the carpet through the gap in the curtains, Su Rui's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she felt was a strange, embarrassing pain deep inside her body. It was a unique mark of a girl's transformation into a woman, a clear reminder that the seemingly indestructible contract last night had completely gone out of control. She looked at the completely unfamiliar presidential suite in front of her, which was as luxurious as a palace, and the messy, huge bed, and an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. She slowly sat up, the silk quilt slipped off, revealing the loose white shirt that she had put on at some point. Under the shirt, on her snow-white skin, there were still some ambiguous traces left after last night's madness. She didn't cry. She had anticipated all of this when she made that decision. There was only one thought in her mind: Dad is saved. It's all worth it. She quietly climbed out of bed, found her wrinkled dress, prepared to put it on, and then quietly left this world that did not belong to her. At this moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Lin Yayu was already dressed neatly, holding a cup of warm water and a delicious breakfast in his hands. Awake? He looked at her, his voice calm. Su Rui's body suddenly stiffened. She grabbed her clothes and stood there, her face full of embarrassment and helplessness. Lin Yayu placed the breakfast on the table and then pushed a bank card in front of her. There is 1 million in this card. Su Rui raised her head suddenly and looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. You said 500,000 is enough. 500,000 is your father's surgery fee. Lin Yayu looked at her, his tone still so calm. The other 500,000 is yours. Take it, leave this circle completely, and return to your normal life. We are not from the same world. Su Rui looked at the bank card, and then looked at the man in front of her, a handsome, powerful, yet cold man, as if the brief tenderness last night was just an illusion. There was a bitterness in her heart that she couldn't even explain. She didn't say anything else, but just picked up the card silently. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After saying that, she prepared and turned to leave. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Yayu's mind. A new day has arrived. He habitually said in his heart, sign in. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level skill package, piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting master level. Skill information: you have instantly mastered the pinnacle of the 4 arts of China, and have acquired top-level artistic appreciation and creative abilities that rival those of the great masters of ancient times. A huge and mysterious stream of information filled with oriental classical charm instantly flooded into his brain. After receiving the reward, Lin Yayu looked at the lonely figure who was about to leave, and for some reason, he opened his mouth and called her. Etc. Su Rui paused. Lin Yayu walked up to her and looked at her eyes, which were stubborn but still slightly red and swollen. His heart moved slightly. He opened his mouth slowly and said something that even surprised himself. If your father's illness is cured, you don't have to worry about money anymore. Will you make the same choice as yesterday again? Su Rui's body trembled violently. She looked at Lin Yayu, biting her lips tightly, and said nothing. But what was revealed in those red eyes was endless humiliation and unwillingness. Lin Yayu understood. He nodded. I see. When Su Rui left silently with the bank card that carried her complicated emotions, Lin Yayu stood in front of the window and was silent for a long time. He knew that it was time for him to play another, more important game. He dialed the number of the butler, Uncle Fu, at Manor number 1 of Zijin Villa. Uncle Fu. Please help me send a visiting card to Mr. Chen of Manor Number 2. Lin Yayu's tone was calm and solemn. Let me say that I, Lin Yayu, happened to get a set of ancient chess from the Song dynasty today. I am eager to learn it. I wonder if Mr. Chen can give me some advice. He did not directly say I want to visit you, but used I want to learn chess as the most elegant and irresistible reason among literati as a stepping stone. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu opened the system mall again. He knew that national-level chess skills alone were not enough. He also needed a greeting gift that was worthy of Mr. Chen's status. He quickly found what he needed in the vast list of daily life items in the mall. Product name: a set of jade go chess pieces with dragon patterns from the Southern Song Dynasty official kiln. Product description: this is the only set in existence, carved from a whole piece of Hutyan jade. The chess pieces are warm in winter and cool in summer. They were once used by the royal family of the Southern Song Dynasty and can be called a national treasure. Product price: 10 mall points. Lin Yayu looked at the price, smiled, and chose to exchange it without hesitation. Half an hour later, Uncle Fu called back. Sir, there's a reply from Manor Number 2. Mr. Chen said that the weather is very good today and he is playing chess in his study. If you don't mind, you can come over any time. 10 o'clock in the morning, Zijin Villa, Manor Number 2. The location of this meeting was no longer the relatively public pavilion as before, but Mr. Chen's private study, which was full of bookish atmosphere and the accumulation of years. Mr. Long was not present. This is a one-on-one game between two chess players, Lin Yayu and Chen Lao. Ha, Xiaolin is here, sit down. Old Chen was wearing a comfortable tang suit and sitting in front of an antique chessboard made of a whole piece of golden nanmo wood. He smiled and waved to him. Mr. Chen. Lin Yayu bowed slightly without being humble or arrogant, and then gently placed the ancient wooden box in his hand on the table. I know you love chess, so I took the liberty of visiting you today and prepared a small gift for you. I hope you won't despise it. When Old Chen opened the wooden box and saw the legendary dragon-patterned jade chess set inside, which was as smooth as jade and emitting a soft glow in the sun, for the first time, a trace of genuine, hard-to-conceal shock and admiration flashed in his eyes, which had always been calm. Good chess. He stretched out his slightly dry hands, and gently brushed the chess pieces as if he was caressing a lover. Xiaolin, you are thoughtful. Lin Yayu made this first move just right. Next, the real battle begins on the chessboard. From the very beginning, this game of chess entered a rhythm that made even Old Chen feel frightened. Mr. Chen's style of chess is steady, heavy, and grand, full of orthodox and commanding sense of layout, just like his life, which is cautious and foolproof at every step. However, Lin Yayu's response was completely unconventional. Sometimes, he used a futuristic AI flow layout that Chen Lao had never heard of before to easily resolve the opponent's offensive. Sometimes, he used the most classic and fierce fighting flow chess style to engage in the most intense fight with Chen Lao in a local area. The chess game soon entered the middle stage. A layer of fine beads of sweat had already seeped out on Old Chen's forehead. A huge wave was set off in his heart. Where did this kid learn to play chess? His layout is so wild and unpredictable that there is no trace of it. But every move seems to have been calculated by a supercomputer with the most precision and hits the nail on the head. I feel like I'm not playing chess with a young man in his early 20s, I feel like I'm playing chess with a ghost from the future. However, just when Lin Yayu had already gained a huge advantage in the middle game, enough to secure the victory, his style of playing chess suddenly changed. He was no longer so aggressive. Instead, he started to make some moves that seemed mediocre but actually contained mistakes. Finally, when the game is over, it's time to count the points. The result made Mr. Chen stunned again. No more, no less. He, surprisingly, only won by half a point. In the world of Go, a difference of half a point is the smallest gap, but also the most thrilling gap. Old Chen looked at the chessboard and was silent for a long time. He slowly raised his head, stared at Lin Yayu with his deep, world-knowing eyes, and spoke slowly. Xiaolin, your chess game. Yes, please give in to an old man like me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yayu just smiled and poured another cup of tea for Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, you are joking. I am not very skilled in the art. I lost my composure during the endgame, and that is why I was lucky enough to let you win by a narrow margin. Hearing this answer, Mr. Chen looked at the young man in front of him, who not only possessed unfathomable chess skills but also had such impeccable emotional intelligence. Finally, he uttered a sigh from the bottom of his heart. The young are to be feared. He knew that the young man in front of him was not only playing chess with him, but also showing him his terrifying strength that could crush everything, and his mature and frightening character that could be controlled freely.
Okay, old Chen waved his hand and stopped talking about the chess game. Go ahead, Xiaolin. You came here today not just to accompany an old man like me. Is it as simple as playing chess?
Lin Yayu knew that the real topic had come. He told Zhao Rui exactly what he had mentioned in the tea room before, about how Yue investment in countering a joint attack by local pharmaceutical families. Finally, he looked at Mr. Chen and said solemnly, "Mr. Chen, I am not here to complain to you or ask for your help. I just want to let you know that I, Lin Yayu, am determined to do something for this country in the field of biotechnology.
And the resistance we will encounter."
After listening to this, Mr. Chen fell into a long silence again. He picked up the teacup and blew away the hot air gently. His eyes became extremely deep.
The water in Eagle Country is very deep. The water in China is not shallow either.
He said slowly, "Young man, it's a good thing to be aggressive.
But be careful not to get tripped by the tangled water plants in the water."
He put down the teacup, looked at Lin Yayu, and suddenly smiled. "It just so happens that I have a granddaughter named Xin Ruoxue.
About your age."
Previously, he worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at the embassy in Eagle Country.
"Next week, I will be transferred back to the Magic City. When the time comes, you young people can meet and talk more."
I believe, old Chen's eyes flashed with a smile like an old fox. She should know more about the depth of the Eagle Country than an old man like me.
Chapter 63 New Battlefield. Yes, Your Excellency.
We will strictly follow up from the ending of Chapter 65 and present you with Chapter 66, full of extreme romance and fireworks the day after the protagonist Lin Yayu just got the stepping stone into the top political circle. I will strictly follow all your latest instructions such as don't mention Cullinan, etc.
Chapter 66 New Edition Appointment in the Clouds.
After playing a game of Go with Mr. Chen, which was full of wisdom and political zen, Lin Yayu's life returned to peace again. The next morning, he walked alone in the ridiculously large courtyard of Zijin Villa, replaying every conversation with Mr. Chen in his mind. He knew that although he had gained initial recognition, the game of power had just begun. This high-intensity mental game made him feel more tired than making 30 billion in the futures market. He felt that he needed something truly relaxing and enjoyable to change things up. His thoughts naturally turned to the air invitation to Xia Jiwei, which he had owed for a long time. He took out his cell phone and called Xia Jiwei directly. From the other end of the phone came Xia Jiwei's clear voice full of surprise.
"Lin Yayu? It's me." Lin Yayu smiled. "Wei, are you free today?
I said before that I would take you to see the sky. Today, I will fulfill my promise."
At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Drama Academy. He asked me out. He really asked me out.
After Xia Jiwei hung up the phone, she became like a happy little rabbit, rolling around on the bed, hugging her pillow. She had completely lost her usual cool look and was now filled with the excitement of a little girl, which stunned the other three sisters in the dormitory.
"Oh my god, Wei, are you possessed by a ghost?" a roommate who was applying a facial mask joked. "What kind of boyfriend is this? Can he make our cool school beauty so excited?"
Another roommate who was playing games also took off his headphones and asked curiously. Xia Jiwei's cheeks were as red as apples. Just a friend."
"Friends? I don't believe it." The masked roommate came up and asked gossipingly, "Tell me, where are you going? Movies? Or dinner?" He said.
Xia Jiwei recalled Lin Yayu's mysterious words and said uncertainly, he said, "Take me to see the sky?"
"Look at the sky?"
The three roommates looked at each other.
"Wow. Wei, your boyfriend is so good."
The roommate who was playing games slapped her thigh. "I understand.
He will definitely take you to ride a hot air balloon. Or go paragliding. So romantic. Hurry. Don't just stand there. Change your clothes and put on your makeup." In an instant, the entire dormitory was plunged into a busy atmosphere full of fireworks as everyone collectively made plans for the sisters' first fairy date. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The familiar black Rolls-Royce with the winged logo on the front stopped downstairs of the dormitory building on time.
Xia Jiwei, wearing a simple white dress that she had carefully selected, got into the car with a nervous but excited heart.
Uncle Zhang was still as silent and steady as ever.
Xia Jiwei thought that the car would drive to a high-end restaurant or scenic spot in the city as usual. However, this time, the car headed east, and finally, the sign of Pudong International Airport appeared in her sight.
Uncle Zhang, she asked in confusion, why are we here at the airport?
Miss Xia, Zhang Bo replied in his steady voice through the car intercom, Boss, I'm waiting for you inside. The car did not stop at the public terminal, but passed through a VIP channel that she had never seen before, and took her directly to an isolated and exclusive apron where various private planes were parked. When Xia Jiwei, under the guidance of Zhang Bo, saw the Gulfstream G700 private business jet quietly parked in the middle of the apron, its fuselage reflecting dazzling light in the sun, full of streamlined beauty, she was completely shocked. On the fuselage of the plane, there was a cloud pattern logo that she was very familiar with, printed in an artistic font.
Bright Moon.
Lin Yayu, wearing a well-tailored casual suit, was standing at the bottom of the plane's gangway with a smile on his face, and he extended his hand to her. Welcome to Haoyue number 1. When Xia Jiwei, as if in a dream, was held hand by Lin Yayu and walked into the luxurious cabin that was bigger than her entire home, she felt that her brain had completely stopped thinking. The plane slowly took off and soared into the sky. Inside the cabin, a beautiful blonde flight attendant poured top-quality Perrier Jouet champagne for the two of them, and served them an exquisite afternoon tea personally prepared by the Michelin chef of the Haoyue number 1 restaurant.
Where are we going?
Xia Jiwei asked in a low voice, holding a champagne glass and looking at the cotton candy like clouds outside the window.
Lin Yayu smiled.
He picked up the intercom and gave instructions to the cockpit.
There is no destination. Follow the coastline and fly south. Chasing sunset.
These words, filled with extreme romance, instantly struck Xia Jiwei's heart. The next few hours became the most dreamy memory of her life. They were like an ordinary couple, sharing food and chatting at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Yayu did not talk about any topics related to business or wealth. He just patiently listened to Xia Jiwei talking about her interesting things in school, her joy after her mother's recovery, and her little dream of becoming an actor in the future. When the setting sun dyes the entire sky into a magnificent golden red oil painting, Lin Yayu took out a beautifully packaged gift box from the side. For you. When Xia Jiwei opened the gift box, what she saw was not any expensive jewelry. Instead, it was a script bound in top-quality leather paper and smelling of ink. On the cover of the script, there are 5 large gold-plated characters that are full of science fiction and epic atmosphere.
Wandering Planet.
This is... Xia Jiwei's breathing stagnated. This is the script for your first movie in the future. Lin Yayu looked at her with an unprecedented tenderness in his eyes.
Boss Su has already assembled a top-notch acting mentor team for you.
When you are ready, we will let the whole world see your brilliance. I think you should be the first one to receive this gift in person. Xia Jiwei looked at the script in her hand, and then looked at the man in front of her who had paved the way for her. She couldn't hold it back any longer. She suddenly rushed forward and took the initiative to press her warm lips, which still had a hint of the sweetness of champagne, against his lips. The plane, at some point, had turned around. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of Shanghai, like a galaxy of diamonds. And inside the window, there is a room full of spring belonging to 2 people.
Chapter 64, Night in the Tan Palace.
When the Gulfstream G700 private jet landed smoothly at the private terminal of Pudong International Airport, Xia Jiwei was still immersed in the passionate kiss that she would remember for the rest of her life, and had not yet fully come to her senses. Her cheeks still had a charming blush, and her clear eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, filled with a hazy and moving spring scene. Lin Yayu held her soft little hand and walked down the gangway. Uncle Zhang, who had been waiting here for a long time, respectfully opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan for the 2 of them. On the way back to Tan Palace, the atmosphere in the car was no longer as awkward and distant as before, but had a touch of warmth and tranquility that only belonged to couples in love.
What are you thinking about?
Lin Yayu asked with a smile, looking at the girl beside him who had been blushing and looking out the window since getting on the bus, not daring to look at him.
Nothing.
Xia Jiwei's voice was as thin as a mosquito. I was just wondering if all this was real. It feels like a dream. It's true. Lin Yayu stretched out his hand and gently held her in his arms, letting her still uneasy little head rest on his solid chest. In the future, there will be more beautiful scenery than dreams. As the vehicle slowly drove into the Tan Palace Villa number 9, which looked even more magnificent and mysterious in the night. For the first time, Xia Jiwei, as the hostess, stepped into this palace that belonged only to the 2 of them. Butler Hopkins had been waiting respectfully at the door with his servants. But this time, they just performed an impeccable British butler's salute to the two of them, and then, like the most professional ghosts, they quietly retreated, leaving the entire huge manor to the young couple who had just returned home.
I'll take you to visit our home again.
Lin Yayu held her hand, with a doting smile on his face that she had never seen before. He never took her to see those reception rooms and banquet halls that were full of social attributes. Instead, he took her directly to the master bedroom area on the second floor. He first pushed open the door of the empty top-level cloakroom, which covered an area of more than 200 square meters. He gently embraced Xia Jiwei's slender waist from behind, rested his chin on her hair that exuded a faint fragrance, and whispered in her ear in a bewitching tone.
This will be your exclusive territory from now on. Tomorrow, I will have the chief designers of all the top brands in the world, Chanel, Dior, Hermes, fly here from all over the world with all their new styles of the season. Let them serve you alone, like the court tailors of old. Until you fill this place up with your own hands. Xia Jiwei felt sweet and shocked when she heard this domineering declaration full of the aura of a super rich man. Then, Lin Yayu took her into the extremely luxurious private bathroom made of a whole piece of top-grade Italian marble. He pressed a button, and the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the bathhouse slowly turned into a piece of one-way transparent glass. From here, you can overlook the dazzling night view of the entire Magic City without any obstruction. And the huge jacuzzi, which was large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people at the same time, began to slowly be filled with hot water of just the right temperature and sprinkled with rose petals. After doing all this, Lin Yayu turned around and looked at the girl next to him, who was already somewhat confused and bewildered by the scene before her. He slowly took a step closer to her. He could clearly see her long eyelashes trembling slightly due to nervousness, and he could also clearly smell her clean and fresh girlish body fragrance, like grass after rain. Last time, he stretched out his hand and gently lifted her small chin. His deep eyes were burning with flames and full of aggressive desire. I was drunk and I can't remember many things. Tonight, his voice became hoarse and full of magnetism. I want to remember you soberly and well.
Xia Jiwei looked at his eyes that seemed to be able to suck her in, and felt that her body was about to melt. She did not resist, but just closed her eyes shyly.
Lin Yayu smiled.
He slowly leaned down and gently kissed her cherry-like, warm and soft lips with his lips that carried a hint of burning breath. This kiss was no longer filled with the dominance and plunder of alcohol like last night. Instead, it is filled with extreme tenderness and tenderness. His hands were no longer at rest. The powerful hand slowly slid across her graceful swan neck, stroked her delicate collarbone, and finally stopped at the zipper on the back of her white dress. As the zipper was slowly pulled open, the fairy-like, white dress slipped silently from her smooth, round shoulders like a butterfly that had lost its support. A perfect, youthful body that was like a work of art was displayed in front of Lin Yayu without reservation. Her slender waist, her straight and long legs, her chest that was slightly heaving due to nervousness and shyness, and full of thrilling curves. Under the dim light, every inch of her skin exudes a warm and alluring luster, like top-grade white jade. Lin Yayu's breathing became a little heavy. He could feel the girl in his arms trembling slightly. He leaned over and whispered in her ear in a hoarse voice, "Are you still afraid?" Xia Jiwei closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes fluttering wildly like butterfly wings. She just nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly.
Lin Yayu smiled.
He whispered in her ear again, in a tone full of comfort and promise.
"Don't be afraid.
This time, I will be very gentle, very gentle." After saying that, he picked up the delicate body in his arms, which was enough to drive any man crazy, and walked towards the huge and soft bed covered with rose petals step by step.
The night view outside the window was beautiful.
But Lin Yayu knew that this piece in his arms, which belonged only to him, was the most beautiful scenery in the world.
Chapter 65 Morning Light.
When the first ray of golden morning light penetrated the gap in the thick, velvet curtains of the master bedroom of Tangong Villa No. 9, like a sharp and gentle lightsaber, quietly cutting off the last trace of tranquility in the room, Lin Yayu slowly opened his eyes. The hangover headache had long since disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of refreshment. His body, which had been transformed by the gene optimization fluid, had a metabolism rate far faster than that of an ordinary person, and the alcohol in his body had long been completely broken down. He turned his head slightly and looked to his side.
Xia Jiwei was still sleeping.
She curled up like a docile kitten, lying sideways in his arms.
Her long, smooth black hair covered the white pillow like a waterfall.
Her beautiful face, which usually had a hint of coldness and stubbornness, now looked extremely peaceful and tranquil in her sleep. There was even a faint, sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. I wonder what wonderful things she dreamed about. A ray of sunlight happened to fall playfully on her long, slightly trembling eyelashes, casting a hazy and holy halo on her. At that moment, Lin Yayu's heart was completely filled with an unprecedented emotion called satisfaction and peace. He looked at the defenseless sleeping face in front of him, and the vague feeling of floating in his heart, which was caused by the power he possessed beyond mortals, was completely pulled back to the ground at this moment. He knew that the girl in his arms and his parents far away in Suzhou and Hangzhou would be the world anchor that he would never forget no matter how high he flew in the future, anchoring his humanity. He did not move, but just watched quietly, enjoying this hard-earned warmth that belonged only to the early morning. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Jiwei's long eyelashes finally trembled slightly like the wings of a frightened butterfly. She slowly opened her clear eyes, which were still a little sleepy. Eyes met. When she saw the incredibly handsome face in front of her, all the crazy, shy, blushing and heart-pounding memories of last night flooded into her mind like a tide. Ah! She let out a low cry, and her whole pretty face, from her cheeks to her ears, turned red. She subconsciously pulled up the silk quilt and buried her little head deeply in it like an ostrich. Looking at her so cute that it was unfair, Lin Yayu couldn't help but let out a low, joyful chuckle. He reached out his hand and gently patted the little guy who was curled up in the quilt. Okay, stop hiding, it's already daybreak. Xia Jiwei, who was lying under the quilt, just made a series of meaningless woohoo sounds of protest and wrapped the quilt tighter. Lin Yayu smiled and stopped teasing her. He slowly stood up and walked into the huge cloakroom, casually changing into a comfortable home clothes. When he came out again, Xia Jiwei finally mustered up the courage to stick her red little head out from under the quilt. She looked at Lin Yayu, her big watery eyes filled with shyness and a hint of dependence that she herself hadn't noticed. Morning. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Morning. Lin Yayu walked to the bedside, leaned over, and gently gave her a doting good morning kiss on her smooth forehead. Go wash up. I asked Hopkins to prepare breakfast. After Xia Jiwei ran into the luxurious bathroom like a little rabbit, Lin Yayu walked alone to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom. He looked out the window at the private garden full of vitality and vigor in the morning light, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. It's time to take stock of your current assets. Ever since he amassed more than 30 billion at the World Financial Center that night, he had not systematically checked his current asset status for a long time, including the acquisition of Paradise Island, the capital injection into the company, and various large and small expenses. A thought occurred to him. The next second, a light blue virtual data panel full of futuristic technology that only he could see slowly unfolded on his retina. Super Rich Sign-In System 2.0. Host, Lin Yayu. Current Assets Overview. 1. Liquidity Personal Account. Account balance, 30,915,370,000.00 315,370,000 yuan. 2. Fixed Assets Partially Valuable. Haoyue Investment Holding Company, Limited, current book net assets, approximately 2,530,000,000 renminbi. Holding Haoyue No. 1 restaurant valued at 200 million. Holding the listed company Zingdust Biology in English shell value 30 million yuan. The company's current available cash flow is 2,300,000,000 renminbi. Modu Tangon No. 9 Villa, market value is about 800 million. Magic City Purple Golden Villa No. 1 Manor, value, inestimable. Private car. Koenigsegg Agera Ghost Sun value, inestimable. Rolls-Royce Cullinan valued at 10,500,000. Private jet. Gulfstream G700 business jet valued at 580 million. 3. Special assets unable to be valued. Pacific Paradise Island with Pango AI and Robot Army, ownership, permanent. Hellhound Legion, ownership, permanent. Eagle Country Blackstone Group 5% quarterly dividend rights, equity, permanent. Wandering Planet full copyright IP, ownership, permanent. 4. System information. System Mall, version 1.a has been unlocked. Mall points, 323 points. System liabilities, 35 billion.00 advance payment for Paradise Island project. When Lin Yayu carefully read through this terrifying list of assets, even with his current state of mind, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Unconsciously, the quantifiable assets under his name have quietly exceeded the 35 billion mark. And the true value of those special assets that cannot be measured by money is enough to make any sovereign country look at them with awe. But at the same time, the bright red line of 35 billion of system debt was like a whip, constantly reminding him that he was far from being able to sit back and relax. It seems that I have to make money faster. he muttered to himself. At this moment, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Xia Jiwei had finished washing up. She was wearing a white men's shirt that was a little too big for her. The hem of the shirt just covered her thighs, revealing her straight, slender, milk-white legs. Her long, still slightly wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her pretty face without makeup was as beautiful and moving as a lotus emerging from water. This look full of forbidden temptation made Lin Yayu's eyes become a little hot again. I can wear your clothes, is that okay? Xia Jiwei felt a little uncomfortable with his extremely aggressive gaze and asked in a low voice. Of course. Lin Yayu smiled, walked forward, naturally held her in his arms, and gently pecked her beautiful red lips. Everything I own is yours. This sentence full of domineering and doting love words made Xia Jiwei's heart suddenly become extremely sweet. By the way, Lin Yayu remembered his promise last night. I have nothing to do today, I'll take you shopping. Fill up your cloakroom, which is cleaner than my face. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and called Su Wanqing. He knew that some things had to be arranged now. The call was answered almost immediately. Mr. Lin, good morning. Su Wanqing's always calm and efficient voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Su, good morning. Lin Yayu's tone was very relaxed. I have two personal matters that I may need your help to handle. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. She didn't expect that her boss would take the initiative to talk to her about private matters. Please go ahead. First, Lin Yayu looked at Xia Jiwei, who was curiously eavesdropping with her ears perked up, and smiled. I need you to use all your fashion resources to help me contact the top managers of all the top luxury brands in the world: Chanel, Dior, Hermes, LV, Prada, in China, or even in the Asia-Pacific region. Tell them that I need them to come to Villa number 9 in person this afternoon, bringing all the new ready-to-wear clothes, bags, shoes, and jewelry of their respective brands. Holding a private fashion show for my girlfriend, just for her. As for the budget. Lin Yayu's mouth corners curled up with a confident arc. There is no upper limit. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, and then she replied in a complicated tone that she herself had not noticed. Okay, Director Lin. I'll do it right away. There is another thing. Lin Yayu's tone became serious. I need you to help my parents deal with the relocation matters in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I need the most professional and reliable team to bring them to Tan Palace safely in the least disturbing way. In addition, he paused and added, in the name of the company, a charity fund with a registered capital of 100 million yuan will be established in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and handed over to my mother to manage. Let her do something she always wanted to do when she was young, which is to help out-of-school children. It's like finding something for her to do, so that she can start her new life in the Magic City with peace of mind. This matter must be done beautifully and without leaving any traces. Chapter 66, The Princess's Tour and a New Game of Cards. When Lin Yayu hung up the call with Su Wanqing, he turned around and saw Xia Jiwei looking at him with an extremely complicated look. In those clear eyes, 3 points were the emotion of hearing about the arrangements he made for her parents, 3 points were the shock of hearing the word unlimited budget, and the remaining 4 points were the helplessness of the unknown private fashion show that she was about to face. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that any language seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the huge amount of information contained in the phone call just now. Lin Yayu couldn't help but smile at her shy and nervous appearance. He walked forward and gently scratched her small nose, his tone full of pampering. Okay, the magician has started chanting the spell. Now, it's the turn of our princess to inspect her castle. As soon as he finished speaking, the butler Hopkins appeared silently at the door of the living room like the most accurate clock, and performed an impeccable British butler's salute to the two of them. Sir, Miss Xia. The banquet hall on the first floor is ready. When Lin Yayu took Xia Jiwei's hand and pushed open the 2 heavy oak doors of the banquet hall, Xia Jiwei felt that her breath was completely taken away by the scene before her. The extremely spacious and magnificent banquet hall on the first floor of Tan Palace has now been completely transformed into a top-notch private fashion show that belongs only to her. Dozens of mobile hangers are neatly hung with the latest high-end ready-to-wear clothes of the season from major brands according to color and style, ranging from elegant evening gowns to everyday casual wear. On a long exhibition stand covered with black velvet, hundreds of various limited edition bags and shoes are displayed like works of art. In the glass display case in the center, guarded by a dedicated person, are the top-notch jewelry and watches that are so dazzling under the lights. A dozen smart and capable men and women with extraordinary temperament were standing respectfully on both sides. The leaders were the manager of Chanel's flagship store in Plaza 66, the VIP customer director of Dior Greater China, and the head of the department responsible for top-level private customization of Hermès. Each of these people was an important figure in the fashion circle of Shanghai, but at this moment, they were like the most humble waiters, waiting for the arrival of the villa hostess. Xia Jiwei felt like she had entered a magic castle in a fairy tale, and everything was so unreal. She subconsciously clenched Lin Yayu's hand, and a voice in her heart repeatedly reminded herself, I can't get lost here, I must make myself better and stronger, so that I can stand by his side calmly, instead of being like now, like a beautiful doll built by him with money. Go ahead, Lin Yayu felt the slight sweat on her palms and encouraged her with a smile in her ear. Today, you only need to do one thing, which is to pick out what you like. Don't worry about anything else. For Xia Jiwei, the next few hours were a sweet tour of pain and joy. She was like a real princess, and with the services of several top fashion consultants around her, she changed into one set of gorgeous clothes after another, enough to make any woman crazy. She was initially nervous and restrained, but later, under Lin Yayu's encouraging and appreciative eyes, she gradually let go of herself. She began to carefully examine the design of each piece of clothing and feel the texture of each fabric. Her innate aesthetic talent, which belonged to the top students of the art college, was completely stimulated at this moment. She was even able to put forward her own unique and professional insights on the cut and color matching of a certain piece of clothing with those brand directors, which made those fashion elites who were used to seeing rich wives who would only nod and say good looking all brighten their eyes. Lin Yayu sat leisurely on the sofa, drinking the coffee brewed by Hopkins himself, while enjoying this exclusive fashion show performed just for him. But his mind was not entirely on the clothes. He looked at the respectful brand executives, but his mind was thinking rapidly. The stock price of LPMH Group seems to be a little weak recently. This Chanel store manager seems to be capable, but the market strategy revealed in his words is still too conservative. Perhaps, at the next board meeting, some new ideas about younger and online channels can be proposed. This VIP director of Dior is ambitious and has a good eye for people. He is a talent that can be cultivated. Perhaps, let Su Wanqing's people get in touch with him, so that he can be used by Haoyue Entertainment in the future. When this grand tour ended and the banquet hall was filled with mountains of shopping bags printed with logos of major brands, Xia Jiwei made a decision that surprised everyone. She changed back into her simplest white dress and walked in front of Lin Yayu, her clear eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Thank you for preparing all this for me. I like it very much. She first thanked him sincerely, and then said in an unquestionable tone, but I have a professional class at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I have to go back to school. She told herself very clearly in her heart, I am grateful for these beautiful clothes and bags, but the knowledge I learned in school and my dream of becoming an excellent actor are the backbone that allows me to stand proudly in this world. I can't lose my backbone for the sake of sugar-coated bullets. Lin Yayu looked at her eyes, which remained clear and firm after being washed by the ultimate luxury, and his face showed genuine appreciation and pampering from the bottom of his heart. This was the girl he liked. Okay, he stood up and took her hand, I'll let Uncle Zheng take you there. After Zhang Bo drove Xia Jiwei back to school, Lin Yayu was the only one left in the huge tan palace again. Looking at this empty, palace-like home and the 9-digit consumption bill he had just received from Hopkins, he suddenly felt a rare sense of leisure and just the right amount of boredom. In Chinese society, the most important thing is to reciprocate. He thought, Qin Feng played the role of a good host at the racetrack last time, and Wang Som also stood up for me at the nightclub. It is reasonable for me to host them once, to make this newly established relationship a reality, and to show them how I, Lin Yayu, treat guests. Without further hesitation, he picked up the encrypted satellite phone and dialed Qin Feng's number directly. Qin Feng's unique, cold and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Lin? Mr. Qin, it's me. Lin Yayu's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was meeting an old friend. I had a lot of fun at the racetrack last time, and I've been wanting to find a chance to get together again. I wonder if you're free tonight? Oh? Qin Feng on the other end of the phone seemed interested. How do you want to play? I'll host, Lin Yayu smiled. You pick the place, and invite all your friends, including Zhao Xiao and the others. Let's all come together, relax, and have some fun. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Qin Feng was thinking, what exactly does this Lin Yayu want to do? Is it just a simple social interaction, or does he want to send some new signal to Zhao Rui and the others through me? Interesting. I want to see what else he can do besides having money and driving skills. Okay. Qin Feng's answer was concise and to the point. 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Guanyun Club, the number 1 box on the top floor. That's my place, quiet and peaceful.
No problem, I'll be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu showed a meaningful smile on his face.
The essence of social interaction is the exchange of value and the display of strength. Tonight, let me see what other values are worth exchanging in this top circle of Shanghai, besides cars and wine. He whispered to the heir, Hopkins, inform Uncle Zhang to get ready and go out tonight.
Chapter 67, Card Game on Guanyun Terrace. 8 o'clock in the evening, Magic City.
A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove silently into a private road that was not marked on the map, and finally stopped in front of a modern Chinese-style building hidden deep in the bamboo forest.
This is the Guanyun Club.
There are no exaggerated neon signs, only a stone tablet carved from a whole piece of white marble with the words Guanyun engraved on it, and two guards wearing black Zhongshan suits and looking as calm as a mountain. Everything here exudes a sense of low-key, privacy, and a sense of distance that ordinary wealth cannot reach. After Zhang Bo opened the car door, Lin Yayu walked in alone. The interior decoration of the club is not as magnificent as expected, but a minimalist luxury full of oriental zen. The precious golden nanmu is perfectly combined with the cold metal lines. Underfoot is the warm jade floor with natural textures. The air is filled with a unique aroma of top-grade sandalwood and bamboo after rain, which makes people feel peaceful.
Led by a waiter who was also wearing a Zhongshan suit, Lin Yayu took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. When the elevator door opened, the legendary number 1 box appeared. The entire box occupies the entire top floor of the building, with a 270-degree circular terrace overlooking the entire night view of the Magic City. Qin Feng had been waiting here for a long time. He was wearing a comfortable cotton and linen tang suit and was alone, boiling water leisurely with a set of ancient purple clay tea sets by the terrace. Coming.
Qin Feng didn't look back, but just said lightly. Mr. Qin is in a very refined mood. Lin Yayu walked over and sat down opposite him.
I can't compare to you.
Qin Feng pushed a cup of freshly brewed, fragrant Da Hong Pao in front of Lin Yayu. You cleared out a shopping mall for your girlfriend during the day, and you can still calm down and drink tea at night.
I am ashamed of my ability to concentrate.
From his words, it was obvious that he was aware of the grand pilgrimage that took place in the Tan Palace during the day.
Lin Yayu smiled and did not deny it. Life and business must be separated.
The two were chatting when the door of the box was pushed open again. Wang Song's signature loud voice came in first.
Fuck.
Crazy Qin, this place is too damn hard to find. If it weren't for Brother Zhao's car leading the way, I would have been dizzy with the navigation.
Following behind Wang Song were Zhao Rui, as well as several friends from his core circle, including Zhang Lei and Liu Mo. Everyone sat down, and the atmosphere instantly became lively.
Wang Song was still the one who created the atmosphere, and Zhao Rui seemed more easygoing and approachable than the last time in Qin Feng's tea house.
He had obviously learned some deeper information about how Yue investment from his father.
After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, everyone present was smart, and no one mentioned the episode in the nightclub where Joey was humiliated.
They just chatted about some light-hearted topics about cars and overseas anecdotes.
At this moment, Zhao Rui seemed to suddenly remember something. He put down his wineglass, looked at Lin Yayu, and asked in a half-joking tone, Mr. Lin, to be honest, I'm very curious.
What do people like you think about every day? You can't just think about how to spend money, right?
As soon as this question came out, everyone subconsciously fell silent and focused their attention on Lin Yayu. They knew that the main event of tonight's card game was about to begin. Lin Yayu looked at everyone's inquiring eyes and smiled. He knew that these people were not here to eat today. They were here to see the project and to see what else Lin Yayu had besides being rich that was worthy of their investment and friendship.
Spending money is just the simplest means.
Lin Yayu put down his chopsticks, leaned back slightly, leaned on the back of the comfortable chair, and glanced at everyone present.
I've been thinking about a question recently. Why can't Chinese films go abroad? This question stunned everyone present.
They didn't expect that Lin Yayu would suddenly bring up the topic of this seemingly irrelevant field. Only Wang Tsong's eyes lit up when he heard the word movie. Lin Yayu ignored everyone's surprise and continued, Hollywood and Eagle Country can earn tens of billions of dollars in box office worldwide with a movie called Avatar. Their superheroes can become idols for young people all over the world. Behind this is not only the victory of the film industry, but also the most powerful cultural export.
And what about us?
He shook his head. Our movies are either for our own amusement, or we just copy others' superficial knowledge and make some weird things. We have 5,000 years of civilization and countless myths and epics, but we can't tell a story that the whole world is willing to buy tickets to watch. He spoke these words neither hurriedly nor slowly, but the pattern and vision contained in them made Zhao Rui and Qin Feng sit up straight involuntarily. So, Lin Yayu looked at Wang Song. I reached a preliminary cooperation intention with Brother Song 2 days ago. I plan to invest in a truly domestic heavy industry science fiction film in the name of Haoyue Entertainment and in conjunction with Qiani Group. Wang Song immediately responded, his face full of excitement and pride, that's right. The project that my brother Lin prepared is absolutely a top-notch project. If I tell you about it, I'll scare you to death. Oh? Zhao Rui's interest was thoroughly piqued. What project could give you two such great confidence? A confident smile appeared on Lin Yayu's face. He slowly uttered 5 words that were enough to make everyone present feel their scalps tingle. The Wandering Planet. When these 5 words came out of Lin Yayu's mouth, the entire box fell into dead silence for more than 10 seconds. Everyone present here are people from top circles. They may not watch movies, but they cannot be unaware of what the legendary writer who has stopped writing for many years and is known as the first person in Chinese science fiction and his final work that only exists in legends mean. Are you telling the truth? For the first time, Zhao Rui's face, which always wore a kind smile, showed shock that could not be concealed. You got the full copyright of Wandering Planet? It was just luck. Lin Yayu nodded modestly. Qin Feng's eyes, which were usually calm, also showed a strong wave for the first time. He stared at Lin Yayu intently, and in his mind he was rapidly calculating the terrifying commercial value and difficulty of realizing this IP. Lin Yayu didn't give them too much time to be shocked. He dropped a second, even more powerful bomb. I have prepared a first-phase production budget of 3 billion renminbi for this film. Boom! If the previous Wandering Planet was shocking, then the 3 billion budget is appalling. Mr. Lin, forgive me for being blunt, Qin Feng's tone became extremely solemn. This investment volume has surpassed any domestic film. Moreover, science fiction films are extremely risky, from the special effects team, to the director, to the global distribution channels, every link is a bottomless pit. Your project is almost a gamble on the fate of the country. I never gamble. Lin Yayu looked at him with calm and confident eyes. As for special effects, I will ask Su Wanqing to go to Hollywood and dig up the top teams that participated in Avatar and Interstellar. As for directors, I will only choose from the level of Nolan and Spielberg. As for the distribution, he looked at Wang Song. With the support of Qiani Group's domestic theater chain, we are already halfway to success. His words were full of unquestionable courage, making everyone present feel a suffocating sense of oppression. They knew that Lin Yayu was not joking. He really wanted to use unlimited funds to create an unprecedented miracle. After completing all these preparations, Lin Yayu finally revealed his last trump card for tonight's game. He raised his glass and gestured to Zhao Rui and Qin Feng from a distance. This project is too big. It's far from enough for me and Brother Song to handle it alone. It requires not only money, but also top-notch resources and support from all fields. He looked at the two of them, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "How's it going, you two? Are you interested in joining us at the table and playing a big hand?" Chapter 68 The Price of Entry. When Lin Yayu's words, "Are you interested in joining us at the table and playing a big game," slowly fell in the almost frozen silence of the Tianzi No. 1 box, neither Zhao Rui nor Qin Feng responded immediately. In the room, the only sounds were the cool night breeze blowing in from the window and the faint sound of the never-ending pulse of the Magic City, a city that never sleeps. Wang Song was standing by, so nervous that his palms were slightly sweaty. He knew that Lin Yayu was playing a huge game. The attitudes of Zhao Rui and Qin Feng would directly determine whether this game would soar to the sky or fail in the womb. Qin Feng, as a pure capital player, reacted the fastest. His eyes, which were usually calm, were now burning with 2 fiery flames. One was the instinctive greed of a businessman facing a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, the other was the irrepressible excitement of a chess player meeting an opponent who could overturn the game. He stared at Lin Yayu intently. The sophisticated instrument in his mind, which was comparable to a supercomputer, was running frantically at a terrifying speed. He no longer thinks about whether this project can make money. At his level, making money is no longer the top priority. What he thinks about is the intangible value that can be leveraged behind this project. A cultural IP that can compete head-on with Hollywood, a cultural symbol that can export Chinese civilization to the world in the most powerful way, and a perfect entry point that can extend the business territory of his family from traditional real estate and finance to the most promising cultural technology field in the future.
These are far more valuable than the billions of investment.
I'm very curious, Qin Feng said slowly, breaking the silence. His voice was a little hoarse. Director Lin, you put such a big piece of cake on the table and gave it to us.
You probably want more than just money, right?
He pointed out the core of the game in a very direct way.
Lin Yayu smiled.
He knew that there was no need to beat around the bush when talking to such a smart person.
Of course.
He nodded calmly, money is the thing I have the most. He looked at Qin Feng and said slowly, Mr. Qin, your family trust fund has deep roots in Eagle Country. What I want is your family's invisible connections and voice in the 6 major Hollywood studios.
I want to ensure that our wandering planet will not be blocked by anyone in the future global distribution channels.
He turned his gaze to Zhao Rui, who had just smiled and said nothing from beginning to end, but whose eyes became increasingly profound.
And you, Mr. Zhao.
Lin Yayu's tone became more serious. What I want is the support of the brightest 5-star red flag behind you. What I want is for this project to get the highest level of green light at the national level from the very beginning. I need the military to open up their equipment for us to shoot. I need top experts from the aerospace sector to be our scientific advisors, and I need our films to represent not only Haoyue entertainment but also the cultural confidence of China when they go abroad in the future. After Lin Yayu finished speaking, the whole room fell silent again. But this time the silence was no longer shock. Rather, it is a kind of deep shock brought about by an unprecedented and grand pattern. Wang Song was beside him, and his blood was boiling. He only now understood that what Brother Lin wanted to do was not as simple as making a movie. What he wanted to do was to create an era. Zhao Rui finally, slowly, put down the wine glass in his hand. For the first time, his face, which always wore a kind smile, revealed the absolute solemnity and sharpness that were unique to the heir of a top political family. He looked at Lin Yayu and slowly stretched out 3 fingers.
Director Lin, I admire your vision. But having a pattern alone is not enough. I have 3 questions.
If you can answer them to my satisfaction, then I, Zhao Rui, will board your ship.
A confident smile appeared on Lin Yayu's face. Speaking. First, Zhao Rui's eyes became extremely sharp. A budget of 3 billion sounds scary. But for a movie that is going to compete with Avatar, it may not even make a sound.
If the subsequent funds cannot keep up, this project will become the biggest joke in the history of Chinese movies.
How deep is your capital chain? Can you guarantee that you can provide unlimited ammunition for this project in the next 3 to 5 years of production cycle? This question goes straight to the core. Lin Yayu smiled.
He didn't answer, but gently pushed a cell phone to the center of the table.
Displayed on the mobile phone screen was a screenshot of the bank account balance.
When Wang Song, Qin Feng, and Zhao Rui saw the breathtakingly long string of numbers in the unit of hundreds of billions on the screen, the 3 of them, whose hearts had long been accustomed to many storms, still twitched violently and involuntarily.
At this moment, Zhao Rui's first question was self-explanatory.
Second question, Zhao Rui took a deep breath and forced himself to recover from the shock of the string of numbers.
This project is too risky and takes too long. Once it fails, all 3 of us will be deeply trapped. Apart from an illusory cultural confidence, what can we get, the most practical benefit that can make the families behind us nod in agreement? This problem is more realistic and more cruel.
Lin Yayu's face still had that calm expression.
It's very simple. Because I have more than just the wandering planet in my hands.
He looked at everyone and slowly dropped a bombshell that made their scalps tingle again.
I have another company that you will definitely be interested in. Its name is Prometheus. It doesn't study movies.
It's about how to make you and the elders behind you live longer and healthier. When the 6 words Prometheus and the extremely tempting words live longer and healthier reached the ears of Zhao Rui and Qin Feng, the eyes of the 2 of them, which had long been trained to remain calm by wealth and power, finally, completely, got out of control at this moment.
Their pupils suddenly contracted. Their breathing also became rapid.
They looked at Lin Yayu with eyes like 2 travelers lost in the desert who saw the legendary fountain of life.
They know that the wandering planet is just an opportunity to make their family's business empire bigger.
Then, this mysterious Prometheus can make the foundation of their family more stable and even allow them to touch the ultimate realm that all those in power dream of, a miracle.
Zhao Rui did not ask his third question. Because, already, there is no need.
He slowly stood up and, for the first time, took the initiative to extend his hand to Lin Yayu. On his face, there appeared a smile that was full of sincerity and a hint of fanaticism.
Director Lin. Welcome to the Magic City. Chapter 69, The Muse That Never Closes. When the card game that determined the future pattern of the Magic City came to an end with Zhao Rui's meaningful words, "Welcome to the Magic City," it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Rui and Xin Feng left after exchanging more private contact information with Lin Yayu. Their attitude had completely changed from initial scrutiny to an equal and even slightly respectful attitude of cooperation. They knew that the young man in front of them was about to become a new force in this city that no one could ignore. After seeing the two off, only Lin Yayu and Wang Song, who were still in an excited state, were left in the box. Is it over? No. Wang Song was still not satisfied. He put his arm around Lin Yayu's shoulders and said with a big tongue, "Brother Lin, we are so happy tonight, we must have the second half. Come on, I'll take you to a place where the hottest girls and the strongest liquor in the whole Magic City are all there." Lin Yayu looked at Wang Song's high spirits and thought that he really needed to relax thoroughly, so he smiled and nodded. "Okay, tonight, I'll follow Brother Song's arrangements." Half an hour later, several top luxury cars stopped silently in front of an old Shikuman building without any signboard deep in the Bund. Here is the Muse Club. Unlike Modu, which is full of electronic music and hormones, the atmosphere of Muse is calm. Pushing open the heavy copper door that requires fingerprint and iris double verification, what comes into view is the British cigar and whiskey lounge full of old money style. The air is filled with the mellow aroma of Cuban cigars and the unique fragrance of peat whiskey, and the background music is low and lazy live jazz. Every sofa is handmade from top-grade Italian first-layer cowhide. The guests sitting here are all real celebrities with a net worth of more than 1 billion. Led by the exclusive manager, the group came to the second-floor booth, which had the best view and was the most private in the entire club. However, as soon as they sat down, Wang Song's face suddenly darkened. He gestured to Lin Yayu and looked at an equally top-notch booth not far away across the street. He saw Lu Tianyang, who had been humiliated by Lin Yayu at the auction, sitting at a large table with a few friends who were also from Jiangnan families, looking at them with cold eyes. It's really a narrow road. Lin Yu looked at Lu Tianyang calmly, without any ripples in his heart. In his opinion, an opponent of this level was not even worth his investment of any emotion. It seemed that the lesson from last time was not profound enough. Some people will never learn to be quiet unless they break bones. On the other hand, when Lu Tianyang saw Lin Yayu appear, his eyes instantly burst with hatred and the pleasure of revenge. He stared at Lin Yayu and roared madly in his heart, "Mr. Lin, do you think you are great just because you have money? Tonight, I will let you know that in the Magic City, if you only have money but no foundation, you are just a fat sheep that can be slaughtered at will." He did not come up to provoke like a reckless man. Instead, he shook his glass, whispered a few words to his friend beside him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. A moment later, he brought a glass of whiskey and his group of friends to Lin Yayu's booth uninvited. He didn't look at Lin Yayu, but smiled at Wang Song hypocritically. "Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. Since we meet, this table tonight is mine." Then, he changed the subject and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yayu, with a hint of undisguised provocation. "This Mr. Lin spent a lot of money at the auction last time, so he must be very knowledgeable about collectibles. I recently heard that in the wine cellar of Muse, there is a bottle of legendary brew that cannot be found anywhere else in the world. I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested in checking it out." Without waiting for Lin Yayu to answer, he snapped his fingers at the club manager. Soon, the manager himself, wearing white gloves, brought out a wine bottle made of crystal and full of traces of time, as if holding a holy object. It was a bottle of whiskey that was an incredible, deep ruby red. The Macallan, 1926, signed by Valerio Adami. Lu Tianyang introduced in a boastful tone, "There are less than 12 bottles in existence in the world. The last bottle was sold at a Sotheby's auction for 18 million renminbi." He looked at Lin Yayu with a cat playing with a mouse smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, I'm happy tonight. I've opened this bottle of wine. Please drink together. Consider it my apology to you for my recklessness at the auction last time." Wang Song was standing by and cursed in his heart. Damn, this grandson Lu Tianyang is up to no good. This wine is the treasure of Muse, and it is said that opening a bottle is not refundable. Once it is opened, whether you drink it or not, you have to pay 18 million. He wants to use the name of treating to put Brother Lin on the spot. No matter whether Brother Lin drinks it or not, he will find a way to put the bill on Brother Lin in the end and make him look bad in public. The air in the entire club seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yayu, to see how he would respond to this toast that was full of traps. Faced with Lu Tianyang's carefully designed trap, Lin Yayu just smiled faintly.
He took a look at the bottle of so-called legendary brew and slowly shook his head. Just when Lu Tianyang thought he was going to give in and a smug smile was about to appear on his face, Lin Yayu spoke. He said to the club manager, "This bottle of wine is still too young and doesn't match the atmosphere tonight."
This sentence stunned everyone in the audience. A bottle of legendary whiskey worth 18 million was just too young in his mouth?
Then, he looked at Lu Tianyang, who had a look of astonishment on his face, and all the people watching the fun around him, and slowly said something that was enough to shock the entire Demon City.
"Call your boss." The club manager was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Sir, what do you want to talk to our boss about?" Lin Yayu's mouth curled up into a calm arc. He looked at Lu Tianyang and said word by word, "I'm a little interested in his store. From now on, news will not close. Tonight, all expenses will be paid by me, Lin Yayu." Chapter 70: The Cost of the Club. When Lin Yayu's words, "Tonight, all expenses will be paid by me, Lin Yayu," exploded like thunder in the quiet and luxurious space of News Club, the whole world seemed to fall into absolute silence that lasted for half a minute. Everyone froze in place as if they were under a spell. Those holding glasses forgot to drink, those who were talking forgot to speak, even the skilled jazz band on the stage subconsciously stopped playing. They looked at the young man standing in front of the booth, with an upright posture and a faint smile on his face. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. He is crazy. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was an uncontrollable uproar that surged like a tidal wave. Did I hear correctly? He wants to buy Muse? And he wants to give away all the meals for free? Who is this guy? He must be on drugs. Does he know who the boss of Muse is? Is this the place where he can act wild? It's over, there's going to be something interesting to watch tonight. This time, Lu Tianyang has hit a wall harder than diamonds. As the other center of this storm, Lu Tianyang's expression had long since changed from the initial sinister and complacent to a blank expression mixed with absurdity and disbelief. Buying Muse? Is he dreaming? Does he think this is a small store in the market? Does he know that the energy behind any customer who can consume here is enough to make an ordinary listed company go bankrupt overnight? Wang Song was also shocked by Lin Yayu's earth-shattering move. He opened his mouth and looked at his new big brother. In addition to awesome, he could not find another adjective in his mind. He now understood what it meant to play by the rules. The club manager was so frightened that cold sweat ran down his forehead. He trotted to Lin Yayu and said in a trembling voice, almost begging, Mr. Lin, you must stop joking. Our boss has a bad temper. If you do this, it will be very difficult for me to do anything." "I'm not kidding." Lin Yayu's tone was still calm. "You just need to invite your boss out. Tell him that there is a guest named Lin Yayu who wants to discuss a business deal with him regarding the future of Muse. Looking at Lin Yayu's deep eyes, which were calm without a trace of ripples, the manager knew that he had no choice. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, took out the intercom, and reported everything that happened here to the backstage in a voice that sounded almost like crying. Less than 10 minutes. An exclusive private elevator opened silently at the end of the lounge. A mature woman wearing a well-tailored black silk cheongsam, with a slim and plump figure, looking about 35 or 36 years old, with a lazy smile on her face, walked out slowly, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. As soon as she appeared, the noisy discussions in the entire club disappeared instantly. Everyone's face showed awe. She is the real and only owner of the Muse Club, Qin Yao, a woman who exists like a legend in both the dark and bright worlds of the Magic City. Sister Yao. When Wang Song saw her, he subconsciously put away his cynical attitude and nodded politely. Qin Yao smiled at him, and then she cast her charming yet sharp eyes on Lin Yayu. She walked slowly in front of Lin Yayu, opened her red lips slightly, and spoke with a hoarse and magnetic voice that was unique to mature women. "It's you, the young Mr. Lin, who said you wanted to buy my Muse." There was no sense of joy or anger in her tone, but the powerful aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time and was in control of everything was enough to make any ordinary young person feel at a loss in front of her. However, Lin Yayu's face remained calm. He even raised his glass towards Qin Yao. "Hello, Miss Qin Yao." He smiled, "Your club is very good. I like the atmosphere here. So, you want to buy it?" Qin Yao was really interested in his calm attitude. "Young man, you are quite arrogant. What makes you think I will sell my hard work to you? I can give you something more interesting than this club." Lin Yayu looked at her and said slowly. Qin Yao laughed when she heard this. That laugh was full of charm, but also a little disdainful. "Oh,
In this city, there is nothing that I, Qin Yao, cannot get. Really? A mysterious arc appeared at the corner of Lin Yayu's mouth. He took a step forward, and at that dangerous, ambiguous distance, he whispered in a voice full of temptation that only the two of them could hear. Fame, fortune, power, I believe you, Sister Yao, have all of them. But what about an opportunity to invest in your health and vitality? What about an opportunity to get you, and the people you care about most, back to peak physical condition? When these specific words full of extreme temptation reached Qin Yao's ears, the lazy smile on her face, which always hung on her face, completely disappeared for the first time. She did not make any extra movements, but just leaned forward slightly, and the fingers holding the wineglass tightened unconsciously. Her sharp phoenix eyes locked onto Lin Yayu, and deep in her eyes, there was an irrepressible storm and rapid calculation. She looked at the young man in front of her who seemed to know everything, and her heart was filled with a huge wave of doubts. Who was he? How did he know that what she cared about most was precisely these things? Was this a huge scam, or an opportunity from God that she dared not even dream of? Lin Yayu looked at her beautiful face, which had lost its composure for the first time, and knew that his bait had successfully caught the most beautiful shark hidden in the deep waters of the Magic City. He slowly took a step back and returned to that safe social distance. How about it, Sister Yao? He smiled. Now, can we talk about the price? Qin Yao, after a fierce inner struggle, finally, slowly, exhaled a breath of foul air. She looked at Lin Yayu, her sharp phoenix eyes were filled with complex and burning light. She knew that she could no longer refuse this invitation from the devil. She stretched out a slender jade finger painted with bright red nail polish. 1 billion. She quoted a price that, in her opinion, was high enough to deter anyone from buying it. Cash. Tonight, pay it in full. She wanted to use this number to test the final trump card of the young man in front of her. However, Lin Yayu's answer made her stunned again. Can. He nodded, without even the slightest hesitation. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number that represented Ghost. Xu Xiao, his voice was calm and clear. Within 10 minutes, inject 1 billion renminbi into the designated account of Miss Qin Yao of the Muse Club. Use the cleanest method. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Qin Yao, who was already stunned, and Lu Tianyang, whose face had turned ashen, and smiled. Now, he announced to the audience, this club is named Lin. He turned around and slowly walked to Lu Tianyang, who was already overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. He casually took a glass of champagne from a waiter, and then slowly poured the golden wine onto the ground. He looked at the other person's face, which was flushed red due to extreme humiliation, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master Lu, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, welcome to my club. Lu Tianyang clenched his fist tightly and said nothing. He was roaring madly in his heart, damn it. This upstart who only knows how to use money. Just wait, what kind of ability is it to use such a low-level method? When my family's plan in the city succeeds, your Prometheus project will be completely ruined. I will see how arrogant you can be. When that time comes, I will make you pay back today's humiliation 1,000 times with interest. But I'm sorry. Lin Yayu's voice sounded again, interrupting his thoughts. From now on, your membership is cancelled. Please, you and your friends, come from my place now, immediately. Get out. Chapter 71 Sister Yao's Bet and New Allies. Okay, brother. At the end of the last chapter, we pushed the conflict and suspense to the climax. Now, we will reveal the final outcome of this game and help the protagonist get the last and most important piece of the puzzle in the Magic City. Let's begin. Chapter 71 Sister Yao's Bet and New Allies. When the three words get out were uttered lightly from Lin Yayu's mouth with a faint smile, the entire Muse Club fell into an eerie silence where one could hear a pin drop. Lu Tianyang's face, which had turned red due to extreme humiliation, turned pale in an instant. He stared at Lin Yayu intently. His eyes no longer had the arrogance from before, only the deepest, venomous hatred like a venomous snake. He was roaring madly in his heart, damn it. This upstart who only knows how to use money. Just wait, what kind of ability is it to use such a low-level trick? When my family's plan in the city succeeds, your Prometheus project will be completely ruined, and I will see how arrogant you can be. When that happens, I will make you pay back today's humiliation 1,000 times with interest. However, in reality, he couldn't utter a single word. Because two bodyguards in black suits, with an aura as strong as an iron tower, had silently appeared on his left and right. Amid the sympathetic, mocking and gloating gazes of the audience, Lu Tianyang and his group of equally dejected friends were asked to leave this top-notch club, which they had regarded as their own backyard just a second ago. Until the heavy bronze door slowly closed behind them, separating the two worlds. Boom! Inside the club, it was like a pot that had exploded, with an even more enthusiastic cheer filled with awe and worship. Brother Lin! Awesome! Wang Song was the first to raise the wineglass in his hand, and with a flushed face, he shouted these two words to Lin Yayu from the bottom of his heart: "Fuck, I'm really enlightened today." He spent 1 billion just to buy some peace and quiet. This idiot is so pretentious that I give him 10,000 points. Zhang Lei, Li Mo and others also stepped forward and looked at Lin Yayu. There was no trace of previous scrutiny and inquiry in their eyes, only the purest, heartfelt admiration. Just as everyone was preparing to step forward and toast to the new Magic City legend, Xinyao, the new owner of the club who had remained elegant and calm from beginning to end, slowly walked in front of Lin Yayu. She waved her hand, signaling the waiters and band around her to temporarily step back, clearing out an absolutely quiet private space for them. Director Lin, she poured herself a glass of red wine. Her sharp eyes, illuminated by the crystal lamp, flashed with a frightening light. Now that all the strangers have left, I think we can talk about the business that I'm more interested in. Lin Yayu knew that the real negotiations had just begun. Sister Yao is quick to speak, I like that. He smiled. What do you want to know? I want to know what exactly that opportunity you just mentioned, which can allow people to return to their peak physical condition, is. Xin Yao's tone became extremely serious. I don't believe in pie falling from the sky. I want to know, if I want to get this opportunity, what do I need to pay? Lin Yayu looked at the smart, beautiful, and absolutely dangerous woman in front of him, and his evaluation of her increased a few points. He did not answer directly, but asked back, Sister Yao, you have deep roots in the Magic City. Your connections and channels must have already penetrated every corner of this city, whether it is bright or gray. Xin Yao raised her red lips slightly when she heard this, but she did not deny it. My future business territory will be very big, very big. Lin Yayu's eyes became extremely deep. Su Wancheng and her team can handle everything under the sun for me. Zhao Rui and Qin Feng can provide me with the highest level of support. But I also need a partner who can help me deal with those troubles that are not suitable to appear in the board report or to be known to the authorities. I need a pair of eyes that can see all the shadows in this city, and a pair of hands that can erase these shadows silently. He looked at Qin Yao and said slowly, and you, Sister Yao, are the most suitable candidate. After hearing this, Qin Yao fell silent. She held the wineglass and gently swirled the bright red liquid. Her beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a quick calculation. She understood that Lin Yayu was handing her a letter of allegiance from the dark world. What he wanted was her value, the intricate underground network that he had been operating in the Magic City for many years. What he gave in return was a promise that sounded like a myth and was illusory. This is a big gamble. If she lost the bet, she might be swallowed up skin and bones by this mysterious young man. But if she won the bet... She glanced at her well-maintained face, which still had a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and made a decision in her heart. Okay. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yayu. For the first time, she showed a smile that was not disguised, full of sincerity and a hint of enthusiasm. I, Xin Yao, will make friends with you. From today on, all the things you do in the Magic City that cannot be made public are my fault. I only have one request. She stared at Lin Yayu. The opportunity you promised me can't be a blank check. Of course. Lin Yayu raised his glass, happy cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. The two men clinked their glasses lightly, and at this moment, a new offensive and defensive alliance that would make the entire underground world of Demon City tremble in the future was officially established. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Yayu's mind. A new day has arrived. He habitually signed in his mind. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. It is detected that the host is building a multi-dimensional intelligence network, and this reward has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for winning the asset reward, 30% equity of the world's top private intelligence and risk consulting company Aegis Global. Asset information: Shield Global, headquartered in Geneva, the Watch Country, is one of the world's top private intelligence agencies, on par with Kroll and Black Cube. Its business scope is spread all over the world, and it specializes in business due diligence, financial crime tracking, and information integration in the gray area. Lin Yayu's face remained expressionless, but a huge wave of emotions had already been stirred up in his heart. What he thought was coming true. He had just subdued a local snake with a powerful local intelligence network, and the system immediately sent him a cross-river dragon that could overlook the whole world.
From now on, Elena, Hellhound, Xin Yao, and this Shield Global will form a terrifying intelligence network that covers everything from light to darkness, from the temple to the underworld. In front of this network, he will be like an omniscient being. At the same time, the storm that occurred in the Muse Club also reached the ears of the other two top players at an astonishing speed.
Qin Group Headquarters, top floor office.
After listening to the assistant's report, Qin Feng showed a meaningful smile for the first time. He thought, interesting, I still underestimated his style of doing things.
He used thundering means to buy Qin Yao's top intelligence distribution center in the Magic City, and then hit the Lu family. He was announcing to the entire Magic City that he not only had the qualifications to enter the game, but also had the strength to clear the field. It seems that this game of chess is becoming more and more interesting. On the other side, in a municipal party committee office that is not open to the public, Zhao Rui was reporting the latest developments of Hao Yue investment to his father, Secretary Zhao. Dad, that Lin Yayu made a big fuss again last night.
In order to get angry with the Lu family, he bought Qin Yao's Muse. His generosity was huge, but his actions were still a little too ostentatious, like a fool.
Secretary Zhao put down the documents in his hand, looked at his son with a deep gaze, and said slowly, "A greenhorn? Xiaorui, you are wrong. He is not being green.
He is using the fastest and most effective way to cut off all unnecessary harassment and clear external obstacles for his Prometheus plan. He is a ruthless person who only cares about the results and does not care about the process and means."
Muse Club? Oh no, it should be called Hao Yue Club now.
Lin Yayu slowly put down his wine glass and walked back to the center of the booth. He clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the whole audience, and announced loudly,
"Everyone, thank you for coming tonight.
Also," he said with a playful smile, "to celebrate the opening of the new store, I will pay for all the consumption tonight."
Now, the party has just begun. Chapter 72, The Aftermath of Victory and a New Game. Okay, brother. We will begin right away and present to you a brand new Chapter 72 with rigorous logic and sincere emotions. Chapter 72, The Aftermath of Victory and the New Game Final Revised Edition.
When Lin Yayu said, "The party has just begun," the atmosphere in the entire Hao Yue Club was instantly ignited after a brief silence. There was no exaggerated cheering, but instead, there were irrepressible, excited conversations and whistles. The guests present were all top celebrities who were used to seeing luxurious scenes. They quickly recovered from their shock and immediately realized that they were at the center of a historic event. Almost everyone took out their phones and began to quietly pass on the news to their own circles.
"Brother Lin. You're my real brother." Wang Song was the one who reacted most intensely.
He rushed forward and patted Lin Yayu's shoulder vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. "I, Wang Song, have never been convinced by anyone since I was a child.
Today, I am really convinced. Completely."
Lin Yayu smiled, clinked glasses with him, and signaled him to be patient. On the other side, the mysterious and charming woman, Xin Yao, also slowly walked over. In her hand, there was a black card with a metallic luster and a newly printed document that was still warm. She placed the two things gently in front of Lin Yayu. "Director Lin," she changed her address from Mr. Lin to the more business-oriented Director Lin. "This is the highest authority card of the Hao Yue Club, as well as the intention agreement for equity transfer. My legal team will conduct a formal handover with your team tomorrow morning."
Lin Yayu glanced at the document worth $1 billion and nodded casually without even reaching out to take it.
It was as if it was not a contract that would attract the attention of any consortium, but just an insignificant restaurant menu.
He looked at Qin Yao with a hint of smile in his eyes. "Boss Qin, from now on, this is still your place. I'm just a guest who comes here occasionally for a drink."
He knew very well that what he bought was not only this club, but also Qin Yao and the huge network of relationships behind her. As long as Qin Yao was still there, this club would always be the top money-spending den and intelligence distribution center in the Magic City. Xin Yao heard the deep meaning in his words, and a trace of true appreciation flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. She thought to herself, this young man is not only very capable, but also understands the ways of the world and knows how to win people's hearts.
Cooperating with him may really be the best decision I have made in my life.
Okay. She opened her red lips slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "Then, Director Lin, regarding our other business, I look forward to seeing something substantial as soon as possible." "Don't worry," Lin Yayu looked at her with deep eyes. "Soon, I will give you a surprise that you can't refuse." After the carnival lasted until midnight, a new day quietly arrived.
Amid the noisy music, Lin Yayu habitually performed his daily check-in in his mind. The system's prompt sounded in his mind without any unnecessary embellishment.
Daily sign-in successful.
It is detected that the host is expanding the top entertainment industry, and this reward has been specially optimized. Asset rewards have been issued, 100% ownership of the entertainment and hotel management company Elysium Group. The company is headquartered in Las Vegas, Nevada, and its business scope includes the operation and management of high-end nightclubs, theme restaurants, and boutique hotels. It owns many internationally renowned brands such as Elysium, Hakkasan, and Omnia, and its business covers Liberty City, London, Dubai, Ibiza, and other global core cities.
Note, the ownership and management structure of the group have been automatically transferred to HUA Investment at the moment you sign in. The relevant legal documents will be sent to Ms. Su Wanqing's email within an hour.
Lin Yayu's face remained expressionless, but in his heart, he already understood. What the system gave him was never money, but a scepter that was enough to move the entire industry, or even the entire world.
It was already 4 in the morning when the party ended. Wang Song was obviously still not satisfied.
Although he had drunk a lot, he was still full of energy.
He put his arm around Lin Yayu's shoulders and asked, "Brother Lin, it was great tonight. But what about next? We can't come to the nightclub to drink every day? It's boring. Next time, let's do something new and fresh."
Lin Yayu looked at him, then looked out the window at the Huangpu River, which looked particularly deep before dawn, and smiled. The new toy he just got gave him a great inspiration. He patted Wang Song on the shoulder and said slowly, "Brother Song, I think this club is still too small."
Wang Song was stunned when he heard this. Small? This is still small? This is already the best in China.
What I mean is, Lin Yayu's mouth curled up with a playful arc, it's only in the Magic City, it's too limited.
I just saw an entertainment company called Elysium.
They have opened several good stores in Las Vegas and London. Perhaps we should find some time to check it out and bring our style of play over there. When the Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove back to Tan Palace in the morning light, Lin Yayu was completely sober.
He walked alone in the huge, luxurious, yet overly empty palace.
At the tip of his nose, he seemed to still smell the faint fragrance of Xia Jiwei last night. The silence after the carnival always makes people feel doubly lonely. He looked at the empty house and suddenly wanted to hear the girl's voice. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time.
It was already past 5 in the morning.
He knew that this call might wake her up, but he still dialed Xia Jiwei's number without any hesitation.
The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Xia Jiwei's sleepy, soft voice came from the receiver. "Hello, Lin Yayu?"
Hearing this voice, Lin Ya's restlessness caused by the emptiness after the revelry was instantly soothed.
He smiled and said in the most gentle voice, "Yes, it's me. Did I wake you up?"
Xia Jiwei responded in a daze, and seemed to be still trying hard to keep her eyes open. "What's wrong?
Did something happen?"
In her mind, he called so early, there must be something important.
"Nothing." Lin Yayu walked to the huge French window, looked out at the dawn-like sky, and said softly, "I just suddenly miss you a little bit." There was silence on the other end of the phone in an instant.
Lin Yayu could even imagine that the silly girl must be blushing and burying her head in the pillow at this moment. After a long while, a mosquito-like, shy reply came from the receiver, "Me too."
After hanging up the phone, the smile on Lin Yayu's face became incomparably gentle.
He did not go back to his room, but turned around and walked to the sunny south-facing suite courtyard that he had asked Hopkins to prepare for his parents. He looked at those empty but spotless rooms, imagining that in a few days these rooms would be filled with the sounds of his parents' laughter and the aroma of delicious food. His heart was filled with anticipation as never before. Soon, he thought, soon this would become a real home.
Chapter 73: A Real Home.
After finishing the sweet morning call with Xia Jiwei, Lin Yayu's mind was calmer and clearer than ever before. He knew that his huge and cold business empire finally had a warm light that was willing to light up for him. Without further delay, he immediately began to make final preparations to welcome the other two most important people in his life.
"Hopkins," he called the strict English butler to the study, "my parents will be here today. They are used to Chinese life. Check the quietest and sunniest courtyard in the east wing again according to the drawings I gave you before.
I don't want anything to make them feel inconvenient or uncomfortable. Also," he instructed, "inform the kitchen that the dinner party is cancelled.
Tonight, we will have a home-cooked meal. Let's cook some of my mother's favorite Suzhou and Hangzhou dishes according to her taste."
Finally, and most importantly, Lin Yayu's tone became particularly serious. "Dismiss most of the servants, leaving only you, Zhang Bo, and a few core staff members in the kitchen. I don't want them to feel nervous and constrained because of the excessive pomp and circumstance.
As you wish, sir. Hopkins bowed slightly. Everything will be as you wish. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yayu called Xia Jiwei. Wei, are you free this afternoon? On the other end of the phone, Xia Jiwei's voice with a hint of excitement came. Well, there are no classes this afternoon.
Okay, Lin Yayu smiled, then I'll ask Uncle Zhang to pick you up from school at 3 o'clock.
My parents are coming to Shanghai today, let's have dinner together in the evening. Ah? Xia Jiwei on the other end of the phone fell silent instantly.
Lin Yayu could even imagine that at this moment, she must have widened her beautiful eyes and looked so cute that she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak. Don't be nervous, he soothed in the gentlest tone, they are very nice people.
It's just a very ordinary home-cooked meal. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
3 black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles with special security company license plates drove silently into the ceremonial gate of Tangong Villa No. 9. The convoy stopped steadily in front of the steps of the main building. In Su Wanqing's team, the female executive who was best at handling daily affairs stepped forward and opened the door of the middle car.
Lin Jiangwo and Zhou Huilan got out of the car somewhat awkwardly.
When they saw the palace before them, which was more magnificent and more impressive than the entire district government building in their hometown, the 2 elderly people who had lived in ordinary working class all their lives were completely shocked. They stood there, looking at the fountain carved from white marble, the garden manicured like a work of art, and the dozen or so servants in uniform who had been waiting respectfully there, led by the butler Hopkins. They felt as if they had accidentally entered a movie set of a European royal family. Zhou Huilan subconsciously clenched her husband's rough hand, her voice trembling. Lao Lin, this is where our son lives? Lin Jiangwo didn't say anything, he just pursed his lips tightly, and his face, which was always covered with the vicissitudes of life, was filled with extreme pride and pride that could not be described in words. At this moment, the heavy oak door of the villa was pushed open from the inside out.
Lin Yayu, wearing simple casual clothes, walked down the stairs quickly.
He didn't act like a superior master, he was just like an ordinary son who was welcoming his parents home.
Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work along the way.
He walked up to his parents with the warmest smile on his face. He ignored Hopkins and others' moves to step forward, and personally took his parents' 2 faded, old suitcases from the business car.
Come on, let's go home.
This simple action and these warm words instantly defeated all the anxiety and constraints in the hearts of the 2 elderly people.
Zhou Huilan's eyes were red.
Lin Yayu brought his parents into the palace that belonged to them. He was not in a hurry to show them the luxury here, but first took them to the East Wing courtyard that he specially prepared for them, which was full of sunshine and familiarity. When Zhou Huilan saw that the room was filled with not only her and her husband's wedding photos, but even her favorite pot of clivia was airlifted from her hometown in Suzhou and Hangzhou in good condition and placed on the windowsill where the sun was the best, she could no longer hold back and shed tears of happiness. After settling his parents down and letting them rest for a while, Lin Yayu handed his mother a beautifully bound legal document drafted by Qin Feng himself.
Mom, what is this? Zhou Huilan asked puzzledly. A letter of employment.
Lin Yayu said with a smile. He looked at his mother and said seriously, Mom, I know that your greatest wish in life is to help those poor children who can't afford to go to school. So, I established a charity foundation in Suzhou and Hangzhou under the name of Haoyue Investment with a registered capital of 100 million yuan. All the formalities have been completed. Now, I formally invite you, Ms. Zhou Huilan, to serve as the first and permanent chairman of this foundation. You are not here to enjoy yourself, he said word by word, looking at his mother's eyes that were wide open due to shock. This is the job I give you. I hope you can help me bring our kindness to more people who need help. When Zhou Huilan, with trembling hands, flipped open the document and saw the clear signature column of the legal representative and the string of registered capital that was so long that she couldn't believe it, she could no longer speak. She just hugged her son tightly and cried loudly. At 5 o'clock in the evening, when Xia Jiwei was sent to Tan Palace by Zhang Bo with an uneasy heart, what she saw was such a warm picture full of the flavor of human life. Lin Yayu was playing chess with his father Lin Jiangwo by the pond in the garden. His mother, Zhou Huilan, was wearing a pair of reading glasses and sitting on a rattan chair on the terrace, studying the foundation document very seriously, which could change the fate of countless children. Her face was filled with an unprecedented glow. Uncle, Aunt, hello. Xia Jiwei walked up to the few people, so nervous that his palms were sweating, and bowed respectfully. Zhou Huilan looked up when she heard the voice, and the moment she saw Xia Jiwei, her eyes lit up instantly. She walked quickly forward, grabbed Xia Jiwei's slightly cold little hand, looked her up and down carefully, and the smile on her face showed her love from the bottom of her heart.
Hey! You are Wei Wei, right? What a good kid. He's prettier than those female stars on TV.
She pulled Xia Jiwei to sit next to her, and looked so affectionate, as if she was looking at her future daughter-in-law. Lin Jiangwo, who was standing by, also raised his head and took a look at this beautiful, clean girl with pure eyes. Then, he nodded heavily at his son, with a rare, satisfied smile on his face.
That night, Hopkins did not arrange the dinner in a luxurious Western-style banquet hall that could accommodate hundreds of people.
Instead, according to Lin Yayu's instructions, a small Chinese round table covered with a warm tablecloth was placed in the living room of the East Wing courtyard, which was full of sunshine and family atmosphere. There was no expensive caviar or foie gras on the table. There are only a few authentic Suzhou and Hangzhou home-cooked dishes prepared by top chefs. Lin Yayu looked at his mother on his left, who was happily serving Xia Jiwei her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. On the right side was the father, who was standing straight, drinking a glass of warm wine with him silently. On the other side was his beloved girl, who was smiling sweetly at him shyly. He slowly raised the glass in his hand. He thought that this might be his first real family reunion dinner since his rebirth. Here, finally, there is a real home. Chapter 74: The Warmth of Home and a New Declaration of War. For the first time, the early morning in Tan Palace had a real sense of the smell of life. It is no longer the professional service of the Hopkins team, which is accurate to the second but with a sense of alienation, but the sound of pots and pans colliding in the kitchen, full of the breath of life, as Mother Zhou Huilan prepares breakfast for the family. When Lin Yu went downstairs, he saw such a warm picture. My father, Lin Jiangwo, was in high spirits, practicing Tai Chi, which he had practiced for decades, in the garden. His back was straight, his movements were smooth, and his face was filled with a sense of comfort and satisfaction, as if he had been reborn. Xia Jiwei, like a well-behaved girl next door, was curiously learning how to make a bowl of authentic Suzhou and Hangzhou rice porridge around her mother Zhou Huilan. The morning sun shone through the huge French windows onto the two of them. The harmonious and warm scene made Lin Yayu's mouth curl up in a gentle arc unconsciously.
Are you awake?
Zhou Huilan saw her son, and the smile on her face was like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Come quickly and try the porridge that Mom made for you.
Wei Wei has already served it for you.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Wei Wei.
At the dining table, the whole family is having a great time.
By the way,
Wei Wei, Lin Yayu looked at the girl beside him who was drinking porridge shyly with her head down, and said with a smile, I heard from President Su that she has already contacted several professors for you who have taught several well-known actors in the Drama Academy.
Starting next week, they will use their spare time to give you one-on-one acting guidance.
Xia Jiwei's clear eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. She raised her head abruptly and looked at Lin Yayu, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude that could not be described in words. She knew that this man was quietly paving the way for her to achieve her dream in his own way. After enjoying this breakfast, perhaps the most comfortable one since his rebirth, Lin Yayu returned to his study alone. The warmth of home made him feel extremely at ease. But it was also the sense of security that made him feel more responsible to create a broader future for this family.
He knew that he should move on. He thought about it and did his daily sign-in for the day in his mind. Ding! Daily sign-in successful.
It is detected that the host's core plan Prometheus is in a critical talent reserve stage, and this reward has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the information item, Prometheus Talent Map Volume 1.
Item information: the talent map has been automatically saved to your encrypted mailbox.
It contains detailed information about 100 of the world's top genius scientists in the fields of genetic engineering, cell biology, neuroscience, etc., who have been buried or undiscovered for various reasons. Map content, including their personal resumes, latest research directions, current difficulties such as funding shortages, disagreements with ideas, etc., and their deepest desires and weaknesses. In an instant, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Yayu's eyes. He immediately opened his laptop and clicked on the encrypted email sent by the system. When he saw the insanely detailed list of talents that looked like a god's eye view, he knew that the last and most important piece of his grand Prometheus plan had finally been completed. With this treasure map, Su Wanqing's team will no longer be looking for a needle in a haystack. They will become a top special forces unit that conducts precise hunting around the world. Without any hesitation, he immediately dialed Su Wanqing's encrypted satellite phone.
Mr. Lin, good morning. Su Wanqing's always calm and efficient voice came from the other end of the phone. Are your parents used to it? Everything is fine. Thank you. Lin Yayu said politely and went straight to the point. Boss Su, regarding the preparations for the Prometheus Research Institute, there are a few latest developments that I need to update you on. First, Professor Jenkins and the 3 former core researchers have been escorted to the plane by Elena's team and are expected to arrive in the Magic City within 24 hours. You are personally responsible for the relevant security and reception work. Make sure there are no mistakes. Yes, Director Lin. Secondly, Lin Yayu paused, regarding the recruitment of the core scientific research team of the Institute. I just got a list. I'll send you the list now. There are 100 people on it. I don't care what method you use or how much money you use. I need to meet at least 80 of them in the Magic City within 1 month. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. She was a little puzzled. She was about to ask a headhunting company to conduct a global screening. Where did her boss suddenly get such an accurate list of 100 people from? But she didn't ask any more questions, and just answered professionally, "Understood, Director Lin. I will immediately have the team take action." Very good. Lin Yayu nodded, and then asked, "One last question. How is the progress of our team's local talent recruitment?" Hearing this question, Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence. After a moment, for the first time, her calm voice showed a hint of solemnity. "Director Lin, there's a little trouble. Our global talent recruitment plan went very smoothly in other regions, but encountered huge resistance in Shanghai. The Lu and Sun families have used their decades-long connections in the local academic and medical systems to conduct a comprehensive soft blockade against us. They spread rumors everywhere, saying that Haoyue Investment was a shell company with an unknown background that was planning to come to China to defraud scientific research results and then run away. As a result, many of the top experts and potential scholars from Jiaotong University and Fudan University that we were interested in avoided our headhunters. Even some of the national treasure-level professors who had reached preliminary intentions became ambiguous and refused further contact from us after receiving calls from a few old friends. They are trying to cut off our chances of attracting China's top local talent from the root." After hearing this, there was no surprise on Lin Yayu's face. He just smiled calmly. "I see." After hanging up the phone, he slowly stood up from his chair and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the study. He looked out the window at his peaceful and beautiful home, but his eyes gradually became cold. He thought, "It seems that some people will never cry until they see the coffin. Since you like to play games within the rules, then I will play a good game with you." He took out his cell phone and found the number in his address book, the number he had saved but never called. He pressed the call button. The phone rang only twice before it was connected. From the receiver came Zhao Rui's unique laughter, full of sunshine and enthusiasm. "Hello? Brother Lin. Why did you think of calling me? What a rare guest." Lin Yayu's face once again contained that humble and peaceful smile. "Mr. Zhao, it's me, Lin Yayu. Is it not disturbing you? It's just a small matter. I want to ask you for a favor." Chapter 75: The Invisible War. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Rui's signature laughter, full of sunshine and enthusiasm, came clearly. "Hello? Brother Lin. Why did you think of calling me? What a rare guest." Lin Yayu also had that humble and peaceful smile on his face, as if what he was going to talk about next was really just a trivial matter. "Mr. Zhao, it's me, Lin Yayu. I hope I didn't disturb you? Look at what you said. Brother Lin, it's not a bother to call at any time." Zhao Rui's tone sounded very sincere, but his heart was like a mirror. He knew that someone like Lin Yayu would never contact him for no reason. The fact that he took the initiative to call was a big deal in itself. "It's like this, Mr. Zhao," Lin Yayu's tone carried just the right amount of distress. "I've run into a little trouble here, and I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Oh?" Zhao Rui's interest was completely piqued. He sat up straight and his voice became more serious. "Brother Lin, you can say whatever you want. As long as it is something that I, Zhao Rui, can do, I will do it without hesitation. It's not a big deal." Lin Yayu simply repeated what Su Wanqing reported about the Lu and Sun family's soft blockade of talents in the Magic City in an objective and helpless tone. He did not exaggerate or complain, he was just stating a fact. The current situation is that several old local companies seem to have some misunderstandings about our Haoyue and are spreading some unfriendly remarks everywhere, which has affected our plan to bring in top talents to serve the country. Many old professors at the national treasure level are now avoiding us, which makes me very sad and helpless. Zhao Rui on the other end of the phone was silent. He was not a fool. He immediately understood the subtext of Lin Yayu's words. This was not a misunderstanding at all. This was clearly a naked political stranglehold by the local veteran forces against the dragon crossing the river. He thought to himself, Lin Yayu played this hand beautifully. He did not directly ask me to suppress the opponent, but put himself in a wronged position of attracting talents for the country but being blocked. This is not only a business issue, but has risen to the level of affecting the business environment and technological development of Shanghai.
Brother Lin, what do you mean? Zhao Rui asked tentatively. It's better to ease the situation than to block it.
Lin Yayu's voice was calm and confident. The reason they were able to spread rumors is simply because they took advantage of everyone's lack of understanding of our Haoyue. In that case, I will give them a fair chance to get to know us.
I heard that the city is holding a closed-door seminar next week on introducing overseas high-tech talents to promote the development of the biomedical industry cluster in Pudong New area? Zhao Rui's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Lin Yayu's intelligence was so accurate. He had only heard about this level of meeting from his father's study yesterday. I don't know.
Lin Yayu's lips curled up meaningfully.
Do I have the honor to represent Haoyue Investment and go up and say a few words? Zhao Rui, at this moment, understood everything completely. He couldn't help but cheer for Lin Yayu's brilliant move in his heart. He didn't ask himself to be a thug, he only asked himself to hand him a sword of the literati. What he wanted was not a private help, but an official, highest-level stage that would allow him to legitimately show his muscles and blueprint to the entire academic, political, and business circles of the Magic City. This is a move, an open conspiracy.
A move that is enough to make the Lu and Sun families speechless and cut off the source of the fire.
I understand. Zhao Rui took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Brother Lin, I'll help you. I will personally deliver the invitation letter to your house tomorrow. As for the speaking part, I will talk to my father and ask him to personally select you and give you 15 minutes of speaking time as a special guest. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Zhao Rui smiled, and that smile was full of sincerity.
It's also very interesting for me to witness the beginning of a new era with my own eyes.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yayu showed a satisfied smile on his face. The stage for the open conspiracy has been set, but someone also needs to handle the invisible dirty work behind the stage. He picked up the encrypted satellite phone again and dialed the number that represented the highest military force in the dark world.
Boss.
Cerberus' cold and crisp voice came from the other end of the phone.
It's me.
Lin Yayu's tone was also calm. I need a team to come to the Magic City.
Number of people, 5.
What I need are the absolute elites.
They must be like water, able to blend into any corner of this city without attracting anyone's attention. Lin Yayu emphasized, remember, they must be Chinese.
Their mission is twofold. Lin Yayu's eyes turned cold, guarding and preparing for war.
First, absolute protection.
My core team of scientists will arrive in the Magic City within 24 hours.
I need you to provide them with the highest level of invisible security. Anti-eavesdropping, anti-surveillance, crisis warning.
I don't want any flies that shouldn't be around my people to appear. Second, prepare for war.
Keep a close eye on the Lu and Sun families. I don't need you to take action now. I want you to draw a complete prey map like the most patient hunters.
Their capital flows, the call records of their core members, every meeting they have with those old friends in the city.
I want to know everything.
You are preparing a dagger for me, ready to stab at any time, but temporarily hidden in your sleeve.
Do you understand?
Understood, boss. Cerberus seemed to be more interested in this more technical task, and there was a subtle fluctuation in his voice.
Also, boss. Regarding the code of conduct within China. I was just about to say that.
Lin Yayu's tone became extremely serious. Remember the highest operational purpose of Hellhound. In China, no lethal force is allowed unless you receive my most direct and irrevocable order.
We are doctors, not butchers.
Our mission is to find the lesion, and then hand the scalpel to those who are qualified to operate. We ourselves will not be stained with blood.
As you command, boss.
For the first time, Cerberus' voice contained a hint of genuine respect.
The underworld detachment is on the way. It is expected to arrive in 9 hours. 9 hours later, Shanghai Pudong International Airport. 5 Chinese youths, dressed in different styles, blended into the bustling crowd and walked out of the international arrival exit. They look no different from the young people around them who have returned from studying abroad or business trips. The leader was a woman with a cool and capable appearance. She wore a simple business suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a female executive of a foreign company. She was the captain of the Netherworld detachment, codenamed Netherworld. Behind her, there were 4 male team members. One was wearing a plaid shirt and carrying a backpack, looking like a programmer who had just gotten off a plane. One was wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase, looking like a financial analyst. Another was muscular and wearing sportswear, looking like a fitness trainer. And the last one was plain looking, the type that you would never be able to find if you threw him into a crowd. The 5 of them, without any communication, were like 5 strangers who didn't know each other. They each got on a different means of transportation and disappeared in the traffic of the Magic City. Half an hour later, in an inconspicuous Buick commercial vehicle traveling on the Yan'an elevated road, the 5 people gathered together for the first time. The atmosphere in the car was completely different from their previous relaxed attitude. Report: the programmer-looking team member tapped rapidly on the microcomputer. The flight information of the target person, Professor Jenkins, has been confirmed. ETA is 10:35 tonight. The first security team is in place, and we have planned 3 backup safe routes. All surveillance along the way will be covered by loop recording for 5 minutes when the target convoy passes by. The monitoring network of the 2 main rivals in the city, the Liu family and the Sun family, has also been initially established. The team member who looked like a financial analyst added, "Their firewall is much more vulnerable than we imagined. Miss Elena and Shield Global have given us a lot of help. The first batch of black material is expected to be screened within 48 hours. The captain, Yuming, nodded. Her cold eyes looked out the window at the city of their motherland, which was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. She spoke slowly, her voice carrying a chill that froze the air. The boss's instructions are clear. Guardian is our shield. We want the target to feel as safe as if they were in their own bedroom, but we must never let them be aware of our presence. Preparation for war is our sword." She looked at her teammates. "Our game is an intelligence war. We have to weave a web that belongs only to us under the surface of this city. We have to know every word the enemy says, every person they meet, and every penny they spend. We have to prepare the dagger for the bosses, so that we can cut their throats at any time." She paused, and a cold, predator-like smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Now, the game begins. Chapter 76, finally arrived in the Magic City. At night, 10:35, at Pudong International Airport in Shanghai. A Swissair passenger plane flying from Zurich landed smoothly on the runway in the night. At the exit of the VIP channel, unlike the ordinary crowd holding pickup signs and looking forward to it, there were only 3 inconspicuous black Buick business cars and a few young people in casual clothes who looked like ordinary company employees. When Professor Jenkins, whose hair and beard were all white and whose face showed a trace of fatigue and alertness, and 3 other core researchers who also looked nervous, walked out of the corridor under the personal escort of Elena, the scene full of business atmosphere, where they were warmly welcomed by the CEO of a large company and a large group of people, as they had expected, did not appear. The only person who greeted them was a young Chinese man who looked like a senior administrative assistant. "Professor Jenkins, all the experts, thank you for your hard work." He bowed slightly, respectful but not flattering. "My last name is Li, and I am a specialist in the administrative department of Haoyue Investment. I am here to pick you up on the order of our chairman. There are no unnecessary greetings, no flashlights, and no uncomfortable excessive enthusiasm. Everything seems so professional, efficient, and low-key." Professor Jenkins' heart, which had been hanging in the air because he was about to step into a completely unfamiliar country, was slightly relieved at this moment. He thought that the mysterious Mr. Lin's style of doing things was indeed somewhat different from those greedy and hypocritical capitalists he had seen before. Led by Commissioner Li, the group got on the business car in the middle. Then, the motorcade quietly merged into the endless stream of cars in the Magic City, like a drop of water merging into the sea. Less than 5 minutes after they left, 2 plainclothes men with headsets in their ears who were guarding the normal exit reported to their phones in confusion, "The target didn't show up." Confirmed, they didn't go through the normal passage. What? Not through the VIP passage either? Damn it! We lost them. They didn't know that at the same time they were reporting, a civilian drone, hundreds of meters above their heads, had clearly transmitted their facial features and vehicle information to the leading Buick commercial vehicle traveling on the Yan'an elevated road. Inside the car, the member of the Ghost detachment who had disguised himself as a financial analyst at the airport looked at the data uploaded by the laptop computer, with a cold smile on his face.
Boss, he said to the Captain Yuming beside him, the two little tails of the Lu family have already caught up with our bait convoy. It seems that their intelligence capabilities are limited to this. The Captain, Yuming, was resting with her eyes closed. She didn't open her eyes, but simply ordered, let the bait lead them around the city a few more times. After confirming that our main target has arrived at the hotel safely, we will find a chance to get rid of them. Also, she paused, record the information of these two people and the security company they belong to, and put them into the Prey map. Yes. The next day, early morning, Tan Palace. Lin Yayu had finished his morning exercise and was walking in the garden with his parents. At this moment, a red flag car with a special license plate slowly stopped at the door of the villa. Zhao Rui got out of the car in person, holding a red envelope with gold stamping in his hand. Brother Lin. Zhao Rui greeted him warmly from a distance. I came here specially to be your messenger. He first politely greeted Lin Jiangwo and Zhou Huilan, hello, uncle and aunt, and then solemnly handed the envelope to Lin Yayu. I have accomplished my mission. He winked. Next Wednesday, at 9 a.m., in Hall 7 of the Pudong International Convention Center. There will be a 15-minute speech by the special guest. By then, all the academicians, professors, and entrepreneurs related to biomedicine in the Magic City will be present. My dad said that he will go there in person that day to listen to your brilliant ideas. Thanks Secretary Zhao on my behalf. Lin Yayu took the important invitation letter and nodded. After seeing Zhao Rui off, Lin Yayu returned to the study and immediately called Su Wancheng. Boss Su, I've prepared the stage. Now, I need you to prepare the most perfect script for me. Su Wancheng on the other end of the phone seemed to have expected all this. Her voice was filled with a hint of confidence that everything was under control. Director Lin, the script is ready. I have prepared two versions for you. Version A is a pure business plan. It uses the most detailed data and the most attractive profit model to demonstrate the commercial potential of the Prometheus plan to the capital market. Version B. Let me guess, Lin Yayu smiled, version B is for scientists and the government? Absolutely correct. Su Wancheng's voice was also filled with a hint of laughter. Version B barely mentions profit. Its core is all focused on how our project will break the technological monopoly of overseas pharmaceutical giants, how to provide strategic protection for the health and safety of the country's people, and how to build Shanghai into a world-class biotechnology center comparable to Boston, the Eagle Country. It's not a business plan, Su Wancheng concluded, it's a political manifesto. Very good. Lin Yayu's eyes were full of appreciation. Send me version B. He knew that with Su Wancheng as his right-hand man, he only needed to point out the direction. And she would perfectly build the strongest bridge to that direction for him. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the red, heavy invitation letter on the table, but he didn't feel nervous at all. Because, just now, he had already got his last trump card that would ensure his victory. That was his daily check-in, done in the early morning before he went for a walk with his parents. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. It is detected that the host is about to face an important public speech scene, and this reward has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, Faith Aura. Skill information, this is a passive skill. When you publicly explain the cause you truly believe in and strive for, your language, demeanor, and even every micro-expression will have a powerful appeal and persuasiveness that cannot be explained by logic. It can make your audience involuntarily believe in your arguments and have a strong sense of identification and yearning for the blueprint you have drawn. Lin Yayu slowly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the study. He looked at the skyscrapers in the distance, representing the pinnacle of China's finance, and his eyes became extremely deep. He thought, the actors are in place. The script is ready. And I have sharpened my sword. The Lu family, the Sun family, you want to play a game about rules and connections in the home turf that you are most familiar with. Well, next Wednesday, I'll let you and the entire Magic City see it. In this era, who is the one who sets the rules? Chapter 77 Battlefield of Light and Shadow. 9 o'clock in the morning, Hall 7, Pudong International Convention Center, Shanghai. The air was filled with a solemn atmosphere that could only be found in closed-door meetings at the highest level, a mixture of the fragrance of tea and the smell of power. Academicians from the top universities in Shanghai, national treasure-level experts and scholars, wealthy pharmaceutical entrepreneurs, and relevant leaders from the municipal party committee and government, nearly 100 people who can influence the future direction of China's entire biopharmaceutical industry, have all arrived and taken their seats in the audience. Sitting in the center of the first row was Zhao Rui's father, the top leader of Mo City, Secretary Zhao Lixing. Not far from him, Lu Weiman, the chairman of Lu Pharmaceutical, and Sun Jiancheng, the head of Sun Group, were also sitting upright. The two exchanged glances, and both had a hint of a sneer on their faces, as if they were sure of victory. They were certain that today was the day they would join forces to completely nail Huawei investment, the ignorant outsider, to the pillar of shame. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, outside the presidential suite of a super five-star hotel on the banks of the Huangpu River, a strong and capable action team consisting of 5 Europeans has quietly taken position. The target person Lin Yayu has been confirmed to have entered the venue. There is only one main security force around him. The captain, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes like a hawk, looked at the real-time image transmitted back through the micro headset and gave an order in a cold voice. All his attention will be diverted to the venue. This is our best and only chance to take action. Attention all teams, cut off all communications and surveillance signals on the target floor. Action, start. At the conference center, after the organizer's leader finished his speech, the host introduced in a slightly curious and solemn tone, "Next, please invite one of our special guests today, Mr. Lin Yayu, chairman of Huayu Investment Holding Company, Limited, to come on stage and speak." Amid the complex gazes of the audience that were filled with inquiry, questioning, and a hint of disdain, Lin Yayu slowly walked up to the podium. He didn't bring any PPT or speech manuscript. He just stood quietly in the center of the stage. He looked at the audience, the people who held the country's top wisdom and power, and did not talk about business or investment. He just calmly asked the first question. "Dear seniors and teachers, before we begin, I would like to ask a question. When we or our family members are lying in bed and need a special medicine that can only be produced overseas, we see price tags of hundreds of thousands or even millions per injection. Is this medicine really worth the price?" This question, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly caused everyone to think deeply. "No, it's not worth it." Lin Yayu's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. "Its cost may be only 1%, or even 1,000th. What is the remaining 99%? It's the patent barriers and the technological monopoly. It's the humiliating price we pay for having no say in this field." His words were so powerful that many experts and entrepreneurs in the audience who had similar experiences couldn't help but clench their fists. Lu Weiman and Sun Jiancheng curled their lips in disdain. In their opinion, this opening speech that incited national sentiment was low-level and childish. However, they didn't know. At the same time Lin Yayu said this. The hotel's presidential suite floor. 5 top agents of the Delacour Group had silently eliminated all surveillance equipment in the corridor like ghosts and arrived at the door of the suite where Professor Jenkins was. The captain in the lead took out a special electronic card and swiped it lightly on the door lock. With a soft click sound, the door opened. Everything went flawlessly. Conference Center. Lin Yayu's speech is still going on. "I know that recently in Shanghai, there have been a lot of unfriendly voices about us, Huawei Investment. They say that our background is unclear, that we are barbaric speculators, and that we came here to disrupt the market and to steal our country's own scientific research results." He smiled, but that smile had a hint of coldness. "Today, I am here to answer this question in front of all the seniors. Huawei Investment came here not for acquisition, not for speculation, and certainly not for making money. We are here to create." He said clearly, word by word, "I declare that Huawei Investment will invest no less than 100 billion renminbi in the next 10 years to establish a completely independent, non-profit, cutting-edge life science research institute Prometheus. Its only goal is to conquer those core technologies that are still being held back by overseas giants. From targeted cancer treatment to gene defect repair, to the ultimate code for human health. I want every Chinese person in the future to be able to use our own special medicine, which is the best and cheapest in the world. I want the label Made in China to be printed not only on clothes and toys, but also on the crowns of the most advanced life science and technology on this planet." His words were like thunder, striking heavily on the top of the heads of everyone present. Below the stage, the experts and academicians who had doubts about him before, now looked at the young man on the stage with fire in his eyes, their expressions completely changed. It was no longer a question, but a kind of intense resonance and excitement from the depths of the soul, seeing the same kind of people. At this moment, Lu Weiman and Sun Jiancheng's faces turned pale as paper. They knew that all the rumors they had spread before had been crushed to pieces by this grand declaration full of patriotism. Secretary Zhao Lixing's eyes burst into an unprecedented, fiery light. He looked at the young man on the stage, who was full of ideals and courage, and in his heart, there were only 4 words. A peerless national hero. Hotel suite. Delacour's action team breaks in. However, it was not the unarmed old British man who greeted them. It was a cold trap that was empty but full of the breath of death. Oh no! There's an ambush, the captain exclaimed, but it was too late. 5 black, ghostly shadows had appeared behind them, on their left and right, and even in the ceiling ventilation ducts above their heads at some point. A silent, extreme fight between top agents broke out in an instant. There was no sound of gunfire, only the dull sound of broken bones and the faint sound of sharp blades cutting through the air. The whole process takes no more than 10 seconds. When the conference center erupted in thunderous and prolonged applause for Lin Ya's speech, which was worthy of being recorded in history, the hotel suite also returned to deathly silence. Yu Ming shook off the non-existent bloodstain on the tactical dagger. She looked at the 5 colleagues on the ground who had been completely subdued and passed out, and picked up the encrypted communicator. Lin Yayu walked down from the podium amid thunderous applause. Secretary Zhao Lixing was the first to step forward quickly and, under the flashlights of countless media outlets, tightly shook his hand and shook it vigorously. Mr. Lin, you spoke well. Very well. Secretary Zhao's voice was full of appreciation and affirmation. Shanghai needs young entrepreneurs like you who have ideals, courage, and a sense of patriotism. At this moment, Lin Yayu's personal cell phone in his pocket vibrated silently. He took the opportunity to greet Secretary Zhao and glanced at the screen out of the corner of his eye without making any expression. It was an encrypted message from Yu Ming, consisting of only 3 words. Clean it up. Lin Yayu put the phone back into his pocket, with a humble and gentle smile on his face, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 78 Harvest Season. When the seminar that was enough to shake the entire academic and business circles of Magic City came to an end, Lin Ya was instantly completely overwhelmed by a wave of reverence, excitement and desire. Director Lin. I am Chen Zhenhua from the School of Life Sciences at Fudan University. The blueprint you just described is the dream of our generation of scientific researchers. Mr. Lin. I am the founder of Kuchuan Biology. Our company has several core patents in the field of cellular immunity. I hope to have the opportunity to report to you in person. Director Lin. Those experts and entrepreneurs who had previously been on the sidelines or even a little hostile to him, now seemed like pilgrims who had seen a guiding light, desperately trying to squeeze in with him. What they handed over were no longer cold business cards, but hot letters of allegiance hoping to join this grand cause. In another corner of the venue, Lu Weiman and Sun Jiancheng, who had previously been sitting firmly on the Diao Yutai, were completely isolated. A vacuum zone formed around them. No one came over to greet them, and no one even looked at them. They could clearly feel that the gazes full of contempt and alienation from all directions were like knives, cutting their gorgeous outer garments woven by their aristocratic family status into pieces. They knew that from today on, the voice that their 2 families had built up over decades in the academic and medical circles of Shanghai had collapsed. Secretary Zhao Lixing, after communicating with several core experts, deliberately walked to Lin Yayu's side. He didn't say much, but shook Lin Yayu's hand again. Shaolin, his voice was not loud but full of power. What you are talking about today is not business, but national affairs. Just do it. In this land of Shanghai, as long as your project is truly beneficial to the country and the people, the municipal party committee and the municipal government will be your strongest backing. These words are tantamount to an imperial sword of the highest level. Half an hour later, we returned to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in Tan Palace. Lin Yayu leaned back in the comfortable chair and rubbed his swollen temples. Dealing with a situation like today was far more tiring than making tens of billions in the financial market. He took out his encrypted cell phone and dialed the number of Yu Ming. Explain. Boss, Yu Ming's cold and professional voice came from the other end of the line. The identities of the 5 attackers have been confirmed. They are all core members of the Blood Cross Security Company and retired from the Eagle Country SAS. They are employed by the Delacour Group. Their mission goal is to capture Professor Jenkins alive. Currently, the 5 have been completely controlled by us and are being held in a safe house on the outskirts of the city. Please instruct us on how to deal with them. Lin Yayu looked at the night view outside the window, his eyes turned cold. He thought, does the Delacour Group really think that this is a lawless place where they can do whatever they want? He did not give a simple and crude order like, get rid of it. He had a more advanced and interesting way of playing. Has Elena contacted Shield Global? Got it, boss. They can provide us with channels anytime. Very good.
Lin Yayu's mouth curled up into an icy arc. Collect the identity information of these 5 people, mission briefings, and evidence of their employment contracts with the Delacour Consortium into an anonymous document. I want you to accidentally leak this document to the British MI6 and the French Directorate General for External Security DGSE within 12 hours. Yu Ming on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and then she understood the ruthlessness of her boss's borrowing a knife to kill someone. She replied in an excited tone, "I understand, boss. There will be something interesting to watch in Europe." Lin Yayu thought, "Delacour Group, you like to play dirty, so I will expose your underwear to the intelligence agencies around the world. Let your own people play a good game of national security with you." When we returned to Tan Palace, it was already late at night. A new day has arrived. Lin Yayu stood in front of the French window in the study and did his daily check-in. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. It is detected that the host's core plan Prometheus has been officially launched, and the construction of related infrastructure is about to begin. This reward has been specially optimized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special talent card, world-class architect Karen Voss. Character information: Karen Voss, of German descent, is one of the most advanced contemporary architects. She is world-renowned for her futuristic bionics design style that perfectly blends technology and nature. She is particularly good at designing and building large, high-tech, self-circulating ecological buildings. Character status: because her design concepts are too advanced and she never compromises with commercial capital, she is currently in a semi-retired state. System notes: this character has a loyalty of 100%. She has received a call from the depths of your mind and will contact you within 3 days. Lin Yayu looked at the information of this master architect and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that the most important chief designer for the construction of the future city of Paradise Island had been found. At this moment, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Professor Jenkins. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin." From the other end of the phone came Professor Jenkins' voice, which seemed to be trembling due to excessive excitement. I saw the news about today's seminar. I take back all my previous judgments about you. You are the most courageous and idealistic entrepreneur I have ever seen in my life. I apologize for my previous rudeness. I can't wait. Please tell me, when can we start? Lin Yayu smiled as he listened to the heartfelt words of this talented scientist, which were full of high morale. He did not say welcome to Prometheus because that was too unreal. He chose the most sincere and direct answer. "Professor, please don't be anxious." Lin Yayu's tone was gentle and steady. "I know you have worked hard along the way, and you just experienced something very unpleasant 2 days ago. Your body and mind need to be completely relaxed and rested. We can put work aside for now. Professor, you are the most core scientist of our Prometheus project. Your arrival means that our plan is halfway to success. However, the exclusive research institute tailored for you is still in the design and construction stage, which will take several months. So, before this institute is built, I personally hope that you can accept my little suggestion. Go and enjoy the scenery of China." Lin Yayu's voice was filled with laughter. "I have asked my team to arrange an itinerary and the most professional security personnel for you. You can go to Beijing to see the snow in the Forbidden City, go to West Lake to listen to the rain in the south of the Yangtze River, and try the food that will make you forget all your worries. Your safety will be guaranteed by our most professional personnel in secret. All you need to do is relax and greet the arrival of a new era in your best condition." On the other end of the phone, Professor Jenkins fell into a long silence after hearing these words. He recalled his own cold experiences of being urged, squeezed, and used by major financial groups in the past few decades, and compared it with this moment, this arrangement from a young man, which was full of respect and humanistic care. His eyes were slightly moist. He knew that this time, he might have really found a mentor who was worth everything he had to give.